relationship.
I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand.
The president's re-election campaign dismissing the endorsement, saying Obama has no other choice but to support Biden. President Trump will destroy him. Biden now hoping Obama's popularity that has not always translated to votes for others will benefit him this fall. Peter Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
This Saturday, join Jimmy Fallon and his late-night counterparts for an all-star special to celebrate the heroic efforts of frontline workers and support the global fight to end COVID-19. It airs Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC.
Developing overnight, the news that President Trump is halting U.S. funding of the World Health Organization. Reaction exploding around the globe. Here with more from London is CNBC's Juliana Tettelbaum. Good morning, Juliana.
Good morning, Francis. So this is pretty big news overnight. President Trump planning to halt U.S. funding to the WHO pending a review of its response to the initial coronavirus outbreak. Now, President Trump has accused the organizations of, quote, severely mismanaging and covering up the coronavirus crisis. This comes after the organization criticized President Trump's restrictions on China and has seen some backlash already, with Bill Gates weighing in on Twitter saying that halting funding for the WHO during a world health crisis is as dangerous as it sounds. Now, in related coronavirus news, I want to highlight that Major League Baseball is stepping up to the plate. They are joining the efforts to defeat the virus. 27 teams will participate in antibody testing in a study with Stanford University and USC to try to identify those who have been affected by the virus and perhaps aren't showing symptoms. So very helpful efforts there from MLB. Francis, we'll hand it back to you.
All right, Juliana, thank you.
Hi, everyone. We continue to watch our regional growth rate, and we saw a slight spike yesterday, and it's up to now 5% compared to that 2% that we saw yesterday. So there was that slow decline. We're going to watch that pretty closely. We'll see an upward tick. We'll be right back.
I'm Bounty Hunter Bobby Bandito, but you can call me Bobby B. I say it's high time we catch this killer, because we got more living to do. Here's how. So you lay down your favorite band.
Oscar-winning actor Matthew McConaughey, a.k.a. Bobby Bandito, a.k.a. Bobby B, showing fans how to make a homemade mask using just a bandana, coffee filter, and a couple rubber bands. McConaughey also reminded us to stay at home. If you want to watch the entire video, it is on his Twitter page. His handle is @McConaughey.
Love the extra layer with a coffee filter right in that. I've never heard that.
It's like he's a great actor or something,
right?
Like that, right? I like it.
Now to a story of triumph. A 99-year-old veteran got to leave a Brazil hospital after overcoming the coronavirus. Armando Armelino Pavetta received a booming round of applause from hospital staff as he was discharged. Happy and healthy, and hopefully he will stay happy and healthy and well.
That's amazing. You know, it's just too tough. We should also be so lucky there. All right, big congratulations to Ciara and her husband, Russell Wilson. They are having a boy. Here is the moment of revelation shared on social media for their fans, friends, and family to experience, all while staying safe in quarantine. What a cool looking yard too, right? The Wilsons already have a daughter and a son, but now they get to add another player onto their squad.
Love that they can share so much joy around this time too. Now to the surprise birthday serenade in the age of social distancing. Here's NBC's Kevin Tibbles.
Happy birthday.
Pure Florida sunshine. When Albert Jones, installing a gas line near a Winter Garden seniors home, heard it was Barbara's 94th birthday, he poured out his heart.
Her whole face lit up as if her soul knew his soul.
Barbara's daughter, Sarah Cahill, has been troubled. She can't visit Mom up close in the pandemic. Albert's gift bridged that gap.
Anytime I can use the grace of God to make somebody happy, that's what we're going to do.
Happy birthday.
He is an angel. He has a voice like an angel. He is our angel.
A serenade so beautiful, it must be heaven sent.
Thank you.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Wow, well done. The thing about it, though, is for her neighbors at that same home, it might they're going to get jealous.
A little
they're
jealous,
the
right?
Same wine.
Yeah, that's sweet, though.
Yeah. Have a great Wednesday. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena. Before we go, we leave you with this very cool moment from Italy. Rome's mayor asking a young guitar player to put on a show for the city, and he did.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Shocking new details from New York City, where the death toll has suddenly spiked by almost 4,000. This is the President halts funding the World Health Organization, accusing the agency of covering up China's coronavirus outbreak.
The plans to reopen the country are close to being finalized, and we will soon be sharing details and new guidelines with everybody.
President Trump goes from claiming total authority to saying it's now the governor's responsibility to take charge when it comes to opening their states.
And then a very special NBC News exclusive, a shout out to those on the front lines from Sheryl Crow. It's Wednesday, April 15th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. It is Wednesday morning and we are halfway through yet another week of the coronavirus pandemic gripping the world. The death toll in the United States continues to rise. Those numbers have surged as officials in New York City report probable COVID-19 deaths of people who were not tested.
The CDC released its first national data on how this pandemic is hitting workers on the front lines. Officials estimate that healthcare workers make up to 10 to 20% of the cases in the U.S. Kroger has teamed up with a food workers union to push to have grocery store workers designated as first responders. The goal is to give these employees priority access to testing and protective equipment.
Recent reports have shown that minority communities are being hit the hardest by this virus. New York City has now opened 5 new testing centers to try to learn more about how to combat COVID-19 in these areas. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio visited the city's largest food pantry. It's called the Campaign Against Hunger. The nonprofit's founder says they will feed more than 6,400 families this week, which is about double what they normally see.
And we've seen a lot of grocery stores add special hours when just the vulnerable customers can come in and shop. Well, now Walmart is adding a curbside pickup hour for first responders, seniors, and other high-risk shoppers. 7 to 8 a.m. will be reserved for people in those groups to go and pick up their online orders. GM will start delivering its first batch of ventilators this week, which is ahead of schedule. They partnered with a medical company called Ventec Life Systems with a goal of producing more than 6,000 ventilators by June 1st.
ESPN is asking its highest paid talent to take a pay cut of 15% over the next 3 months. According to the New York Post, the network says this will help other employees keep their paychecks. The Post reports that Stephen A. Smith and a few others have already accepted. A man in Indiana says he briefly became a millionaire. The volunteer firefighter says he checked to see if he got his stimulus payment and his balance was over $8 million. When he called the bank, the mistake was fixed as the millions weren't there anymore. But he did get the stimulus payment he expected.
So close. In New York here, officials have acknowledged something that was already widely feared, that the death toll from this crisis is far higher than reported. 3,700 more fatalities have been added to an already staggering number. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is following these developments for us. Gabe, good morning.
Philip, here in New York State, daily hospitalizations and intubations are both down, suggesting the curve is flattening. But now we're learning that in New York City, the death toll appears to be higher than what we first thought.
At the nation's epicenter, a stunning spike. New York City abruptly increased its death toll by 3,700. City officials say the total is now more than 10,000 because they're now including people who'd never tested positive for COVID-19. But were presumed to have died from it. The virus is increasingly targeting the most vulnerable.
The percentage of loss of life is getting higher in the nursing homes.
Around the country, deaths at long-term care facilities are mounting. NBC News counts 4,300 across 27 states, almost double last week's number. There are heartbreaking reports in Massachusetts, Virginia, and New Jersey, leaving loved ones in limbo.
There's got to be more personal contact. These people are dying and they're getting a letter. It's really sad.
And new hotspots are emerging from Indiana.
These people might walk in through the emergency department, and within an hour, they're on life support.
To Missouri.
I've been a nurse for 11 years, and I have to say this is something that I've never seen before.
To South Dakota, where the governor is resisting a stay-at-home order, despite one of the nation's largest pork processing plants shutting down after more than 400 workers got sick.
This plant would have been up and running because it is exempted as an essential business that is a part of our critical infrastructure plan.
In New York, the curve is flattening, but despite assurances that there's enough protective gear for medical workers, New York City officials are now asking sports teams for rain ponchos to use as makeshift surgical gowns for a health system still under incredible stress.
In the past 2 weeks, I've probably seen as much death as I've seen in the past 3 years. It's bad. It's really sad.
Dr. Angelo Messia is a third-year ER resident at St. Barnabas Hospital in the Bronx, where these refrigerated trailers act as temporary morgues.
I feel like at this point, everybody we intubate is just, it's terminal. Like, it almost feels futile.
Among the lives lost, Bernie Rubin, the co-founder of an iconic New England furniture store chain. Abdul Ahad Wahab and his wife Tazroon both died from the virus outside Houston. They've been married 53 years.
It was just so fast. I dropped my parents off at the ER, my dad on Friday and my mom on Saturday. And they not even a week in the hospital, they passed away.
The CDC says more than 9,000 healthcare workers have reported testing positive for COVID-19. Likely an underestimation. Philip?
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Facing mounting questions over the administration's handling of the pandemic at home, President Trump is now pointing the finger at the World Health Organization. During last night's briefing, the president announced he's halting funding for the agency, accusing it of severely mismanaging and covering up the crisis.
It would have been so easy to be truthful. And so much death has been caused by their mistakes.
That is a striking new tone from February when the president praised the organization for, quote, working smart and very hard. Meanwhile, there's new debate over those much-needed stimulus checks. The Treasury Department confirmed last night in an unprecedented move the president's name will appear on the payments. For more, let's get to Capitol Hill correspondent Tracy Potts. Tracy, good morning.
Now, this is going to be a first, Francis, for the president's name to appear on these checks. And we're talking about the paper checks that people will start receiving in May, not the direct deposit that starts to hit bank accounts today. The Treasury Department says the president's name will not be a signature, but it will be on the left side in the memo section of the check. Critics accused the president of trying to take credit for those payments during an election year when it was actually Congress that approved the checks. President Trump, asked about this just a week and a half ago, denied that his name would be on the checks.
Me sign? No. There's millions of checks. I'm going to sign them? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign them? No.
I wish it were the only ego trip. It seems almost every day the president thinks this crisis revolves about him and his desires, his needs, his enemies.
Now, again, these are the paper checks that people without direct deposit will start getting in May. 80 million Americans will see their direct deposit, $1,200 or more, starting today. Francis?
In the race for 2020, Joe Biden is picking up his biggest endorsement yet. Like I was saying, in the race for 2020, Joe Biden is picking up his biggest endorsement yet.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made, and he became a close friend. And I believe Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now.
The backing from his former boss came just one day after another key endorsement for Biden from campaign rival Senator Bernie Sanders.
Senator Bernie Sanders sat down with Cardi B on Instagram Live for almost 20 minutes. The two talked about Sanders' endorsement of Joe Biden for president, as well as what Congress is working on during the coronavirus pandemic. Cardi B also joked with Sanders, saying his nails look very quarantined.
Ciara and her husband, Russell Wilson, are having a boy. The couple shared this precious moment on social media for their fans, friends, and family to experience while staying safe in quarantine. The Wilsons already have a daughter and a son. Looks like now Russell and Futures are here. We'll get to add another player to the team.
All right. Great to see happiness any way we can get it these days. Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb with a look ahead midweek. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. Yeah, I love to see all that good news. Even though the weather is really not acting really great for the Northeast parts of the Central Plains. We were just talking about severe weather. Now we have transitioned to a cool down that's very dramatic. Right now, you can see satellite composite radar dealing with that moisture and rain and snow across the Northeast. We have freeze alerts that continue to stretch from the Southern Plains all the way into West Virginia. Temperatures today will be 10 to 30 degrees below average. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. So this is very strong cold front. We're going to see consecutive waves of rain and snow across the Ohio Valley. Will dry out by mid-afternoon, but a second wave from New York City to Philadelphia. Highs today, they're still lingering in the lower 50s. So finally, over the severe weather, that's great news, but winter's back.
Who knew? Wow. All right, Janessa, thank you.
A Wisconsin police officer is unharmed after narrowly avoiding a skidding vehicle while standing on the side of a highway. This dash cam footage here showing that car spinning out of control on the icy road, almost hitting the officer before he jumped out of the way.
Some of New Jersey's finest are gathering for a benefit concert to support the state's pandemic relief fund. At-home performances by Bruce Springsteen, SZA, Bon Jovi, Tony Bennett, and more will be broadcast on April 22nd on local TV and radio.
Our parent company, NBC Universal, is officially entering the streaming wars with the launch of Peacock. It'll be available today to Comcast Infinity and Flex customers all over the country.
While the number of U.S. coronavirus cases and deaths continues to climb, one state has already created a blueprint to reopen. This as President Trump is getting pushback after saying he calls the shots and will decide when to reopen the country. NBC's Tom Costello has the latest.
With California announcing a record 71 deaths in one day, the governor said it will take time to ease the stay-at-home restrictions.
This phase is one where science, where public health, not politics, must be the guide.
Governor Newsom announcing 6 steps in what could be a blueprint for the nation, including community testing and isolating those who are positive or exposed, preventing infection in those who are at risk, preparing hospitals to handle a surge of patients, therapeutic drugs to meet demand, and social distancing at schools and businesses.
You may be having dinner with a waiter wearing gloves, maybe a face mask, dinner where your temperature is checked before you walk in to the establishment.
Newsom among the governors asserting their own independence after President Trump said he alone had total authority.
The President of the United States has the authority to do what the President has the authority to do, which is very powerful. The President of the United States calls the shots.
The president insisting he, not the governors, will decide when to reopen states.
When somebody's the President of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be.
Those comments touching off dissent.
His proclamation is that he would be king. That's what a king is. A king has total authority.
And disagreement, including from some Republicans.
Governors made decisions to take various actions in their states based on what they thought was right for their state.
Several regional state governors quickly announced they would coordinate with each other. In the Northeast, New York and 6 other states say the goal is to ease social isolation without triggering renewed spread. In the West, Washington, Oregon, and California have announced their own council. Even conservative constitutional law scholars say the president is simply wrong.
I have no idea what he is talking about. No clue. The Constitution does not give the president the power to instruct states what to do, and Congress has not given the president the power to instruct states what to do. The president simply lacks the authority here.
By midday, the president and several governors were talking about cooperation and reopening the economy.
I'm going to be making a decision pretty quickly, and it's being done in conjunction with governors.
I put my hand out in total partnership and cooperation with the president.
California is the country's biggest economy, so the decisions it makes could affect how other states try to restart their economies. The governor, though, says there will not be a new normal until there is widespread immunity and a vaccine. Francis?
All right, Tom Costello for us. Thanks.
Hey there, it's me, Louie. I just wanted to say...
Can you help Elma make a pillow for us,
Just a second, Elma. I'll be right there, son. You know, it is wonderful to get to spend so much time with our children, but can also be a bit overwhelming.
Amen, Elmo's dad. This new Sesame Street PSA has Louie, Elmo's dad, telling fellow parents to take some time for themselves. He suggests listening to your favorite songs, stretching, or just taking a moment to breathe. Anything to kind of bring some zen in our crazy world these days.
Good advice from a character I never knew existed. Louie, Elmo's dad. All right, the FDA has cleared the first saliva test to help diagnose COVID-19, and it is far, far less invasive than the current swab methods that are being used. It was developed at Rutgers University, and the new approach requires a person to spit several times into a tube, which is then sent to a lab for testing. The new test could reduce risks of infection for healthcare workers and will initially be offered through hospitals associated with the university.
Between canceled flights and travel restrictions due to the coronavirus pandemic, many airports across the country continue to operate at a lower capacity, which has left many flights nearly empty and most planes unused. This is a look at Dulles International Airport in Virginia, where over a dozen United planes could be seen just sitting on the tarmac.
Alex Trebek is telling his story in an inspiring new memoir. The Jeopardy host has announced that his upcoming autobiography titled The Answer Is, Reflections on My Life will be released on July 21st. In addition to detailing his cancer battle, Trebek writes about his marriage, success, and spirituality. The 79-year-old says he was so moved by the support he received after his diagnosis that he decided to share his story.
Hi, everyone. We continue to watch our growth rate by region for COVID-19, and we saw a slight uptick yesterday. We saw some consistency for Saturday, Sunday to Monday, but we're thinking some of our stats and our data are coming and lagging behind. So that's why we saw a 5% instead of a 2% increase yesterday. Still, the heightened areas continue to be the Northeast and also the South. Francis Phillip.
Janessa, thank you. We are back with a special performance Sheryl Crow did just for NBC News, a new song and a tribute to all those keeping us safe.
I want to play you guys a song called Flying Blind that I wrote with Chris Stapleton and recently recorded with James Taylor. Yeah, I just dropped 2 names. Tells you when you're young that life is full of questions and there aren't that many answers. But I've come to believe that sometimes yes or no depends on circumstances. Every morning I wake up staring into my coffee cup, never knowing what I'll find. Every day's a brand new day. I'm just trying to find a way to leave the other ones behind. And I'm flying blind. I got no net to catch me when I fall. And I'm fine, 'cause I am only human after all.
Our thanks to Cheryl Crow for that. One of the silver linings in this pandemic, I think, is a renewed appreciation for the first responders and the healthcare workers. You know, it was never the movie stars or the athletes that were the heroes in our society, right? It was the ones that were keeping us safe and healthy.
And it's great being able to hear the sounds and music. You know, now spreading that word too, and then the images so powerful as well. Yeah. We thank you for waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Keep it right here. The more news is straight ahead. Also, this weekend, join Jimmy Fallon and others.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Good afternoon from the Spin Room.
It's news made for your streaming world. NBC News Now.
We get to have our very own Today Family Getaway.
It's so exciting to be here.
We are serving up a Today Cafe special.
Universal Orlando Resort is the place. We have just loved seeing your beautiful shining faces.
How sweet is that?
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We've got this fundamental thing about human beings, and then we've got the way that we constitute our politics. And the danger is that if our politics grow too tribal, then we'll lose this sort of way of talking.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
Breaking overnight, New York City reports thousands of additional deaths, now topping well over 10,000, despite signs of hope.
Time to check those bank accounts. Your government stimulus check could have been deposited overnight. We've got the latest on the payouts.
And we're looking at the troubling racial divide in this pandemic as Oprah Winfrey sounds the alarm.
And we'll look at the toll on moms working, parenting, teaching, and never leaving the house. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Coronavirus testing slows down as the president pledges to cooperate with governors in reopening the country. Here's what you need to know at this hour. The number of Americans with coronavirus has now surpassed 607,000 as the fatalities near the 30,000 mark. In New York, the death toll spiked by more than 3,700 after the state included people who had never tested positive for the virus, but were presumed to have died from it.
Meanwhile, President Trump announced he's halting funding to the World Health Organization over its handling of the coronavirus pandemic. Mr. Trump has accused them of mismanaging and covering up the spread of the virus. After being crippled by the pandemic, major U.S. airlines are getting a $25 billion bailout. Carriers have grounded hundreds of jetliners because of the stay-at-home orders that have canceled thousands of daily flights.
MLB employees will now be the subjects of a major coronavirus study. Nearly 10,000 workers will take part in a COVID-19 antibody study. Researchers will analyze how the virus spreads. It is the first national study of this kind. And startling new numbers on how the pandemic affects doctors and nurses, according to the CDC. Healthcare workers now account for up to 20% of the coronavirus cases here in the country. Their hospitalizations tend to be lower.
The pandemic could also continue to alter campus life for millions of college students. Boston University is now the first American university to announce that it may not reopen its campus until January of next year. The college says this would happen if health officials extend social distancing through the fall. Kroger wants state officials to designate them as first responders. With so many grocery workers putting their health at risk, the company wants them to be high priority for COVID-19 testing and to have access to protective gear.
Walmart is now adding curbside pickup for high-risk shoppers. From 7 to 8 a.m., shoppers over 60 and those with disabilities will be able to pick up their groceries without stepping into the store. This service will also be extended to emergency workers. And leftover fabric from the AIDS Memorial quilt will now be used to make face masks for frontline workers. The quilt was created in 1985 and is a memorial to those who have lost their battle with AIDS.
As the debate continues about how Americans can safely return to work, we're still seeing staggering numbers in New York City. The death toll surging as officials include probable cases. Here's NBC's Savannah Guthrie.
As evening fell in New York, a staggering update on the numbers of deaths in the city. 3,700 more victims added to the list. Patients who had never tested positive for coronavirus, but now believed to have died from it. It puts the city's death toll at more than 10,000.
The governors are going to want to make sure everything's safe.
At his daily briefing, the president indicating it will be governors who decide when to reopen their states after previously suggesting the authority to do so was his. The president suggesting some states may reopen even before the April 30th guidelines expire.
And we don't want to put pressure on anybody. I'm not going to put any pressure on any governor to open.
And the president says he is putting U.S. funding of the World Health Organization on hold, accusing its officials of a cover-up. Economists say we might wish there were a light switch that could just turn the economy back on, but it's going to happen more gradually. Small businesses I spoke with Neil Kashkari, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis.
And I think the longer this goes on and the more people that are affected by it, the longer that recovery is going to be, just because we have to regain confidence ourselves.
NBC investigative reporter Tom Winter.
The idea that we're immediately going to get back to full restaurants, full bars, full playgrounds is something that everybody seems to agree just isn't going to happen.
This is a deep recession.
The International Monetary Fund predicted the world's economy will face its worst crisis since the Great Depression, falling by 3%. Back in January, the same group predicted the global economy would expand by 3%. Massive, widespread testing for the coronavirus will be the key in the reopening process, but that's far from reality. In Los Angeles, authorities have begun testing residents at random to see if they have antibodies for the virus. It's the first baby step in an attempt to see how many people can safely go back to work. California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Because you have practiced physical distancing, the stay-at-home orders, you have bent the curve in the state of California.
When to reopen schools is another big question. NBC education correspondent Rahima Ellis.
The problem many school administrators have is that they can't give a guarantee to parents right now that their kids would be safe going back into the classroom. And until there's a vaccine and testing, they're making plans instead to continue remote learning.
In the meantime, local and state governments and private citizens are trying to alleviate the pandemic's economic damage. The National Guard is helping with the New York City program that pays taxi and rideshare drivers whose regular business has been decimated to deliver food to homebound residents. So far, more than 90,000 meals have been delivered.
Everyone is COVID positive in these hallways.
Of course, those at the front lines and their patients face the most anguish. New York Fire Department paramedic Joshua Rodriguez.
It's hard because you can see and feel the desperation in this family for their loved one.
Nurse Mary Halliday at North Shore Manhasset Hospital in New York says it is especially difficult.
When I'm in the room with the patients, I see myself as one of the family.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that report.
In a controversial first, the president's name will appear on those much-needed stimulus checks. The Treasury Department has confirmed that while it is not a signature, Mr. Trump's name is on the left side of the payment in the memo section. Critics accuse the president of trying to convince voters that he's the one doling out relief payments instead of Congress, which passed the package. Just a week and a half ago, Mr. Trump himself denied wanting his name on the checks.
May sign? No. If there's millions of checks, I'm going to sign them? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign him? No, the people are getting...
The Washington Post reported that adding the president's name could slow the delivery of the checks by days, but a Treasury spokesman disputed that claim.
But as the economic toll of this pandemic deepens, there's growing concerns that those checks don't go far enough. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
As our national workforce faces a crippling crisis, some 80 million Americans could see what they need most, cash in their bank accounts. The Treasury Department says soon after that, a large majority of those eligible for coronavirus economic impact payments will get their money within 2 weeks.
The average working family, is only a couple of weeks away from not being able to pay bills.
In North Carolina, hairdresser Kim Chapman says she could use the $1,200 payout for those who make less than $75,000. In Oregon, the Benton family, making less than $150,000, gets a combined $2,400 for both parents, with an additional $500 for their children under 17.
It might be enough for 1 month to pay my rent, but it won't cover anything else or living expenses, food. My bills, definitely not.
Netspend, which processed nearly $1 billion in relief so far, says most Americans are using the stimulus money on necessities like food and gas. Facing the worst and fastest jobless crisis in modern American history, some retailers may never reopen. Lance Lawson owns a clothing boutique in Chicago, the kind of small business that accounts for 48% of American jobs.
The revenue has gone from around $250,000 a month to zero. And it's been super scary.
More than 1 million small businesses have been approved for the Paycheck Protection Program, but most have not received the cash.
In hard-hit California, the writing is on the wall. Some businesses may not reopen for weeks, if not months. One crisis spurring another.
Our thanks to Miguel for that report.
All right, we've got some rain and snow impacting the Northeast this morning. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Wow, mid-April, we're talking about snow.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We continue to deal with this very strong cold front that caused a severe weather outbreak over the weekend. And now that same front causing rain and a snow mixture for the Northeast. This will be the first round this morning. You can see out towards Chicago right now. We're going to continue to watch that second wave that should enter by mid-afternoon into your evening. Also, look at these freeze watches, warnings, and alerts that stretch across the southern plains all the way to Charleston, where we're seeing temperatures that are about 10 to 15 degrees below average. So as I said, the first wave starts to push offshore. It's the second wave. The higher elevations to the Ohio Valley could see at least 1 to 3 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. So temperatures across Fargo, that's a really strong cold front that has dropped temperatures in half, 37 degrees across the upper Midwest, so well below average, 53 for New York City today. So over the severe weather, but man, break out the winter coat again.
Wow.
Strange times
All across
on all levels, right? All right. Thank you, Janessa. A virtual Seder was held over the weekend, and celebrities celebrated remotely to raise money for the CDC.
Welcome to our Saturday night Seder. We've got a lot to talk about and even more to eat. Take your shoes off, hang your coat up. There's the bathroom.
Actor Jason Alexander leading the star-studded fundraiser filled with music and comedy. They raised over $2 million toward coronavirus relief efforts.
I'm bounty hunter Bobby Bandito, but you can call me Bobby B. I say it's high time we catch this killer, because we got more living to do. Here's how. So you lay down your feet.
Oscar-winning actor Matthew McConaughey, a.k.a. Bobby Bandito, showing fans how to make a homemade mask using just a bandana, coffee filter, and a couple of rubber bands. McConaughey also reminded people to stay at home. And if you want to watch this entire video, it's on his Twitter page at McConaughey.
I haven't seen that with the coffee filter. That's a new one.
There you go. Leave it to him.
All right, innovative. Public health officials have released data showing that the African-American community may be dying from COVID-19 at a higher rate, citing pre-existing conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, and asthma. And now a media giant is joining the fight to help raise awareness about the virus's impact on the Black community. Here's NBC's Rahima Ellis.
Oprah Winfrey is sounding the alarm.
This coronavirus is shaking up the world and taking a devastating toll on the African American community.
Adding her voice to those highlighting the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on African Americans in her Oprah Talks COVID-19 series.
The number of deaths is just staggering.
In Chicago, 68% of COVID-19 deaths are African American. In Louisiana, it's 70%, though they're just 30% of the population in both places. Health officials say African Americans are more susceptible in part because of higher rates of pre-existing conditions.
This viral pandemic is essentially intersecting with the epidemic of obesity, the epidemic of homelessness, and the epidemic of poverty.
We found many people worrying about exposure to the virus. You worry you're at greater risk, and are you taking all the precautions that you can?
Yes, I do. I have my mask, I have my hand sanitizer.
Oprah talking about solutions with NBC's Hoda Kotb.
One of the things we're talking about in the special is the need for more testing stations, obviously.
Though NBC's Ron Allen finding problems at a Brooklyn testing site.
This new center just opened to bring testing for the virus to the middle of a hard-hit minority community. But it's drive-through only in a neighborhood where most residents don't have cars.
Oprah's message comes as she's donated $10 million towards pandemic relief.
For now, everybody needs to look out for themselves and for their neighbors.
A new call to action in critical times. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Elizabeth City, New Jersey.
What I am also trying to do right now, Claudia, is to work with Joe to see that he becomes a more progressive candidate. Right?
All right, Senator Bernie Sanders sat down with Cardi B on Instagram Live for almost 20 minutes. The two talked about Sanders' endorsement of Joe Biden for president, as well as what Congress is working on during the coronavirus pandemic. Cardi also joked with Sanders, saying that his nails look very quarantined because they were doing the nail comparison there. But I love that she calls him Uncle Bernie.
Yeah, we all know she was a huge supporter of his, very disappointed when he dropped out of the race. She went on her Instagram and just laid into all her young fans for not voting. She's like, I'm tired of y'all. I'm going to start hanging out with old people because they're the ones who vote.
And was mad at him for dropping out.
Yeah, she loved Bernie. All right, in the race for 2020, Joe Biden is picking up his biggest endorsement yet. We heard about Senator Bernie Sanders earlier this week. Now, former President Barack Obama has backed his vice president, saying Biden has all the qualities we need in a president right now. NBC's Jay Gray has more.
So join us. Join Joe.
Together again. Former President Barack Obama, in a video release officially getting behind the man who stood by his side for 8 years in the White House.
Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made, and he became a close friend. Joe has the character and the experience to guide us through one of our darkest times and heal us through a long recovery.
The apparent nominee responding online, Joe Biden posting, "This endorsement means the world to Jill and me. We're going to build on the progress we made together." The endorsement from his former boss and a Democratic Party icon comes just a day after Biden's toughest competitor in the bid for the presidential nomination offered his support.
I'm asking every Democrat, I'm asking every independent, I'm asking a lot of Republicans to come together in this campaign to support your candidacy, which I endorse.
Both Sanders and Obama are expected to take an active role when and if it's safe for Biden to return to the campaign trail. Jay Gray, NBC News.
Our parent company, NBC Universal, is officially entering the streaming wars today with the launch of Peacock. The streaming service will be available for Comcast, Xfinity, and Flex customers across the country. This is an early preview of the ad-supported subscription service with plans for the official rollout to non-Comcast subscribers scheduled for July 15th. But while millions of Americans are stuck quarantining at home, Peacock's chairman, Matt Strauss, says the team is considering moving the launch date up.
There is certainly a captivated audience these days.
Hi, everyone. We continue to watch our daily growth rate by region of this upward tick. We continue to see some kind of imbalance. Yesterday, we saw a slight growth across the Northeast and South. And unfortunately, we think that's late data that's still coming in from the weekend. So that consistency that we've been continuously talking about is just not happening. The Northeast and South saw about a 2% increase. We'll be right back.
We are back with a heavy toll the crisis is taking on moms who are parenting, teaching, and working all from home.
NBC senior national correspondent Kate Snow talks with fellow working moms about the added stress that so many are feeling.
We referee between conference calls.
Mommy, Candace take down the Chloe's hand.
Give it back.
Teach math
6 + 2.
and phys ed after a full day's work. Even tolerate the pogo stick at the family store. And more than ever, we have this in common.
I'm so exhausted.
I'm tired. I'm guilt-ridden.
I am standing by the grace of God, exhausted as well.
3 working moms, biotech senior sales rep Allison in Indiana, business owner Julie in Maine, and pediatric oncology nurse Analia in Texas joined me for some real talk.
Is anybody drinking more than they used to?
Yes.
Question. Texas has alcohol sales through the roof. It is a lot to hold together.
I definitely wake up in the middle of the night and wonder, like, how are we gonna pull everything off? Bookkeeping and paying the bills and, taxes. How do you pull that all off and teach our kids and feed them healthy meals?
Allison, I find myself losing my cool with my kids a lot lately. Can you relate?
Yeah. So, these ages 2 and 4, and my kids are really wild. I would say that's probably where my guilt lies, is just having like a short fuse with the kids.
Certified parenting coach Megan Leahy says now is the time to let some things go, even schoolwork when necessary.
If through this time we can come out with our relationships intact with our children, that is our mothering job. Our mothering job is not algebra, piano. It is making it through this with as much compassion for ourselves and for our children as we can muster.
The moms we spoke with are trying, but like for so many, it's the uncertainty that weighs heaviest.
I think my biggest fear is that I'll collapse. I just need to make sure that I'm going to keep it together until, I don't know, May, June, July, August, whenever this is all over.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
About it all the time during commercial breaks. It is a burden that we all are carrying, the extra dishes, extra cleaning. But here's the thing, the dads are feeling it too. It's not just a mom thing.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, shout out to the dads that are doing the same thing. But it's tough. I can't imagine juggling all those responsibilities.
Even more so for the single parents out there.
That's
we
right.
salute you all. Have a safe Wednesday, and thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up, millions hunkering down during the pandemic. What do you keep in your pantry? What do you toss out?
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas.
Manchester.
From Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
It's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
Shocking new details from New York City, where the death toll has suddenly spiked by almost 4,000. This is the President Holtz funding the World Health Organization, accusing the agency of covering up China's coronavirus outbreak.
The plans to reopen the country are close to being finalized, and we will soon be sharing details and new guidelines with everybody.
President Trump goes from claiming total authority to saying it's now the governor's responsibility to take charge when it comes to opening their states.
And then a very special NBC News exclusive, a shout out to those on the front lines from Sheryl Crow. It's Wednesday, April 15th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. It is Wednesday morning and we are halfway through yet another week of the coronavirus pandemic gripping the world. The death toll in the United States continues to rise. Those numbers have surged as officials in New York City report probable COVID-19 deaths of people who were not tested.
The CDC released its first national data on how this pandemic is hitting workers on the front lines. Officials estimate that healthcare workers make up to 10 to 20% of the cases in the U.S. Kroger has teamed up with a food workers union to push to have grocery store workers designated as first responders. The goal is to give these employees priority access to testing and protective equipment.
Recent reports have shown that minority communities are being hit the hardest by this virus. New York City has now opened 5 new testing centers to try to learn more about how to combat COVID-19 in these areas. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio visited the city's largest food pantry. It's called the Campaign Against Hunger. The nonprofit's founder says they will feed more than 6,400 families this week, which is about double what they normally see.
And we've seen a lot of grocery stores add special hours when just the vulnerable customers can come in and shop. Well, now Walmart is adding a curbside pickup hour for first responders, seniors, and other high-risk shoppers. 7 to 8 a.m. will be reserved for people in those groups to go and pick up their online orders. GM will start delivering its first batch of ventilators this week, which is ahead of schedule. They partnered with a medical company called Ventec Life Systems with a goal of producing more than 6,000 ventilators by June 1st.
ESPN is asking its highest paid talent to take a pay cut of 15% over the next 3 months. According to the New York Post, the network says this will help other employees keep their paychecks. The Post reports that Stephen A. Smith and a few others have already accepted. A man in Indiana says he briefly became a millionaire. The volunteer firefighter says he checked to see if he got his stimulus payment and his balance was over $8 million. When he called the bank, the mistake was fixed as the millions weren't there anymore. But he did get the stimulus payment he expected.
So close. In New York here, officials have acknowledged something that was already widely feared, that the death toll from this crisis is far higher than reported. 3,700 more fatalities have been added to an already staggering number. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is following these developments for us. Gabe, good morning.
Philip, here in New York State, daily hospitalizations and intubations are both down, suggesting the curve is flattening. But now we're learning that in New York City, the death toll appears to be higher than what we first thought.
At the nation's epicenter, a stunning spike. New York City abruptly increased its death toll by 3,700. City officials say the total is now more than 10,000 because they're now including people who'd never tested positive for COVID-19, but were presumed to have died from it. The virus is increasingly targeting the most vulnerable.
The percentage of loss of life is getting higher in the nursing homes.
Around the country, deaths at long-term care facilities are mounting. NBC News counts 4,300 across 27 states, almost double last week's number. There are heartbreaking reports in Massachusetts, Virginia, and New Jersey, leaving loved ones in limbo.
There's got to be more personal contact. These people are dying, and they're getting a letter. It's really sad.
And new hotspots are emerging from Indiana.
These people might walk in through the emergency department, and within an hour, they're on life support.
To Missouri.
I've been a nurse for 11 years, and I have to say this is something that I've never seen before.
To South Dakota, where the governor is resisting a stay-at-home order, despite one of the nation's largest pork processing plants shutting down after more than 400 workers got sick.
This plant would have been up and running because it is exempted as an essential business that is a part of our critical infrastructure plan.
In New York, the curve is flattening, but despite assurances that there's enough protective gear for medical workers, New York City officials are now asking sports teams for rain ponchos to use as makeshift surgical gowns for a health system still under incredible stress.
In the past 2 weeks, I've probably seen as much death as I've seen in the past 3 years. It's bad. It's really sad.
Dr. Angelo Messia is a third-year ER resident at St. Barnabas Hospital in the Bronx, where these refrigerated trailers act as temporary morgues.
You know, I feel like at this point, everybody we intubate is just, it's terminal. Like, it almost feels futile.
Among the lives lost, Bernie Rubin, the co-founder of an iconic New England furniture store chain. Abdul Ahad Wahab and his wife Tazroon both died from the virus outside Houston. They'd been married 53 years.
It was just so fast. I dropped my parents off at the ER, my dad on Friday and my mom on Saturday. And they not even a week in the hospital, they passed away.
The CDC says more than 9,000 healthcare workers have reported testing positive for COVID-19, likely an underestimation. Philip?
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Facing mounting questions over the administration's handling of the pandemic at home, President Trump is now pointing the finger at the World Health Organization. During last night's briefing, the president announced he's halting funding for the agency, accusing it of severely mismanaging and covering up the crisis.
It would have been so easy to be truthful. And so much death has been caused by their mistakes.
That is a striking new tone from February when the president praised the organization for, quote, working smart and very hard. Meanwhile, there's new debate over those much-needed stimulus checks. The Treasury Department confirmed last night in an unprecedented move the president's name will appear on the payments. For more, let's get to Capitol Hill correspondent Tracy Potts. Tracy, good morning.
Now, this is going to be a first, Francis, for the president's name to appear on these checks. And we're talking about the paper checks that people will start receiving in May, not the direct deposit that starts to hit bank accounts today. The Treasury Department says the president's name will not be a signature, but it will be on the left side in the memo section of the check. Critics accused the president of trying to take credit for those payments during an election year when it was actually Congress that approved the checks. President Trump, asked about this just a week and a half ago, denied that his name would be on the checks.
Me sign? No. There's millions of checks. I'm going to sign them? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign them? No.
I wish it were the only ego trip. It seems almost every day the president thinks this crisis revolves about him and his desires, his needs, his enemies.
Now, again, these are the paper checks that people without direct deposit will start getting in May. 80 million Americans will see their direct deposit, $1,200 or more, starting today. Francis?
In the race for 2020, Joe Biden is picking up his biggest endorsement yet. Like I was saying, in the race for 2020, Joe Biden is picking up his biggest endorsement yet.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made, and he became a close friend. And I believe Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now.
The backing from his former boss came just one day after another key endorsement for Biden from campaign rival Senator Bernie Sanders.
Senator Bernie Sanders sat down with Cardi B on Instagram Live for almost 20 minutes. The two talked about Sanders' endorsement of Joe Biden for president, as well as what Congress is working on during the coronavirus pandemic. Cardi B also joked with Sanders, saying his nails look very quarantine.
Ciara and her husband, Russell Wilson, are having a boy. The couple shared this precious moment on social media for their fans, friends, and family to experience while staying safe in quarantine. The Wilsons already have a daughter and a son. Looks like now Russell and future Zahir will get to add another player to the team.
All right. Great to see happiness any way we can get it these days. Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb with a look ahead midweek. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. Yeah, I love to see all that good news. Even though the weather is really not acting really great for the Northeast parts of the Central Plains. We were just talking about severe weather. Now we have transitioned to a cool down that's very dramatic. Right now you see satellite composite radar dealing with that moisture and rain and snow across the Northeast. We have freeze alerts that continue to stretch from the Southern Plains all the way into West Virginia. Temperatures today will be 10 to 30 degrees below average. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. So this is very strong cold front. We're going to see consecutive waves of rain and snow across the Ohio Valley. Will dry out by mid-afternoon, but a second wave from New York City to Philadelphia. Highs today, they're still lingering in the lower 50s. So finally over to the severe weather. That's great news, but winter's back.
Who knew? Wow. All right, Janessa, thank you.
A Wisconsin police officer is unharmed after narrowly avoiding a skidding vehicle while standing on the side of a highway. This dash cam footage here showing that car spinning out of control on the icy road, almost hitting the officer before he jumped out of the way.
Some of New Jersey's finest are gathering for a benefit concert to support the state's pandemic relief fund. At-home performances by Bruce Springsteen, SZA, Bon Jovi, Tony Bennett, and more will be broadcast on April 22nd on local TV and radio.
Our parent company, NBC Universal, is officially entering the streaming wars with the launch of Peacock. It'll be available today to Comcast Infinity and Flex customers all over the country.
While the number of U.S. coronavirus cases and deaths continues to climb, one state has already created a blueprint to reopen. This as President Trump is getting pushback after saying he calls the shots and will decide when to reopen the country. NBC's Tom Costello has the latest.
With California announcing a record 71 deaths in one day, the governor said it will take time to ease these stay-at-home restrictions.
This phase is one where science, where public health, not politics, must be the guide.
Governor Newsom announcing 6 steps in what could be a blueprint for the nation, including community testing and isolating those who are positive or exposed, preventing infection in those who are at risk, preparing hospitals to handle a surge of patients, therapeutic drugs to meet demand, and social distancing at schools and businesses.
You may be having dinner with a waiter wearing gloves, maybe a face mask, dinner where your temperature is checked before you walk in to the establishment.
Newsom among the governors asserting their own independence after President Trump said he alone had total authority.
The President of the United States has the authority to do what the President has the authority to do, which is very powerful. The President of the United States calls the shots.
The president insisting he, not the governors, will decide when to reopen states.
When somebody's the President of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be.
Those comments touching off dissent.
His proclamation is that he would be king. That's what a king is. A king has total authority.
And disagreement, including from some Republicans.
Governors made decisions to take various actions in their states based on what they thought was right for their state.
Several regional state governors quickly announced they would coordinate with each other. In the Northeast, New York and 6 other states say the goal is to ease social isolation without triggering renewed spread. In the West, Washington, Oregon, and California have announced their own council. Even conservative constitutional law scholars say the president is simply wrong.
I have no idea what he is talking about. No clue. The Constitution does not give the president the power to instruct states what to do, and Congress has not given the president the power to instruct states what to do. The president simply lacks the authority here.
By midday, the president and several governors were talking about cooperation and reopening the economy.
I'm going to be making a decision pretty quickly, and it's being done in conjunction with governors.
I put my hand out in total partnership and cooperation with the president.
California is the country's biggest economy, so the decisions it makes could affect how other states try to restart their economies. The governor, though, says there will not be a new normal until there is widespread immunity and a vaccine. Francis?
All right, Tom Costello for us. Thanks.
Hey there, it's me, Louie. I just wanted to say...
Can you help Elma make a pillow for us, please?
Just a second, Elma. I'll be right there, son. You know, it is wonderful to get to spend so much time with our children, but can also be a bit overwhelming.
Amen, Elmo's dad. This new Sesame Street PSA has Louie, Elmo's dad, telling fellow parents to take some time for themselves. He suggests listening to your favorite song, stretching, or just taking a moment to breathe. Anything to kind of bring some zen in our crazy world these days.
Good advice from a character I never knew existed. Louie, Elmo's dad. All right, the FDA has cleared the first saliva test to help diagnose COVID-19, and it is far, far less invasive than the current swab methods that are being used. It was developed at Rutgers University, and the new approach requires a person to spit several times into a tube, which is then sent to a lab for testing. The new test could reduce risks of infection for healthcare workers and will initially be offered through hospitals associated with the university.
Between canceled flights and travel restrictions due to the coronavirus pandemic, many airports across the country continue to operate at a lower capacity, which has left many flights nearly empty and most planes unused. This is a look at Dulles International Airport in Virginia, where over a dozen United planes could be seen just sitting on the tarmac.
Alex Trebek is telling his story in an inspiring new memoir. The Jeopardy host has announced that his upcoming autobiography titled The Answer Is, Reflections on My Life will be released on July 21st. In addition to detailing his cancer battle, Trebek writes about his marriage, success, and spirituality. The 79-year-old says he was so moved by the support he received after his diagnosis that he decided to share his story.
Hi, everyone. We continue to watch our growth rate by region for COVID-19, and we saw a slight uptick yesterday. We saw some consistency for Saturday, Sunday to Monday, but we're thinking some of our stats and our data are coming and lagging behind. So that's why we saw a 5% instead of a 2% increase yesterday. Still, the heightened areas continue to be the Northeast and also the South. Francis Phillip.
Janessa, thank you. We are back with a special performance Sheryl Crow did just for NBC News, a new song and a tribute to all those keeping us safe.
I want to play you guys a song called Flying Blind that I wrote with Chris Stapleton and recently recorded with James Taylor. Yeah, I just dropped 2 names. Tells you when you're young that life is full of questions and there aren't that many answers. But I've come to believe that sometimes yes or no depends on circumstances. promises. Every morning I wake up, staring into my coffee cup, never knowing what I'll find. Every day's a brand new day, I'm just trying to find a way to leave the other ones behind. And I'm flying blind, I got no net to catch me when I fall. And I'm fine, 'cause I am only human after all. Now and then I find myself back against the wall, with everything in front of me that I can't see at all. And I'm flying blind, I got no net to catch me when I fall. And I don't mind, 'cause I am only human after all.
Wow. Our thanks to Sheryl Crow for that. One of the silver linings in this pandemic, I think, is a renewed appreciation for the first responders and the healthcare workers. You know, it was never the movie stars or the athletes that were the heroes in our society, right? It was the ones that were keeping us safe and healthy.
And it's great being able to hear the sounds and music. You know, now spreading that word too, and then the images so powerful as well.
Yeah.
We thank you for waking up with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Keep it right here. The more news is straight ahead. Also, this weekend, join Jimmy Fallon and others.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
The coronavirus has claimed nearly 30,000 lives in the United States, and now President Trump is halting funds to the World Health Organization, accusing it of covering up China's coronavirus outbreak.
And then we'll take you inside the testing crisis, where long lines persist, a process that's essential before anyone can get back to business.
And meet the 99-year-old World War II veteran who managed to beat coronavirus. Early Today starts right now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The president has changed his stance, now pledging to cooperate with governors in reopening the country. It is Wednesday, and here's what you need to know. The number of Americans with coronavirus has now surpassed 608,000 as the fatalities near the 30,000 mark. In New York, the death toll spiked by more than 3,700 after the state included people who had never tested positive for the virus but were presumed to have died from it.
Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, residents with coronavirus symptoms will now be able to book a same-day or next-day appointment. Mayor Eric Garcetti says it is all thanks to increased testing. And after being crippled by the pandemic, major U.S. airlines are getting a $25 billion bailout. Carriers have grounded hundreds of jetliners because of the stay-at-home orders.
And comedian Amy Schumer has donated 2,500 masks to staff at Mount Sinai South Nassau. That is where her best friend works. Schumer teamed up with the Real Housewives star Bethany Frankel to make that donation possible. The staff got to thank her via FaceTime. MLB employees will now be the subjects of a major coronavirus study. Nearly 10,000 workers will take part in a COVID-19 antibody study. Researchers will analyze how the virus spreads. It is the first national study of its kind.
3 Southern California churches are suing Governor Gavin Newsom and local officials for banning religious gatherings. The pastors of the churches in Riverside and San Bernardino counties claim religious services should be deemed essential because they are important to the spiritual health of the congregation. The governor has not commented. GM will start delivering its first batch of ventilators this week. Production is ahead of schedule. They partnered with the medical company Ventec Life Systems with a goal of producing more than 6,000 ventilators by June 1st.
A mall in Nebraska is planning to reopen despite the pandemic. The Nebraska Crossing Outlets is planning a soft open on April 24th. During the same time, officials there predict that the virus is supposed to be hitting its peak. And Walmart is now adding curbside pickup for high-risk shoppers. From 7 to 8 a.m., shoppers over 60 and those with disabilities will be able to pick up their groceries without stepping into the store. This service will also be extended to emergency workers.
Turning now to the enormous challenge of reopening the country. President Trump is talking about reopening sections of it within weeks, but a number of governors say that's not his decision. Here's NBC's Susan McGinnis.
In Raleigh, North Carolina, protesters anxious to get their lives back, demanding an end to stay-at-home orders. And at the White House, President Trump expressing similar sentiments, announcing some states may be reopening before his own target date of May 1st.
We're going to pick a date. We're going to get a date that's good, but it's going to be very, very soon, sooner than the end of the month.
Declaring on Monday that his presidential power is absolute, he seemed to backtrack and acknowledge individual states have the power to reopen or not.
And the governors are going to come out at a time when they're ready. Some can come out very, very shortly.
But with a warning.
Governors are going to do a good job, and if they don't do a good job, we're going to come down on them very hard. We'll have no other choice.
East and West Coast governors already forming regional alliances and talking about what their cities will look like when they reopen.
You may be having dinner with a waiter wearing gloves, maybe a face mask.
Though testing will be the key to safely reopening, President Trump leaving that up to the states. And just like there was eBay-style bidding wars for medical supplies, now test kits are a hot commodity.
Really painful lessons was all this crazy competing by states and cities for medical equipment. We're going to do that again?
Also, as the president applauded his own response to the pandemic, he blamed the World Health Organization for mishandling it and announced the U.S. will cut off funding pending an investigation. Susan McGinnis, NBC News, Washington.
In a controversial first, the president's name will appear on those much-needed stimulus checks. The Treasury Department has confirmed that while it's not a signature, Mr. Trump's name is on the left side of the payment in the memo section. For more on this, we go now to our Capitol Hill correspondent, Tracy Potts. Hi, Tracy. Good morning.
So this is a first. And again, we're talking about those paper checks that people will get starting in May, not the direct deposits today. But after President Trump originally said that he wouldn't be signing the checks, the Treasury Department did confirm that, no, he won't sign the checks, but his name will be on these checks on the left side in the memo section. Now, critics of President Trump accuse him of trying to take advantage of these payments during an election year to take credit for people getting getting these payments when it was actually Congress that authorized them. But asked just a week and a half ago whether his name should be on the checks, whether he'd sign off, the president said no.
For me, sign no. There's millions of checks. I'm going to sign them? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign them? No.
I wish it were the only ego trip. It seems almost every day the president thinks this crisis revolves about him and his desires, his needs, his enemies.
So here's the timeline again for those $1,200 stimulus checks. Some people will get more if they're married, if they have kids. Some will get less depending on their income. But 80 million Americans should see those payments or some version of them hit their accounts today. If you have Social Security, SSDI, those payments will go out later this month. And again, the paper checks are expected to start rolling out in early May. Back to you.
Much needed relief. A lot of people hitting the refresh button this morning. All right, Tracy, thank you.
With no cure yet for the coronavirus and millions of Americans out of work due to national lockdowns, experts say the country needs to ramp up virus testing before reopening. According to the COVID Tracking Project, roughly 150,000 people are tested every day, but some say that's not near enough to collect data needed to begin lifting safety measures. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
Some health experts say we need millions of tests a week. Some say millions a day before enough data is collected to begin letting people back out. But as some lines for drive-through testing just get longer, there is agreement on one thing. The country is not testing nearly enough.
We have to develop that widespread testing capacity.
According to the COVID Tracking Project, roughly 150,000 people are tested every day.
Widespread diagnostics are the key. So let's keep pushing that forward to the point where anyone who needs to get a test in the country can get it that same day.
So what is standing in the way? Supply shortages, including the testing kits and nasal swabs. Infrastructure shortages, not enough machines and labs to run the tests. And there aren't enough people, from those who administer the tests to those who process them. Right now, there are an untold number of Americans suffering from COVID-like symptoms who simply can't get tested. Sometimes it takes money. Cersei Farrell struggled for days to get a test. In the end, a relative loaned her $225 to go to a private clinic.
Soon as the doctor called and said, hey, I have a patient, she's got all the symptoms, we need to get her tested, I should have been tested.
Widespread testing is just part of the equation. Getting a handle on transmission requires knowing who has it and who they exposed. Those at risk, including anyone who came within roughly 6 feet of someone with COVID-19, would have to self-isolate for 14 days. Massachusetts is hiring 1,000 contact tracers as part of a new program.
What we want to do on the offensive is find. Even if people aren't very sick, find them so that they don't infect their family members or their other close contacts.
But health departments don't have the staff needed to handle programs on this scale.
We need something on the order of 100,000 people working on this effort in the coming year.
Apple and Google announced new technology that could help. Phones ping other phones around them with their location. People who contract the virus report their diagnosis to the app, and anyone who came close to them is notified. But that raises another concern: privacy. And finally, the problem of enforcement.
Is there a sense that people have enough social responsibility to self-isolate without being compelled to self-isolate?
We believe that is the case in this country, that most people, the vast majority of people, would willingly isolate themselves.
All of this while the world awaits a vaccine and faces the reality that even with one, our lives will never be the same. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
As the coronavirus continues to spread around the globe, now approaching 2 million infections, some parts of Europe are slowly lifting their COVID-19 restrictions in areas where cases are starting to level off. This, as a UK advisor expects Britain's virus death curve to continue to rise this week. For the latest on the global response to the coronavirus outbreak, we bring in Chapman Bell, live for us in London. Hi, Chapman. Good morning.
Morning, Philip. Yeah, the medical director of the National Health Service here says the main strategy of combating the virus, that social distancing, needs to continue, but there's increasing evidence it's working, and there are hopes that infection rates, hospitalizations, as well as deaths will plateau and then begin to decline. The government here also addressing a report that the economy could shrink by 35% in one scenario in the second quarter, but they say while tough times are ahead, that it will bounce back. Meanwhile, though, France has seen a reduction of cases in the ICU, but the French President Macron says it's still not under control and restrictions will continue. It's 1 year, Philip, since that fire at Notre Dame Cathedral. Works there have been postponed, and now it seems another French icon is facing postponement, and that is the Tour de France. This all while countries such as Spain, Austria, and now Denmark are relaxing restrictions in the country, though there is some anxiety in the country and within the international community that these relaxing of restrictions could be too soon, as we've seen an uptick in some cases in some Asian countries like China. Philip?
All right, Chapman Bell joining us from London this morning. Chapman, thank you. Wow, that fire at Notre Dame, that feels like 5 years ago.
With everything that's happened, week by week, it feels like everything that's happened now. All right, let's get a check of our weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb with some winter weather for some areas in mid-April.
Yeah, we were just talking about a 2-day severe weather outbreak across the deep south into the mid-Atlantic. This is that same cold front that is making its way across the Northeast right now. And we're seeing a quick burst of that rain and snow mixture. Look at how the game has changed. 54 million under winter weather alerts with freeze watches, warning advisories in place. We are going to see temperatures that are about 10 to about 30 degrees below average for this time of year. So the AM rain will continue for the Northeast with that second wave entering by early evening. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. So this is very strong cold front. Fargo, 37 degrees. Duluth in the mid-30s with the feel-like temperature below the freezing mark. We're back in the mid-50s for New York City to Boston this afternoon. So great news that we're over the severe weather, but here comes winter once again.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. It is fine. We can save all the warm weather from when we can go outside, right?
Perspective, right?
And use it.
All perspective.
Thanks, Janessa.
What I am also trying to do right now, Claudia, is to work with Joe to see that he becomes a more progressive candidate. Right?
Senator Bernie Sanders sat down with Cardi B on Instagram Live for almost 20 minutes. The two talked about Sanders' endorsement of Joe Biden for president, as well as what Congress is working on during the coronavirus pandemic. Cardi also joked with Sanders, saying that his nails look very quarantined because they did a little nail comparison during their chat as well.
I love them two together. You know what? If they weren't so busy and had other jobs,
they need a show.
Their show would be widely watched.
Yep.
And in the race for 2020, Joe Biden is picking up his biggest endorsement yet. Former President Barack Obama backed his former vice president, saying that Biden has all the qualities we need in a president right now. NBC's Peter Alexander has more.
President Obama, after sitting out the Democratic primary campaign, breaking his silence.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made.
The former president casting his close friend as the right person to lead the country through the coronavirus crisis.
Joe helped me manage H1N1 and prevent the Ebola epidemic from becoming the type of pandemic we're seeing now.
The contrast to the current commander-in-chief, unmistakable.
The Republicans occupying the White House and running the U.S. Senate are not interested in progress. They're interested in power.
It comes a day after Biden won Bernie Sanders' backing. Sanders telling the AP it would be irresponsible for his loyalists not to support Biden. But the former vice president still faces a challenge drawing young people and progressives, a vulnerability his allies hope former President Obama can help address.
We have to look to the future. Bernie understands that, and Joe understands that.
Biden's regularly touted their relationship.
I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand.
The president's re-election campaign dismissing the endorsement, saying Obama has no other choice but to support Biden. President Trump will destroy him. Biden now hoping Obama's popularity that has not always translated to votes for others will benefit him this fall. Peter Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
This Saturday, join Jimmy Fallon and his late-night counterparts for an all-star special to celebrate the heroic efforts of frontline workers and support the global fight to end COVID-19. It airs Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC.
Developing overnight, the news that President Trump is halting U.S. funding of the World Health Organization. Reaction exploding around the globe. Here with more from London is CNBC's Juliana Tettelbaum. Good morning, Juliana.
Good morning, Francis.
In just the last few weeks, and money's running out. Whatever savings people have is running low. A lot of people already have run out of money. And yes, there's some help that's coming in. We all appreciate that for sure, but we all know it's not enough to sustain people. So for more and more New Yorkers, we're hearing this all the time, people are literally asking, where's my next meal coming from? That's something painful to consider in the greatest city in the world, but it's what's happening. More and more people are experiencing that kind of insecurity. That's one of the most basic, and particularly for families, parents worrying about how they're going to feed their children. That's a reality that's now gotten sharper and sharper. So I want to affirm to everyone out there who is feeling that fear, to everyone who's dealing with this problem, even if they couldn't have imagined just weeks ago they'd be dealing with it, here is the simple mission of your city government, and I pledged you, I'm very confident in making this pledge, we will not allow any New Yorker to go hungry. This is not only a mission we are devoted to because it is the right thing to do, it is the moral thing to do, we must do it. And we must do it as your city government, we must do it working with all those at the community level who for years and years have helped to make sure that people are fed, the food banks, the soup kitchens, the houses of worship, the nonprofit organizations. So many people have been devoted to making sure that New Yorkers had enough to eat. We're going to need them more than ever. We're going to help them more than ever. But the city government's going to take the lead because we will not allow anyone to go hungry. Now, yesterday I was out in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and I saw something moving and remarkable, but also it was a warning sign. I was with the wonderful people who are part of the Campaign Against Hunger. It's an organization that's been around for decades, started at the grassroots to feed people, help people. I want to thank Dr. Melanie Samuels and her whole team, devoted people from the community who keep coming out, and they know that they're taking a risk doing it, but they keep coming out with the proper protection on to feed the residents of their community who need help. Melanie told me that even just a few weeks ago, typically 250 families per day would come to their food pantry to get help. She said now it's more like 500 families a day, doubled in just a few weeks. And this is just the beginning, because when we look at this coronavirus crisis, we understand we're trying to make sense of something brand new, a disease that didn't even exist for human beings 6 months ago. But we're also trying to understand the huge negative impact it's had on the rest of our lives. And we know when it comes to something like unemployment, the effects get felt more deeply week after week. It doesn't all happen at once. It actually gets tougher as we go along. So I think what's coming up is going to be even more of a challenge, and that's why we're preparing right now to feed everyone. And as you hear this presentation from me today and from our new food czar, Catherine Garcia, I hope everyone listening will understand, literally, we will not let anyone go hungry. And if anybody in your life needs food, we will get it to them. We have to make sure that word is spread. We have to make sure that no one thinks they're alone. We will not let anyone go without food. We need to make sure everyone gets that message. Now, I was in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, but this challenge is literally in every neighborhood. Because if you have no money, how do you get food? And we know that the massive unemployment that we're experiencing is literally every zip code, every part of the city. So whoever you are, wherever you are, if you need food, we're here for you. And there should be no shame. I want to emphasize this. There's no one's fault that we're dealing with this horrible crisis. Anyone needs food, we're here for you. You don't have to think twice. Of course it's for free. Just pick up the phone or go online. And if you need information, you can go to nyc.gov/getfood. You can call 311. You can find all the places, all the ways we'll get you food. Please do not hesitate and spread the word to everyone you know. Now, this is an unprecedented moment. This is something beyond even our imagination in some ways, but we have to fight back. That's what New Yorkers do. We're going to find a way. Yesterday, I talked about the amazing work that's being done right here in our own city to do what our nation's not been able to do, to create our own test kits, to create our own PPEs. That's the New York City way. If no one else is finding a way, we'll find a way ourselves. We'll take care of ourselves. We'll support each other. Well, this is the same idea. We are dealing with an unprecedented challenge in terms of people needing food, so we're going to create an unprecedented response. Today, I'm announcing a $170 million initiative to make sure every New Yorker gets what they need and no New Yorker goes hungry. Now, thank God we have a strong foundation to build on. All those food pantries and soup kitchens, all the amazing organizations out there that have been doing work all over the city for years and years. Meals on Wheels, all the things that we know that are part of the compassionate approach that we take as New Yorkers to those in need. We'll be building on all of that, and we will be adding many new components because the situation we're in now calls for a whole different strategy and approach, and one that will grow with every passing week. So, let's talk about the sheer scale. Before this crisis, before we ever heard of coronavirus, there were about 1.2 million New Yorkers who were food insecure, who didn't regularly have the ability to get all the food they needed. And that very, very painfully included about 1 in every 5 children in this city. This crisis is now adding to that number of people who are food insecure every day, because literally people are running out of money every single day. So we expect it to grow. And yeah, there is some relief coming, and we're happy for sure to see the relief that's coming from the stimulus, from the unemployment benefits. This is all very, very important. But we know not everyone's going to get that money right away. We know there's a lot of red tape that some people have to navigate. We know there'll be time lags. We know some people don't qualify. And whether that's fair or not, we know there are lots of people in the city who will never get that kind of support. And I would say it's not fair, but it's the reality. So we know that the food crisis will grow. And that's why we have to do something different. So I'm going to talk to you about 4 things that will be the essence of how we go about this new strategy. And then you'll hear from our food czar, who will go over more of the details. So first, this has to be done on a grand scale, a really massive scale, to reach everyone who needs it and even more people up ahead. Since March 16th, when we really got in the thick of this crisis, there have been 4.5 million meals served to New Yorkers through all of these approaches we're now taking, and that's just a beginning. We're scaling this up very fast. You know, we've talked about the operation through our school sites. We've talked about what our senior centers are doing, so the Department of Education, Department for the Aging. We've talked about the operation that's been set up through emergency management led by our food czar. All of these efforts together during the month of April will account for 10 million meals being provided to New Yorkers who need them, all for free. Now, I don't like having to tell you that number because it says how big the problem is, but it also says how big our response is. That's April. We're ready to do even more in May. So the second piece of the equation is making sure that as we're providing food, we're also putting people to work, because so many people need a paycheck. So many people want to help. So 3 weeks ago, we launched emergency deliveries. And this means getting food to people who can't get out, who literally can't get out physically. Maybe they're disabled, or seniors who can't get out and get food and don't have anyone to get it for them. Folks who are scared to go out because they have one of those pre-existing conditions or they're immunocompromised. A lot of our residents in public housing, a lot of people who, if they don't get a delivery, it's not clear if they're going to get food. What we've done is we've reached out to drivers in the for-hire vehicle industry, so many of whom have seen their livelihoods upended by this crisis. We've now registered 11,000 drivers who are TLC licensed, Taxi and Limousine Commission licensed. And they are all taking on shifts to deliver food directly to people in the greatest need, who can't get out of their house, who need that delivery right to their door. These drivers are doing that, helping us feed people. They're being paid by the shift, so they're getting money back in their pockets to feed their families in turn. This is something that's going to have a huge positive effect on the people doing the work, but even more, they're doing something absolutely crucial to help the most vulnerable amongst us. Third point, we have to make sure, knowing that, as I said, in April, we think we will have served 10 million meals by the end of April. That's going to go up in May. It's easily going to be somewhere between 10 million and 15 million meals in May at the rate we're going. We have to make sure there's enough food to ensure we can make those deliveries, keep our food supply strong and stable. Even a small disruption in the food supply would have a huge negative effect on New Yorkers. We won't let that happen. So, in our $170 million plan is a $50 million investment in an emergency food reserve for New York City. This will allow us to purchase and store 18 million shelf-stable meals. This means we'll have a fail-safe. We'll have a reserve that's just for New York City to protect us no matter what else happens. 18 million meals ready at all times. Keeping that in reserve while continuing all our regular programs to feed New Yorkers. But it's important to have that backstop so we can keep everyone safe. And then fourth, protecting the people who we depend on for so many other millions of New Yorkers to get their food. That's our grocery store workers, our supermarket workers. I want to just say thank you to them first. You know, they are among the groups of unsung heroes in this fight. We talk, and we rightfully talk, about the heroism of our healthcare workers, our first responders. They've been absolutely amazing, battling through this crisis, keeping the health system going, keeping us safe. But let's give a lot of appreciation, a lot of respect to the people who make sure we get fed. Those grocery store workers, those supermarket workers, they get up every day, they go to work. It's a tough job. We need them, and they keep coming through for us. So first of all, anytime you go to the supermarket, you go to grocery, please say thank you to them, because it's not easy for them or their families. We appreciate them. But also, remember, this is not what they expected. These are folks just trying to make a living for their families. They did not expect to be on the front lines of an international crisis. But they're acting with the same resolve and the same spirit as all our other heroes. Now, we have to protect them. So we've been working with the different companies, supermarket companies and the grocery stores, to make sure that their workers get the PPEs they need of one kind or another. There's all different kinds of PPEs. Different kinds are needed for different situations. We're working to make sure those supplies continue to get to those supermarket workers and grocery workers so they can be safe and confident. And finally, want to mention in this category, we're giving some new guidance today. And it's about when you go to the store, when you go shopping for food, what makes sense to do. So I'm giving the guidance to all supermarkets and groceries. Require customers to wear face coverings when they come in. Put up a sign at the entrance around the store, making clear that that's the right way to do things, and that's a requirement of your particular store. That is legal and appropriate. The city will back you up. This will help everyone to remember when they're in that kind of space, it's so important to protect each other, to protect the whole community. That face covering is a smart thing to do. Every store has the right to put up that guidance and make it a requirement in terms of entry into the store. And anybody who will not, any customer who says, no, I refuse, should not be allowed in. And again, we will back up those stores. We will help you to enforce the rules. You have a right to have those rules in place. It's the smart thing to do for the health of all New Yorkers, and the city of New York will back you up. We need to keep each other safe. We need to keep these grocery and supermarket workers safe so they can keep serving us. This is the smart thing to do. So that's the big picture, and I think you hear throughout that big picture our resolute commitment to feed all New Yorkers. And to make sure it happens, I turn to one of our most effective public servants. Time and again, she has delivered for New York City as our sanitation commissioner throughout all the challenges the city has faced, including the biggest blizzard in the history of New York City on her watch. And we came through, and thank you to all our sanitation workers. That was one of their finest hours, and right now is one of their finest hours now, keeping the city going, keeping it clean in the midst of this crisis. But her leadership there was outstanding. She did an amazing job addressing the lead issues and helping to create a plan to keep all of our children safe in a way that's unprecedented, and that's having a huge impact. Time and again, she's answered the call, and now she's doing it again as our food czar. My pleasure to introduce Commissioner Catherine Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my pleasure to serve New Yorkers in this capacity. We are facing a difficult but important challenge right now, feeding New Yorkers and also maintaining our supply chain in a rapidly changing environment. And I really want to get right to the details. So as many of you know, we stood up the grab-and-go meals at the Department of Education. Over 3 million meals have been served at those schools, and they are now serving over 250,000 meals daily. I want to really say thank you for the folks at DOE who have stood this up. They've been amazing. But this is serving all New Yorkers, students, families, adults. We are also continuing to do senior meal deliveries. Over 300,000 meals have been delivered, and they are now serving 250,000 meals daily, serving seniors who were eating at Department for the Aging senior centers. As the mayor mentioned, we stood up the Get Food portal, and we are giving emergency food delivery to the most vulnerable New Yorkers. And this has been a great partnership with TLC and all of the TLC drivers who have made sure that they are showing up to get those deliveries done. And so it's boosting earnings, but it is also serving an absolutely critical purpose in terms of making sure that there are meals available for these populations. So we have delivered in the last 3 weeks over 1 million meals to the most vulnerable, and we will continue serving 100,000 daily and growing. And our primary focus is on seniors, NYCHA, the medically fragile, and anyone else who is vulnerable. As the mayor mentioned, we are building an emergency food reserve. I want to make sure that New Yorkers are clear. Our supply chain is stable. I know that many of you have seen items on store shelves not there. The supply chain is adjusting to what we decided to buy that was very, very different than what we had ever bought before. And so it is rapidly adjusting to this new reality. So we are ramping up the food supply to make sure that we can take care of the most vulnerable. So we have $50 million invested, and we will be purchasing 18 million shelf-stable meals, which means that they will last, to protect New Yorkers from any temporary disruption. As I mentioned that we are taking steps to secure the food supply, It also is really critical that our essential grocery store workers are protected, coordinating their non-PPE to make sure that they had the protective equipment that they needed, making sure that we were issuing social guidelines and making sure that people are following them. And then today, talking about the fact that we really will support grocery stores who require their customers to wear a face covering. So again, I think that this is another group of unsung heroes. I will echo what the mayor said. They have been doing amazing work. We are also focused on the fact that we need to prevent store closures. One of the challenges that this industry is having, as are all of us, is that people have been sick or people have been afraid. And so we are connecting these grocery stores with our small business services to give them wraparound service and connect those who are newly unemployed with opportunities in this sector. So as the mayor also mentioned, we want to make sure we are supporting our first line of defense, which is the 800 plus food pantries and soup kitchens who have converted to takeaway. So we have put $25 million in, and this is $25 million that is meant to be more flexible than funding for these establishments has been in the past. This means that they can use it for staffing, they can use it for equipment, or they can use it for food. So we want to make sure that that is turned around very, very quickly. This was a partnership that we did with the City Council. I want to thank the Speaker for the work that he did advocating for this. But there also are large other parts of the puzzle that we are putting together. The Donate NYC app links small and large in-kind donations to pantries, and now we are seeing about 20,000 pounds move through that portal daily. We have moved city staff to support our pantries who are short on volunteers. Many were supported by volunteers who were older, and obviously they should isolate and stay at home. And we continue to recruit volunteers through city service. In the next phase of our emergency delivery program, we're going to concentrate on registering entire buildings, senior affordable housing buildings, senior NYCHA buildings, and other nonprofit buildings, because we know that that is where the most vulnerable will be. And also making sure that we are using a casework style with other social services to directly enroll New Yorkers, because it will give us an opportunity not only to make sure they're getting food, but making sure that we're addressing any other needs that they might have. So for those of you who might know, about 90% of all of New York City's food comes in by truck. We want to make sure we are supporting the long-haul truck drivers across the country who come here and are delivering our food. And we have stood up 2 rest areas, one in Staten Island and one in Hunts Point, to make sure that they can get the rest they need after their long-haul drive. We need to be partners, though. So federal food aid will be critical going forward. Having the amount of benefits that SNAP provides, which was formerly the food stamp program, to make sure that we're maximizing that benefit and getting that funding into people's hands. There also are 2 additional programs that are available. One is called PSNAP, Pandemic SNAP, and our state application is before the federal government. We look forward to having that approved, which will also put funding into families' hands. And then DSNAP, which is disaster food relief, which would require a federal declaration of disaster, but we know that our congressional delegation has been advocating for that. So we think that those will be key pieces of the puzzle as we move forward into the summer and the fall. We have a lot of work to do, but as the mayor said, we will not let any New Yorkers go hungry. We will not compound the tragedy of the pandemic with the tragedy of hunger. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Commissioner. And thank you for all you're doing on your team. This is the plan. Just want everyone to see it. It'll be available online today, nyc.gov. But this plan summarizes the ways we're going to make sure everyone gets the food they need. Now, this brings us to the bigger picture again, which is if we're going to make sure that we work our way back to something normal, it's going to take a lot of work, but we can do it. New Yorkers have proven what an impact you can make. And if we want to get people back to work, if we want to restart people's livelihoods, if we want people to have more and more money so they can afford food again, we have to get this part right. We have to get the social distancing right. We have to get the shelter in place right. We have to keep doing what we're doing. In fact, double down on it, tighten it up every way we can to keep ensuring that we get out of this current phase. So right now, again, we're in this widespread transmission of the coronavirus. None of us wants to stay in this reality. We got to work our way to the next reality, low-level transmission. And what we've said is back to these three key indicators. When we can get the three indicators that I'll talk about now to all go down in unison, all in the right direction together, for 10 days to 14 days, that's when we'll be able to talk about some other changes we can make, hopefully a little bit of loosening of restrictions. But if we can't get them to go down together, it will tell us a lot. It'll tell us that we have to stay tough and also make sure in some cases that there are things we do even better. So let's keep talking every day about these numbers and what they mean, and we'll, again, always post them publicly so all New Yorkers can follow along together. So today we have a mixed bag. The first day, things were moving in the right direction. The second day, not so much. Today we have a mixed bag. And again, don't get discouraged because it's going to not be a perfect, clean line the way forward. There'll be good days and bad days, but we got to get to the point where we string together a bunch of good days so we can get to the next phase. Here's what we have today. First indicator, daily number of people admitted to hospitals for suspected COVID-19 cases. And again, this is a 2-day lag in the data. So on April 12th, that number was 326. On April 13th, it went to 370. Unfortunately, that number went up. On the second indicator, daily number of people in ICUs across our public hospitals for suspected COVID-19 cases. Again, unfortunately, this number has gone up from 850 to 868. On the third category, the numbers have gone in the good direction. When it comes to testing positive for COVID-19, the percentage of people who tested positive, this went down. April 12th, 60%, April 13th, 53%. So that's a good sign. The Public Health Lab, the specific tests they do on some of the folks with the toughest conditions. April 12th, 84% went down. April 13th to 76%. That's going in the right direction. So, mixed bag today. This will be a day-by-day fight. But the fact that we can show you every day that there continue to be signs of progress, these indicators and others, is a testament to what all of you have done. And it's just a reminder, keep doing it. Don't let up on the gas. Hang tough with these standards, with these restrictions, with these approaches, because they're working. Now, I talked about how New Yorkers were all helping ourselves and New Yorkers doing amazing things to create what we need to protect ourselves. And I thank everyone who's a part of those efforts. But I also want to always note when we get help from outside, and a lot of people care deeply about New York City and are stepping up. I mentioned Apple. I talked to the CEO, Tim Cook, again, and they've been amazing getting us the iPads we needed for distance learning for our kids. But Tim said they wanted to go farther and they wanted to help New York City directly with PPEs. And so not only did he say he'd get us what we needed, but he got it to us in 24 hours, which is deeply appreciated. 100,095 masks, 127,000 face shields. That's one of the items we needed the most this week, those face shields. So great effort by everyone at Apple. Thank you, Tim Cook. We really, really appreciate this donation to New York City. And I want to thank my predecessor, Michael Bloomberg. We're really appreciative that Bloomberg Philanthropies made a $6 million donation to World Central Kitchen, specifically to provide meals for our extraordinary healthcare workers in our public hospitals who have gone through so much, who have borne the brunt. Great donation to help make sure that our heroes have the food they need, and it also shows, real appreciation and support for them at the same time. So thanks, Mike. That really helps a lot. I'll wrap up, and then, of course, a few words in Spanish before we take questions from the media. But when you look at this plan, here's the bottom line. You look at this plan, one, I want all New Yorkers to recognize that Catherine and her team and all the folks who are doing this work at all the agencies, they are resolute. They are not giving up, and they've created a plan to feed people on a huge scale that few cities have ever attempted in history. This is something really powerful, and I commend them all. But it comes down to that basic promise. We are going to feed every New Yorker. We're not going to let anyone fall through the cracks. We have to do it. It's the right thing to do, and we will do it. Quick few words in Spanish to summarize. Este virus no solo está cobrando vidas, está afectando nuestra forma de vivir. Y muchos se preguntan de dónde vendrá su próxima comida. Si necesita comida, nuestra ciudad le dará de comer. Tenemos una misión simple. En la ciudad de Nueva York, nadie pasará hambre. With that, we will turn to our colleagues in the media. Please let me know the name and outlet of each reporter.
And just a quick reminder to folks, we have Dr. Barbeau and Commissioner Garcia in the blue room and Dr. Daskalakis on the phone. And first up is Mark from CNN. Mark?
Hey, everybody. How you doing today?
Hey, Mark.
So I had a couple of questions about the data from the weekly report. I was hoping you could clear up or just add some more context to a couple of these numbers. The first was the almost 60% of the probable deaths that happened in the hospital in the ER. And the other one was any type of the distinction between the home fatalities and the ones that were classified under DOA/other.
Thank you. And look, I'll turn to our health experts and just say this is, you look at these numbers, and again, a reminder, it's human beings, it's families, and it's tragic. And we thought it was very important to portray this larger reality as more and more information was coming in. And I just want everyone to remember it's another one of those sobering moments, understanding the sheer totality of what's been thrown at us and what we're fighting our way through. But let me turn to Dr. Barbeau and Dr. Daskalakis to answer your specific questions.
So I want to begin by echoing the mayor's sentiments in terms of really the sheer magnitude of the loss that we're experiencing as a city and the importance that there is in ensuring that we make sure every New Yorker is counted who has been taken by this vicious virus. And so what you'll see in the data that we have on our website is that the number of individuals who have died because of probable COVID really is in many ways reflective of what we have been directing New Yorkers to do. The vast majority have been diagnosed in hospitals and emergency departments, but we do see a significant number of individuals who are dying outside of hospitals and emergency departments. And so the way in which these deaths are categorized is by grouping where the location has been determined either by the Office of the Medical Examiner or the funeral director or whoever the person was that registered the death. And so that's how we have categorized them.
Dimitri, anything to add, or did we cover it? Okay, guess we covered it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Juliet from 1010 Wins. Juliet? Juliet,
yes,
can you hear?
hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good to talk to you.
Good morning, Juliet.
Hi. So this is my question. There are clusters and encampments of homeless on the street. Is this considered a public health issue, and should they be removed for health reasons?
First of all, Juliet, we do not allow encampments in New York City. I want to be very blunt about this and make sure no one misunderstands. For several decades, somehow encampments of homeless people were tolerated, meaning literally homeless people created like little villages Sometimes it was on railroad tracks or, deep in parks or industrial areas, and set up, places with, almost permanent structures and tents and one thing and another. What I said several years ago, and I brought in the NYPD, Department of Homeless Services, Sanitation Department, we said we're just not going to allow that anymore. It's inhumane. It's not fair to homeless people. It's not fair to everyday New Yorkers. It's not fair to the quality of life in the city. It's not healthy. It's not right. And I said we will not tolerate any encampments. And since then, I've asked all of our commissioners on a regular basis, including our police commissioners over the years, to guarantee that they do not see any encampments reasserting. So sometimes you have a few homeless people gather, and we address that for sure. And sometimes people try and put up, cardboard boxes or things, and we address that right away. But when you say the word encampment, it means to me where people have tried to create something kind of ongoing or permanent that is literally not tolerated, will not be tolerated. If you know of a location, if any New Yorker knows a location, call 311, and we will send out the NYPD, Homeless Services, Sanitation immediately to take it down. If you're talking about, Juliet, a smaller number of homeless folks who gathered temporarily, we don't want any gathering, obviously. We want people to observe social distancing. If anyone tries to even begin to stay in the same place on the street, that's not acceptable. It's not healthy or safe. So we would send out our homeless outreach teams, send out NYPD to address that. So that would be true even before the coronavirus, but it's even more true if it means anybody gathering in close proximity. That's not healthy or safe. So please, anyone who sees something like that, or any homeless person on the street in need, call 311. We are getting homeless people in off the street in record numbers and keeping them in. And our outreach workers are doing really amazing work. They're out there through this crisis. And actually, thank God, they found that very few people on the street, of those several thousand, a very, very sad reality of several thousand New Yorkers who are street homeless, permanently homeless, we have not seen much incidence of the coronavirus among them, thank God. But we are trying to get people to come in this crisis more than ever to say it's not safe to be on the streets. Come in where we can get your health care and protect you. So that work continues constantly. But we want those reports to 311 so we can act on them quickly.
Gloria from New York One is up next. Gloria? Gloria?
I wanted... Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, again.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question again about the numbers that were released yesterday. There's an additional number in the data set that the city released. It's a little over 8,000, and it says that it's the number of people that the city at this time can neither confirm were a victim of COVID or a suspected COVID death. I wonder if either you or any of the other health officials can clarify what that number means. And is the city taking any look at how many people have died that could have been saved but weren't, simply because the hospital system has been so overwhelmed for days? So I'm talking about maybe a person who had a stroke at home and help didn't get there fast enough, and they did not have COVID or any of the other conditions that might have put them at risk, and simply because of the delay and the overwhelmed system passed away as a result. Is the city doing any kind of tracking for that?
Okay, let me give you a couple of responses and then turn to Oxiris and Dimitri to add. First, we are trying to get out data constantly, and more and clearer and more accurate data, and data that portrays the whole truth. I want the whole truth out. Whatever the facts, wherever the facts take us, I want the whole truth out. Now, Gloria, that's inherently always second to saving lives right now. And as the indicators we just talked about make clear, we still have a lot of work to do to protect people and save lives right now. So I'm never going to say to our health leadership, hey, focus on the data, what happened before, more than focus on how we can save lives right now and what we need to do to stay ahead of this virus and beat it back. That's always going to be the first priority. But I do believe there's more information to get out, and we'll constantly get it out. Absolutely, I believe there are more people who died because of COVID-19 in one way or another because of something that happened to them related to COVID-19. And I think it's important that we just recognize there will be more that comes out, and we should assume that, not with anything but pain and sorrow, but we should assume that. And when that information can be verified, it should be put out. I want to caution, though, about part of your question, because I don't think it necessarily portrays the whole truth. Job one in this whole crisis was to hold and protect and preserve the hospital system so that we would never have the situation you describe, where someone needed care and couldn't get it. That's why we fought so hard to get more ventilators and the PPEs and keep the personnel, and when we lost personnel, get new personnel in. I've asked this of Dr. Mitch Katz, the head of our public hospitals. They've borne the brunt. I keep ensuring that anyone who needed care and was in real danger got the care they needed. We never had a day where we ran out of ventilators. We never had a day where there wasn't the personnel we needed, even if they were stretched real thin and fighting very hard. So the thing I warned us about constantly, the people of the city, and warned the nation honestly about, was the day when someone came in, needed a ventilator, there was no ventilator, or someone came in, they needed a doctor, nurse, there was no doctor, nurse. We did not, thank God, experience that, and we're still fighting to make sure we never experience that. But the point you're raising about EMS, obviously we know our EMTs, our paramedics have gone through such a tough time these last few weeks, and they had to prioritize in really tough ways, and thank God we got reinforcements in from around the country. 500 EMTs and paramedics came in before, another 100 are coming. But what EMS tried to do was immediately prioritize the cases where people were in danger, not the ones where people were just asking for information or were scared and needed to talk to someone. They tried to move those calls off. They tried to focus on people who were in direct danger the most and get the response to them as quickly as possible. And from everything I saw, the cases that were really life and death, EMS, as usual, not only prioritized them, but did an extraordinary job saving lives. I think there's a different issue about cardiac arrest, for example, with a relationship to COVID and what was happening to people's bodies who were dealing with extraordinary physical stress and health challenges. And the doctors can talk about that. But we will certainly keep analyzing exactly what happened with EMS. Gloria, those numbers, thank God, are coming down in terms of the number of calls they're getting. It is reducing, and a lot of calls have been moved off that were just people seeking medical advice and support, not needing a paramedic or an EMT to show up. But I want to emphasize how much EMS constantly prioritized the folks whose lives are in immediate danger and rushed help to them. To Dr. Barbeau and Dr. Daskalakis, if you could speak to issues like where cardiac arrest may have been in some form or fashion related to the coronavirus, that would be helpful to put this in perspective.
And I want to just build on what you've laid out to really start off by saying that each of these deaths is a tragedy, and we all feel it as New Yorkers. And what we have been putting in place as a part of this response is really to maximize the number of people that we save. And the unfortunate reality is that there have been people who have died either directly because of COVID or indirectly because of COVID. And we've talked a little bit about that in the past, but I think seeing it in black and white, so to speak, with regards to what the numbers show, gives us really a moment of pause and reflection on what we as a city are going through. And, I just want to start off by saying that in the health department, we have started a moment of silence to really acknowledge the New Yorkers that have died because of COVID and to remind ourselves of the mission that we have. And so to answer your question more directly, Gloria, I think that the importance of this number in terms of deaths not known to be confirmed or probable COVID is important to take it within the context of the same number of deaths during that period or excuse me, let me start again. The number of deaths during that same time period in the previous year. And what we find is that there are roughly 3,000 deaths above what would have been anticipated. And I think only time will tell about what that number really means. We're still learning, as we have been saying, about the, I was going to use a fancy word, the pathophysiology of the virus, meaning how the virus truly affects the body. And, one of the things that we still have to learn more about is how does this virus affect the heart? And are there potentially cases where, someone registered a death as a heart attack because the person hadn't yet developed symptoms of COVID-19 and truly should have been categorized as a COVID probable. I don't know that we will ever be able to answer that question fully, but I think it's something that still needs to be looked into further. The other thing that, the mayor sort of alluded to, which I just want to build on, is that part of what we have learned from previous disasters, be it 9/11, be it Superstorm Sandy, is that the load of stress, prolonged stress on a body has consequences. And so I think that we will then also need to take into consideration how this then plays out with individuals who may or may not have chronic underlying illnesses. So I think you'll understand that there are still a lot of underlying questions that will need to have more in-depth analysis, but that will likely not be fully revealed until all is said and done.
Dimitri, you have anything to add?
No, sir. I think Dr. Barbeau covered it. I think the important idea, again, these are humans. I think all of us will take that moment of pause to remember that these are lives. But then I think it's important that not only are we showing the visible deaths, but also the ones that would be invisible, even at this point in the pandemic. So as we learn more about the virus, we'll understand the impact more, but really critical to make sure that we're counting all of our New Yorkers.
Yeah, and the last thing I would say, and this also reflects on our public hospital system, the emphasis always was that if anyone was showing signs of something that was an immediate danger, of course they were going to be admitted. And what public hospitals did, and I think they did it very well, was they made sure if someone had lesser symptoms, they made sure to guide them and support them. But anyone who they saw signs of danger, they brought in. And even when the going was toughest at places like Elmhurst Hospital, Lincoln Hospital, Bellevue, they would bring in anybody who was in danger and kept fighting. And that I think has been consistent throughout this crisis.
Julia from The Post is up next. Julia.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Hey, Julia, how you doing?
Good. I have just a two-part question on testing, maybe one for the doctors and one for you. The first part is we saw with the data you released yesterday that of the probable deaths, 60% of them died in a hospital or ER room. And I'm just wondering what that says about, our lack of testing, given that the city had prioritized testing for people in hospitals, and yet that big percentage of people still weren't getting tested in hospitals. And then just lastly, on your announcement yesterday on the 50,000 homegrown coronavirus tests, James Patchett said that you're just in active conversations, but no one's actually signed on yet. So was that announcement premature?
No, it is a wartime environment. We are absolutely certain. We wouldn't have made the announcement if we weren't certain we could make that happen. We're talking to enough players who have shown enough willingness to do it, and we're just assembling the final group that will actually proceed together. But we talked about this in detail. A lot of capacity has been brought to bear. This is going to happen. Remember, we were in a similar situation in terms of the face shields, in terms of the surgical gowns. Just a few days before I went to the factory that produces, the first one that was producing the face shields in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, it was just an idea. and they had to blitz to bring everyone together to make it work. The same with the surgical gowns, which involved actually a pretty elaborate production process. It went from idea to execution in a number of days. Because of the 3D printing, we know that things are possible now that would have taken, immense effort and time in the past, can now be programmed into a 3D printer and acted on very, very quickly. And there's a lot of 3D printing capacity in New York City. This is actually something that the Economic Development Corporation has been working on for years now, is expanding that piece of our economy. So there's a lot of 3D printing capacity in New York City. So we said beginning of May, and we mean beginning of May. On the previous question, I'll turn to the doctors.
One thing to clarify, that 60% refers to the totality of those who were probable COVID-related deaths. But when you look at it from the perspective of individuals overall who died in hospitals, you'll see that the vast majority were confirmed. So I want to just clarify that interpretation of the statistics. And again, of the people who died in the hospital related to either confirmed or probable COVID, the vast majority had tests done. That being said, I think how to tease apart what happened with the probables is something that will take us a fair amount of time to tease out if we're ever really able to do that, because what we won't have is the breakdown of severity of underlying chronic illness, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of variables there that are, I think, to be determined. But the important thing here to note is to not misinterpret the way in which the table is laid out, and to really focus on the fact that the vast majority of folks who died in hospitals did have tests.
Go ahead.
Marsha from
Just
CBS.
one thing.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just one thing to add, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So I would also add that that the table also shows really what trends were and availability were of testing throughout the entire pandemic. And I think we'll all remember that early on in the pandemic, because of various issues with testing kits that we received from the CDC, capacity lagged a bit behind. And so another possible explanation for for probable cases that weren't diagnosed is also the limits to testing that we had early on, which have at this point, at least for inpatients, have been resolved. So our volume of testing on the inpatient side is now great, as is the capacity. So it really represents also a snapshot of what happened with our ability to test.
Thank you very much, Dimitri.
Next up is Marsha from CBS New York. Marsha?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Marsha, how you doing?
I'm good. I have a two-part question having to do with your food announcement today. The first is this. Since you've asked that all people going into supermarkets wear masks, will you be asking the NYPD to enforce it? And my second question is, given the fact that you've pointed out that the best way for people not to need the food is to have jobs, what steps are you taking to help create jobs so that people won't need the food that you're offering?
Yes, excellent questions. Marsha, on the first one, so face coverings, I want to keep using this phrase appropriately. The PPEs, the personal protective equipment, the highest grade of those, like the N95s, obviously those are meant for healthcare workers dealing on the front line with COVID-19 and others who have, real vulnerabilities. So, when we talk about masks, we're thinking about things like N95s and surgical masks. When we talk about face coverings, we're talking about things like bandanas, scarves, or the kind of masks you can buy, in any hardware store, for example. So those face coverings, I want to see anyone who goes into a supermarket or a grocery store wear one of those. By the way, a huge percentage of New Yorkers are doing it already based on the guidance we gave them previously. But I want to see people, if you go into a place as important and as sensitive as a grocery store or a supermarket, just put on a face covering. Protect the workers there who are doing such important work. Protect each other. Now, what I'm saying is every store, just put up the sign saying you're required to wear a face covering. One of my colleagues at City Hall made the point, for all our lives, go into a diner or something like that, you see a sign, no shirt, no shoes, no service. It's the same exact concept. Put up a sign that says, unless you're wearing a face covering, you can't come in. Then the store has every right to enforce that rule for its own premises. People aren't willing, should be told, hey, you have a face covering, can you get a face covering? Or if they have one they can offer them, great. You can shop if you have a face covering. If you don't have a face covering, you have to go back out until you get one. If there's any problem with that, of course the NYPD will help. And all the store owner has to do is call 311 to get that help. Or if they have a connection to their local precinct or their neighborhood coordinating officer under neighborhood policing, they can reach out to them directly. But we have to be clear. This is another one of the things we have to do to protect each other. And anytime the NYPD or any of our agencies are needed to help enforce, they'll be there. And NYPD, as we know, is starting to get back more and more of its officers coming off of convalescence from COVID-19, so their strength is gathering, and we can do more and more enforcement. But that segues perfectly into the other part of your question about restarting the economy. I want to restart the economy desperately. I want to make sure that people get back to their jobs and get back to their livelihood. But the best way to do it is to be careful. So, Marcia, in this case, I'm going to call myself a conservative. I want to make sure we do this right. The worst possible scenario would be to take the foot off the gas, think we're out of the woods, let people come back too quickly, and have the disease boomerang back on us. And that has happened in some parts of the world. Then we're going to have to step back all over again and deal with more and more people getting sick and more people dying and more restrictions, and the economy won't be able to start. If you want to restart the economy, get it right. Actually make sure that we've contained this thing. So that's going to take being slow and purposeful, not too slow, but cautious till we get it right. That will take some time, not weeks, but months to really get to the next phases. But that way, when we actually start to restart in earnest, full scale, we'll be able to hold it and keep it, and people's livelihoods will come back and stay back. That's what I want to achieve.
Alex from Chalkbeat is up next. Alex.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Good. I'm going to keep in the tradition of two-part questions. This one is on school spending. The first part is, in your proposed budget, you had suggested cuts to Single Shepherd and College Access for All. And I'm wondering if that means that those programs are on pause right now, or whether there will be personnel cuts to those programs. And my second question is, you're also proposing about $100 million cut in fair student funding. And I'm just wondering if you have any sense of how those cuts will be distributed. Obviously, some schools receive more than 100% of their fair student funding. Others receive far less than that. So I'm just wondering if you have a sense of how those cuts would be distributed.
Yeah, and we'll get you more details when we go over the executive budget. But to your second question, yeah, the idea is to say, look, everyone is having to sacrifice now. Everyone's having to give something to get us through this crisis. So the schools that have done very well on funding, I mean, every dollar of it's been worthy. Every dollar we put into education is a good thing, and some schools have gotten more than others. And I don't begrudge a school that is doing great work at educating kids and has some more resources to do it. I want to see maximum equality, obviously, and we keep raising that floor, as you know, on fair student funding. And we look to the day where every school is at 100%. But for schools that have had more than 100% in a time of sacrifice, we're going to ask them to help and sacrifice and cut back some so that we can, get through this together. On the Single Shepherd and the College Access, which are both really good elements of equity and excellence, they've both been areas where we fought inequality. We help kids get support what they didn't have before. We help families to navigate through a lot of challenges, and particularly to help kids get to college who often didn't have a lot of exposure and support to what it would mean to get to college, and it's really been very, very productive. But those are on pause because of the kinds of choices we have to make now. We got to stay on the basics. Right now, the whole message you'll hear in the budget presentation is sticking to the basics, protecting people's health and safety, making sure there's food on their table, a roof over their head. And with education, it will be about the basics, making sure we can be safe, healthy in our restart of school, making sure we're providing the most important elements of education to our kids. We're going to have a lot of mental health challenges, as the chancellor has indicated, that we're going to have to address, and we're going to have to provide the resources to address. So initiatives like Single Shepherd College Access, they will be paused, but the personnel will certainly be needed for other important work. So we'll keep, as we go along, evaluating what we can do and keep updating our budget accordingly.
Melissa from NBC New York is up next. Melissa?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you.
How you doing?
Okay, thank you. My question was about the fact that the deaths classified by the health department as non-COVID were up by 3,000 for that same time period. And it was largely asked by Gloria and answered. But what do you say to people, Mr. Mayor, who are concerned about an undercount and who wonder why that comparative spike of 3,000 cases, it's not a small number, was not specifically pointed out in yesterday's announcement? And do you think it's likely that the number of deaths caused either directly or indirectly by COVID could be closer to 13,000?
Yeah, I think to your question, again, understanding, Melissa, this is about human beings, and we want to be respectful of the families, not say more than we are pretty sure about. Remember, in the case of those very, very sad reality of the probable deaths, that in many, many cases, healthcare providers suspected it was COVID-19, but there was not the time or the reality, the condition to get a test done before the person passed away. Some people passed away very quickly, for example. It's very, very sad. But, there was already some indication it might be COVID-19. In the case of other deaths of people we've lost, I believe that gap you're talking about is made up overwhelmingly of folks who, if it wasn't that they had COVID-19, that had manifested, it still was some part of the equation. It affected the fact that there were so many deaths. It seems to me like that's the obvious truth. As there's time to make sense of the details and put more out, the health department will certainly do that. But there's also some of the information that may not be reachable anymore because things happened weeks ago and we've been in crisis. But I think the bottom line answer is, clearly, so many people have passed away. It was bigger than we even fully understood or could document. And I think it'll be bigger still. We have to be honest about that. We have to be open about that because it tells us just how big a crisis we're in. But much more importantly, we have to move forward. We have to keep saving lives and constantly figure out what more we can do and where we can get the help we need to keep doing that, because we're going to be at this for a long time. So that's how I see it. Anything you want to add, Doctor?
No, sir.
Okay.
Henry from Bloomberg is up next. Henry?
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing?
Hey, Henry. How are you doing?
Okay. How are you dealing with the loss of baseball? It's not my question, but
I think a lot of us.
Hi, everyone. We continue to watch our regional growth rate, and we saw a slight spike yesterday, and it's up to now 5% compared to that 2% that we saw yesterday. So there was that slow decline. We're going to watch that pretty closely. We'll see an upward tick. We'll be right back.
I'm bounty hunter Bobby Bandito, but you can call me Bobby B. I say it's high time we catch this killer, because we got more living to do. Here's how. So you lay down your favorite band.
Oscar-winning actor Matthew McConaughey, a.k.a. Bobby Bandito, a.k.a. Bobby B, showing fans how to make a homemade mask using just a bandana, coffee filter, and a couple rubber bands. McConaughey also reminded us to stay at home. If you want to watch the entire video, it is on his Twitter page. His handle is @McConaughey.
I love the extra layer with a coffee filter right with that. I've never heard that.
It's like he's a great actor or something like that, right? I like it.
Now to a story of triumph. A 99-year-old veteran got to leave a Brazil hospital after overcoming the coronavirus. Armando Armelino Pavetta received a booming round of applause from hospital staff as he was discharged. Happy and healthy, and hopefully he will stay happy and healthy and well.
That's amazing. It's just too tough. We should also be so lucky there. All right, big congratulations to Ciara and her husband, Russell Wilson. They are having a boy. Here is the moment of revelation shared on social media for their fans, friends, and family to experience, all while staying safe in quarantine. What a cool looking yard too, right? Well, the Wilsons already have a daughter and a son, but now they get to add another player onto their squad.
Love that they can share so much joy around this time too. Now to the surprise birthday serenade in the age of social distancing. Here's NBC's Kevin Tibbles.
Happy birthday. Pure Florida sunshine. When Albert Jones, installing a gas line near a Winter Garden seniors home, heard it was Barbara's 94th birthday, he poured out his heart.
Her whole face lit up as if her soul knew his soul.
Barbara's daughter, Sarah Cahill, has been troubled. She can't visit Mom up close in the pandemic. Albert's gift bridged that gap.
Anytime I can use the grace of God to make somebody happy, that's what we're going to do.
Happy birthday! He is an angel. He has a voice like an angel. He is our angel.
A serenade so beautiful, it must be heaven sent.
Thank you.
Kevin Tibbles, NBC News.
Wow, well done. Thing about it though is, for her neighbors at that same home, it might be really tough. They're going to get jealous.
A little
They're gonna
jealous,
have the
right?
Same wine.
Yeah, that's sweet though.
Yeah. Have a great Wednesday. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena. Before we go, we leave you with this very cool moment from Italy. Rome's mayor asking a young guitar player to put on a show for the city, and he did.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas. Manchester. From Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
Shocking new details from New York City, where the death toll has suddenly spiked by almost 4,000. This is the President halts funding the World Health Organization, accusing the agency of covering up China's coronavirus outbreak.
The plans to reopen the country are close to being finalized, and we will soon be sharing details and new guidelines with everybody.
President Trump goes from claiming total authority to saying it's now the governor's responsibility to take charge when it comes to opening their states.
And then a very special NBC News exclusive, a shout out to those on the front lines from Sheryl Crow. It's Wednesday, April 15th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. It is Wednesday morning and we are halfway through yet another week of the coronavirus pandemic gripping the world. The death toll in the United States continues to rise. Those numbers have surged as officials in New York City report probable COVID-19 deaths of people who were not tested.
The CDC released its first national data on how this pandemic is hitting workers on the front lines. Officials estimate that healthcare workers make up to 10 to 20% of the cases in the U.S. Kroger has teamed up with a food workers union to push to have grocery store workers designated as first responders. The goal is to give these employees priority access to testing and protective equipment.
Recent reports have shown that minority communities are being hit the hardest by this virus. New York City has now opened 5 new testing centers to try to learn more about how to combat COVID-19 in these areas. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio visited the city's largest food pantry. It's called the Campaign Against Hunger. The nonprofit's founder says they will feed more than 6,400 families this week, which is about double what they normally see.
We've seen a lot of grocery stores add special hours when just the vulnerable customers can come in and shop. Well, now Walmart is adding a curbside pickup hour for first responders, seniors, and other high-risk shoppers. 7 to 8 a.m. will be reserved for people in those groups to go and pick up their online orders. GM will start delivering its first batch of ventilators this week, which is ahead of schedule. They partnered with a medical company called Ventec Life Systems with a goal of producing more than 6,000 ventilators by June 1st.
ESPN is asking its highest paid talent to take a pay cut of 15% over the next 3 months. According to the New York Post, the network says this will help other employees keep their paychecks. The Post reports that Stephen A. Smith and a few others have already accepted. A man in Indiana says he briefly became a millionaire. The volunteer firefighter says he checked to see if he got his stimulus payment and his balance was over $8 million. When he called the bank, the mistake was fixed as the millions weren't there anymore, but he did get the stimulus payment he expected.
So close. In New York here, officials have acknowledged something that was already widely feared, that the death toll from this crisis is far higher than reported. 3,700 more fatalities have been added to an already staggering number. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is following these developments for us. Gabe, good morning.
Philip, here in New York State, daily hospitalizations and intubations are both down, suggesting the curve is flattening. But now we're learning that in New York City, the death toll appears to be higher than what we first thought.
At the nation's epicenter, a stunning spike. New York City abruptly increased its death toll by 3,700. City officials say the total is now more than 10,000 because they're now including people who'd never tested positive for COVID-19. But were presumed to have died from it. The virus is increasingly targeting the most vulnerable.
The percentage of loss of life is getting higher in the nursing homes.
Around the country, deaths at long-term care facilities are mounting. NBC News counts 4,300 across 27 states, almost double last week's number. There are heartbreaking reports in Massachusetts, Virginia, and New Jersey, leaving loved ones in limbo.
There's got to be more personal contact. These people are dying and they're getting a letter. It's really sad.
And new hotspots are emerging from Indiana
These people might walk in through the emergency department, and within an hour, they're on life support.
To Missouri.
I've been a nurse for 11 years, and I have to say this is something that I've never seen before.
To South Dakota, where the governor is resisting a stay-at-home order, despite one of the nation's largest pork processing plants shutting down after more than 400 workers got sick.
This plant would have been up and running because it is exempted as an essential business that is a part of our critical infrastructure plan.
In New York, the curve is flattening, but despite assurances that there's enough protective gear for medical workers, New York City officials are now asking sports teams for rain ponchos to use as makeshift surgical gowns for a health system still under incredible stress.
In the past 2 weeks, I've probably seen as much death as I've seen in the past 3 years. It's bad. It's really sad.
Dr. Angelo Messia is a third-year ER resident at St. Barnabas Hospital in the Bronx, where these refrigerated trailers act as temporary morgues.
You know, I feel like at this point, everybody we intubate is just, it's terminal. Like, it almost feels futile.
Among the lives lost, Bernie Rubin, the co-founder of an iconic New England furniture store chain. Abdul Ahad Wahab and his wife Tazroon both died from the virus outside Houston. They'd been married 53 years.
It was just so fast. I dropped my parents off at the ER, my dad on Friday and my mom on Saturday. And they not even a week in the hospital, they passed away.
The CDC says more than 9,000 healthcare workers have reported testing positive for COVID-19, likely an underestimation. Philip?
All right, Gabe, thank you.
Facing mounting questions over the administration's handling of the pandemic at home, President Trump is now pointing the finger at the World Health Organization. During last night's briefing, the president announced he's halting funding for the agency, accusing it of severely mismanaging and covering up the crisis.
It would have been so easy to be truthful. And so much death has been caused by their mistakes.
That is a striking new tone from February when the president praised the organization for, quote, working smart and very hard. Meanwhile, there's new debate over those much-needed stimulus checks. The Treasury Department confirmed last night in an unprecedented move the president's
March, while much of America stayed home, Raymond stayed here in the COVID-19 ward at the University of Washington Medical Center Northwest, where we were first given rare access last week to see their innovative work.
People of all ages and all physical conditions, this can hit you pretty hard, can't it?
100%, and I was one of those people.
Hospitalized in early March, Raymond was struggling to breathe, so doctors put him on a ventilator for 18 days.
I felt very surreal about whether this was happening to me or not. It didn't feel like I belonged there. It didn't feel like I was in disbelief. It's very tough to consider that there were some days that my wife had to talk to the doctors and there was no progress some days, and how close it was to not making it.
Infectious disease doctor Maggie Green helped care for Raymond, who was one of their first COVID-19 patients and one of their youngest.
And here's this healthy man coming in critically ill. It was frightening for all of us.
Early on, they got permission to use an experimental drug, remdesivir, one of several potential coronavirus treatments now in clinical trials, though Raymond only got part of the recommended treatment course because his liver enzymes began to spike.
I think he only got 5 or 6 days worth, and he got better, but we know that a lot of people get better anyways. I don't know how the drug helped him or if it did, and that's why we need these trials.
Raymond's wife, Jill, also tested positive for COVID-19, but her symptoms were mild. The hardest part was not being able to see her husband in person, just FaceTime.
I can't even tell you how excited I was just to see him, even though he looked pretty, he didn't look so great.
Raymond, I can tell for you, that's the part that gets you more emotional, thinking about what your wife and family went through, right?
I just remember that FaceTime, I was still out of it, and I just remember all of a sudden I heard them over the phone. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
That was a good day.
The other day that stands out is the one when he got off the ventilator. His medical providers celebrated too.
For him to get better really just gave us some hope that everything we were working so hard for was not for nothing.
It was a victory because unfortunately a lot of people didn't make it out. So I think that's why they were celebrating. I couldn't figure out why, but now I know.
This morning, the push to reopen parts of the nation's economy intensifying after President Trump said Tuesday it is up to the governors of each state to make that happen.
I will then be authorizing each individual governor of each individual state to implement a reopening and a very powerful reopening plan of their state at a time and in a manner as most appropriate.
The president acknowledging some states will be able to lift social distancing restrictions sooner than others.
We have a lot of those states. They're set to open practically now. We're going to let them open sooner than the date. We're going to pick a date. We're going to get a date that's good, but it's going to be very, very soon, sooner than the end of the month. We have beautiful pieces, beautiful states with capable governors. They know when it's time to open.
A shift in tone coming just a day after the president declared he had total authority to make the decision. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo downplaying the bitter back and forth between governors and the White House.
This is no time for politics, and it is no time to fight. I put my hand out in total partnership and cooperation with the president. If he wants a fight, he's not going to get it from me. Period.
Meantime, this morning, new controversy over news the president's name will appear on those coronavirus relief checks passed by Congress. It comes after these comments earlier this month.
I'm going to sign him? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign him? No.
The Treasury Department denying reports that the process of adding the president's printed name will delay the paper checks, saying economic impact payment checks are scheduled to go out on time and exactly as planned. There is absolutely no delay whatsoever. Democrats pouncing overnight, saying the president is politicizing the process.
I wish it were the only ego trip. It seems almost every day the president thinks this crisis revolves about him and his desires, his needs, his enemies.
All of it as the president is making a major announcement, saying the U.S. will be halting funds to the World Health Organization. Mr. Trump accusing the WHO of failing to sound the alarm on the virus quickly enough, and for saying China was being transparent about the initial outbreak there, which the organization denies.
The outbreak could have been contained at its source with very little death.
Because you have practiced physical distancing, the stay-at-home orders, you have bent the curve.
Vowing not to allow politics to influence public health, Governor Gavin Newsom stressed Californians still face at least several more weeks at home.
That's the sober reality, but it's also a reality that I think provides a little bit of light.
California, Oregon, and Washington State now creating a regional alliance.
This virus doesn't recognize state boundaries. We have to work together on a plan for reopening.
7 northeastern states have announced a similar partnership. Roughly a third of the total U.S. population, 105 million people, live in these 10 states. But as the West Coast sees a sliver of light, New York City has hit a grim milestone, 10,000 official deaths from COVID-19. Overnight, nearly 3,800 names were added to New York City's death toll. Many died at home, in nursing homes, or assisted living facilities where the virus was suspected but not confirmed. A problem not just limited to New York. An NBC News investigation finds that of 27 states reporting, nearly 4,300 people have died in long-term care facilities. But even as the pandemic rages, leaders must consider when or how to reopen the economy. Governor Newsom announcing 6 key benchmarks California hopes to meet, including community testing and isolating those who are positive or exposed, preventing infection in those who are at high risk, preparing hospitals to handle a surge of patients, therapeutic drugs to meet demands, and social distancing at schools and businesses.
You may be having dinner with a waiter wearing gloves, maybe a face mask, a dinner where the menu is disposable, where your temperature is checked before you walk in.
A new normal that will hopefully allow America to reopen.
For that primetime special last night, we spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about what needs to be in place before states can even think about reopening. And we started by asking what he thinks about the president saying that there are some states that could lift stay-at-home orders even before May 1st.
I'm certain, though, even though I haven't specifically discussed this with him, that he's talking about some of the states that have a very low level right now, particularly those states with a low density of population and a lot of geographic lands.
Yes, but in any event, can you think of any state that would be ready to do that, lift those guidelines before May 1st?
You know, I haven't gone state by state through them, except to say, Savannah, that I do believe he was referring to those. And there is going to be a great deal of variability. It probably would be a rolling entry into it, with some states actually doing nothing different because they're still in a really difficult situation and you would not want to relax any of the physical separation guidelines, and others that would be doing really much better. So it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all.
And with understanding that every state, every country, every region, every community is different, what in your mind are the absolute musts, the absolute prerequisites that any community, state, or region must have in place in order to lift these mitigation guidelines?
Well, that's a great question, and we have discussed that many, many times. And the minimum thing is that you've got to be able to identify, isolate, get out of circulation, and do adequate and appropriate contact tracing as new cases arise. If you start pulling back on mitigation, physical separations, there will be infections. The real proof of the pudding of the success of this reentry is how quickly and effectively you identify them, you get them out of circulation, you give them care where needed, and you do contact tracing so that you don't have a beginning of a peak. If you don't have that, then you may have some difficulty, and that's what we're concerned about when we tell people what they really need to have in place.
You told the Associated Press earlier today we're not there yet in terms of the testing and tracing necessary to contain new outbreaks, which of course raises the question, how far away are we from getting there?
You know, we're rapidly approaching. If you look several weeks to a month ago, the number of tests were out there. Right now, there are, I believe the last number that we spoke about the day before yesterday or today was close to or even at or beyond 3 million tests. That's really far, far greater than what we were a couple of weeks ago. Right now, they're developing the capability of even escalating and accelerating that even more, so that we would be able to have a significant number in the measured in the millions of tests each week.
I mean, what do we know about whether you do develop immunity to coronavirus? I'm sure you saw this report that came out of Korea from their CDC saying that they had found the virus had been reactivated in a number of patients they thought had been cured. What do you think about that?
We don't know how common that is. It's likely an uncommon event and won't have a public health impact. We have to be humble and modest and appreciate that we don't have all the answers with the antibody, because the things that we don't know is that in general, with viruses that we deal with all the time, when you develop an antibody after infection, it almost invariably means you're protected. We don't absolutely know that for sure yet. I think it is going to be the case. I can say I think it will be. The other thing that we don't know is the durability of protection. So are you protected for a month or 2 or 3, a half a year or a year? We need to get experience to know that.
Finally, as you know, New York has been hard hit. The governor has said recently that he believes, looking at the numbers, that there's been a plateau, that perhaps it's on the decline, and that the worst may be over. Broadening that out to the country as a whole, do you feel, as we sit here now, that the worst is behind us?
Right now, given what we are doing, the worst looks like, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, there's still a couple of cities right now, Savannah, that we're worried about that haven't yet peaked and turned around. But if you look at the New York metropolitan area as kind of the prototype that's been driving this through the country, and then look at the country as a whole, there's no doubt what we've seen over the last several days is a flattening out, and even when you get to New York, it's actually starting to come down regarding admissions, hospitalizations, needs for intensive care and intubation. Hopefully that trend will continue. So, as I say, I'm a very cautious person, but we are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel.
I think I almost heard you say, perhaps the worst is over, with many, many caveats.
Sorry, Savannah.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Always good to be with you. Thank you for having me.
You can't blame me for trying. I think we all are just waiting for Dr. Fauci to say, yes, okay, the worst is past, but he will always tell the truth, he
and
says.
by the way, that's the first time I think I've seen him laugh, and I like his laugh.
Former President Barack Obama passing the torch to his longtime political partner.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made.
The 12-minute video, part endorsement, part call to action, drawing a sharp contrast to President Trump without ever naming him.
We need Americans of goodwill to unite in a great awakening against a politics that too often has been characterized by corruption, carelessness, self-dealing, disinformation, ignorance, and just plain meanness.
Obama casting Biden as the right person to lead the country through the coronavirus crisis.
Joe helped me manage H1N1 and prevent the Ebola epidemic from becoming the type of pandemic we're seeing now.
Following Bernie Sanders' endorsement of Biden a day earlier.
And we need you in the White House.
The former president praising the Vermont senator.
Bernie's an American original, a man who has devoted his life to giving voice to working people's hopes, dreams, and frustrations.
And urging Sanders' progressive supporters to unite behind the more moderate Biden.
We have to look to the future. Bernie understands that, and Joe understands that.
Sanders echoing that message, telling the Associated Press it would be irresponsible for his loyalists to oppose Biden, warning those who sit on their hands will only help President Trump win. President Trump's re-election campaign dismissing the Obama endorsement, saying Obama has no other choice but to support Biden, adding President Trump will destroy him. Biden's repeatedly played up his partnership with Obama.
I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand.
His former boss now returning the favor.
Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now.
This morning, a growing number of major meat processing plants are closed because of coronavirus. The latest, Smithfield Foods in South Dakota, a state where there is no stay-at-home order. The company shut down this plant in Sioux Falls after more than 430 employees tested positive. A quick response team from the Centers for Disease Control now on site.
We feed millions of people every day.
Smithfield President and CEO Kevin Sullivan in a video statement.
We can't stay home. We can't telecommute. Food, after all, does not get made on the internet.
78-year-old Saul Sanchez is one of 3 workers from a different company's meat processing plant who died from the virus.
It's just hard to put into words how betrayed I feel. Like, here's my dad, who was a very loyal employee in a company that did not take care of him.
His daughter believes not enough is being done to protect these workers critical to the nation's food supply.
What protections, if any, did your father get at work?
None.
No PPE?
No PPE.
Health officials say Sanchez, like other industry workers, are vulnerable because employees often work elbow to elbow. The North American Meat Institute, which represents the industry, saying our members are tackling COVID-19 one day at a time. Other big companies that have recently shut down plants: Tyson, JBS, Cargill. With all the plant closures, there are fears that shoppers could soon find shortages in their local grocery stores like they did last month. And there are worries some may start panic buying, leading to even less supplies on shelves across the country. It's not just employees at meat processors worried about their health. grocery store employees who have seen co-workers die now also asking for similar PPE protection. The United Food and Commercial Workers says at least 30 members have died from COVID-19, calling it a clear and present danger to our nation's food supply and all grocery store workers. But experts say with less meat being processed, the law of supply and demand may rule how much you see or don't see in the coming weeks in the grocery store.
Yeah, that is so sad, Carrie, what's happening to the workers there. I bet shoppers are wondering when they may see the effects of that shortage in their grocery stores.
Well, experts say, Hoda, that if we're going to see this shortage, it would be about 3 weeks from now. But they point out it's very hard to calculate consumer behavior right now because of potential panic buying, much like we saw with toilet paper, where so many people purchased it. So they're keeping a very close eye on the supply as folks go to the grocery store.
All right,
Hoda?
Carrie, thank you very much.
We've got Joe on Facebook wanting to know, is the wearing of gloves by the general public important in stopping the spread?
Joe, no. In fact, healthcare experts say that wearing gloves out in public can provide a false sense of security for most people, make them less likely to wash their hands and more likely to touch their face. Remember, the CDC says the coronavirus cannot penetrate through your skin. So when you see people out in the grocery store and they're touching their phone and touching the cart and then touching some products, their gloves are getting just as contaminated as their hands would. The ideal thing to do here is to train yourself not to touch your face and to wash your hands frequently. And remember, if you insist on wearing gloves, you have to know how to properly take them off and dispose of them. Otherwise, it defeats the whole purpose.
That's funny. My grocery store has a sign that says you have to have a mask and gloves before you go in, but that's good to know. Another one for you, Vicki. Esther on Instagram asks, how safe is it to buy food from restaurants right now?
Right now, the CDC and the FDA, as well as epidemiologists, all say that getting delivery or takeout food is relatively safe. But you do want to take certain precautions to try to limit contact as much as possible. So that means using things like Google Pay, Apple Pay, your credit card. You don't want to use cash because that puts you in contact with people and exchanging money. Remember, you can tip on your credit card. When you're getting a delivery, ask them to leave it outside your door. If you have to go into the restaurant to pick up that food, try to maintain that 6 feet of distance to protect the worker and yourself. And always wash your hands after you handle the packaging. Put your food onto a plate or into a bowl and then throw away the packaging and wash your hands before you eat.
Okay, Vicki, we've got one from Janice on Facebook. After someone leaves their home to be admitted to the hospital with COVID-19, what is the proper way to clean the home?
Okay, so the first thing you want to do, Janice, is make sure that you are using a product that can properly disinfect and kill the virus. If you don't know, I want to show you on the back of most commercial cleaning products, there's actually an EPA registration number. You can look that up on the EPA's website for certified disinfectants to kill this coronavirus. Now, if you don't have these commercial products, just use 1/3 cup of bleach and 1 gallon of water. That solution also works. And don't forget, soap and water works also. First things first, go to the kitchen, the bathroom, all of those high-touch surfaces where that sick person might have had contact and everyone else in your house is having contact. So that's countertops, doorknobs, light switches, handles. You want to wipe all of those things down. Make sure you follow the instructions to leave the cleaning agent on as long as you need to so that it effectively kills the virus. Then when you're doing the laundry and the sheets of the infected person, you don't want to shake that stuff out. Make sure you're using enough water, soap, and heat so that your clothes will be clean and you can prevent the spread of the virus.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We
work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
From Las Vegas,
Manchester,
from Washington.
Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can? Well, it's both.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
And we want to bring our panel back into the discussion and keep our focus on what's really going on in this crisis. Hoda, what do you got?
We got Dr. Torres. We're going to start with you. We've got a question from Chris on Facebook, and he wants to know if you think you may have had COVID-19, how long until you're no longer contagious?
And Hoda, the answer depends on how severe your symptoms are. If you have mild to moderate coronavirus, then you only have about 2 weeks before you recover from it and you're not feeling the symptoms anymore and you're okay to go out and about. If on the other hand you have more severe, that can be anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. And those are the folks that unfortunately usually end up on the ventilators in the intensive care unit. And so it could be even longer than that. So the overall answer is somewhere between 2 weeks for mild to moderate cases up to 6 weeks for more severe or critical cases.
Okay, let's do an economic question. Stephanie, this one's about small business loans and the limits that banks are imposing on them. Laura on Facebook writes, what happens to those of us who went to our bank and they had all the applications they are allowed to take? You understand that?
I do. So I'm really glad that Laura asked, because this has been confusing, upsetting, and angering to a lot of people. So let's break it down. This is the Small Business Loan Program, PPP, that are forgivable loans, meaning if you adhere to the rules, they're forgivable. You don't have to pay them back. And people, they like free money. So there is a huge rush to get these applications in. And what many people have experienced, they've gone to their bank and their bank has said, we've reached our cap, we're not accepting anymore. Or they've gone to banks and the banks have said, oh, we're only doing business with our existing business clients. Here's why this has happened. It's not that those banks are turning you away because they think you're a lousy applicant. And there's not a rule that says they can't do business with you. But the banks have self-imposed framework because they need to protect themselves. They know that there's an onslaught of applications coming in, and more importantly, there's going to be a lot of fraudulent ones. And in a few months from now, when they turn to the Treasury and say, hey, we're ready for you to pay us on these, they need to make sure they can prove to the Treasury Department that you're a good applicant. So many banks decided to only offer these loans to customers they already knew. Other banks like Wells Fargo put a cap and said, we can only handle about $10 billion worth. Now, the government went to Wells Fargo and said, time to raise that cap. And what the government also did was created a lot more lenders, community bank lenders, some financial tech companies like PayPal and Square. So what I would recommend Laura do is go to the SBA's lender site and see who is lending, because they broadened out the list of lenders, and pick up the phone and see who else could help you. And one more thing to remember. The government is trying to get a bigger loan program out there. They're trying to vote on offering another $250 billion worth. When there's more money available, it will get a little bit easier. But I completely appreciate how stressful this is for Laura. I get it.
Yeah, I'm glad you explained that, too, because it is very complicated.
He grew up on the ragged edge of the middle class in Scranton. He committed to public service early in life and never stopped serving. And he's faced unspeakable tragedy with fortitude and grace. And these experiences animate the empathy he extends to Americans who are struggling, no matter what their story. Empathy matters. And in this moment of crisis, it is more important than ever that the next president restores Americans' faith in good, effective government. Joe Biden has spent nearly his entire life in public service. He knows that a government run with integrity, competence, and heart will save lives and save livelihoods. And we can't afford to let Donald Trump continue to endanger the lives and livelihoods of every American. And that's why I'm proud to endorse Joe Biden as President of the United States. I've seen the Vice President help a community heal. 1 year to the day after the Boston Marathon bombings that tore up bodies and tore our sense of safety and community, he was here. People who'd been hurt, people who were afraid. He gave them peace and he gave them grace. I watched it up close.
We are Boston. We are America. We respond. We endure. We overcome. And we own the finish line.
But when Donald Trump is gone, we will need to do more than heal a nation that has been bitterly divided. We will need to rebuild and transform our country. And I've seen Joe Biden help a nation rebuild. In 2009, President Obama put him in charge of leading the implementation of the historic Recovery Act to save our economy and help working families. During the recovery, and later when I worked in the White House setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, I saw him up close, doing the work, getting in the weeds, never forgetting who we were all there to serve. Among all the other candidates I competed with in the Democratic primary, there's no one I've agreed with 100% of the time over the years. But one thing I appreciate about Joe Biden is he will always tell you where he stands. When you disagree, he'll listen. And not just listen, but really hear you and treat you with respect, no matter where you're coming from. And he's shown throughout this campaign that when you come up with new facts or a good argument, he's not too afraid or too proud to be persuaded. Joe Biden was there at the very moment I became a senator. He swore me in, and when he did, he said, "You gave me hell, and you're going to do a great job." Because that's the thing about Joe. He wants you in the fight with him. And when you're in the fight with Joe at your side, you know you have a partner who's committed to getting something good done for this country. Joe Biden is a selfless public servant. He is committed to the fight for social, racial, and economic justice. Joe Biden will lead a government that works for the American people. And now it's up to all of us to help make Joe Biden the next president of the United States. Let's get to work. Go to joebiden.com right now and chip in your $5, make some phone calls, send some texts. We are all in this together now.
At this busy factory outside Boston, they're stamping out a solution to at least part of America's PPE shortage.
Somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 masks per hour. That's going to be a big help for everybody.
A simple design dreamed up by some of the greatest minds in America.
Simple always wins the day.
People needed them now.
With the country's healthcare workers crying out for more face masks and protective gear, MIT professor Marty Culpepper sprung into action.
You're sort of the king of makers up there, I understand.
My modest title is Makers Are. It's kind of a joke. I don't really have all that much power.
We'll let you decide after we show you what Culpepper and 100 of his MIT colleagues pulled off in just a few days.
We figured if we could build face shields, build enough of them fast enough, it'd be like a double whammy. So we had a brainstorming session.
And I know
It happened over their weekly Zoom meetings.
So give me the timeline of this, Professor.
The days are blurring together. I mean,
I know what you mean.
we went from a sketch on paper to basically the first prototypes in a couple of hours. I'm in my basement. This is actually where we cut the very first prototype. My daughter, she was kind enough to model the very first version, and it worked perfectly. It's fabricated flat. And the reason for that is we can make things flat very quickly and very low cost. And then after you fold it up, it turns into this.
It's really useful that they can be shipped flat.
That's important. You can deliver 1,000 of these in a Prius easily.
They're already making 700,000 shields every 7 days. It's the kind of ingenuity that MIT is known for. Founded just 2 days before the start of the Civil War, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology has long been on the front lines of solving America's problems.
America's synthetic rubber problem nears a solution.
During World War II, they helped solve the rubber shortage as they secretly worked to make huge advances in radar. After the war, they did pioneering work with robots and helped the U.S. reach new heights in the space race.
This is really what we were meant to do.
Dr. Elazar Edelman is the director of MIT's Institute for Medical Engineering and Science. He's also taking care of COVID-19 patients.
This particular image shows it in its up position. When I go in the room, I'll move it down.
He was instrumental in getting many healthcare workers to test the shield out.
They said, look, it's great if you build a face shield that covers in the front, but we may need to turn to the side, and if somebody coughs, that's going to be a problem. So we went through 28 revisions over the course of a week to 10 days.
Is American thinking, is American ingenuity up to the task at hand?
I don't think that we have lost our edge. People still come here from all over the world to learn. If anything, the difference between what happened in 1918 and what happened in 2020 is that the global pandemic has had a global response because of technologies that we have invented and people we have educated.
Do you have something else in mind?
We've got a couple things in the pipeline.
You're not going to stop.
Oh, no. No, this is a long fight.
MIT and the manufacturer have already given 100,000 of the face shields to Massachusetts healthcare workers. They're going to sell them for just about what it costs to make them, $2.79 a piece, all over the country to hospitals and other healthcare workers. They expect to produce 3 million a day very soon.
All right, so a lot of folks have a lot of questions. So what do you say we bring our panel in? We're going to introduce our panel of experts. They're going to be answering your questions about where we are right now in the fight against the COVID-19 virus.
Right. It's NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen, virologist, epidemiologist, and NBC News science contributor Dr. Joseph Fair, and NBC senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. We've got the bases covered. They'll be with us for the hour. Linda from Facebook wants to know, would getting a flu vaccine and a pneumonia vaccine have helped in the recovery of those that contracted COVID-19? Dr. Torres, that's for you.
Those flu vaccines and the pneumonia vaccines are definitely something you want to have to stay healthy, especially in the midst of the flu season. If we do have that second wave coming in the fall, it's something you want to look at. It's the type of shot that's going to keep you healthy, but it's not necessarily going to eliminate your risk of having coronavirus or COVID-19 because that's a completely separate virus. But if you do get sick with it, having those vaccines on board already are going to prevent you from getting secondary infections, number one, and also keep you as healthy as possible. So if you do get sick with coronavirus, you have the best chance of fighting it off.
All right, we got a question now for Dr. Joseph Fair. Chantil on Facebook wants to know this. If a person is tested for the antibodies. Do we know yet if that's enough to assume immunity, Dr. Ver?
So, there's one antibody test that's currently been approved under emergency use authorization by the FDA in the United States, and presumably many more of those will come online, but not for quite some time. And the first type of antibody you'll develop immediately afterwards are what we call IgM antibodies, and then the second type is IgG, and that's around 4 to 6 weeks after you recover from your infection. Those are the antibodies we would consider protective, and the best answer I can give you right now is probably you will be immune, and probably those antibodies will be protective, according to at least what we've seen in laboratory studies. And that's why the antibody test is so important, both to know that you're immune yourself or that you can donate your serum or plasma and help in the fight against COVID-19 through the use of convalescent plasma.
All right, we have an economic question, so we'll send this one to Stephanie Ruhle. The question is from Jim on Twitter. Any word on what happened to those $1,200 payments?
Yes, I've got a good word, Jim. They're on the way. For people who have direct deposit set up with the IRS, meaning you file your taxes online, there's a good chance you are going to be seeing that money in your account as early as this week. Now, if you file your taxes the old-fashioned way, you're expecting to get a paper check, that could take a few weeks. You have a third option. You can go to the IRS's website, irs.gov, and put your bank information in now so you can sign up to get direct deposit. In the coming days, the IRS is setting up a separate portal so you can actually track where your payment is.
So that's good to know. All right, next up, I got one for Vicki. This is from Jean on Facebook, and she asked this, Vicki. It was just announced that a large pork processing plant is closed due to coronavirus. And she asked, does that also mean that the meat that was sold to the public was contaminated?
No, Jean, it is not believed that the food from that pork processing plant is contaminated. That South Dakota plant is closed down because 200 or more of its employees were infected with COVID-19, and the plant is going to be shut down for the next 2 weeks at least to prevent the spread of the virus. Remember, the FDA is saying right now, there is no evidence that food or food packaging is associated with the transmission of this new coronavirus. That being said, the best thing to do is wash your hands after handling any food packaging and always before you eat.
Some health experts say we need millions of tests a week. Some say millions a day before enough data is collected to begin letting people back out. But as some lines for drive-through testing just get longer, there is agreement on one thing. The country is not testing nearly enough.
We have to develop that widespread testing capacity.
According to the COVID Tracking Project, roughly 150,000 people are tested every day.
Widespread diagnostics are the key. So let's keep pushing that forward to the point where anyone who needs to get a test in the country can get it that same day.
So what is standing in the way? Supply shortages, including the testing kits and nasal swabs. Infrastructure shortages, not enough machines and labs to run the tests. And there aren't enough people, from those who administer the tests to those who process them. Right now, there are an untold number of Americans suffering from COVID-like symptoms who simply can't get tested. Sometimes it takes money. Cersei Farrell struggled for days to get a test. In the end, a relative loaned her $225 to go to a private clinic.
As soon as the doctor called and said, hey, I have a patient, she's got all the symptoms, we need to get her tested, I should have been tested.
Widespread testing is just part of the equation. Getting a handle on transmission requires knowing who has it and who they exposed. Those at risk, including anyone who came within roughly 6 feet of someone with COVID-19, would have to self-isolate for 14 days. Massachusetts is hiring 1,000 contact tracers as part of a new program.
What we want to do on the offensive is find. Even if people aren't very sick, find them so that they don't infect their family members or their other close contacts.
But health departments don't have the staff needed to handle programs on this scale.
We need something on the order of 100,000 people working on this effort in the coming year.
Apple and Google announced new technology that could help. Phones ping other phones around them with their location. People who contract the virus report their diagnosis to the app, and anyone who came close to them is notified. But that raises another concern: privacy. And finally, the problem of enforcement.
Is there a sense that people have enough social responsibility to self-isolate without being compelled
to self-isolate?
We believe that that is the case in this country, that most people, the vast majority of people, would willingly isolate themselves.
All of this while the world awaits a vaccine and faces the reality that even with one, our lives will never be the same. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
And joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. She spent the last week working on a COVID floor at NYU Langone Hospital here in Manhattan. Dr. Natalie, let's first talk about that experimental drug. It seems promising. What do you know about it?
Yeah, so last week, towards the end of last week, the New England Journal actually released a report where in their patients who got remdesivir, and by the way, they got a 10-day course as opposed to this patient, they seemed to get maybe half the course. About 2/3 of patients with severe breathing problems improved, and over half of patients were able to get off of their mechanical ventilation. But the problem with this is that there was no control group, so we really can't say, do the patients improve because of the drug, or would they have improved anyway? And especially important is, how long do you give the drug? Who do you give the drug to, and when in their course do you give it? Is it better early? Is it better late? That's why we keep on talking about how important it is to have these placebo-controlled, blinded studies to really be able to tell, is it a drug effect or not? It's certainly good to see this, but nothing definitive.
Interesting article in the Wall Street Journal that talked about the symptoms of COVID-19, how it affects your heart and how it affects your lungs. But something it added to that list was how it affects your brain.
Right. You know what I've said about this disease, Hoda, is that I feel like every few days it throws a new curveball. We find out something new about it. And yeah, it's not unprecedented that a virus could affect the nervous system. But in a JAMA article that was recently released, some of the most common symptoms were headache, dizziness, impaired consciousness, muscle problems, and of course, the loss of taste and smell that, hit the airwaves a couple of weeks ago because we were like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. But some of the more serious side effects that there also, or manifestations, were actually stroke and seizure. So from neurologists, they're saying, listen, if you have a patient who's presenting suddenly with these unusual symptoms, think about COVID. In the beginning, remember, we were saying respiratory. Now we're finding out that certainly it can present in a myriad of different ways.
Yeah, you hear about people hallucinating and things like that. So you did something last week. You went to a hospital. You worked 12-hour shifts. You were right there on the front line. You actually got to see what it's like there up close. What struck you about your time in the hospital?
Oh my God, so many perspectives, Hoda. One of the things I always say from the beginning is that I just have to acknowledge my tour of duty was really short compared to the people who've been doing this from the very beginning. And when I talk about the network and collaboration, I'm talking doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, radiology techs, the housekeeping, all of these folks who are exposing themselves on a regular basis, I just have the utmost admiration for. One of the things that really, really hit home to me was just how isolated the patients are. They are in their own rooms. The number of staff who goes in and out is really limited. We're restricted in terms of the number of times we can be at the bedside. And so what I found to be one of the most rewarding experiences was certainly to be able to provide medical care, but I feel like I was giving them something else. And that was just contact with a human, albeit through all of my PPE, but just a little time to give them a feeling of human to human contact. And that for me was one of the most rewarding parts of my experience, for sure.
It's interesting that doctors and nurses now are not only fulfilling their medical role, they actually have to fulfill the role of a family, because families can't be there. They have to be there with cell phones, holding up FaceTime calls and just reassuring everyone, right?
Absolutely. And there was one patient in particular, every single time I walked into his room, he already had his phone in his hand and he immediately started dialing one of his friends. There was also a language barrier for some of the patients. And so that was really another challenge. And so every time he saw me walk in, he immediately dialed his friend so that, we could have a conversation, which that just stuck with me, and I would say they're all watching the news about COVID-19 and they're lying in bed with COVID-19. It was all very, very surreal on so many levels.
Something for all of us to keep in mind. Dr. Natalie, thank you for what you did and thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Hoda.
You make a good point there. Doctors and nurses being called on to do so much more these days.
Yeah, and trying to divide their time. I was listening to a doctor talk about it. He's like, I have to care for other patients, but I need to be here with this person while, they go through this difficult
We're
time.
asking so much of our doctors and nurses and healthcare workers, and they are rising to the occasion, which is incredible.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
We referee between conference calls.
Mommy, can this take down the Chloe's hand?
Give it back.
Teach math
6 + 2.
and phys ed after a full day's work. Even tolerate the pogo stick at the family store. And more than ever, we have this in common.
I'm so exhausted.
I'm tired. I'm guilt-ridden.
I am standing by the grace of God, exhausted as well.
3 working moms, biotech senior sales rep Allison in Indiana, business owner Julie in Maine, and pediatric oncology nurse Analia in Texas joined me for some real talk.
Is anybody drinking more than they used to?
Yes.
Good question.
Texas has alcohol sales through the roof. It is a lot to hold together.
I definitely wake up in the middle of the night and wonder, like, how are we gonna pull everything off? Bookkeeping and paying the bills and, taxes. How do you pull that all off and teach our kids and feed them healthy meals?
Allison, I find myself losing my cool with my kids a lot lately. Can you relate?
Yeah. So, these ages 2 and 4, and my kids are really wild. I would say that's probably where my guilt lies, is just having like a short fuse with the kids.
Certified parenting coach Megan Leahy says now is the time to let some things go, even schoolwork when necessary.
If through this time we can come out with our relationships intact with our children, that is our mothering job. Our mothering job is not algebra, piano. It is making it through this with as much compassion for ourselves and for our children as we can muster.
The moms we spoke with are trying, but like for so many, it's the uncertainty that weighs heaviest.
I think my biggest fear is that I'll collapse. I just need to make sure that I'm going to keep it together until, I don't know, May, June, July, August, whenever this is all over.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
The unemployment rate could be worse than the Great Depression before this crisis is over. Call centers and state websites are overwhelmed by people applying for benefits, leaving many desperate for financial relief and unable to get through. But now, here's someone who says he can help.
What we realized is the government systems are stuck in the 1960s.
We first met Joshua Browder back in January. His service, Do Not Pay, helps subscribers fight parking tickets, navigate small claims court, and slice through red tape. Now, Do Not Pay has a new service Browder says is helping people file for unemployment in just a few minutes, free of charge.
We've built a new system. We've gone back to the 1960s.
Here's the genius of it. Rather than go through already overburdened state websites, Do Not Pay's chatbot asks you a few questions, then mails in a paper application for you.
It is crazy that 7 of you were able to automate the unemployment application process for all 50 states.
Yeah, I mean, it was some long days, but it was very tough, but it's worth it.
Believe it or not, Browder says that mailing in your application gets faster results than applying online.
It's almost like paper voting. That idea can be applied to other areas of bureaucracy where it's actually more secure and efficient in some strange way.
Browder says it's already helped newly unemployed people like Marama Nengel. She was just laid off after 15 years as a concierge at the Four Seasons in Las Vegas, and she was struggling to apply for benefits.
The whole entire city was filing for unemployment, so the system kept crashing. I was never able to get through to it on my own, actually.
Already a Do Not Pay subscriber, the company helped her get a benefits card and her first $1,200 payment in under a week.
What does that feel like?
It was really good because my bank account was getting pretty empty. Of course, paying for my rent, that's first, because I need to keep a roof over my head.
But is your information safe with this service?
Why should people trust your company with the incredibly sensitive information that has to go on an unemployment application?
We don't actually store any of the data ourselves. We inject it in the form and then it disappears. The government should invest in making it an easy process to access your rights. And a company like Do Not Pay shouldn't really have to exist.
Jake, we just are all shaking our heads at kind of the genius of this, and then it ends up just basically printing out the application. If this service is free to folks, which is incredible, I mean, the company does have to make money to stay afloat. How does it do that?
I know, it's such a great question. It's the first question that all of us have when we hear about this. How could this be possible? Well, Browder's company makes money by charging for other services, like a virtual credit card that lets you sign up for free trials and then cancel them. But Do Not Pay is giving away this unemployment filing service for free to anyone who needs it. And here is something else we learned, Savannah, that I think is so interesting. Browder says that his data suggests that as much as 60% of Americans may be eligible for some sort of unemployment benefit that they do not realize. This is going to affect so many more people than we ever thought possible.
Jacob, one question, is he ready for the number of people that are going to be downloading that app right about now?
Yeah.
I know. Isn't it incredible? He's built basically this parallel customer service system. And because it's built on modern systems, the kind of systems that we, here in California get to enjoy through all of these companies, he's created a system that will then funnel everybody through to paper, which these systems from the 1960s are built to handle. They go through and it seems to reach people reliably. And so the workaround of it, the systems design of it is really the genius of this thing, I think.
It really is. Wow. I love innovation. Love all those smart folks doing something, using their powers for good.
They were made for this moment.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are going to be downloading that app today. If you want more information on it or other ways to get help, you can go to our website. We've got some good resources there, today.com.
At age 55, Raymond Sismet was a healthy, active, retired Marine, a father of 3. But during the month of March, while much of America stayed home, Raymond stayed here in the COVID-19 ward at the University of Washington Medical Center Northwest, where we were first given rare access last week to see their innovative work.
People of all ages and all physical conditions, this can hit you pretty hard, can't it?
100%, and I was one of those people.
Hospitalized in early March, Raymond was struggling to breathe. So doctors put him on a ventilator for 18 days.
I felt very surreal about whether this was happening to me or not. It didn't feel like I belonged there. It didn't feel like I was in disbelief. It was very tough to consider that there were some days that my wife had to talk to the doctors and there was no progress some days, and how close it was to not making it.
Infectious disease doctor Maggie Green helped care for Raymond, who was one of their first COVID-19 patients and one of their youngest.
And here's this healthy man coming in critically ill. It was frightening for all of us.
Early on, they got permission to use an experimental drug, remdesivir, one of several potential coronavirus treatments now in clinical trials, though Raymond only got part of the recommended treatment course because his liver enzymes began to spike.
I think he only got 5 or 6 days worth, and he got better, but we know that a lot of people get better anyways. I don't know how the drug helped him or if it did, and that's why we need these trials.
Raymond's wife, Jill, also tested positive for COVID-19, but her symptoms were mild. The hardest part was not being able to see her husband in person, just FaceTime.
I can't even tell you how excited I was just to see him, even though he looked pretty, he didn't look so great.
Raymond, I can tell for you, that's the part that gets you more emotional, thinking about what your wife and family went through, right?
I just remember that FaceTime, I was still out of it, and I just remember all of a sudden I heard them over the phone. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
That was a good day.
The other day that stands out is the one when he got off the ventilator. His medical providers celebrated too.
For him to get better really just gave us some hope that everything we were working so hard for was not for nothing.
It was a victory because unfortunately a lot of people didn't make it out. So I think that's why they were celebrating. I couldn't figure out why, but now I know.
Next man up, let's go.
Just a few months ago, NBC News showed you this CrossFit class in Portsmouth, Ohio, a grueling workout for anyone.
Who knows what it feels like to be frustrated? To be ashamed of what you've done?
But this class wasn't just for anyone. It was for people in recovery from drug addiction.
Finish strong, let's go. We're in it together, let's go.
And this is that class now. Recovery during the coronavirus. Outdoors for safety, socially distanced, of course.
You know, a lot of these folks are fighting in the hardest battle of their life right now, and then this kind of layered on top of them.
Instructor Dale King is a military veteran from Portsmouth, one of the hardest hit cities in the country by the opioid crisis.
1, air squats.
He's been doing his part to revive his hometown with workout classes and by employing people in recovery. When the coronavirus hit, he adapted.
We maintain all the distance guidelines and the whole deal, but you know, bigger than staying safe is you have to have a schedule, and you got to have some sort of normalcy in your life.
Let's move.
Best efforts aside, experts worry about how the current crisis is impacting the recovery community.
As you look at the country and all these states now telling people to stay home and only go out when it's essential, what's your biggest concern about that?
We have so many concerns about that because people are feeling isolated. They don't have access to their regular health care. They can't access treatment. It's a recipe for disaster.
In 3 seconds, we're back to flutter kicks.
Back in Portsmouth, Nicole Maynard tells us the distancing has been a stress.
They shut down all of our meetings. That's one thing that I really look forward to, is going to NA meetings, AA meetings.
Adding to the stress, she's in sober living and because of the virus, can't even visit with her children.
And that's really affected me, and I can just I can just feel like I'm really missing them, and it's starting to affect me a little bit, you know.
Here you go, guys, come on!
Another member of the class in Portsmouth, Andrew Wright, says his recovery is on solid ground, but he's seeing others struggle.
I actually had one friend overdose last weekend. She's lucky to be alive.
You had called about your son having a problem with drugs and alcohol?
In upstate New York, Andre Nere runs a sober living house and says the calls are pouring in, dozens a day.
One of the reasons that we drink and use is because of stress and of worry and trying to overcome the daily challenges. And then you have this added stress of coronavirus, which is just pushing people over the edge.
Times of unemployment lead to people feeling less hopeful. In a mechanism of coping for that, for some people, is substance use and addiction.
Stop giving the virus a chance. It doesn't need it.
In Portsmouth, where fighting addiction is a point of pride, they're fighting the virus the same way, with an eye on the future.
Now everyone has a shared struggle. And when we come out of this thing, people are going to be ready to support, people are going to be ready to celebrate, and people are going to be ready to appreciate what they had.
Experts tell us that if you or a loved one is struggling with addiction, it's important to remember that there is treatment out there right now, even during coronavirus. And the sooner you get into treatment, the more effective it can be. Also, one more note, guys, if you know someone who's struggling with opioid addiction, or you or a family or friend, you might want to have Narcan in your house. That's the overdose antidote. You might want to have that on hand just in case 911 is delayed.
He grew up on the ragged edge of the middle class in Scranton. He committed to public service early in life and never stopped serving. And he's faced unspeakable tragedy with fortitude and grace. And these experiences animate the empathy he extends to Americans who are struggling, no matter what their story. Empathy matters. And in this moment of crisis, it is more important than ever that the next president restores Americans' faith in good, effective government. Joe Biden has spent nearly his entire life in public service. He knows that a government run with integrity, competence, and heart will save lives and save livelihoods. And we can't afford to let Donald Trump continue to endanger the lives and livelihoods of every American. And that's why I'm proud to endorse Joe Biden as President of the United States. I've seen the Vice President help a community heal. 1 year to the day after the Boston Marathon bombings that tore up bodies and tore our sense of safety and community, he was here. People who'd been hurt, people who were afraid. He gave them peace and he gave them grace. I watched it up close.
We are Boston. We are America. We respond. We endure. We overcome. And we own the finish line.
But when Donald Trump is gone, we will need to do more than heal a nation that has been bitterly divided. We will need to rebuild and transform our country. And I've seen Joe Biden help a nation rebuild. In 2009, President Obama put him in charge of leading the implementation of the historic Recovery Act to save our economy and help working families. During the recovery, and later when I worked in the White House setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, I saw him up close, doing the work, getting in the weeds, never forgetting who we were all there to serve. Among all the other candidates I competed with in the Democratic primary, there's no one I've agreed with 100% of the time over the years. But one thing I appreciate about Joe Biden is he will always tell you where he stands. When you disagree, he'll listen. And not just listen, but really hear you and treat you with respect, no matter where you're coming from. And he's shown throughout this campaign that when you come up with new facts or a good argument, he's not too afraid or too proud to be persuaded. Joe Biden was there at the very moment I became a senator. He swore me in, and when he did, he said, "You gave me hell, and you're going to do a great job." Because that's the thing about Joe. He wants you in the fight with him. And when you're in the fight with Joe at your side, you know you have a partner who's committed to getting something good done for this country. Joe Biden is a selfless public servant. He is committed to the fight for social, racial, and economic justice. Joe Biden will lead a government that works for the American people. And now it's up to all of us to help make Joe Biden the next president of the United States. Let's get to work. Go to joebiden.com right now and chip in your $5, make some phone calls, send some texts. We are all in this together now.
This morning, the push to reopen parts of the nation's economy intensifying after President Trump said Tuesday it is up to the governors of each state to make that happen.
I will then be authorizing each individual governor of each individual state to implement a reopening and a very powerful reopening plan of their state at a time and in a manner as most appropriate.
The president acknowledging some states will be able to lift social distancing restrictions sooner than others.
We have a lot of those states. They're set to open practically now. We're going to let them open sooner than the date. We're going to pick a date. We're going to get a date that's good, but it's going to be very, very soon, sooner than the end of the month. We have beautiful pieces, beautiful states with capable governors. They know when it's time to open.
A shift in tone coming just a day after the president declared he had total authority to make the decision. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo downplaying the bitter back and forth between governors and the White House.
This is no time for politics, and it is no time to fight. I put my hand out in total partnership and cooperation with the president. If he wants a fight, he's not going to get it from me. Period.
Meantime, this morning, new controversy over news the president's name will appear on those coronavirus relief checks passed by Congress. It comes after these comments earlier this month.
I'm going to sign them? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign them? No.
The Treasury Department denying reports that the process of adding the president's printed name will delay the paper checks, saying economic impact payment checks are scheduled to go out on time and exactly as planned. There is absolutely no delay whatsoever. Democrats pouncing overnight, saying the president is politicizing the process.
I wish it were the only ego trip. It seems almost every day the president thinks this crisis revolves about him and his desires, his needs, his enemies.
All of it as the president is making a major announcement, saying the U.S. will be halting funds to the World Health Organization. Mr. Trump accusing the WHO of failing to sound the alarm on the virus quickly enough, and for saying China was being transparent about the initial outbreak there, which the organization denies.
The outbreak could have been contained at its source with very little death.
Because you have practiced physical distancing, the stay-at-home orders, you have bent the curve.
Vowing not to allow politics to influence public health, Governor Gavin Newsom stressed Californians still face at least several more weeks at home.
That's the sober reality, but it's also a reality that I think provides a little bit of light.
California, Oregon, and Washington State now creating a regional alliance.
This virus doesn't recognize state boundaries. We have to work together on a plan for reopening.
7 northeastern states have announced a similar partnership. Roughly a third of the total U.S. population, 105 million people, live in these 10 states. But as the West Coast sees a sliver of light, New York City has hit a grim milestone, 10,000 official deaths from COVID-19. Overnight, nearly 3,800 names were added to New York City's death toll. Many died at home, in nursing homes, or assisted living facilities where the virus was suspected but not confirmed, a problem not just limited to New York. An NBC News investigation finds that of 27 states reporting, nearly 4,300 people have died in long-term care facilities. But even as the pandemic rages, leaders must consider when or how to reopen the economy. Governor Newsom announcing 6 key benchmarks California hopes to meet, including community testing and isolating those who are positive or exposed, preventing infection in those who are at high risk, preparing hospitals to handle a surge of patients, therapeutic drugs to meet demands, and social distancing at schools and businesses.
You may be having dinner with a waiter wearing gloves, maybe a face mask, dinner where the menu is disposable, where your temperature is checked before you walk in.
A new normal that will hopefully allow America to reopen.
For that primetime special last night, we spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about what needs to be in place before states can even think about reopening. And we started by asking what he thinks about the president saying that there are some states that could lift stay-at-home orders even before May 1st.
I'm certain, though, even though I haven't specifically discussed this with him, that he's talking about some of the states that have a very low level right now, particularly those states with a low density of population and a lot of geographic lands.
Yes, but in any event, can you think of any state that would be ready to do that, lift those guidelines before May 1st?
You know, I haven't gone state by state through them, except to say, Savannah, that I do believe he was referring to those. And there is going to be a great deal of variability. It probably would be a rolling entry into it, with some states actually doing nothing different because they're still in a really difficult situation and you would not want to relax any of the physical separation guidelines, and others that would be doing really much better. So it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all.
And with understanding that every state, every country, every region, every community is different, what in your mind are the absolute musts, the absolute prerequisites that any community, state, or region must have in place in order to lift these mitigation guidelines?
Well, that's a great question, and we have discussed that many, many times. And the minimum thing is that you've got to be able to identify, isolate, get out of circulation, and do adequate and appropriate contact tracing as new cases arise. If you start pulling back on mitigation, physical separations, there will be infections. The real proof of the pudding of the success of this reentry is how quickly and effectively you identify them, you get them out of circulation, you give them care where needed, and you do contact tracing so that you don't have a beginning of a peak. If you don't have that, then you may have some difficulty, and that's what we're concerned about when we tell people what they really need to have in place.
You told the Associated Press earlier today we're not there yet in terms of the testing and tracing necessary to contain new outbreaks, which of course raises the question, how far away are we from getting there?
You know, we're rapidly approaching. If you look several weeks to a month ago, the number of tests were out there. Right now, there are, I believe the last number that we spoke about the day before yesterday or today was close to or even at or beyond 3 million tests. That's really far, far greater than what we were a couple of weeks ago. Right now, they're developing the capability of even escalating and accelerating that even more, so that we would be able to have a significant number in the measured in the millions of tests each week.
I mean, what do we know about whether you do develop immunity to coronavirus? I'm sure you saw this report that came out of Korea from their CDC saying that they had found the virus had been reactivated in a number of patients they thought had been cured. What do you think about that?
Right. We don't know how common that is. It's likely an uncommon event and won't have a public health impact. We have to be humble and modest and appreciate that we don't have all the answers with the antibody, because the things that we don't know is that in general, with viruses that we deal with all the time, when you develop an antibody after infection, it almost invariably means you're protected. We don't absolutely know that for sure yet. I think it is going to be the case. I can say I think it will be. The other thing that we don't know is the durability of protection. So are you protected for a month or 2 or 3, a half a year or a year? We need to get experience to know that.
Finally, as you know, New York has been hard hit. The governor has said recently that he believes, looking at the numbers, that there's been a plateau, that perhaps it's on the decline, and that the worst may be over. Broadening that out to the country as a whole, do you feel, as we sit here now, that the worst is behind us?
Right now, given what we are doing, the worst looks like, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, there's still a couple of cities right now, Savannah, that we're worried about that haven't yet peaked and turned around. But if you look at the New York metropolitan area as kind of the prototype that's been driving this through the country, and then look at the country as a whole, there's no doubt what we've seen over the last several days is a flattening out, and even when you get to New York, it's actually starting to come down regarding admissions, hospitalizations, needs for intensive care and intubation. Hopefully that trend will continue. So, as I say, I'm a very cautious person, but we are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel.
I think I almost heard you say, perhaps the worst is over, with many, many caveats.
Sorry, Savannah.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Always good to be with you. Thank you for having me.
You can't blame me for trying. I think we all are just waiting for Dr. Fauci to say, yes, okay, the worst is past, but he will always tell the truth.
And by the way, that's the first time I think I've seen him laugh, and I like his laugh.
Former President Barack Obama passing the torch to his longtime political partner.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made.
The 12-minute video, part endorsement, part call to action, drawing a sharp contrast to President Trump without ever naming him.
We need Americans of goodwill to unite in a great awakening against a politics that too often has been characterized by corruption, carelessness, self-dealing, disinformation, ignorance, and just plain meanness.
Obama casting Biden is the right person to lead the country through the coronavirus crisis.
Joe helped me manage H1N1 and prevent the Ebola epidemic from becoming the type of pandemic we're seeing now.
Following Bernie Sanders' endorsement of Biden a day earlier.
And we need you in the White House.
The former president praising the Vermont senator.
Bernie's an American original, a man who has devoted his life to giving voice to working people's hopes, dreams, and frustrations.
And urging Sanders' progressive supporters to unite behind the more moderate Biden.
We have to look to the future. Bernie understands that, and Joe understands that.
Sanders echoing that message, telling the Associated Press it would be irresponsible for his loyalists to oppose Biden, warning those who sit on their hands will only help President Trump win. President Trump's re-election campaign dismissing the Obama endorsement, saying Obama has no other choice but to support Biden, adding President Trump will destroy him. Biden's repeatedly played up his partnership with Obama.
I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand.
His former boss now returning the favor.
Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now.
This morning, a growing number of major meat processing plants are closed because of coronavirus. The latest, Smithfield Foods in South Dakota, a state where there is no stay-at-home order. The company shut down this plant in Sioux Falls after more than 430 employees tested positive. A quick response team from the Centers for Disease Control now on site.
We feed millions of people every day.
Smithfield President and CEO Kevin Sullivan in a video statement.
We can't stay home. We can't telecommute. Food, after all, does not get made on the internet.
78-year-old Saul Sanchez is one of 3 workers from a different company's meat processing plant who died from the virus.
It's just hard to put into words how betrayed I feel. Like, here's my dad, who was a very loyal employee in a company that did not take care of him.
His daughter believes not enough is being done to protect these workers critical to the nation's food supply.
What protections, if any, did your father get at work?
None.
No PPE?
No PPE.
Health officials say Sanchez, like other industry workers, are vulnerable because employees often work elbow to elbow. The North American Meat Institute, which represents the industry, saying our members are tackling COVID-19 one day at a time. Other big companies that have recently shut down plants: Tyson, JBS, Cargill. With all the plant closures, there are fears that shoppers could soon find shortages in their local grocery stores like they did last month. And there are worries some may start panic buying, leading to even less supplies on shelves across the country. It's not just employees at meat processors worried about their health. Grocery store employees who have seen co-workers die now also asking for similar PPE protection. The United Food and Commercial Workers says at least 30 members have died from COVID-19, calling it a clear and present danger to our nation's food supply and all grocery store workers. But experts say with less meat being processed, the law of supply and demand may rule how much you see or don't see in the coming weeks in the grocery store.
Yeah, that is so sad, Carrie, what's happening to the workers there. I bet shoppers are wondering when they may see the effects of that shortage in their grocery stores.
Well, experts say, Hoda, that if we're going to see this shortage, it would be about 3 weeks from now. But they point out it's very hard to calculate consumer behavior right now because of potential panic buying, much like we saw with toilet paper, where so many people purchased it. So they're keeping a very close eye on the supply as folks go to the grocery store.
All right,
Hoda?
Carrie, thank you very much.
We've got Joe on Facebook wanting to know, is the wearing of gloves by the general public important in stopping the spread?
Joe, no. In fact, healthcare experts say that wearing gloves out in public can provide a false sense of security for most people, make them less likely to wash their hands and more likely to touch their face. Remember, the CDC says the coronavirus cannot penetrate through your skin. So when you see people out in the grocery store and they're touching their phone and touching the cart and then touching some products, their gloves are getting just as contaminated as their hands would. The ideal thing to do here is to train yourself not to touch your face and to wash your hands frequently. And remember, if you insist on wearing gloves, you have to know how to properly take them off and dispose of them. Otherwise, it defeats the whole purpose.
That's funny. My grocery store has a sign that says you have to have a mask and gloves before you go in, but that's good to know. Another one for you, Vicki. Esther on Instagram asks, how safe is it to buy food from restaurants right now?
Right now, the CDC and the FDA, as well as epidemiologists, all say that getting delivery or takeout food is relatively safe. But you do want to take certain precautions to try to limit contact as much as possible. So that means using things like Google Pay, Apple Pay, your credit card. You don't want to use cash because that puts you in contact with people and exchanging money. Remember, you can tip on your credit card. When you're getting a delivery, ask them to leave it outside your door. If you have to go into the restaurant to pick up that food, try to maintain that 6 feet of distance to protect the worker and yourself. And always wash your hands after you handle the packaging. Put your food onto a plate or into a bowl and then throw away the packaging and wash your hands before you eat.
Okay, Vicki, we've got one from Janice on Facebook. After someone leaves their home to be admitted to the hospital with COVID-19, what is the proper way to clean the home?
Okay, so the first thing you want to do, Janice, is make sure that you are using a product that can properly disinfect and kill the virus. If you don't know, I want to show you on the back of most commercial cleaning products, there's actually an EPA registration number. You can look that up on the EPA's website for certified disinfectants to kill this coronavirus. Now, if you don't have these commercial products, just use 1/3 cup of bleach and 1 gallon of water. That solution also works. And don't forget, soap and water works also. First things first, go to the kitchen, the bathroom, all of those high-touch surfaces where that sick person might have had contact and everyone else in your house is having contact. So that's countertops, doorknobs, light switches, handles. You want to wipe all of those things down. Make sure you follow the instructions to leave the cleaning agent on as long as you need to so that it effectively kills the virus. Then when you're doing the laundry and the sheets of the infected person, you don't want to shake that stuff out. Make sure you're using enough water, soap, and heat so that your clothes will be clean and you can prevent the spread of the virus.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America. Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas, Manchester, from Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
I'm on my way to work. I have just had a very nice and cathartic dance party in my car, which is a good transition to work from home. Had a little bit of a stressful morning with my children, trying to get them set up for homeschool. I am a widow, so I don't have a partner to help me with them, and I don't want them to send them to my in-laws or my parents because they're getting older and some of them have health conditions that might put them a little bit more at risk. I have a great babysitter who helps me a lot, but sometimes it's a little bit hard to kind of get everything going, make sure everything's calm, and still keep my own calm. I'm going to get mask, face shield, everything that I need to be safe on my shift. I walked in and they said everybody's intubated, and it looks like it's true actually. Most of our beds are taken up by intubated patients. Now I'm going to try to go to the tents. Patients get registered here. Good morning. Here is our fantastic staff, and then we have separate areas for people getting treatment. I'm waiting for my next patient to be placed in a room. He's in his early 20s. He's here for nausea and vomiting. Before this whole thing, we used to have a differential diagnosis of 21-year-old male with nausea and vomiting. What that could be is it, appendicitis or gastritis, pancreatitis, or something like that. But now everybody, everywhere is a suspect for COVID. I just need to take it out of the ED for a little bit. Sometimes you just got to step out for a second. I just wanted to give you guys a little look at the ICU. We have every patient in here on a ventilator. I wanted to point out how we have our IVs set up so that our nurses can get some protection by only using medications and hanging things outside the room instead of having to go in every time they need to change something on the pole. Everybody has coronavirus, but some people also have heart attacks at the same time. This happens, and it makes things even harder. Well, my day's over. Well, my hospital day is over. It's hard. It's hard to think that some of your patients that you diagnosed today might not be here tomorrow when you come back for your shift. So it's almost 10 o'clock at night, and on my way home I got a FaceTime from my youngest child, who's 4, who's still awake. She really was upset because she didn't want to go to bed without seeing me. I was hoping that she would be asleep because I'm tired and I just want to just relax a little bit and go to sleep. I'm sure right now I'm struggling and I'm like, oh, I have to go inside and parent. But at the end of the day, that's my favorite job.
Rush hour reshaped by coronavirus. In Pittsburgh, bumper-to-bumper traffic for miles, not to get to work, but to get food.
I just got laid off. I'm just a single parent. There's nobody but me.
5,000 carloads served by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in recent weeks. Drop-ins at the organization's warehouse up 500%.
In all honesty, and this is not an easy thing as a food banker to say, we know that in this particular crisis, that the demand is greater than even our organization can meet.
Scenes playing out coast to coast as millions of American families find themselves unexpectedly unemployed and suddenly food insecure. In New York City, soup kitchen lines doubling. Volunteers in LA can't fill bags fast enough. And in St. Louis, traffic cops brought in to direct cars waiting not just for meals, but also diapers.
Almost every parent, right, who has to come and ask for diapers, you can feel this and see this just like visceral fear and worry.
The St. Louis Diaper Bank usually distributes 200,000 diapers per month. This April, it'll be 500,000.
You know, we maybe have enough to get through the next week, but then we're going to have to start to get creative about how we're going to access those diapers.
The pandemic putting unprecedented pressure on American families and the organizations that serve them. Sarah Dolph, NBC News.
I don't think $536 is free. I don't know. I'm a grad student, and that's literally 2 weeks worth of my paycheck.
2 weeks of pay for a coronavirus test, the one that's supposed to be free anywhere in America, by law, passed by Congress last month as our economy was shutting down. Even earlier, many states had ordered free testing, and some large insurance companies had pledged no costs. But in West Virginia, Anna Davis Abel got a bill anyway. She filmed herself going through a drive-through testing site.
Oh my God, they just pulled my braid out through my nostril, but it's done. I am now tested for COVID-19.
When the bill came, it wasn't for the COVID-19 test itself, but for a whole battery of other tests for things like the flu and adenovirus. With tests in short supply, her doctor had to rule out other things first before she could get a COVID-19 test.
The long and the short of it is, the only reason that you had these tests done was because your doctor was concerned that you might have coronavirus, and they had to do these tests first in order to get you a coronavirus test, and yet still you got billed more than $500 for it.
Yes, if I had not met my deductible or if I had been paying out of pocket, it would have been $2,000.
Aetna's parent company, CVS Health, had pledged to waive copays for all diagnostic testing related to COVID-19. But Anna's doctor told her those initial tests couldn't be billed under the COVID-19 billing code. After NBC News contacted Aetna, the insurer followed up to say it was waiving Anna's costs retroactively. An Aetna spokesman saying that hers was an unusual instance and that our commitment to waiving member costs for testing and treatment related to COVID-19 has not changed. Most people we spoke to did not get charged for a COVID-19 test. And if you've ever been in a U.S. hospital, you know that medical billing is extremely complicated. So maybe those surprise bills that some Americans are getting aren't that surprising.
It is now the law that insurance is supposed to cover that test 100%. And then if you're uninsured, there are different pathways to get to a free test, although you're going to have to sign up for something.
But what happens, though, if you go in because you're having symptoms or concerns you need a coronavirus test? They evaluate you for things like the flu, and they determine you don't need a coronavirus test.
Right. So then you might get charged for the visit. The law is kind of narrowly written.
So they tested me for the coronavirus. After that, I started feeling quite a bit better while I was waiting on the results. But anyhow, then 2 weeks later, I get a bill in the mail for $857 for lab work. The actual test was $1,143, and my insurance discount got it down to $857. And I had not met my deductible, so I owed $857. My first thought was, they've made a mistake.
No mistake. Just like Anna, Ricky got hit with a bill for an upper respiratory panel his doctor ordered before giving him the COVID-19 test. Blue Cross Blue Shield had pledged to cover full testing costs for COVID-19. but a spokesman tells me members can still be charged for other tests their doctor orders. Blue Cross says it's prepared to make changes as necessary to ensure cost isn't a barrier.
My immediate response was anger.
By the time Melanie Yazzie came down with symptoms, New Mexico had already ordered testing free.
So I drove to the other side of town and I waited for 3 hours, and then I got tested and I drove off and came back home. And I actually got the bill before I got the results of my test.
Almost $200. In Yazzie's case, it seems the billing office sent her the bill that should have gone to her insurance company. They're supposedly working it out.
I still have no idea if my insurance paid for this $199 or if the state paid for it or how this is being offered for free.
And the most important question, what happened with your test? Hopefully it was negative.
It was negative. Yeah, it was negative. I received results maybe 5 days later, and I breathed a sigh of relief.
Right now we're seeing record death tolls in New York City. What does that mean for funeral directors in the state and in the city?
And we have this incredible amount of volume of death that's taking place right now, and it takes time to treat somebody with dignity and respect after they've passed, to prepare them for a viewing, to bury them properly, to cremate them. The sheer volume is just working against us because we don't have enough time.
This is, again, really new for people, even just in terms of the pandemic. It's a crisis. It feels very scary, especially in New York City. What's the worst case scenario in the city right now?
The worst case scenario is probably playing out right now, actually, as we speak. It's just that high number of deaths that are taking place and just having the system at its max capacity where it's just really hard to keep up with the number of deaths that are occurring. So what that's causing is when a family member calls a funeral home, many of them are just at capacity right now because they're waiting for the ability to have someone they're helping now be buried or be cremated.
What does the strain look like?
We have funeral homes that help about 100 families on average a year. We have some funeral homes in the city who in the last week or so have helped 40, 50, 60 families already. So imagine doing half of your year's business in a week's period of time.
What are you hearing from folks that you've either worked with in the past or that you that your association works with? What are you hearing from folks?
I've spoken to a couple of funeral homes recently who say their average day right now is 7 a.m. to 1 a.m., just taking enough time to sleep and rest a little bit. I had one funeral director tell me that he lost 13 pounds in the past week just from trying to, make sure that he's doing what he's doing for families. And I think the stress of it all is making it that much harder. As of right now, we are only allowed to bring in immediate family members for a private gathering, but when they come in, they have to maintain the 6 feet social distancing mandates. So it's hard for me to even imagine what a family member is feeling after losing someone. If I was with my sister in a funeral home because my mom passed away and I couldn't get close to my sister to hug her, I couldn't imagine. People don't like to talk about death, but we've seen it front and center, unfortunately, in the pandemic. And funeral directors really are that last responder. They are on the front lines right now trying to help families. So I think it's just really important that folks remember that when they see somebody who is a funeral director trying to help a family.
Overnight, the first round of stimulus checks payments were supposed to be deposited into folks' bank accounts. Susie is here to help us make sense of it all. She's, as you know, a personal finance expert, the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Ultimate Retirement Guide for 50 Plus, and host of the Women and Money podcast. Susie, good to see you. Good morning, and thanks for being with us.
Oh, anytime, Al. Good to see you. I dressed to match you today.
There you go. We're wearing blue in honor of the...
I brought one of my own personal bias to the way we do this. For people who haven't noticed, I have an annoying personal habit that my children remind me of often, my staff too. They reminded me this morning. People love to give you their opinion on what they think. I think this, I think this. And I often will stop them and say, okay, before you tell me what you think, just tell me the facts. Just give me the facts first, before your interpretation of the facts. So I like to start with just the facts. Just give me the facts. And that's what we do in this presentation. Here are the facts. No opinion, no filter. And then I'll give you an opinion, but I'll tell you what's my opinion versus the facts. So just the facts. It is an annoying personal habit because people want to tell you their opinion. I think this. I know, but tell me the facts first. Then we'll do your opinion. Total hospitalizations, click down, still in the 18,000, but a click down. Good news. That's a fact. It is a fact. That is good news, not my opinion. You see flattening of the curve, all these new expressions that we never used before. Plateau, flattening, rounding. Net change in hospitalizations, down. That's good news. 3-day rolling average, because remember, any one of these days of reporting, this is a new reporting system. It's imprecise. I wouldn't bet the farm on any one day's numbers, but a 3-day average starts to be a little more accurate. ICU admissions is down. That's good news. Intubations are down. That's very good news, just on a real-life level. When a person is intubated, they're on a ventilator, 80% of the people will never come off the ventilator or thereabouts. So that's good news. Little reality check. You still have, on a day-to-day basis, about 2,000 people who are being diagnosed with COVID. So we're out of the woods. No, we're still in the woods. The good news is we showed that we can change the curve. Good news is, great news in my opinion, we can control the spread. That is great news, because can you imagine if we couldn't control the spread? If we did all this and the spread kept going up. So we can control the spread. But you still have about 2,000 people a day who are new diagnosis coming into the hospital system. So it's still a serious public health issue. Lives lost yesterday, 752, which is the painful news of our reality day after day, and they are in our thoughts and prayers. You see 707 in hospitals, 45 in nursing homes. People are interested in those numbers and how those numbers are changing. But you see the terrible news has basically been flat over the past several days. Again, the number of deaths is a quote-unquote lagging indicator. It's almost disrespectful to put it in scientific terms. But these are people who were probably intubated, they were on a ventilator, and then again, a period of time on a ventilator normally has a bad outcome. The total losses, total number of deaths number, the CDC changed guidelines on how they want information reported. They want deaths, and then another category of probable deaths, which is a new category that's done by the local Department of Health or the coroner. So we're going to rationalize those new reporting requirements with local governments and get that information out as soon as we can. We're also, since we have a little bit of a period to take a breath, we're going to contact nursing homes and facilities to find out if there were other people who passed from COVID who were not necessarily in a hospital or in a nursing home, because there is a sense that there may be additional people who have passed away and they weren't included in the count because they weren't in a hospital, they weren't in a nursing home. So we'll be going through that. But basically, the healthcare situation has stabilized. The fears of overwhelming the healthcare system has not happened, thanks to the phenomenal work of our frontline workers, thanks to all the additional capacity that the hospital system created, over 50% additional capacity in 1 month. Just think of that. Thanks to the work that our federal government did, Army Corps of Engineers, providing the beds at Javits and Comfort. By the way, Javits, which is 2,500 bed capacity as the overflow valve, about 800 people have gone through Javits. So thank you very much. And that was a great service that was done by the federal government in a very short period of time. So we have that stabilized. People are still getting infected, but we have the infection spread down to a manageable number. We've accomplished that. People are restless. We have to talk about the reopening of the economy. How do we do this? We have to build a bridge from where we are to the reopening of the economy. Well, what does that look like? Let's say that where we're going, it's not a reopening in that we're going to open what was. We're going to a different place. And we should go to a different place, and we should go to a better place. If we don't learn the lessons from this situation, then all of this will have been in vain. We learned a lot if we're willing to open our eyes and open our ears. So we're going to a different place, which is a new normal. And we talk about the new normal. We've been talking about the new normal for years. We're going to have a new normal in public health. By the way we have a new normal in an environment, a new normal in economics, a new normal in civil rights, a new normal in social justice, right? This is the way of the world now. We're moving to a new place, more challenging place, but also potentially a better place. Well, when is this over? I say, personal opinion, it's over when we have a vaccine. It's over when people know I'm 100% safe and I don't have to worry about this. When does that happen? When we have a vaccine. When do we have a vaccine? 12 to 18 months. Who determines that? The federal government has to test the vaccine, FDA. It's a big gap, 12 to 18 months, yes. I say the sooner the better. Anything we can do to work with the federal government to get the vaccine done faster, we are all in. You want to use New York State as a laboratory? We are ready, willing, and able. Any way the New York State Department of Health can work with the FDA to reduce that testing period, we are all in and energized and creative and ambitious about it. So anything we can do to accelerate that vaccine, we will do. You need a place to test it in large numbers, think of New York. But that's the ultimate end, right? We have a vaccine. Now we don't have to worry about this. By the way, we'll probably have to worry about the next public health risk at that time. So don't forget everything we learned. Besides the vaccine, there's a possibility that they develop a medical treatment. So we can't prevent you from getting the virus, but we have a new medical treatment. And if you get the virus, don't worry, it's no big deal. You go and you get this medical treatment. That's another way of having a natural end, right? And that's what convalescent plasma is all about, and the antibody testing to find people who had the antibody and then injecting the antibody into a person as a treatment method. Maybe the hydroxychloroquine works. Now, this has been a very politicized topic. I have done my best to stay 100 miles away from politics in all of this. Everybody wants to see hydroxychloroquine work. Everybody. Well, the president says he believes it works, but he's not a doctor. You're right. He says he believes it works, but he's not a doctor. Find out. Find out. And everyone hopes that it works. And anything New York can do to test it, we will. We are now testing hydroxychloroquine. There are a number of hospitals that are doing it. It's not a government decision. It's not a political decision. The medical doctor decides. And if a medical doctor decides it works, fine. We have an executive order that limits the prescription of hydroxychloroquine only because we don't have enough. And there was such a demand on it that people who needed it and were using it can't get it. So if the federal government sends us more, we will dispense more. It's a pure supply side issue. Or maybe they develop another drug that they figure out has an effect. That could happen between now and the vaccine, and we all pray that it does. But until you have the vaccine, until you have the medical treatment, what do you do? How are you building the bridge? Well, it's going to be a phased reopening, right? And during the phased reopening, the priority is make sure you do no harm and keep your eye on the public health issue. That is what is key in all of this. So it's going to be a calibration of reopening based on public health safety and that infection rate, because what we have done and the reducing of the infection rate is a pure function of what New Yorkers have done and what people across the country have done. When you relax that social distancing, you could very well see an increase in the infection rate. So it's all a calibration to the public health, but it's going to be a gradual increasing of economic activity in calibration with the public health standards. The single best tool to doing this gauging, right, is large-scale testing. Test, trace, and isolate. That's what everybody's talking about. What does this mean? It means you test, you find a positive, you trace back who they were with, where they were, test those people, and you isolate the people who are positive. It's inarguable. It's just very, very hard to do. And it opens this new world of testing. And this new world of testing is a new world to all of us, by the way. There's diagnostic testing. Are you positive or negative? There's then testing for antibodies. Were you exposed? If I find out that you were already exposed and you had the virus, now you can go back to work because you had the virus, you have antibodies. Antibody testing, once you have the antibodies, you can help develop convalescent plasma where they can take your blood, take those antibodies, use it as treatment. There's saliva testing, which is faster and easier. It's not blood testing, it's not a swab, it's just saliva, but that's a new form of testing that's just being developed. There's finger prick testing, which is less invasive, but also being developed. There's full blood sampling testing, which is obviously more intrusive. But to do the testing, you need testing equipment. You need swabs, you need vials, and you need all of these things at a capacity that does not now exist. Where do you do the testing? We've been doing testing in hospitals. Frankly, that's not a great place to do testing. You don't want people walking into a hospital emergency room who may be positive for COVID. Our drive-through locations are better. But how do you bring that to scale, all right? And then, even if you have the equipment and the testing site and the personnel to do the testing, where do you get the labs to test all of these tests? This is a whole world of questions that nobody has ever seen before. The bottom line is, well, you need large-scale testing. Let's do it. We can't do it yet. That is the unvarnished truth. I know because New York has been doing this since this started, exploring this new world. We have done more tests than any other state. We've done over 500,000 tests. Which is more than the other states that are near us combined, okay? So we've been very aggressive here. But in all this time, we've only done 500,000 tests. Now, that's a large number of tests, yes, but this is over 1 month period. And even 500,000 tests. You're talking about a state with 19 million people, right? So you get a sense of the scale of what we have to do here. We cannot do it without federal support. And I've been saying this for days. If you have a state that has a lower need, yes, they may be able to do it. But when you have a state that has to do a large number of these tests, I'm telling you we can't do it without federal support. And I've said that from day one. We will coordinate, and we have been coordinating all the tests in our state. That's how we got to that 500,000 number. More aggressive than I think anyone else. We have 228 private laboratories in this state. We will coordinate with them. We'll make sure that we're not competing with ourselves because there are a lot of groups that are now testing. New York State Department of Health developed their own antibody test. And that test is going to be very important, and it's in our control because we'll actually do those tests. We don't need a private lab. We don't need anyone else. With those tests, it will go to about 2,000 per day capacity, and that is a finger prick test, so it's not terribly invasive. Even I can endure the pain of that one. We've asked the FDA to approve a state test that could get us to 100,000 people per day. To give you an idea, that's then 500,000 a week if you don't work the weekends. And I don't know if you do, and I don't want to raise something I don't know about, but 500,000 a week, we've only done 500,000 to date, right? So you get a sense of how powerful that would be if the FDA approves that. We're going to prioritize the antibody testing for first responders and essential workers. And this is important. We've all been saying thank you to the healthcare workers, and that's nice. But I've been talking to George Gresham through this. He's the head of 1199, which represents many healthcare workers. His point has always been the gratitude is appreciated, but we need support. The healthcare workers need support. They need the PPE equipment, and they need the tests to make sure they're not getting infected, or if they are infected, what is their status? And he's been exactly right. More than thank you, actions more than words, right? Nurses, the same thing, NISNA. They've been doing phenomenal work. They need support. They need the equipment. They need time off. They need to recuperate. And the first responders, the NYPD. Pat Lynch, who represents the NYPD, has said to me from day one, my guys need support, guys being gender neutral. They're out there every day. They live in the downstate area, and they work in the downstate area. Many live in Nassau, Suffolk, Westchester, Rockland, Orange, and they're working in New York City. They need not only PPE equipment, et cetera, they need testing. They need to know if they've been infected for themselves, and also they could wind up being spreaders if we don't know. Pat Lynch and the NYPD have been extraordinary here. Okay, make them a priority for the testing that we can do and we can control, and that's the antibody testing, and we will. So the more testing, the more open the economy. But there's not enough national capacity to do this. I've been speaking to governors across the country. Every governor is now in the same situation. I was speaking with Governor Pritzker of Illinois. He has some companies that do this testing in his state, but everyone is in the same position. And we have to be clear on this who does what between the federal government and the state government. The states cannot develop national testing. There's no simple answer to it. It's basically controlled by private sector companies who have been doing it at a reduced volume because that was the world. You didn't need such a high level of tests. So the private sector companies only developed to the capacity that the market demanded. This is an entirely new market. And then when you talk to the private sector companies, which I have, they'll say, I can't increase my volume. I can't get enough swabs. I can't get enough vials. I don't have enough machinery to manufacture it or test it. They need chemical agents that are part of the test. Many of these chemical agents aren't even manufactured in the United States, so there's an international supply chain. All this to say, it is very hard to bring this to scale quickly, and we need the federal government to be part of this. Testing capacity, to me, is like what ventilators were over the past month. all of a sudden, because of this virus and the respiratory attack, we need massive numbers of ventilators. I never heard about ventilators before this. I now know more than I ever wanted to know about ventilators. But it came out of the blue. They're very hard to manufacture. There's a whole supply chain. They're a sophisticated piece of equipment, and it's very hard to get them manufactured quickly. No one is to blame on ventilators. No one is to blame on testing. I know we're in a political world. Well, who's to blame? Who's to blame? Sometimes there's nobody to blame, you know. On this testing situation, there's nobody to blame. Just how do we now do it? How do you now scale this up and scale it up quickly? Because we want to phase the reopening as fast as we can between now and a medical treatment and a vaccine, right? That's what we're doing. I do know this. Let's learn the lesson of ventilators. The answer on testing is not what happened on ventilators, which is 50 states competing against each other to buy testing capacity from these private sector companies, and the federal government, which is also buying testing capacity, competing against the 50 states. That is not learning the lesson of what we did before. So, partnership with the federal government, 100%. But we need that partnership to do this. Once you test, then you have to trace the contacts. So we test Bernadette. Bernadette turns up positive. Okay, who were you with over the past week? What family members were you with? Who do you sit next to in the office? You now have a list of 30 people. If it's Bernadette, even more, because she's highly social, has a lot of friends. Now, somebody's got to run down that list of 30 people from one positive. It's a detective, investigator in the public health space. That is a massive undertaking. It's intelligent, but it's massive. And that is an army of tracers. So testing, have to get that up to scale, and then tracing. Yes, but that's a massive undertaking that we now don't do. So, testing, tracing, isolation. Yes, we have to do that in concert with the federal government. Again, no one's done it before. No one has done it to this volume. And second, for the states to do this role of reopening, we need funding. And the past federal legislation has not provided it. It's that simple. They funded many good causes, hospitals, small businesses, et cetera. Yeah, but you now want the state governments to do all this work. Do this, do this, do this, do this. Okay, I'll do everything I can. I need your help with the things I can't. But you have to provide funding because at the same time, the state governments are broke. And that's not just me. That's every governor in the United States. That's the National Governors Association. The chairman, Governor Hogan, good man, Republican, and myself, vice chairman for the National Governors Association, wrote a joint letter saying the states need $500 billion in funding because I have to be afloat and have some capacity to do all these things you want the governors to now do. And that has to be in the next federal legislation. And there can't be excuses about it. So from today to 18 months, which is the last date for a vaccine, that's what we have to work through. First rule, do no harm. This is a public health crisis. We're still in the woods, and just because that number has plateaued doesn't mean it's any time to relax what we're doing. So do no harm, don't go backwards. Hope we find a medical treatment between now and 18 months. In the meantime, testing, tracing, trying to get that up to scale, which is going to be the equivalent of trying to get Apollo 13 back to Earth, 220,000 miles, 50 years ago. It is a very difficult task. It can't be done perfectly, I can tell you that right now, but we can do better than we're doing. And in the meantime, a phased reopening of the economy as educated by testing, tracing. Now, one other point on the phased reopening. What does that mean? And how do we phase this reopening until we get to a medical treatment or a vaccine? This is what we're thinking about. We need clarity on what the federal government is going to do and what the state governments are going to do. I heard the president last night. The states, it's up to the states, basically. Great, I get it. And the states can do the do no harm. It is their job to do the public health monitoring. The states can also do the phased reopening plan. We cannot do, the states that have a large problem, cannot do the testing and tracing without federal assistance. And that's important. On the reopening, we can do, and we have a blueprint for the reopening. Again, as guided by testing, tracing. But there are two factors really on the reopening. How essential is the business, service, or product or function? The more essential a business, service, or product, the more urgent the need to immediately get them back online or as soon as possible. So how essential is what the business does? And then second, what is the risk of infection spread of that business? Some businesses can say, I can open tomorrow. In my business, I'll have all sorts of precautions. People will not be less than 6 feet apart, period. There will be no congregation of people. I won't do conferences. I won't do joint meetings. It's not the way my business operates. I can bring everybody back, put them at separate desks. They'll never be near each other. I have a very low risk of infection spread. Businesses can start to redesign their workplace to think that way. All right, so your business poses a low risk of infection spread. That's the second factor. Then the first factor is how essential is your business. So that is almost a business by business evaluation that has to go on. And then once you determine the essential nature of the business, because right now we have all quote unquote essential workers who are working, right? This would be, well, what's the next tranche of essential workers? And how high or low is the possibility of infection spread if that business becomes operational? And then you basically have a matrix where the lower risk of infection spread and the higher nature of essential services are the businesses that you would start prioritizing, right? So that's how we will inform our economic reopening as we're being guided by the testing, tracing, and as we're making sure we're not jeopardizing the success we've made in handling the public health issue. That's the whole outline, the whole vision from here to 18 months, building that bridge to the new normal for the economy until we get to a conclusion. In the meantime, for today, stop the spread. I'm going to show you a chart in the next couple of days. We've been tracking the infection rate, which is what? Which is one person. How many people does one person infect? Does one person infect one person? 2 people? 3 people? That rate of infection is the difference between a manageable situation and a pandemic. And they can calibrate that for what Wuhan did, where we are now, and where we were. And it is a fascinating analysis. But in the meantime, what do we do today? We have to continue to stop the spread. This is a constant calibration also. I'm going to issue an executive order that says all people in public must have a mask or nose covering, mouth and nose covering, and they must wear it in a situation where you cannot or are not maintaining social distancing. Meaning what? Meaning the same thing we've been saying from day one. If you're going to be in public and you cannot maintain social distancing, then have a mask and put the mask on when you are not in socially distanced places. You're walking down the street alone, great. You're now at an intersection and there are people in the intersection and you're going to be in proximity to other people, put the mask on. Your right to go out for a walk in the park, go out for a walk because you need to get out of the house, the dog is getting on your nerves, fine. Don't infect me. You don't have a right to infect me. If you are going to be in a situation in public where you may come into contact with other people in a situation that is not socially distanced, you must have a mask or a cloth covering nose and mouth. That is by executive order. So if you're going to get on public transit, you're going to get on a bus, you're going to get on a subway, you're going to stand on a subway platform, you're going to walk in a neighborhood that is busy, you're going to be on a sidewalk, you're going to pass other people on a sidewalk, you're not going to be able to maintain social distancing, you must wear a mask. Or cloth, or an attractive bandana, or a color-coordinated bandana, cloth, but you have to wear it in those situations. We'll give people 3-day notice to allow compliance, just on the off chance that somebody doesn't have a cloth covering or a mask, and we'll go from there. On the ventilators, we've stabilized our healthcare situation. New York had one of the earlier curves. There are other places in this country are now seeing increases in the death rate, and they're seeing stress on their healthcare system. I will never forget the generosity that people across this country showed to our state. And I said at that time, New Yorkers are generous and they are grateful and gracious, and when you need help, we will be there for you, and we will be. State of Michigan is going through an issue right now. State of Maryland is going through an issue. We're stabilized. We're going to send 100 ventilators to Michigan and 50 to the state of Maryland. Last point, personal opinion, build the bridge. We built a bridge. And I learned a lot by building that bridge. And it's a lesson that has informed me, and a lesson that I think should inform people who are hearing about us needing to build this bridge. There was a bridge across the Hudson River called the Tappan Zee Bridge. It was in very bad shape, had been in very bad shape for 20 years. For 20 years, everybody talked about we're going to replace the Tappan Zee Bridge. Nobody did. Tappan Zee Bridge was in such bad shape that there were actual holes in the roadway that they would put these large metal plates over. And when you were driving across the Tappan Zee, you go over one of these metal plates, and the plate would bounce a little bit. And you could actually see glimmers of light that would come through the hole and the metal plate. Traumatized 2 generations of drivers, me included. And government kept saying, yeah, we have to replace this bridge, we have to replace the bridge. Never did. I become governor, I say, we have to replace the bridge. A whole raft of bureaucrats say to me, I mean that in a nice way, you know what, it's too risky a venture. It goes across the Hudson River. The Hudson River is an environmentally sensitive place. You try to build a bridge in the Hudson River, you have to put down piles, you have to do all that construction. It's going to annoy environmental concerns. It's going to be very expensive. It's a very high-risk, difficult project. And they cautioned me not to do it. And by the way, for 20 years, nobody had done it. I said, yeah, but then you don't build the bridge. I understand the risk. I understand you could get blamed. I understand something could happen. I understand whatever you do in life, people are going to have 57 different opinions, and it's never going to be perfect. And yes, they can always write stories. This one criticized this one criticized this, and we love negative in society for some reason. But then you don't get anything done. Long story short, we built the bridge on time, on budget. It's beautiful. We did go through all the heartburn of going through a construction project in the public domain. Yes, many people criticized. We picked blue, they wanted green. We did this, they wanted that. That's the nature of people. But we did it. We did it. And it is a beautiful symbol for me. And for anyone who sees it, don't tell me that we can't do it. Don't tell me we can't do it. Because I know that we can do it. Because we did do it. And we did it very well. Have we dealt with a situation like this? No. Can we build a bridge that takes us from today to 18 months? Yes. Yes. Because we are bridge builders. That's what we do. We build bridges. Sometimes literally, sometimes symbolically, sometimes metaphorically. But we build bridges. The bridges can be a bridge, can be an airport, it can be a new civil rights legislation, it can be new labor rights legislation, new minimum wage legislation, but we build bridges. That's what we do in New York, and we're going to do this. Questions?
Governor, on the mask issue, so this will be any public space where there is congestion. We're talking busy streets, stores. We're just trying to get clarity on what this means.
Any situation in public where you cannot maintain social distancing.
6 feet, is that what we're talking here?
6 feet. If you can't maintain that social distancing because you're going to a congested area, or it's a situation where you can't maintain social distancing. You cannot maintain social distancing on public transit. You can't. You can on a street that is unoccupied, but if you're going out for a walk and you may come to a place where you can't maintain social distancing, you have to have a mask.
Will there be penalties, criminal prosecutions?
There's a possibility for a civil violation. You could get a penalty. You know, you jaywalk, theoretically, you get a penalty. Local governments would enforce it. I don't want to go to a penalty yet. I don't think we haven't seen flagrant non-compliance. So there won't be a penalty, but it is an executive order. I'm directing, if people don't follow it, we could do a civil penalty. You're not going to go to jail for not wearing your mask, but if we get there. But for now, no, there's no civil penalty, but local government should start to enforce it, and they should come up and say, you know, Jesse, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. And by the way, people will enforce it. They'll say to you, if they're standing next to you on a street corner, where's your mask, buddy? In a nice New York kind of way.
Is it in the public interest in the public health for New York to release the number of COVID cases and fatalities at individual nursing homes?
Two interests?
Is it in the public interest?
I know. Two interests. One interest is release as much data as possible. We will release as much data as possible on people who have died in nursing homes. Second interest is respect and legal rights to privacy. You pass away in a nursing home, or your parent passes away in a nursing home, God forbid. Should your parent's picture really be on the front page of the newspaper the next day because they passed away from COVID? Did that mean their privacy should be violated? And I should release their name so that they could be on the news that night? You know, so that's the balance. I've said to them, err on the side of more disclosure, and that's what they've been doing, and that's what they're going to continue to do. But don't discount a person's right to privacy about the death of a loved one and your right to publicize that death because you want to. So it's a balance. Just remember that.
Talking about names, like
Okay.
names, and I think
What
we're
is it?
talking about just counts.
I got it.
Governor,
No, people are. Maybe you're not, but people are.
so on this
Bernadette?
executive order, Mayor de Blasio, what kind of coordination do you have with the city? Because Mayor de Blasio said today, if you go into a grocery store, you have to wear a mask. That's his new order. But did you talk to him at all? And also, going back to my question yesterday with those homegrown tests, you're talking about you need federal assistance in order to up capacity and capability. But if the city's already trying to do that as well, how much are you working with those city partners?
Yeah, Melissa can talk about the overall coordination. We have 400 local government officials in this state. This is a statewide order. I have 700 school districts. I have 50-something county executives. We coordinate as much as we can with everybody. Local governments should and must be doing what they think is necessary. And then we have statewide directives that everyone should do because we have to have one state plan, right? And then I have to turn around and coordinate with New Jersey and Connecticut and 5 other states. So we have to have one state plan. And then I try to coordinate down, then I try to coordinate up with the federal government, you know, all this coordination. So you do the best you can, but when you have a statewide situation, which is what this is, you have to have rules that are statewide, and we try to coordinate with everyone. They can have their own rules, they just can't conflict with a statewide rule. That's the balance, that's the law. So they can do anything they want, just they can't conflict. There will be times when they take a local action, which happens usually also. They take a local action, the state then takes an action, the state action overrides the local action, whether it was plastic bags or whatever, you know. A lot of times we get into situations where you have a lot of local laws, different local laws, and then the state takes an action which overrides the local laws. That's not just in this situation. This is just a more condensed version of it. So I don't know all the local laws that are out there on masks, to tell you the truth. And as long as they don't conflict, great. But if there's a conflict, the state law governs.
So Bernadette, I could just to follow up on that. So the details here are obviously important. What the mayor announced yesterday was that he's going to be moving to the new testing system, that they're going to be acquiring testing systems. What he's talking about is the swabs and the vials that they go in. What the governor is talking about is testing capacity. We've been limited by the testing capacity in the labs. So there's 2 parts to that. There's the swabs that you use to actually get the sample, and then you send it to the lab. And you are constrained by the testing capacity in the lab. So what the governor's talking about is increasing the capacities in the lab, and we are working hand in glove with the city on that and all of our local governments. On the masks, yes, I've been speaking to the city. We're fully supportive of what they said this morning in grocery stores, and we discussed it, and this was the next logical step, was to build on top of that.
So, maybe just so you understand testing and how complex this is. The first issue is you can't bring it to scale, but forget that. Before you even get there, you can't get enough equipment, testing equipment, swabs, vials, literally the the material that you need. When you talk to a private sector company, this is all done by private sector companies. When you talk to them about how do you triple capacity, they'll say, I can't get the swabs. I can't get the vials. I can't get the physical equipment. That's one step. They'll then say, I can't get the testing agents, the chemicals that they need to do the actual testing. They'll then say, I don't have the machines that can do the testing. So you have that whole supply chain. On top of it, you have people contracting for tests, all the states, the federal government, local governments, cities, counties, towns, all across the country. You then have private companies that are trying to buy tests. Why? Because I have my workers coming in, and I want to test my workers. I'm an essential service. I'm a food manufacturer. I have 200 employees. They're going out to buy tests to test their 200 employees. All of this volume is descending on these private sector testing companies that never anticipated this tremendous volume. So you're one of these testing companies, they're getting called from everybody. Private companies, local government, states, federal government, I need more, I need more, I need more. So you have this whole, it's just a complicated, chaotic, it is what ventilators was, probably even worse. Now, can the federal government do this? No. Can the state government do it? No. Can anyone do it? No. But we have to do the best we can to try to figure out how do you get the supply chain up, where do the chemicals come from, what countries do they come from, and that has to happen with the federal government.
The state has shut down at least one state park in Rockland County at the request of local officials there. Why was that done, and do you anticipate closing down more state parks across the state?
I don't know why the park was closed down. Does anybody know?
Yeah.
Melissa?
There were complaints from some local elected officials, I believe, in Rockland County, and so the Parks Department evaluated the situation, and they decided to err on the side of caution, and so they've temporarily closed the park. Our goal is to leave the state parks open because, as the governor said, we do want green space where people can go and get fresh air and exercise safely while they're able to social distance. So we're going to evaluate that situation and make a determination for the long term, but for the short term, it is closed.
Governor, the death toll now outpaces far way too many other states. Can you please comment on whether or not you think that the state should have closed down sooner, and if you believe closing down the state sooner would have saved more lives in New York?
Yeah, look, we can go back and do a retrospective sometime when this is over. As I said, I don't like to do Monday morning quarterback when you're at halftime, because you're at halftime. So it's not really, I don't know how this turns out. I don't know how it turns out for New York. I don't know how it turns out for the nation. So I just don't see how you start to do a game review while you're at the middle point of the game. If you forced me for a game review now, I would say, yeah, I'd like to know, let's go back to December, January. Who was saying what, when? Where was the international health community? The president says, where was the World Health Organization? This is not my world, right? I don't know who should have done what, when, in January, February, et cetera. On the New York, which is a convenient fact that people miss, there is no state that moved faster than the state of New York from the time of our first case to starting to shut down to total shutdown. That all happened in like 19 days in the state of New York. We didn't have a case early on. Remember, this was Seattle, state of Washington, California first. It came to the East Coast later. But from time of the first case to total shutdown, New York State was the shortest period of time. There were, excuse me one second. And then we had steps in the middle between first case and total shutdown. We did schools, we did 25%, 50%, 75%, but the whole thing was 19 days. And what you also have to remember is, and just as a matter of days, on the factual question of speed of movement, no state moved faster than 19 days from first case to total shutdown. Second point is, it was not about my declaring a total shutdown. No one had been here before, and yeah, I can sign an executive order saying total shutdown, and the people of New York can say what they would like to say, which is said nicely is, I am not going to comply with that because it's highly intrusive and you have not shown me any need for that action.
Do you personally regret not moving quicker?
No, I moved faster than any state in the nation. What else do you want? Yes,
Governor,
Renee.
I have two questions on the masks. There's video out of Philadelphia of 10 officers pulling a man off of a train who was not wearing a mask when he was told to put one on or get off. Obviously, in New York, public transit is big. If that happens, if people refuse to get off the trains, what will happen to them?
Yeah, we're not there yet. There is no civil penalty yet. There is no mandatory eviction from a public transit yet. Step one is, talking before, the way I govern is I try to lay out the facts to New Yorkers and then say, this is what I propose given the facts, right? Started by saying, here are the facts. It's not my opinion. It's just here are the facts. Then I'll offer my opinion, and you can throw it out the window, throw it in the garbage pail. Then I'll say, this is what I propose based on the facts. Our success here has been the very high compliance rate with a very aggressive policy that came out of the blue. I mean, just think what you're asking people to do. Stay home and don't go outside. Why would you ever believe New Yorkers would comply with that? I think we were very effective at laying out the facts and explaining why. They're staying home, not because I'm giving them a ticket or because I am saying you'll go to jail. They're staying home because they say, I heard you, and it makes sense to me, and I'm doing it because it makes sense to me. So I haven't given anybody a ticket for running a business. I haven't given anybody a ticket for violating anything. It's because they understood the facts. Where I am now, I'm saying, here are the facts. Stopping the spread is everything. How can you not wear a mask when you're going to come close to a person? On what theory would you not do that? Now, if they don't accept that and there's widespread noncompliance, could we go to civil penalty, or could I say you can't be on the trains or buses unless you wear a mask? You could get there. I assume that's what Philadelphia did if they said they're taking a person off a train. But we're not there yet. And I hope New Yorkers will do it because it makes sense.
Last question. Last part, but also I think people are, is this going to put people in a situation where they're scared not to wear a mask? They want to go on a run or a walk and they don't think they'll see anyone. And they're worried about getting shamed for not wearing the mask. People, even in this news conference, viewers are writing, why isn't everyone in this room
Yeah,
wearing a
I
mask?
want to know why you're not wearing a mask.
Governor, regarding the paid
I know why. So you wear a mask, you keep it below your chin, and then when you are running and you come close to a person, you either run across the street or you put the mask up over your mouth and nose. So look, it's not the biggest inconvenience in the world, right? It doesn't have to be a surgical mask. It could be a cloth mask. Have it with you. And if you're in the walk in the woods and you don't see anyone, great. If you're in the walk in the woods and here comes John Campbell, and because that's what he does a lot is walk in the woods, and you happen to run into him, then you have to put up your mask because here comes John Campbell. It's not that when you think about, look, you get everybody's working so hard to spread the disease. The harm done if someone gets the disease, the number of people impacted, the healthcare workers, wear the mask. What's the big deal? It can be a mask, it can be a cloth, it can be a bandana, you can make it colorful, you can have a design, make it advertising. What's the big deal, right? Risk reward is life.
Pay freeze for that hits about 80,000 union workers. I think there's 500 to 600 docks workers who have now been infected. That's the prison system, that's parole. Some of them are nurses in state hospitals. So you have now a group of state senators led by Tom O'Mara is asking that you unfreeze that 2% so they can see that tiny amount in their paychecks. Would that break the bank?
Yeah, Joe, it would break the bank. You know how you know? The bank is broken. That's how you know. And the state is broke. And there's a lot of good things I would like to do for a lot of good people that we cannot do until we have some financial stability. And if they want to help, tell them, call Washington and tell Washington that you neglected the state's financial needs in the legislation you passed was wholly disrespectful of the reality of the situation. And you know that state governments are insolvent. You know they had to freeze pay increases. You know they had to take all sorts of drastic measures. They couldn't fund education the way they wanted to. Provide financial assistance to state governments so they can do their work. I have to go to work. Say to someone.
How does schools fit in on ending the pause or winding down the pause?
That's one of the main systems, right? We have these states working together. What they need to coordinate are the systems. You need transportation, you need economics, school system. They all go together, or none of the gears can turn unless all the gears turn. Remember?
Why are first responders getting free childcare? Why are first responders getting free childcare?
We are back now, 8:48, with 3 stars turning their attention from Hollywood to the hospitals. Melissa McCarthy and Ben Falcone, one of the funniest married couples around, and have worked together on movies like Bridesmaids. Also joining us, Oscar winner Octavia Spencer. These guys are all working together to do some good right now. They're teaming up with Frontline Foods. It's an organization that donates money to local restaurants, helping to feed our nation's healthcare workers. Melissa, Ben, Octavia, hi guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
You got up super early. You're on the West Coast, so we love you for that. Octavia, I've been following you on Instagram, and even before this organization, I saw that you were kind of out there wanting to feed the doctors and the nurses, right?
Yes. You're home and this crisis is going on in the country, and you ask yourself, how can I help? And my friends Leslie Feldman and Amy Carpenter, we all decided that by feeding the hospitals, we could also help our communities by helping out the restaurants.
So you are you a cook, by the way?
Not at all, and I'm really struggling with that.
Are you? Now, Melissa, you guys live just down the street from one another. You're neighbors and friends. How did you get involved in this?
Well, we saw the good stuff that Octavia and her friends were doing. And then we also saw another friend, Joel McHale, that was going out to restaurants, from a distance and just saying, they're trying to keep the lights on, they're trying to pay their staff. And we thought, let's all come together and use both, have a win-win kind of situation, even in this kind of crisis. Keep the restaurants open, keep some people paid, and help the frontline workers. And we were doing it in a very grassroots kind of way. And then we saw Frontline, which, there's over 400 volunteers. It's 100% donations go right to the cause.
Yeah.
No one is paid. And we just thought, boy, let's go all in and just help and become the 3 more volunteers for Frontline Foods.
Yeah,
and
if you
some
see
good.
that someone's doing what you're doing even better on a bigger scale, you want to pitch in and just help out as best you can.
Well, I love that. So, you guys, how have you been spending your quarantine time? You know what, Ben, I have actually a little clip of what you all have been up to at your house. So let's take a look.
So we're on day 16, I think, of the quarantine here at Casa Falcarthy. We disinfected some groceries today. It's going to be leftover day, so we're using everything in the fridge, trying to be responsible as we should. It's about 12:10. We're soulmates, guys.
So what, is this a new tradition right there, Ben? What are y'all doing?
That doesn't look as heroic as it felt at the time. I've taken to having a day beer after online school and all the things that that everyone is going through. I've been just doing some videos that hopefully are funny for people.
And not to be outdone, Octavia's got Sangria Saturdays going. What happened at your house, Octavia?
It's the only thing I have to look forward to because that's the only day I don't eat my own cookie.
Right. So, Octavia, how have your days unfolded for you?
I spend a lot of time moving dust around, just cleaning one spot, and then I realize I've messed up another spot, and honestly listening to music.
Can I tell you something funny? I was actually on your Instagram page, and I heard John Denver. Is he one of your go-tos?
Well, it's funny because, like Carson said, I am going back to my childhood, and I realized that my grandfather made me fall in love with country music. So yesterday it was Ronnie Millsap Day. Last week it was John Denver. Sunday it was the Clark sisters. So I'm all in my childhood right now.
Wow. Well, we really love you guys. We love what you're doing for the community. Thank you for hanging with us. Thanks for getting up super early. And again, we have more on Frontline Foods, how you can help. Just go to today.com. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Thank you
so much.
All right, we're back
Stay
in a
home.
moment. All right, but first, this is Today on NBC.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want asked. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
looking at our finances, we realized we're not going to make it unless we turn back to our essential business.
So we went back to what we've always done, which is commercial fishing for halibut. Except for now, we go with the whole family.
We can either split up or we can stick together. And so we decided to stick together and find a way to bring the whole family to work.
Fishing days are long days, so there's times when the wind's not blowing, the fish aren't biting, so the kids run out on deck, get their schoolwork set up on top of the fish box, and start doing their worksheets and their flashcards. And then the wind might blow, and the fish might start to bite. We put away the school materials and focus on the fishing.
The first thing that they've learned on the boat is hard work, unloading fish at the wharf for the first time. And Hazel's, had to reach into the cooler and just dig through the ice, and her fingers were really cold, and she was in a lot of pain, and her eyes filled up with tears, and she's like, "This hurts." And I looked at her and I was like, "I know it does. Hard work, sometimes it hurts."
We're definitely making less money than we would chartering, and working a lot harder for it. But we're catching fish, and this is how we supported our family for many years before the chartering. So we're back to what we know best, really. So we're happy to do it. Very happy to do it, and feel really lucky that we do have an alternative. There's so many people who can't pivot to the essential version of their job at this time. That's $100 on the line right there.
Yeah.
And you better work as a team to get this fish in and get it to market. That's how we're going to be eating. That's how we're going to be supporting ourselves for the foreseeable future.
If you ask, why do I stay out here and keep doing this? My main inspiration is my family. I've got a son who's supposed to graduate high school this year, and everything's being canceled on him. He may not have a graduation. I've got a younger son just about to enter high school. The lesson is, you got to keep going. When the going gets tough, you got to keep going. You can't just give up. Can't curl up into a corner and say, I'm done.
My name is Daryl Woolsey. I'm a truck driver, owner-operator. Actually, I live in this truck. The biggest challenge, in trying to deal with all this, I guess, is I can make sure I stay healthy. Having to make my own mask, I took a washcloth and stapled a strap from one of my seat covers. So I actually made my own. It hasn't affected it, drastically. I'm lucky because I get to keep working where so many other people don't. Freight still needs to be moved. People still need things. And don't hoard stuff, people. Come on. We're still trying to resupply the stores. I did notice there seems to be a lot less trucks out here. The truck stops that were always completely full now seem to have a lot of extra spaces. The larger truck stops that have their own restaurant, like full sit-down restaurants, well, those are just closed. The smaller truck stops that have only a fast food section in them, they've just shut the lobbies down. And at least we can still walk up and order as long as we all stand, our 6 feet apart. Truck stops are vital for us because we need a place to park. You can't park these things just anywhere. If I want to shower, for example, again, I don't have a shower here in this truck. I have to go to a truck stop to get that. I'm pretty much already self-quarantined in my truck, as it is.
So, going along with that, here is the first ever coronavirus COVID-19 theme song. Maestro. The coronavirus, disorder and confusion everywhere. Some don't know its name. Well, I do. It's COVID-19.
I don't come into contact with a lot of people unless I absolutely have to go in and, use some facilities. And I just, try to maintain the social distancing as best I can. It's a pretty lonely life as a truck driver. I have my dog, so he still keeps me entertained. And of course, call home whenever I can. That's my life all the time. We're still needed. So we're going to stay out here and keep working as long as we can.
This is a worldwide pandemic. Never lose your sense of humor, buddy. Never lose it. It's a way to cope.
We are back now, 8:48, with 3 stars turning their attention from Hollywood to the hospitals. Melissa McCarthy and Ben Falcone, one of the funniest married couples around, and have worked together on movies like Bridesmaids. Also joining us, Oscar winner Octavia Spencer. These guys are all working together to do some good right now. They're teaming up with Frontline Foods. It's an organization that donates money to local restaurants, helping to feed our nation's healthcare workers. Melissa, Ben, Octavia, hi guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You got up super early. You're on the West Coast, so we love you for that. Octavia, I've been following you on Instagram, and even before this organization, I saw that you were kind of out there wanting to feed the doctors and the nurses, right?
Yes. You're home and this crisis is going on in the country, and you ask yourself, how can I help? And my friends Leslie Feldman and Amy Carpenter, we all decided that by feeding the hospitals, we could also help our communities by helping out the restaurants.
So are you a cook, by the way?
Not at all, and I'm really struggling with that.
Are you? Now, Melissa, you guys live just down the street from one another. You're neighbors and friends. How did you get involved in this?
Well, we saw the good stuff that Octavia and her friends were doing. And then we also saw another friend, Joel McHale, that was going out to restaurants, from a distance and just saying, they're trying to keep the lights on, they're trying to pay their staff. And we thought, let's all come together and use both, have a win-win kind of situation, even in this kind of crisis. Keep the restaurants open, keep some people paid, and help the frontline workers. And we were doing it in a very grassroots kind of way. And then we saw Frontline, which, there's over 400 volunteers. It's 100% donations go right to the cause.
Yeah.
No one is paid. And we just thought, boy, let's go all in and just help and become the 3 more volunteers for Frontline Foods.
Yeah, if you see that someone's doing what you're doing even better on a bigger scale, you want to pitch in and just help out as best you can.
Well, I love that. So, you guys, how have you been spending your quarantine time? You know what, Ben? I have actually a little clip of what you all have been up to at your house. So let's take a look.
So we're on day 16, I think, of the quarantine here at Casa Falcarthy. We disinfected some groceries today. It's going to be leftover day, so we're using everything in the fridge, trying to be responsible as we should. It's about 12:10. We're soulmates, guys.
So what, is this a noon tradition right there, Ben? What are y'all doing?
That doesn't look as heroic as it felt at the time. I've taken to having a day beer after online school and all the things that that everyone is going through. I've been just doing some videos that hopefully are funny for people.
And not to be outdone, Octavia's got Sangria Saturdays going. What happened at your house, Octavia?
It's the only thing I have to look forward to, because that's the only day I don't eat my own cookies.
True. Right. So, Octavia, how have your days unfolded for you?
I spend a lot of time moving dust around, just cleaning one spot, and then I realize I've messed up another spot, and honestly listening to music.
Can I tell you something funny? I was actually on your Instagram page, and I heard John Denver. Is he one of your go-tos?
Well, it's funny because, like Carson said, I am going back to my childhood, and I realized that my grandfather made me fall in love with country music. So yesterday it was Ronnie Millsap Day. Last week it was John Denver. Sunday it was the Clark sisters. So I'm all in my childhood right now.
Wow. Well, we really love you guys. We love what you're doing for the community. Thank you for hanging with us. Thanks for getting up super early. And again, we have more on Frontline Foods, how you can help. Just go to today.com. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're back in a
home.
moment. All right, but first, this is Today on NBC.
Ah, the joy of the home haircut.
Oh, yeah.
As kids, we didn't know any better. But these days, with salons and barbershops closing, some of us have no choice but to get back to our roots.
This is probably not a very smart idea.
Drastic times call for drastic hair measures.
This is a good time for a Corona cut.
The hashtags Corona haircut, pandemic bangs, and COVID cut are trending on social media as people around the world take matters into their own hands, with mixed results.
Oh my God.
Even celebs are getting in on it. Singer Pink taking a DIY approach.
I can cut hair. Why have I been paying people all this time?
Today's own Carson Daly doing it too.
Is that a bad idea?
Yeah, really bad.
Sympathetic pros have tried to help us as best they can.
I advise against it, but I also know you guys are probably feeling a little crazy.
But there's only so much you can do through a screen. So I'm practicing on my husband.
Usually I don't drink at work, but this is an exception. All right, ready?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, like that's not bad.
It's not just haircuts that are going virtual. Quarantine makeup tutorials are cropping up, in case you were wondering what eyeshadow goes with sweatpants.
Whenever I'm bored, I always do my makeup. Quarantine is very boring.
Safe to say, once this is over, some of us will be making a beeline to the nail salon.
You don't know what you're doing.
But right now, most of us are just trying to get by as best we can. And we can't all be pros.
Oh, God, sorry.
This morning, the push to reopen parts of the nation's economy intensifying after President Trump said Tuesday it is up to the governors of each state to make that happen.
I will then be authorizing each individual governor of each individual state to implement a reopening and a very powerful reopening plan of their state at a time and in a manner as most appropriate.
The president acknowledging some states will be able to lift social distancing restrictions sooner than others.
We have a lot of those states. They're set to open practically now. We're going to let them open sooner than the date. We're going to pick a date. We're going to get a date that's good, but it's going to be very, very soon, sooner than the end of the month. We have beautiful pieces, beautiful states with capable governors. They know when it's time to open.
A shift in tone coming just a day after the president declared he had total authority to make the decision. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo downplaying the bitter back and forth between governors and the White House.
This is no time for politics, and it is no time to fight. I put my hand out in total partnership and cooperation with the president. If he wants a fight, he's not going to get it from me. Period.
Meantime, this morning, new controversy over news the president's name will appear on those coronavirus relief checks passed by Congress. It comes after these comments earlier this month.
I'm going to sign him? No. It's a Trump administration initiative, but do I want to sign him? No.
The Treasury Department denying reports that the process of adding the president's printed name will delay the paper checks, saying economic impact payment checks are scheduled to go out on time and exactly as planned. There is absolutely no delay whatsoever. Democrats pouncing overnight, saying the president is politicizing the process.
I wish it were the only ego trip. It seems almost every day the president thinks this crisis revolves about him and his desires, his needs, his enemies.
All of it as the president is making a major announcement, saying the U.S. will be halting funds to the World Health Organization. Mr. Trump accusing the WHO of failing to sound the alarm on the virus quickly enough, and for saying China was being transparent about the initial outbreak there, which the organization denies.
The outbreak could have been contained at its source with very little death.
Because you have practiced physical distancing, the stay-at-home orders, you have bent the curve.
Vowing not to allow politics to influence public health, Governor Gavin Newsom stressed Californians still face at least several more weeks at home.
That's the sober reality, but it's also a reality that I think provides a little bit of light.
California, Oregon, and Washington state now creating a regional alliance.
This virus doesn't recognize state boundaries.
We have to work together on a plan for reopening.
7 northeastern states have announced a similar partnership. Roughly a third of the total U.S. population, 105 million people, live in these 10 states. But as the West Coast sees a sliver of light, New York City has hit a grim milestone, 10,000 official deaths from COVID-19. Overnight, nearly 3,800 names were added to New York City's death toll. Many died at home, in nursing homes or assisted living facilities where the virus was suspected but not confirmed, a problem not just limited to New York. An NBC News investigation finds that of 27 states reporting, nearly 4,300 people have died in long-term care facilities. But even as the pandemic rages, leaders must consider when or how to reopen the economy. Governor Newsom announcing 6 key benchmarks California hopes to meet, including community testing and isolating those who are positive or exposed, preventing infection in those who are at high risk, preparing hospitals to handle a surge of patients, therapeutic drugs to meet demands, and social distancing at schools and businesses.
You may be having dinner with a waiter wearing gloves, maybe a face mask, dinner where the menu is disposable, where your temperature is checked before you walk in.
A new normal that will hopefully allow America to reopen.
For that primetime special last night, we spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci about what needs to be in place before states can even think about reopening. And we started by asking what he thinks about the president saying that there are some states that could lift stay-at-home orders even before May 1st.
I'm certain, though, even though I haven't specifically discussed this with him, that he's talking about some of the states that have a very low level right now, particularly those states with a low density of population and a lot of geographic lands.
Yes, but in any event, can you think of any state that would be ready to do that, lift those guidelines before May 1st?
You know, I haven't gone state by state through them, except to say, Savannah, that I do believe he was referring to those. And there is going to be a great deal of variability. It probably would be a rolling entry into it, with some states actually doing nothing different because they're still in a really difficult situation and you would not want to relax any of the physical separation guidelines, and others that would be doing really much better. So it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all.
And with understanding that every state, every country, every region, every community is different, what in your mind are the absolute musts, the absolute prerequisites that any community, state, or region must have in place in order to lift these mitigation guidelines?
Well, that's a great question, and we have discussed that many, many times. And the minimum thing is that you've got to be able to identify, isolate, get out of circulation, and do adequate and appropriate contact tracing as new cases arise. If you start pulling back on mitigation, physical separations, there will be infections. The real proof of the pudding of the success of this reentry is how quickly and effectively you identify them, you get them out of circulation, you give them care where needed, and you do contact tracing so that you don't have a beginning of a peak. If you don't have that, then you may have some difficulty, and that's what we're concerned about when we tell people what they really need to have in place.
You told the Associated Press earlier today we're not there yet in terms of the testing and tracing necessary to contain new outbreaks, which of course raises the question, how far away are we from getting there?
You know, we're rapidly approaching. If you look several weeks to a month ago, the number of tests were out there. Right now, there are, I believe the last number that we spoke about the day before yesterday or today was close to or even at or beyond 3 million tests. That's really far, far greater than what we were a couple of weeks ago. Right now, they're developing the capability of even escalating and accelerating that even more, so that we would be able to have a significant number in the measured in the millions of tests each week.
I mean, what do we know about whether you do develop immunity to coronavirus? I'm sure you saw this report that came out of Korea from their CDC saying that they had found the virus had been reactivated in a number of patients they thought had been cured. What do you think about that?
Right. We don't know how common that is. It's likely an uncommon event and won't have a public health impact. We have to be humble and modest and appreciate that we don't have all the answers with the antibody, because the things that we don't know is that in general, with viruses that we deal with all the time, when you develop an antibody after infection, it almost invariably means you're protected. We don't absolutely know that for sure yet. I think it is going to be the case. I can say I think it will be. The other thing that we don't know is the durability of protection. So are you protected for a month or 2 or 3, a half a year or a year? We need to get experience to know that.
Finally, as you know, New York has been hard hit. The governor has said recently that he believes, looking at the numbers, that there's been a plateau, that perhaps it's on the decline, and that the worst may be over. Broadening that out to the country as a whole, do you feel, as we sit here now, that the worst is behind us? Right now, given what we are doing, the worst looks like, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, there's still a couple of cities right now, Savannah, that we're worried about that haven't yet peaked and turned around. But if you look at the New York metropolitan area as kind of the prototype that's been driving this through the country, and then look at the country as a whole, there's no doubt what we've seen over the last several days is a flattening out. And even when you get to New York, it's actually starting to come down regarding admissions, hospitalizations, needs for intensive care and intubation. Hopefully that trend will continue. So as I say, I'm a very cautious person, but we are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. I think I almost heard you say, perhaps the worst is over, with many, many caveats. Sorry, Savannah. Thank you, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. Always good to be with you. Thank you for having me. You can't blame me for trying. I think we all are just waiting for Dr. Fauci to say, yes, okay, the worst is past, but he will always tell the truth.
And by the way, that's the first time I think I've seen him laugh, and I like his laugh.
Former President Barack Obama passing the torch to his longtime political partner.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made.
The 12-minute video, part endorsement, part call to action, drawing a sharp contrast to President Trump without ever naming him.
We need Americans of goodwill to unite in a great awakening against a politics that too often has been characterized by corruption, carelessness, self-dealing, disinformation, ignorance, and just plain meanness.
Obama casting Biden as the right person to lead the country through the coronavirus crisis.
Joe helped me manage H1N1 and prevent the Ebola epidemic from becoming the type of pandemic we're seeing now.
Following Bernie Sanders' endorsement of Biden a day earlier.
And we need you in the White House.
The former president praising the Vermont senator.
Bernie's an American original, a man who has devoted his life to giving voice to working people's hopes, dreams, and frustrations.
And urging Sanders' progressive supporters to unite behind the more moderate Biden.
We have to look to the future. Bernie understands that, and Joe understands that.
Sanders echoing that message, telling the Associated Press it would be irresponsible for his loyalists to oppose Biden, warning those who sit on their hands will only help President Trump win. President Trump's re-election campaign dismissing the Obama endorsement, saying Obama has no other choice but to support Biden, adding President Trump will destroy him. Biden's repeatedly played up his partnership with Obama.
I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand.
His former boss now returning the favor.
Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now.
This morning, a growing number of major meat processing plants are closed because of coronavirus. The latest, Smithfield Foods in South Dakota, a state where there is no stay-at-home order. The company shut down this plant in Sioux Falls after more than 430 employees tested positive. A quick response team from the Centers for Disease Control now on site.
We feed millions of people every day.
Smithfield President and CEO Kevin Sullivan in a video statement.
We can't stay home. We can't telecommute. Food, after all, does not get made on the internet.
78-year-old Saul Sanchez is one of 3 workers from a different company's meat processing plant who died from the virus.
It's just hard to put into words how betrayed I feel. Like, here's my dad, who was a very loyal employee in a company that did not take care of him.
His daughter believes not enough is being done to protect these workers critical to the nation's food supply. What protections, if any, did your father get at work?
None.
No PPE?
No PPE.
Health officials say Sanchez, like other industry workers, are vulnerable because employees often work elbow to elbow. The North American Meat Institute, which represents the industry, saying our members are tackling COVID-19 one day at a time. Other big companies that have recently shut down plants: Tyson, JBS, Cargill. With all the plant closures, there are fears that shoppers could soon find shortages in their local grocery stores like they did last month. And there are worries some may start panic buying, leading to even less supplies on shelves across the country. It's not just employees at meat processors worried about their health. Grocery store employees who have seen co-workers die now also asking for similar PPE protection. The United Food and Commercial Workers says at least 30 members have died from COVID-19, calling it a clear and present danger to our nation's food supply and all grocery store workers. But experts say with less meat being processed, the law of supply and demand may rule how much you see or don't see in the coming weeks in the grocery store.
Yeah, that is so sad, Carrie, what's happening to the workers there. I bet shoppers are wondering when they may see the effects of that shortage in their grocery stores.
Well, experts say, Hoda, that if we're going to see this shortage, it would be about 3 weeks from now. But they point out it's very hard to calculate consumer behavior right now because of potential panic buying, much like we saw with toilet paper, where so many people purchased it. So they're keeping a very close eye on the supply as folks go to the grocery store.
All right,
Hoda?
Carrie, thank you very much.
We've got Joe on Facebook wanting to know, is the wearing of gloves by the general public important in stopping the spread?
Joe, no. In fact, healthcare experts say that wearing gloves out in public can provide a false sense of security for most people, make them less likely to wash their hands and more likely to touch their face. Remember, the CDC says the coronavirus cannot penetrate through your skin. So when you see people out in the grocery store and they're touching their phone and touching the cart and then touching some products, their gloves are getting just as contaminated as their hands would. The ideal thing to do here is to train yourself not to touch your face and to wash your hands frequently. And remember, if you insist on wearing gloves, you have to know how to properly take them off and dispose of them. Otherwise, it defeats the whole purpose.
That's funny. My grocery store has a sign that says you have to have a mask and gloves before you go in, but that's good to know. Another one for you, Vicki. Esther on Instagram asks, how safe is it to buy food from restaurants right now?
Right now, the CDC and the FDA, as well as epidemiologists, all say that getting delivery or takeout food is relatively safe. But you do want to take certain precautions to try to limit contact as much as possible. So that means using things like Google Pay, Apple Pay, your credit card. You don't want to use cash because that puts you in contact with people and exchanging money. Remember, you can tip on your credit card. When you're getting a delivery, ask them to leave it outside your door. If you have to go into the restaurant to pick up that food, try to maintain that 6 feet of distance to protect the worker and yourself. And always wash your hands after you handle the packaging. Put your food onto a plate or into a bowl and then throw away the packaging and wash your hands before you eat.
Okay, Vicki, we've got one from Janice on Facebook. After someone leaves their home to be admitted to the hospital with COVID-19, what is the proper way to clean the home?
Okay, so the first thing you want to do, Janice, is make sure that you are using a product that can properly disinfect and kill the virus. If you don't know, I want to show you on the back of most commercial cleaning products, there's actually an EPA registration number. You can look that up on the EPA's website for certified disinfectants to kill this coronavirus. Now, if you don't have these commercial products, just use 1/3 cup of bleach and 1 gallon of water. That solution also works. And don't forget, soap and water works also. First things first, go to the kitchen, the bathroom, all of those high-touch surfaces where that sick person might have had contact and everyone else in your house is having contact. So that's countertops, doorknobs, light switches, handles. You want to wipe all of those things down. Make sure you follow the instructions to leave the cleaning agent on as long as you need to so that it effectively kills the virus. Then when you're doing the laundry and the sheets of the infected person, you don't want to shake that stuff out. Make sure you're using enough water, soap, and heat so that your clothes will be clean and you can prevent the spread of the virus.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas, Manchester, from Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
And we want to bring our panel back into the discussion and keep our focus on what's really going on in this crisis. Hoda, what do you got?
We got Dr. Torres. We're going to start with you. We've got a question from Chris on Facebook, and he wants to know if you think you may have had COVID-19, how long until you're no longer contagious?
And Hoda, the answer depends on how severe your symptoms are. If you have mild to moderate coronavirus, then you only have about 2 weeks before you recover from it, and you're not feeling the symptoms anymore, and you're okay to go out and about. If, on the other hand, you have more severe, that can be anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks, and those are the folks that unfortunately usually end up on the ventilators in the intensive care unit, and so it could be even longer than that. So the overall answer is somewhere between 2 weeks for mild to moderate cases, up to 6 weeks for more severe or critical cases.
Okay, let's do an economic question. Stephanie, this one's about small business loans and the limits that banks are imposing on them. Laura on Facebook writes, what happens to those of us who went to our bank and they had all the applications they are allowed to take? You understand that?
I do. So I'm really glad that Laura asked, because this has been confusing, upsetting, and angering to a lot of people. So let's break it down. This is the Small Business Loan Program, PPP, that are forgivable loans, meaning if you adhere to the rules, they're forgivable. You don't have to pay them back. And people, they like free money. So there is a huge rush to get these applications in. And what many people have experienced, they've gone to their bank and their bank has said, we've reached our cap, we're not accepting anymore. Or they've gone to banks and the banks have said, oh, we're only doing business with our existing business clients. Here's why this has happened. It's not that those banks are turning you away because they think you're a lousy applicant. And there's not a rule that says they can't do business with you. But the banks have self-imposed framework because they need to protect themselves. They know that there's an onslaught of applications coming in, and more importantly, there's going to be a lot of fraudulent ones. And in a few months from now, when they turn to the Treasury and say, hey, we're ready for you to pay us on these, they need to make sure they can prove to the Treasury Department that you're a good applicant. So many banks decided to only offer these loans to customers they already knew. Other banks like Wells Fargo put a cap and said, we can only handle about $10 billion worth. Now, the government went to Wells Fargo and said, time to raise that cap. And what the government also did was created a lot more lenders, community bank lenders, some financial tech companies like PayPal and Square. So what I would recommend Laura do is go to the SBA's lender site and see who is lending, because they broadened out the list of lenders, and pick up the phone and see who else could help you. And one more thing to remember, the government is trying to get a bigger loan program out there. They're trying to vote on offering another $250 billion worth. When there's more money available, it will get a little bit easier. But I completely appreciate how stressful this is for Laura. I get it.
Yeah, I'm glad you explained that, too, because it is very complicated.
17 stops from the dazzle of New York's Times Square. But a number 7 subway pulls into a world away, Corona, in the heart of Queens, America's melting pot. A place where generations have made their start at the American dream. Today, Corona is at the epicenter of the virus that shares its name. The scourge is devastating the mostly Latino residents and majority immigrant families that live here.
The fear is all around. You feel it even when you're walking down the street. You know that your neighbors and the community is struggling right now. So it's just everyone's in fear.
Since 1872, Our Lady of Sorrows Catholic Church has been their refuge here. Usually, 20,000 parishioners fill its pews for Easter week services. But not this year.
It's very unusual speaking to an empty church, but
Mass was online. Still, the church's pastor, just out of the hospital with COVID-19 himself, found the strength to deliver an Easter message.
I wish you good health and much peace and much joy today on Easter Sunday and always.
Lanus Scottsboro helps to run both the school and the church here.
We're the church. The house is a church. The family is a church. We're starting to realize that we don't need to be inside of a box. I just hope this makes us stronger.
Nearly a third lived in poverty here before the pandemic. Now, an untold number have lost their jobs to the virus.
Great things going on.
And what is especially difficult for the students and teachers is not being together. Over a weekend, Christina Cruz, the principal, scrambled iPads and hotspots to get the kids online.
Why was that so important for you to get up and running so quickly?
We can't waste an academic minute. There's no way. A lot of our kids lack certain foundation, basic skills and stuff like that.
The dedication to the kids so strong that 3 teachers have kept teaching even while sick with the virus themselves.
How many of your students have lost family members to the virus?
35, I think.
35 of your
35.
students? A mother, father, sibling?
No, it's only one father. It's a lot of grandparents. A lot of grandparents. Because remember, a lot of them live together in one household, so when one gets it, it gets them hard.
Overcrowding and lack of health care has put people here especially at risk. In New York City, people of color are dying at twice the rate of whites. For the children, it's a hard fact to understand.
I don't want to cry, but when you see their faces as we pass by, we miss them, and they feel alone. Some of them have said it's hard and it's not fair.
And so Cruz decided it was time to show her students some love.
Happy Easter, guys! We love you, we miss you!
It was hard to know whose smiles were bigger, the kids or the teachers.
What do you think the coronavirus is going to do for your school after all this is over?
I really think that when all this is said and done, we're going to be so much closer and tighter, if that's possible.
Happy Easter! We miss you!
At this busy factory outside Boston, they're stamping out a solution to at least part of America's PPE shortage.
Somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 masks per hour. That's going to be a big help for everybody.
A simple design dreamed up by some of the greatest minds in America.
Simple always wins the day. People needed them now.
With the country's healthcare workers crying out for more face masks and protective gear, MIT professor Marty Culpepper sprung into action.
You're sort of the king of makers up there, I understand.
My modest title is Makers Are. It's kind of a joke. I don't really have all that much power.
We'll let you decide after we show you what Culpepper and 100 of his MIT colleagues pulled off in just a few days.
We figured if we could build face shields, build enough of them fast enough, it'd be like a double whammy. So we had a brainstorming session.
And I know it happened over their weekly Zoom meetings.
So give me the timeline of this, Professor.
The days are blurring together. I mean,
I know what you mean.
We went from a sketch on paper to basically the first prototypes in a couple of hours. I'm in my basement. This is actually where we cut the very first prototype. My daughter, she was kind enough to model the very first version, and it worked perfectly. It's fabricated flat. And the reason for that is we can make things flat very quickly and very low cost. And then after you fold it up, it turns into this.
It's really useful that they can be shipped flat.
That's important. You can deliver 1,000 of these in a Prius easily.
They're already making 700,000 shields every 7 days. It's the kind of ingenuity that MIT is known for. Founded just 2 days before the start of the Civil War, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology has long been on the front lines of solving America's problems.
America's synthetic rubber problem nears a solution.
During World War II, they helped solve the rubber shortage as they secretly worked to make huge advances in radar. After the war, they did pioneering work with robots and helped the U.S. reach new heights in the space race.
This is really what we were meant to do.
Dr. Elazar Edelman is the director of MIT's Institute for Medical Engineering and Science. He's also taking care of COVID-19 patients.
This particular image shows it in its up position. When I go in the room, I'll move it down.
He was instrumental in getting many healthcare workers to test the shield out.
They said, look, it's great if you build a face shield that covers in the front, but we may need to turn to the side, and if somebody coughs, that's going to be a problem. So we went through 28 revisions over the course of a week to 10 days.
Is American thinking, is American ingenuity up to the task at hand?
I don't think that we have lost our edge. People still come here from all over the world to learn. If anything, the difference between what happened in 1918 and what happened in 2020 is that the global pandemic has had a global response because of technologies that we have invented and people we have educated.
All right. Do you have something else in mind?
We've got a couple things in the pipeline.
You're not going to stop.
Oh, no. No, this is a long fight.
MIT and the manufacturer have already given 100,000 of the face shields to Massachusetts healthcare workers. They're going to sell them for just about what it costs to make them, $2.79 a piece, all over the country to hospitals and other healthcare workers. They expect to produce 3 million a day very soon.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
All right, so a lot of folks have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So what do you say we bring our panel in? We're going to introduce our panel of experts. They're going to be answering your questions about where we are right now in the fight against the COVID-19 virus.
Right. It's NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen, virologist, epidemiologist, and NBC News science contributor Dr. Joseph Fair, and NBC senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle. We've got the bases covered. They'll be with us for the hour. Linda from Facebook wants to know, would getting a flu vaccine and a pneumonia vaccine have helped in the recovery of those that contracted COVID-19? Dr. Torres, that's for you.
Those flu vaccines and the pneumonia vaccines are definitely something you want to have to stay healthy, especially in the midst of the flu season. If we do have that second wave coming in the fall, it's something you want to look at. It's the type of shot that's going to keep you healthy, but it's not necessarily going to eliminate your risk of having coronavirus or COVID-19 because that's a completely separate virus. But if you do get sick with it, having those vaccines on board already are going to prevent you from getting secondary infections, number one, and also keep you as healthy as possible. So if you do get sick with coronavirus, you have the best chance of fighting it off.
All right, we got a question now for Dr. Joseph Fair. Chantel on Facebook wants to know this. If a person is tested for the antibodies, do we know yet if that's enough to assume immunity, Dr. Fair?
So, there's one antibody test that's currently been approved under emergency use authorization by the FDA in the United States, and presumably many more of those will come online, but not for quite some time. And the first type of antibody you'll develop immediately afterwards are what we call IgM antibodies, and then the second type is IgG, and that's around 4 to 6 weeks after you recover from your infection. Those are the antibodies we would consider protective, and the best answer I can give you right now is probably you will be immune, and probably those antibodies will be protective according to at least what we've seen in laboratory studies. And that's why the antibody test is so important, both to know that you're immune yourself or that you can donate your serum or plasma and help in the fight against COVID-19 through the use of convalescent plasma.
All right, we have an economic question, so we'll send this one to Stephanie Ruhle. The question is from Jim on Twitter. Any word on what happened to those $1,200 payments?
Yes, I've got a good word, Jim. They're on the way. For people who have direct deposit set up with the IRS, meaning you file your taxes online, there's a good chance you are going to be seeing that money in your account as early as this week. Now, if you don't, if you file your taxes the old-fashioned way, you're expecting to get a paper check, that could take a few weeks. You have a third option. You can go to the IRS's website, irs.gov, and put your bank information in now so you can sign up to get direct deposit. In the coming days, the IRS is setting up a separate portal so you can actually track where your payment is.
So that's good to know. All right, next up, I got one for Vicky. This is from Jean on Facebook, and she asked this, Vicky. It was just announced that a large pork processing plant is closed due to coronavirus. And she asks, does that also mean that the meat that was sold to the public was contaminated?
No, Jean, it is not believed that the food from that pork processing plant is contaminated. That South Dakota plant is closed down because 200 or more of its employees were infected with COVID-19, and the plant is going to be shut down for the next 2 weeks at least to prevent the spread of the virus. Remember, the FDA is saying right now there is no evidence that food or food packaging is associated with the transmission of this new coronavirus. That being said, the best thing to do is wash your hands after handling any food packaging and always before you eat.
Some health experts say we need millions of tests a week. Some say millions a day before enough data is collected to begin letting people back out. But as some lines for drive-through testing just get longer, there is agreement on one thing. The country is not testing nearly enough.
We have to develop that widespread testing capacity.
According to the COVID Tracking Project, roughly 150,000 people are tested every day.
Widespread diagnostics are the key. So let's keep pushing that forward to the point where anyone who needs to get a test in the country can get it that same day.
So what is standing in the way? Supply shortages, including the testing kits and nasal swabs. Infrastructure shortages, not enough machines and labs to run the tests. And there aren't enough people, from those who administer the tests to those who process them. Right now, there are an untold number of Americans suffering from COVID-like symptoms who simply can't get tested. Sometimes it takes money. Cersei Farrell struggled for days to get a test. In the end, a relative loaned her $225 to go to a private clinic.
Soon as the doctor called and said, hey, I have a patient, she's got all the symptoms, we need to get her tested, I should have been tested.
Widespread testing is just part of the equation. Getting a handle on transmission requires knowing who has it and who they exposed. Those at risk, including anyone who came within roughly 6 feet of someone with COVID-19, would have to self-isolate for 14 days. Massachusetts is hiring 1,000 contact tracers as part of a new program.
What we want to do on the offensive is find. Even if people aren't very sick, find them so that they don't infect their family members or their other close contacts.
But health departments don't have the staff needed to handle programs on this scale.
We need something on the order of 100,000 people working on this effort in the coming year.
Apple and Google announced new technology that could help. Phones ping other phones around them with their location. People who contract the virus report their diagnosis to the app, and anyone who came close to them is notified. But that raises another concern: privacy. And finally, the problem of enforcement.
Is there a sense that people have enough social responsibility to self-isolate without being compelled to self-isolate?
We believe that that is the case in this country, that most people, the vast majority of people, would willingly isolate themselves.
All of this while the world awaits a vaccine and faces the reality that even with one, our lives will never be the same. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
And joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. She spent the last week working on a COVID floor at NYU Langone Hospital here in Manhattan. Dr. Natalie, let's first talk about that experimental drug. It seems promising. What do you know about it?
Yeah, so last week, towards the end of last week, the New England Journal actually released a report where in their patients who got remdesivir, and by the way, they got a 10-day course as opposed to this patient, they seemed to get maybe half the course. About 2/3 of patients with severe breathing problems improved, and over half of patients were able to get off of their mechanical ventilation. But the problem with this is that there was no control group, so we really can't say, do the patients improve because of the drug, or would they have improved anyway? And especially important is, how long do you give the drug? Who do you give the drug to, and when in their course do you give it? Is it better early? Is it better late? That's why we keep on talking about how important it is to have these placebo-controlled, blinded studies to really be able to tell, is it a drug effect or not? It's certainly good to see this, but nothing definitive.
Interesting article in the Wall Street Journal that talked about the symptoms of COVID-19, how it affects your heart and how it affects your lungs. But something it added to that list was how it affects your brain.
Right. You know what I've said about this disease, Hoda, is that I feel like every few days it throws a new curveball. We find out something new about it. And yeah, it's not unprecedented that a virus could affect the nervous system. But in a JAMA article that was recently released, some of the most common symptoms were headache, dizziness, impaired consciousness, muscle problems, and of course, the loss of taste and smell that, hit the airwaves a couple of weeks ago because we were like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. But some of the more serious side effects that there also or manifestations were actually stroke and seizure. So from neurologists, they're saying, listen, if you have a patient who's presenting suddenly with these unusual symptoms, think about COVID. In the beginning, remember, we were saying respiratory. Now we're finding out that certainly it can present in a myriad of different ways.
Yeah, you hear about people hallucinating and things like that. So you did something last week. You went to a hospital. You worked 12-hour shifts. You were right there on the front line. You actually got to see what it's like there up close. What struck you about your time in the hospital?
Oh my God, so many perspectives, Hoda. One of the things I always say from the beginning is that I just have to acknowledge my tour of duty was really short compared to the people who've been doing this from the very beginning. And when I talk about the network and collaboration, I'm talking doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, radiology techs, the housekeeping, all of these folks who are exposing themselves on a regular basis, I just have the utmost admiration for. One of the things that really, really hit home to me was just how isolated the patients are. They are in their own rooms. The number of staff who goes in and out is really limited. We're restricted in terms of the number of times we can be at the bedside. And so what I found to be one of the most rewarding experiences was certainly to be able to provide medical care, but I feel like I was giving them something else. And that was just contact with a human, albeit through all of my PPE, but just a little time to give them a feeling of human to human contact. And that for me was one of the most rewarding parts of my experience, for sure.
It's interesting that doctors and nurses now are not only fulfilling their medical role, they actually have to fulfill the role of a family because families can't be there. They have to be there with cell phones, holding up FaceTime calls and just reassuring everyone, right?
Absolutely. There was one patient in particular, every single time I walked into his room, he already had his phone in his hand and he immediately started dialing one of his friends. There was also a language barrier for some of the patients. And so that was really another challenge. And so every time he saw me walk in, he immediately dialed his friend so that, we could have a conversation, which that just stuck with me, and I would say they're all watching the news about COVID-19 and they're lying in bed with COVID-19. It was all very, very surreal on so many levels.
Something for all of us to keep in mind. Dr. Natalie, thank you for what you did and thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Hoda.
You make a good point there, doctors and nurses being called on to do so much more these days.
Yeah, and trying to divide their time. I was listening to a doctor talk about it. He's like, I have to care for other patients, but I need to be here with this person while, they go through this difficult time.
We're asking so much of our doctors and nurses and healthcare workers, and they are rising to the occasion, which is incredible.
Rush hour reshaped by coronavirus. In Pittsburgh, bumper-to-bumper traffic for miles, not to get to work, but to get food.
I just got laid off. I'm just a single parent. There's nobody but me.
5,000 carloads served by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in recent weeks. Drop-ins at the organization's warehouse up 500%.
In all honesty, and this is not an easy thing as a food banker to say, we know that in this particular crisis, that the demand is greater than even our organization can meet.
Scenes playing out coast to coast as millions of American families find themselves unexpectedly unemployed and suddenly food insecure. In New York City, soup kitchen lines doubling. Volunteers in LA can't fill bags fast enough. And in St. Louis, traffic cops brought in to direct cars waiting not just for meals, but also diapers.
Almost every parent, right, who has to come and ask for diapers, you can feel this and see this just like visceral fear and worry.
The St. Louis Diaper Bank usually distributes 200,000 diapers per month. This April, it'll be 500,000.
We maybe have enough to get through the next week, but then we're going to have to start to get creative about how we're going to access those diapers.
The pandemic putting unprecedented pressure on American families and the organizations that serve them. Sarah Dolph, NBC News. You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
As hospitals try to plan for a potential shortage of ventilators, companies and academic institutions are coming up with some pretty creative solutions. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has the story.
Medical facilities have spent recent weeks scrambling to get what they need, but these challenges have also inspired innovation. From distilleries making hand sanitizer to engineers 3D printing masks. And then there are the ventilators. These life-saving machines help severely ill patients breathe, and some hospitals are worried they don't have enough.
We aren't really set up to handle such a pandemic where we need many more ICU beds.
Dr. Thomas Milner typically works on medical laser technology, but right now, all of his energy is going to this. It's an alternative type of ventilator made from low-cost, widely available materials.
Well, the idea was to use what's called an ambibag. These ambibags are widely available in all hospitals all around the world. If we could just replace the human operator with a machine, a sort of mechanical arm, and displace it away from the patient, then we might have a solution.
What is that mechanical element?
Right. So what we did is we thought, well, what's widely available? Well, windshield wiper motors are very widely available.
That's right, ventilators made from car parts.
How much do these cost to produce, and how much would hospitals purchase them for?
Now, our cost right now is between $500 and $700 is what it would cost to make it and deliver it. A normal ventilator will cost $20,000-$30,000.
The team is conducting animal testing this week and says these could be deployed for human care as soon as late April. And they're not alone. There are now many companies and institutions getting creative. But how do doctors feel about using these options?
With what you know about the realities on the ground, could something like this be used and used effectively?
Some patients need simple intervention from a ventilator, oxygen, some pressure and flow. Others will not be able to use those types of ventilators. But I think they would have a role if the resources are pushed.
The hope is it won't actually come to that.
I don't think anyone would want to use these, but if the need comes up, then everyone would like them to be there if they're needed.
Can you speak to what it means that so many people are having to come up with these alternative solutions?
It shows we're not really ready for the crisis.
But recently, models have painted a more hopeful picture.
Most institutions are having enough ventilators at this point in time. The emphasis on social distancing has started to bring the curve down a little bit. That's helped. I think the sharing of resources has helped. A concern a lot of us have is that this flattening of the curve that's occurring now, what's going to happen a few months from now? Is there going to be a second wave?
I don't think $536 is free. I don't know. I'm a grad student, and that's literally 2 weeks worth of my paycheck.
2 weeks of pay for a coronavirus test, the one that's supposed to be free anywhere in America, by law, passed by Congress last month as our economy was shutting down. Even earlier, many states had ordered free testing, and some large insurance companies had pledged no costs. But in West Virginia, Anna Davis Abel got a bill anyway. She filmed herself going through a drive-through testing site.
Oh my God, they just pulled my braid out through my nostril, but it's done. I am now tested for COVID-19.
When the bill came, it wasn't for the COVID-19 test itself, but for a whole battery of other tests for things like the flu and adenovirus. With tests in short supply, her doctor had to rule out other things first before she could get a COVID-19 test.
The long and the short of it is, the only reason that you had these tests done was because your doctor was concerned that you might have coronavirus, and they had to do these tests first in order to get you a coronavirus test, and yet still you got billed more than $500 for it.
Yes, if I had not met my deductible or if I had been paying out of pocket, it would have been $2,000.
Aetna's parent company, CVS Health, had pledged to waive copays for all diagnostic testing related to COVID-19. But Anna's doctor told her those initial tests couldn't be billed under the COVID-19 billing code. After NBC News contacted Aetna, the insurer followed up to say it was waiving Anna's costs retroactively. An Aetna spokesman saying that hers was an unusual instance and that our commitment to waiving member costs for testing and treatment related to COVID-19 has not changed. Most people we spoke to did not get charged for a COVID-19 test. And if you've ever been in a U.S. hospital, you know that medical billing is extremely complicated. So maybe those surprise bills that some Americans are getting aren't that surprising.
It is now the law that insurance is supposed to cover that test 100%. And then if you're uninsured, there are different pathways to get to a free test, although you're going to have to sign up for something.
But what happens, though, if you go in because you're having symptoms or concerns you need a coronavirus test? They evaluate you for things like the flu, and they determine you don't need a coronavirus test.
Right. So then you might get charged for the visit. The law is kind of narrowly written.
So they tested me for the coronavirus. After that, I started feeling quite a bit better while I was waiting on the results. But anyhow, then 2 weeks later, I get a bill in the mail for $857 for lab work. The actual test was $1,143, and my insurance discount got it down to $857. And I had not met my deductible, so I owed $857. My first thought was, they've made a mistake.
No mistake. Just like Anna, Ricky got hit with a bill for an upper respiratory panel his doctor ordered before giving him the COVID-19 test. Blue Cross Blue Shield had pledged to cover full testing costs for COVID-19. But a spokesman tells me members can still be charged for other tests their doctor orders. Blue Cross says it's prepared to make changes as necessary to ensure cost isn't a barrier.
My immediate response was anger.
By the time Melanie Yazzie came down with symptoms, New Mexico had already ordered testing free.
So I drove to the other side of town and I waited for 3 hours, and then I got tested and I drove off and came back home. And I actually got the bill before I got the results of my test.
Almost $200. In Yazzie's case, it seems the billing office sent her the bill that should have gone to her insurance company. They're supposedly working it out.
I still have no idea if my insurance paid for this $199 or if the state paid for it or how this is being offered for free.
And the most important question, what happened with your test? Hopefully it was negative.
It was negative. Yeah, it was negative. I received results maybe 5 days later, and I breathed a sigh of relief.
Right now we're seeing record death tolls in New York City. What does that mean for funeral directors in the state and in the city?
And we have this incredible amount of volume of death that's taking place right now, and it takes time to treat somebody with dignity and respect after they've passed, to prepare them for a viewing, to bury them properly, to cremate them. The sheer volume is just working against us because we don't have enough time.
This is, again, really new for people, even just in terms of the pandemic. It's a crisis. It feels very scary, especially in New York City. What's the worst case scenario in the city right now?
The worst case scenario is probably playing out right now, actually, as we speak. It's just that high number of deaths that are taking place and just having the system at its max capacity where it's just really hard to keep up with the number of deaths that are occurring. So what that's causing is when a family member calls a funeral home, many of them are just at capacity right now because they're waiting for the ability to have someone they're helping now be buried or be cremated.
What does the strain look like?
We have funeral homes that help about 100 families on average a year. We have some funeral homes in the city who in the last week or so have helped 40, 50, 60 families already. So imagine doing half of your year's business in a week's period of time.
What are you hearing from folks that you've either worked with in the past or that you that your association works with? What are you hearing from folks?
I've spoken to a couple of funeral homes recently who say their average day right now is 7 a.m. to 1 a.m., just taking enough time to sleep and rest a little bit. I had one funeral director tell me that he lost 13 pounds in the past week just from trying to, make sure that he's doing what he's doing for families. And I think the stress of it all is making it that much harder. As of right now, we are only allowed to bring in immediate family members for a private gathering, but when they come in, they have to maintain the 6 feet social distancing mandates. So it's hard for me to even imagine what a family member is feeling after losing someone. If I was with my sister in a funeral home because my mom passed away and I couldn't get close to my sister to hug her, I couldn't imagine. People don't like to talk about death, but we've seen it front and center, unfortunately, in the pandemic. And funeral directors really are that last responder. They are on the front lines right now trying to help families. So I think it's just really important that folks remember that when they see somebody who is a funeral director trying to help a family.
Looking at our finances, we realize we're not going to make it unless we turn back to our essential business.
So we went back to what we've always done, which is commercial fishing for halibut. Except for now, we go with the whole family.
We can either split up or we can stick together. And so we decided to stick together and find a way to bring the whole family to work.
Fishing days are long days. So there's times when the wind's not blowing, the fish aren't biting. So the kids run out on deck, get their schoolwork set up on top of the fish box and start doing their worksheets and their flashcards. And then the wind might blow and the fish might start to bite. We put away the school materials and focus on the fishing.
The first thing that they've learned on the boat is hard work, unloading fish at the wharf for the first time. And Hazel's, I reach into the cooler and just dig through the ice, and her fingers were really cold, and she was in a lot of pain, and her eyes filled up with tears, and she's like, "This hurts." And we looked at her and I was like, "I know it does. Hard work sometimes it hurts."
We're definitely making less money than we would chartering and working a lot harder for it. But we're catching fish, and this is how we supported our family for many years before the chartering. So we're back to what we know best, really. So we're happy to do it. Very happy to do it, and feel really lucky that we do have an alternative. There's so many people who can't pivot to the essential version of their job at this time. That's $100 on the line right there.
Yeah.
And you better work as a team to get this fish in and get it to market. That's how we're going to be eating. That's how we're going to be supporting ourselves for the foreseeable future.
Rush hour reshaped by coronavirus. In Pittsburgh, bumper-to-bumper traffic for miles, not to get to work, but to get food.
I just got laid off. I'm just a single parent. There's nobody but me.
5,000 carloads served by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in recent weeks. Drop-ins at the organization's warehouse up 500%.
In all honesty, and this is not an easy thing as a food banker to say, we know that in this particular crisis, that the demand is greater than even our organization can meet.
Scenes playing out coast to coast as millions of American families find themselves unexpectedly unemployed and suddenly food insecure. In New York City, soup kitchen lines doubling. Volunteers in LA can't fill bags fast enough. And in St. Louis, traffic cops brought in to direct cars waiting not just for meals, but also diapers.
Almost every parent, right, who has to come and ask for diapers, you can feel this and see this just like visceral fear and worry.
The St. Louis Diaper Bank usually distributes 200,000 diapers per month. This April, it'll be 500,000.
You know, we maybe have enough to get through the next week, but then we're going to have to start to get creative about how we're going to access those diapers.
The pandemic putting unprecedented pressure on American families and the organizations that serve them. Sarah Dolph, NBC News.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Happy Wednesday to everybody. A little bit of news from our home. I'm wearing real pants today. Pants with a button and a zipper. In the interest of full disclosure, they are still jeans and they are not skinny jeans. And I'm regretting the decision already, but that was a big development here. Can't remember the last time that happened in this house. All right, let's get you some of the real headlines though besides that one. Let's head over to NBC News Now correspondent Alexa Lioto. She is following the very latest coronavirus headlines for us from NBCnews.com. Alexa, what's the latest there?
Hey, Allison. So let's start by taking a look at the numbers first. So another milestone today as the number of confirmed coronavirus cases worldwide surpassed 2 million. That's according to a count by Johns Hopkins University. And that's just about double the total number of cases that we saw less than 2 weeks ago. Now some news on the 2020 presidential election. Senator Elizabeth Warren announced her endorsement of former Vice President Joe Biden today. That's from Ali Vitale and Ben Canizar. Senator Warren is the latest high-profile Democrat to voice her support for Biden. Senator Bernie Sanders announced his endorsement yesterday. Here's Senator Warren.
We can't afford to let Donald Trump continue to endanger the lives and livelihoods of every American. And that's why I'm proud to endorse Joe Biden as President of the United States.
Now, pile up involving nearly 60 cars unfolded this morning on a major expressway in Chicago. As snow and icy conditions caused multiple collisions. That's from our affiliate there. The Chicago Fire Department said 14 people were taken to hospital for non-life-threatening injuries as the snow wreaked havoc on people's morning commute. And New York Governor Andrew Cuomo this morning gave his daily press briefing and added new restrictions on New Yorkers hoping to venture out in public.
Don't infect me. You don't have a right to infect me. If you are going to be in a situation in public where you may come into contact with other people in a situation that is not socially distanced, you must have a mask or a cloth covering nose and mouth. That is by executive order.
Now, New York has the most amount of confirmed cases and fatalities of any state in the country, but there are signs the curve is starting to flatten. And New York is giving 100 ventilators to Michigan and 50 to Maryland. That also came out of the press briefing this morning. And from NBC's Jason Aberzine, some practical information for folks. The Internal Revenue Service has now launched a website that not only allows people to track their stimulus checks, but also expedite the process by providing bank details. The Treasury Department said earlier this week that about 80 million people can expect to get their payments this week, while the large majority of eligible Americans will receive their payments within the next 2 weeks. And in an unprecedented move, the president's name will appear on printed checks of coronavirus relief payments. And those are the latest headlines. Allison will be back a little later with some more updates.
All right, looking forward to it, Alexa. Thank you so much. And you can, of course, visit our live blog. That's nbcnews.com/coronavirus. You can find the very latest updates there anytime. Joe Biden has picked up one Washington A-list endorsement after another this week. First Bernie Sanders, then President Obama, and now Elizabeth Warren. But with a country under lockdown and the general election likely down to just a few key states, how much will these endorsements really move the needle come November? Who better to ask than NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, who is joining me now. Thank you so much, Chuck. Senator Warren, Senator Sanders, both former presidential candidates representing northeastern parts of the country. What kind of weight will their endorsements carry here?
I think it would have carried more weight had they not endorsed, right? You were asking how important are endorsements in general. It's when you don't have the support of a key figure on your side of the aisle that it makes it more problematic. I mean, I will say this. It's a bit of a head scratcher to me that Sanders and Obama ended up technically endorsing Biden before Warren could ever get that done. I'm guessing that Team Elizabeth Warren wishes that they could have gotten out there before President Obama, because it does feel like once President Obama endorsed, you're like, well, who's left, right? The entire Democratic Party. But I will say this. I think both Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, if Joe Biden's campaign figures out how to marshal the resources that they have and the credibility they have with progressives for whatever weak links are in the Democratic coalition. And then that's where both of those endorsements can matter a lot, depending on how hard these two people decide to work for Joe Biden. You know, I think we're going to learn, one question I have on Elizabeth Warren is, what does she want to do next? Does she want to be the lion of the Senate? Does she want to be the next Ted Kennedy? Or does she want a job? Does she want a job in a Biden administration? Does she want to be the Treasury Secretary? Does she want to do something like that? I'll be curious. We'll know by how hard she works for Joe Biden.
Let me ask you this, Chuck, because you mentioned the timing there, and I think so many people have been wondering, was there a strategy here, Sanders Monday, Obama Tuesday, Warren Wednesday, or do you think that they just got their, endorsements in and she said, oh, wait, me too?
Look, I want to do some reporting on this. I think the order is a bit odd. I have no doubt it might be important to Bernie Sanders to be with Biden before Warren did. I think that might have mattered to Sanders. And if you're Biden and you're whenever you can get Bernie on board, you wanted to get it, right? Because that ended the primary campaign. Right. But it is a bit of a head scratcher on Warren. But my guess is Obama was raring to go. They had this and at that point, I think Sanders-Obama was a pretty powerful 1-2 punch if you're Joe Biden.
Yeah, for sure. There is arguably no one who can as effectively advocate for Joe Biden as President Obama. But do you think his endorsement will be as important, or that backing will be as important, if Obama can't get out on the trail with Biden and interact with voters?
Look, I do think Biden does need Obama's presence in a big way. Look, we're in this pandemic situation, so I think in the fall, however you can campaign, I think it is incumbent on Biden to make Obama prominent for this one reason. I think this election, it's a simple election now. This is going to be a choice for the American voters to decide, who do you want handling the recovery from this pandemic, Team Trump or Team Biden? And what does Biden want? He wants a Team Obama Biden, right? That's what he wants, Team Biden Obama. And what Biden's going to say is, hey, Obama and Biden, we inherited a downturn in 2009. Who better to handle an economic reckoning than the crew that handled this just 12 years ago? So that's going to be the case he makes. So in order to make that case as relevant as possible, I think you're right. Obama's got to be pretty high profile out there. But in some ways, you know, whatever that looks like, is it physically campaigning? He already showed he's a lot better at this visual campaigning than most polls that we've seen.
Yeah. Chuck, President Trump has repeatedly called the coronavirus pandemic an invisible enemy and saying that our country is at war. Is that part re-election strategy?
Well, look, I think some have gotten that into the president's head. Embrace this idea that you're a wartime president. This is a once-in-a-generation thing that we have to tackle as a country. So I think it's become a political strategy. I don't think it initially they set it out that way. But here's the thing: when you're running for re-election and you cannot run on that very basic question to voters is, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? When you're Donald Trump and you know in November that the answer to that question is no for most people now because of this pandemic, then you need a different calculation. And if it's, I'm dealing with a war, a war with an invisible enemy, don't change horses in midstream, that has obviously been a successful strategy in the past for some so-called wartime presidents. If the public thinks that and is nervous about changing horses, I think that could be an advantage for Trump. But this is where Biden being his opponent, I think is a bit problematic for that messaging to Trump, because Biden isn't a new person to voters. They think, oh, he's done this before too.
This pandemic, as we know, could impact the way we vote. It could impact how many people actually turn out to vote. Is there something specific you say Biden needs to do this to win the White House in this climate, besides the Obama connection and reminding people that he isn't someone new?
Look, I think this is one of those things. I think we're going to have our people that have always pined for the European way of politics, meaning a shortened campaign season. I think we're going to have that feeling of a shortened campaign season. So I would say this. I do think that the Biden folks and the Democrats need to not be so nervous about breaking through in the spring and summer. I think America's focused on surviving from day to day. What's their life going to be like next week? What's it going to be like next month? They don't have time to think about politics. So I think the biggest mistake Biden and the Democrats could make is this idea that they have to insert themselves right now. I wouldn't be doing that. I would be patient and realize once the conventions happen, we are in a sprint, and that's all that's necessary. And when you're Joe Biden, maybe that is the best strategy for a Joe Biden. He's a known quantity. The idea of Joe Biden is a comfortable idea for many people. Don't upset that by forcing yourself in the public's face too much.
Chuck Todd, thanks so much for being with us. Great to have your insights and your analysis, and I hope you're staying safe.
Stay safe. I hope you are too. Stay safe and healthy.
President Trump walking back comments he made earlier this week, claiming that he had total authority to open the country. Yesterday, Trump said he'll let the governors determine when to reopen their individual states. Senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece is with me now. And Shannon, the president said he'd be laying out guidelines for reopening and would be speaking to the 50 governors shortly. Do we know what inspired this more conciliatory approach?
Well, one is he really didn't have any authority or any leg to stand on when it comes to forcing the governors to do anything. He can't make a state put back on certain services. He can't force them to open schools. He can't force a business to start opening up again or a restaurant to start serving customers. So as anxious as he gets sometimes to want to get things moving again, he really had no authority to that. And even though he said that in the press conference, it was quickly, widely fact-checked, not only by the media or by Democrats like members of Congress, but also Republicans. And there's a big wing of the Republican Party who believes in states' rights and wants to have governors with some authority and independence. So that didn't go over very well there. But we're also now seeing the governor's getting out ahead of him when it comes to a plan to reopen the economy. The president has been talking about this for several weeks now. I mean, he was talking about at one point opening the economy back up by April. Now there's this push towards May 1st, but we still haven't seen a plan from the White House. Yet at the same time, we've seen a number of governors in the past couple of days come out with their own plans. Of course, these are sort of rough plans. There's a lot that can change. But we saw Governor Cuomo today and Governor Gavin Newsom yesterday coming out with some of their own plans. Well, the White House still really doesn't have anything as far as a plan that they want governors to follow. So I think in some sense, by default, it is going to come to the governors because they're the ones who have been putting plans forward.
Shannon, President Trump also said that he would halt funding to the World Health Organization. He is getting a ton of criticism for this move, but he says his administration wants to investigate the way the WHO handled the virus. A lot of people today are thinking, where is this coming from? Do we know what's behind this?
Well, the president has raised a few issues with the WHO. One, that the WHO criticized his limiting travel from China to the U.S., that they had initially criticized that. The president's also complained that the U.S. pays more than its fair share to the WHO. The U.S. pays about 15% of the WHO's budget, though they're about 5% of the world population. So that's a complaint that he's raised. But also he's complained that accused the WHO of pushing China's talking points that the virus wasn't transmissible to from human to human, echoing what China was saying when they were downplaying in January, late December, the risk of this virus becoming a pandemic. So that's a criticism we've heard from the president. The decision to halt funding did catch a lot of people in the administration off guard, I will say, last week when the president first raised it, and now this week saying that last week he said he was considering it, and this week say he is actually going to do it. It did catch a lot of people by guard, and he's got widespread criticism for this because now is not necessarily the time to be cutting off funding to the one global organization that could help countries, particularly in developed nations, respond to this pandemic. So there's been criticism from the business community, from Bill Gates, from numerous world leaders, and of course from people inside the United States too. And we saw a little bit of Kellyanne Conway trying to change the narrative on that some today, saying that it's a pause while they continue to investigate or further figure out what went on back in January with the WHO, and were there warning signs missed? Were there things the WHO could have done differently? So framing it as a pause, not a final decision.
Shannon, part of what he said is that if the WHO had done more to call out China's lack of transparency, it would have saved lives and economic damage. And some people are thinking that, the way he's saying this at pressers is kind of part re-election strategy. Could that be part of the case here?
Well, it does fit a bigger pattern of trying to shift the blame for why the U.S. is in this situation they're in now, blaming China. Was the initial source of blame that the president, where he targeted his blame. The WHO in recent weeks has now been a place he's tried to target the blame. Various governors have had blame targeted at them. The Obama administration has blame sent to them. So we have seen the president trying to spread the blame around for the enormous number of cases that are in the United States. Because, of course, the criticism has been, well, maybe the WHO didn't do enough, but over the past week or so, we've seen more and more accounts and reporting showing things that the administration didn't do, time that was lost in February when they could have been preparing for the pandemic. So certainly part of the president's strategy is to defend his response, which we saw him do very clearly in a press conference earlier today, where he, it sort of turned into campaign, propaganda that was being shown in the briefing room, defending his response with a video that he had put together, and not only to defend, but to also put blame on others, to say it's not just me. Look at all these other people who missed the warning signs as well.
A lot of people watching this one to see what happens here. A lot of people wondering about that halt in funding. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks for filling us in on some of the background there, and I hope you're staying safe.
Thank you. You too.
The country's first ever coronavirus saliva testing site is now open in New Jersey. This new and less invasive test got emergency approval from the FDA earlier this week with the hope that it will allow for broader coronavirus screenings. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is joining me now from Edison, New Jersey. And Ron, this is the first drive-through saliva test site. How is it going there so far?
Well, it went well. They had a group of about 250 people show up who all had appointments throughout the day. At one point, the cars at this testing center were around the corner, basically, which gives you an idea of the demand for this kind of test, for any kind of test for that matter, in New Jersey, where the governor has been saying for weeks now that he needs more tests from the federal government, more help with that he hasn't been getting. And the numbers here reflect that. The cases are going up, the deaths are going up, although they seem to be leveling off a little bit. But this is still a state that is in a lot of distress and not talking about reopening. The governor says that there's a possibility of that maybe this summer, which is about the furthest out you've heard anybody saying that a reopening, a partial opening could happen. This test is much more simple. You drive up into the testing area, you're handed a plastic cup or a vial, you put saliva in the cup, and then you wipe it down and hand it back. This is much better for the healthcare workers who don't have to reach into a car, who don't have to insert a swab into someone's nostril, which can be painful and which can cause, on a lot of occasions we've heard, people sneezing or coughing and therefore endangering the health of the healthcare worker. So there's less PPE needed to do this, which is another big problem in this state and others, the lack of equipment. So the test sounds simpler, it's less invasive, but so far, it's only been happening in a very limited fashion. And now, of course, the challenge is to try and scale it up, to try and get more tests out there. Right now, it's confined to Middlesex County, New Jersey only, which is where we are now, which is the home of Rutgers University, the state university of New Jersey. And Rutgers and some local biotech labs have been the pioneers of this method, of this test, along with some others. That's why we're here. But arguably, the need for this kind of test and others is greater in other parts of this state, in the north, Jersey City, Newark in the south, Camden, further south in Atlantic City, the urban areas where the numbers are higher and where the penetration of the virus has been more intense and more deadly, unfortunately. Allison?
Ron, you spoke earlier with a health official who said there are a lot of positives with this new test. Let's play that.
It helps to protect the workers that are helping with the test. It's said to be 100% accurate. There's not as many false positives with this test as well. So, this is really a game changer.
Are there any negatives here? Because it sounds like overwhelming positives so far about this test.
Well, I would dispute the notion that it's 100% reliable. I don't think anything is, particularly when you have a human factor of people trying to do this test. I think that's aspirational, optimistic, and I think that so let's leave it at that. It's a limited use test at this point. They have not been able to get it out to the masses, but I understand that in testing, in the run-throughs, it has been very reliable. The makers of this, the people behind it, insist that it is as reliable and as consistently reliable as the swab method testing that's been going on. So it seems like it has a lot of promise. Again, the challenge is to try and scale it up and get it out there. And as we've seen from the beginning of this crisis, there just hasn't been enough testing, so many public health officials and local leaders will tell you. And looking forward into this next phase of reopening and establishing some kind of new normal, there's talk of millions of tests a day, of essentially trying to test just about everybody. And so this could be another very useful tool. Whether it's a game changer or not is, I think, at this point, unclear. But the positives are obvious, are clear. It's simpler. It's not as invasive. It's easier to do. And it seems to be as reliable. And of course, the FDA gave its emergency use approval. That's not total approval, so it's not going to be marketed and sent all over the country just yet. They're going to have to see how this works out over the coming weeks. But in an environment like this, where there isn't enough testing, according to the public health officials and the governor, where they're trying to really find innovative ways to fight and defeat this virus, this is certainly a step forward, a big step forward, arguably. Allison?
Ron, I know you said the goal is to make this more widely available. Do they have any sense of how long that could take, or is it too early to tell?
When asked that, I think the answer to that is weeks to months. Remember, the lab capability, the labs that do this kind of work aren't used to doing millions of things. They're used to doing hundreds or thousands of things. It's not like they're now, because of this pandemic, they're suddenly being asked to mass produce something that they haven't been mass producing. And so making that happen is not as easy as one might hope it is, according to the public health experts and the people who are making this and marketing this and pushing this product. It's going to take some changing of the system, some changing of the supply lines to get the various components together to make the product. So there's no hard answer. I think the answer is they're doing it as fast as they can. They want to make sure that, of course, that when it's put to the test, when it's really used by consumers and by patients, by people who are sick, under all that stress and all the pressure that comes with that in fact the product does prove to be reliable. And again, I think the bottom line, though, is that anything that adds to the testing capability of this country, any innovation to fight this unprecedented pandemic, I think everybody is hoping that it really works out well. Allison?
Absolutely. Ron Allen in Edison, New Jersey, thanks for being with us. I hope you continue to stay safe. Emory University Hospital working on a coronavirus antibody test. That blood test shows whether a person has been exposed to the virus, even if they didn't get sick. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now to tell us more. And Tom, what prompted Emory to start developing this antibody test in the first place?
Well, this is a really cool story. As you know, Emory University is one of the nation's premier research medical universities. They are literally next door to the CDC. They have the Ebola lab, the place where they ushered in people with Ebola, what was that, 10 years ago or so, 5 years ago, and they are among the best in the world at these types of infectious diseases. So very quickly, they wanted to find an antibody test to not only test their own patients, but also their own staff. Here's where it gets really interesting. They stumbled across an 80-year-old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Clyde and Renee. They had been on the Diamond Princess cruise ship, which you may recall had all those people, hundreds of people, who were sick from COVID-19. Well, Clyde and Renee were with their grandkids, a big trip over to Asia, and they were quarantined. They never got sick, but they did test positive for the virus. So when they came back home to Atlanta, they happened to be out for a walk. They ran across a neighbor who used to work at Emory, and the neighbor said, you know, Emory could use your antibodies. They signed up, went to Emory, say, would you like to test our antibodies? They did test the antibodies. Sure enough, they had COVID-19 antibodies. And so they were able to fast track, using those antibodies, fast track now the molecular test to determine whether somebody else might have the antibodies for this disease. And why in the world would this 80-year-old couple not have any symptoms, not get sick at all? Okay, now it gets interesting again. The associate medical director, the lady who is essentially the chief doctor at Emory University, her name is Dr. Colleen Kraft. She's a molecular biologist as well. She decided yesterday, okay, sign me up. I'll get the antibody test. Let me see how it is on me. I don't think I have COVID-19. I've got no symptoms, but let me check and see how I'm doing. So they ran the antibody test on Dr. Kraft. You won't believe it. She was positive for the antibodies. Somehow, Dr. Kraft, never having been sick, Dr. Kraft has the antibodies. Now, did she contract the antibodies because at some point she had contact with a patient? Maybe, but she makes the point. Listen, she follows the Ebola protocols at Emory University because this is the place that wrote the definition of how you deal with PPE and a contagious and infectious disease. She followed those to the letter. She helped write those protocols. So she said, I really don't think that I would have gotten it from dealing with a patient. So could it have been somebody else? Could it have been one of her children that maybe came into contact with her? And if so, does that suggest this virus is far more widespread than just the last few months? So you can see how now this becomes just a detective novel that's fascinating. Why does it matter to you and to me? Because now we have Emory University this week, in fact, yesterday, started testing its own medical staff for the antibodies. And they will now ramp that up, hundreds of tests over the coming days, so they know who on their staff may have some immunity to COVID-19. And once that's in place, they can come up with a better picture of who's at risk, who's not at risk, and then start testing the general public. At the same time, Allison, Abbott Labs just announced that they are rolling out 4 million tests, antibody tests, nationwide in the coming weeks. So this is now one of the most critical areas of testing. Not just do you have it now, that's a separate test, but did you have it and therefore had the antibodies and hopefully some immunity? And now if you did have it, and if you were sick, by the way, they need to do the contact tracing to figure out who did you have contact with, who might else have had contact, who else might have antibodies. So you can see now this three-pronged approach is very, very complicated, and it's going to take all of those approaches to eventually open up the economy.
Tom, this story from beginning to end is just unbelievable. All of the twists and turns are so fascinating. I think a lot of people watching this might be thinking, okay, wait a second. If Clyde and Renee, this 80-year-old couple, had it, but they didn't get sick, if this doctor had it, but they didn't get sick, am I sitting at home and I had it and I don't even know it? When can I possibly get tested? When will this be more readily available? Do we have a sense yet of when it may become more commonplace for the average American to go get this kind of a test?
Bingo. As always, you've nailed it. That's exactly the issue. How quickly can they roll out these tests? Now, listen, it's not going to happen overnight, right? We've only tested 3 million people to see if they currently have the virus. To figure out who has had the virus, past tense, that's going to take time. We have 320 million people in this country. So there is no timeline yet on how quickly this can roll out, but they do. Dr. Fauci at the NIH has said they want to start rolling these tests out in force coming in May, but it's not going to be an overnight. It's not going to end up at your Walgreens suddenly overnight. So this is going to take some time, but you're right. And here's what's even more interesting about the Smiths, the older couple, 80-year-old Clyde and Renee, just as cute as could be. Yeah. They both have underlying health issues. And yet they did not get the full-blown disease.
You're kidding.
No. Is this amazing or what? So why would these two 80-year-olds, who in theory should be the exact most vulnerable people, why would they not have gotten sick when everybody around them is getting sick? They have the antibodies. And so I actually asked Dr. Kraft, is it possible, now I'm taking up time, but it's the internet, so we have a minute, right? Is it possible that you have developed...
We'll make a minute for this. This is too good.
It's interesting. Is it possible that you have developed antibodies because of your exposure to another form of the coronavirus? Because as you know, the coronavirus is in various forms out in society. We've all been exposed to it. This is a novel, a new coronavirus. But is it possible that antibodies from another form of coronavirus could protect you from this one? And she said, aha, bingo. That is one of the questions that they want answered, and they don't know that right now. That's why this is the beginning of unraveling this medical mystery.
It is, Tom, this is one of the most interesting stories we have seen throughout this whole thing. And it is so refreshing, too, though, because we have seen this virus act in such strange ways. And usually it is not a good thing. We've heard of, children who unexpectedly get sicker than they should, or people who have no underlying conditions who are just hit so hard. So incredible to hear that an 80-year-old couple with underlying conditions did okay. So curious about their findings. This is just fascinating.
I wish I had answers for you, but I think this is why this is a medical mystery. And, to add even more questions to it, why does somebody like Chris Cuomo, I don't know Chris's medical history, of course, his personal medical history, but he looks like a strong, robust, beefy kind of guy. How in the world but he will tell you this has been kicking his rear for the last 2.5 weeks. He's been feverish for 2 weeks. He says he's been sicker than a dog and having hallucinations. So why would an 80-year-old couple have no symptoms and Chris Cuomo, is he in his early 50s, late 40s, be really sick? It's really baffling.
You bring up that example. I keep thinking of George Stephanopoulos and his wife, Allie Wentworth. He is sick but doesn't have strong symptoms. She said she was sick as a dog. It is totally wild, Tom. I know we don't have all the answers right now, but I know you will be back when we have more. And thank you so much. This is just really an incredible situation here at Emory. It's fascinating. Thank you.
You bet. Take care.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas, Manchester, from Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
What is it like to have coronavirus and recover? Journalist David Latt went through it. He spent 6 days on a ventilator and was treated with hydroxychloroquine. This was his experience.
So I started to get symptoms in early March, but they were not that bad. It was much like a conventional flu, aches, fever, chills. But about a week into the illness, I started getting a lot of chest congestion and severe difficulty breathing. So I went to the hospital, my nearest emergency room at NYU Langone. The first time I went, I wasn't able to get a test. It's very hard to get a test. I saw your segment just earlier about the saliva testing, but this was back in early March where it was very difficult to get a test. And I hadn't traveled anywhere or interacted with any known carrier of the disease. But I wound up in the back of the emergency room the next day because I couldn't breathe. And at that point, they admitted me to the hospital, and they gave me the test for COVID-19, and it was positive. I didn't know the statistics we now know, which show that perhaps 80% of ventilator patients in New York don't survive. But I knew there were tough odds because my dad, who's a physician, had told me a few days earlier, "Oh, you better not get put on a ventilator. Not everyone comes back from that." So I knew that it was a potentially dangerous option, but at the same time, potentially life-saving one. I actually received a couple of medications. Before I got the hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, I got an antiviral called Kaletra. And then after, when I was on the ventilator, I got a drug called clazakizumab for lung function. So they tried a couple of things on me, and they really couldn't figure out what exactly helped me. So I'm sort of agnostic on that debate over hydrochloroquine. It has its boosters, it has its critics. For what it's worth, my mother, who's a doctor, is a big, thought it really helped me, but I don't know how you approve that. I have another friend who's a doctor who works with COVID-19 patients who's very skeptical of it as a treatment. It may be better in terms of preventing spread.
NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins me now. And Dr. John, we just heard from David Latt, who was on a ventilator for 6 days. Why do the odds of survival here decrease the longer you're on a ventilator?
Well, good afternoon, Allison. And that's the big question we're trying to figure out right now, because that 80% of people who go on ventilators and don't come off of them, that's here in New York City. Yesterday, I did an interview with Dr. Peter Hotez. He's the big vaccine expert around the world out of Baylor. And what he told me is the rest of the nation's around 10% don't come off the ventilators. They eventually die while they're on the ventilators. Now, part of that could be the age group we're looking at here, but David was very young. The other part could be what we call viral load. In other words, the more virus you get up front, the sicker you're going to get. The sicker you get once you're placed on the ventilator, that means your lungs have more damage to them and it's harder for them to recover, and you might not come off of it at that point. So it could be the fact that New York City is such a hot spot and there's so many people here that are sick, that people that are getting sick have such that influx of virus right away that it's causing their immune system to overload, to go into this thing called cytokine storm. Their lungs get damaged because of that, and they just can't come off the ventilator, whereas other parts of the country might not be the same thing. And so that could be one of the things that's going on there. Again, we're learning so much about this virus. We'll know more as time goes on why exactly that's happening. But if people need to be put on the ventilator, they definitely need to be put on the ventilator. But doctors now are trying to avoid that as much as they can.
Dr. John, David also said he was treated with hydroxychloroquine. The president's really been pushing this as a possible treatment. Can you explain what the situation with this drug? It seems like the science really isn't quite there yet.
And Allison, you're correct. The science isn't exactly quite there yet. And there's some small studies out of China and out of France that are saying, hey, it looks like it worked really well, but it worked well in a subset of patients, particularly patients who got it early on versus patients who were already on a ventilator and very, very sick. So we're not exactly sure at what stage this would work, if it would work for preventive type things as well. The big concern a lot of doctors have is that we do know it has some side effects, particularly heart arrhythmias, heart palpitations. And so for people to take it without ever having symptoms, or just because they're scared about getting coronavirus, they want to eliminate it, that could cause other health issues. And the fact that, again, once they're sick, it doesn't seem to work quite as well, especially if they're in critical condition. So trying to find the timing, trying to find the right dose, that's going to take a little bit of time to do. But I know for some people, that time, they don't have the luxury of that. So it's basically what he was talking about is what's happening is they're trying different things on people who are very sick, very critical, to see what works. And then once I find out what works, they'll kind of start doing clinical trials on them. They're doing it at the same time, which is different than we normally do, but we're in different circumstances right now, too.
Mm-hmm. Dr. John, we are still behind on testing, but there's some hope for antibody tests. Here's what Dr. Fauci said on the Today Show this morning.
We don't have all the answers with the antibody, because the things that we don't know is that in general, with viruses that we deal with all the time, when you develop an antibody after infection, it almost invariably means you're protected. We don't absolutely know that for sure yet. I think it is going to be the case. I can say I think it will be. The other thing that we don't know is the durability of protection. So are you protected for a month or 2 or 3, a half a year or a year? We need to get experience to know that.
Can you explain what he means when he says there's a lot of uncertainty around these tests? Seems like there's still a lot of questions here.
There are a lot of questions around the test, and we use antibody tests for a lot of things. If you've ever gone in to get, especially if you're a healthcare worker, you've ever gone in to get a hepatitis B titer, that's looking at antibodies for that hepatitis B. So anytime you get that test, that's what we're talking about. That's an antibody test. Same thing goes on here. And Tom Costello earlier was talking about Chris Cuomo and how he's sicker than the average person, even though he looks healthy. Well, he admits he has something called an IgM deficiency. That's one of the antibodies. He has a low level of that antibody to begin with. And so going into something like coronavirus, it's going to be harder for him to recover from it. But there basically are 2 different antibodies. IgM, which is very short, that's the one when you first get sick, that's the one that starts fighting it off. And then after a few weeks, you develop one called IgG, which is the long-term one. That's the one they're looking for, because that's the one that's going to give you more immunity over time, months or years, like Dr. Fauci was talking about. The problem is it's hard to detect that early on because you need to wait a few weeks to detect it. And it's hard to come up with a test that you can just poke somebody's finger, get some blood, and look at it to see if it's positive. Even though it's positive, it's hard to understand what number needs to be, how high that number needs to be in order to give them that immunity, because the harder the disease is, the more virulent the virus is, the higher that number needs to be. And so they're trying to work all that out. But without the antibody testing, along with the other testing they have, which is to determine who's sick, and contact tracing, which is making sure that we understand who was in contact with somebody who's sick and we quarantine them, it's going to be difficult to open up society again. So they're working on essentially that 3-legged stool to make sure that they can open up society safely, because we know once people start getting in contact, the numbers are going to go up again. We need to make sure those numbers don't go very high.
Absolutely. Dr. John, you always have great advice and information for us. Thank you so much for being here today.
You bet.
More than 80 million Americans should have their stimulus money today, according to Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. But tens of millions could end up waiting weeks longer or even months. So what can you do if you haven't gotten any money yet? NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle joins me now to help you figure out where your money might be. And Steph, who's likely in that group of 80 million who already got that money, and who is likely still waiting?
So first, we're talking about people getting the stimulus check. If you have direct deposit, meaning if you filed your taxes in 2018 or 19 and did it the old-fashioned paper way, if you did it direct deposit, you should be getting that money in your account by the end of this week. If you haven't done that yet, you can go to irs.gov and type your bank information in there, and that way it'll go directly to you. If you go the old-fashioned way, it could take a bit longer, probably several weeks.
Some people have been coming at us with a lot of questions. We've been seeing a lot of questions online. Among them, do you need to sign up? Do you need to go online and check in with the IRS to get that stimulus money?
Absolutely not. And I'm going to go one better. In the next few days, they're setting up a portal on the IRS's website where you can track my payment, where you can put your information in, and it will update you on where you are in the queue in getting that money. An important thing to remind people, though, it's just $1,200. Not that that's not a lot of money, but we don't yet know if there will be any stimulus checks behind it. So when you get it, please spend it wisely. Spend it on things you urgently need, like food, gas in the car. This is not a bonus. It's not a treat. You know, a lot of times people think of things like this, like they do their tax refund, but you shouldn't look at your tax refund that way either. Really think of it in a way that you can just be most responsible. Actually, I'm reading right now that portal I talked about on the IRS's website has gone live. So you can put your information in and it'll give you an update of when you should be getting that money.
Steph, another question about that money. Some people are still confused. One of the top Google questions right now is the stimulus check a loan?
It is not a loan. This is considered income replacement. The government has said this is like a natural disaster. You did not expect this. And many people are struggling, starting to try to file for unemployment. They're in different situations. So for anyone who makes $75,000 or less, you're eligible to receive $1,200. You get some money between $75,000 and $99,000, but above that, you don't get anything. And for any child that you have under the age of 17, $500 a child.
Steph, those stimulus checks will have the president's name printed on them. This is a move that the Washington Post is saying could back them up for days. I know NBC News reached out to the Treasury Department for comment. Have they responded?
I'm going to tell you, there's zero chance I reached out to the Treasury because I think it's a ridiculous discussion. There are people in this country that desperately need the money. It is nonsense to worry about if the president has signed his name to it or not. The majority of people are getting direct deposit. So let's remind everyone, direct deposit, there is no check. I think this is something that the media obsesses over. But the thing that we should obsess over is the people who need that money and focusing on what they need and what's going on in their lives. This is a sideshow that the president has created for us. Let's not take the bait.
Yesterday, the president announced the Great American Economy Revival Industry Groups. It's his second White House task force, and it focuses on the economy. Now, the White House listed nearly 200 names in that group, but you've confirmed at least half a dozen CEOs didn't even know they were on that list. Here's what General Motors CEO Mary Barra told you just before she was listed as a member of that group.
You have had different sort of advisory roles, positions connected to this administration over the last few years. Can we expect you to be on the Economic Council?
I haven't been asked to do anything, but this is a time when, when you're asked to participate and support your country, you do what you should do. And that's what I would do. I am a member of the Business Roundtable, and there's a lot of activity going on with BRT, as well as I'm already on a advisory group in the state of Michigan. So when asked to serve, I'm going to be there.
So what's going on here, and what else are you hearing from CEOs?
Okay, so I've been speaking to CEOs for the last 24 hours, and let's separate a few things. This is not a task force. Many of them were flat-footed. They did not know that the president was going to say their name today. He did do a number of calls. A few of the bank CEOs that I dealt with, Jamie Dimon, Brian Moynihan, David Solomon, these are bank CEOs that deal with Steve Mnuchin and the Treasury Department on a regular basis. Many didn't participate in the calls, but here's what's interesting. One thing that they are doing is very regularly saying, Jamie Dimon said it just yesterday, it'll be more like June, July, and August when we can open. And it'll be the federal government working with cities, working with the CDC. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today said, we need to do major things to get people feeling safe and secure. We should expect the worst and hope for the best. And one other point to make, these business leaders are science reliant and dependent. Mary Barra of GM is currently making ventilators. At Ventec, they know all the social distancing guidelines they need to adhere to. So when she decides to go back to full production at GM, she's going to continue those guidelines. And she said to me the same thing we've heard from the NBA. They are going to focus on what they need to do for their customers, for their employees, but relying on medical experts across the board. You want to talk about what these business leaders do in their free time? They sit on hospital boards. Mark Benioff from Salesforce has his own children's hospital in San Francisco. In New York, you've got guys like David Solomon and Larry Fink and Jamie Dimon. They all sit on hospital boards. Morgan Stanley has their own children's hospital in New York. You're darn right. These people are absolutely pressuring the president to focus on mass testing. And while the president says, he's going to go with his gut, these are people who put their money and their business into risk management. They know a decent amount about how important it is to rely on medical experts, and that's what they're doing. And they're pressuring the White House to do the same.
Steph Ruhle, thanks so much for being with us. We've got your special report tonight on NBC News Now. We're really looking forward to it. Thank you. And tune in to News Now tonight for a special report hosted by Steph Ruhle, Small Business in Crisis, Your Questions Answered. Some meat plants in the U.S. are closing down temporarily because of coronavirus-related deaths among their employees. Now there are major concerns about worker safety and possible meat shortages. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders explains what this could mean for the nation's food supply.
I think the best analogy here is to look at the shortage we've had with toilet paper. There was no shortage of toilet paper, but there was sort of consumer panic that cleared it from the shelves. And now the fear is, as we've seen the plant in South Dakota, Smithfield, with 430 plus workers with coronavirus shutting down, and that means less meat hitting the market, as well as the plants across the country like Tyson, Cargill, JBS. So as we go airborne and look over the fields here, you can see there's still plenty of cattle, plenty of livestock in this country, but the inability to get
Some people in Michigan are protesting against extended stay-at-home orders. The demonstration, organized by a conservative group, aimed to create a traffic jam as protesters surrounded the Capitol building. WDIV reporter Rod Maloney's in Lansing, Michigan, with more.
Well, you know, Governor Gretchen Whitmer had an order in place early on, and then last Thursday she extended that order, but she doubled down on the things that you could and couldn't do. And that is really what has brought all of this on. You can see traffic going blocks down the street. Now, yesterday, this street was empty because it's the street here, Congress Street, right in front of the Capitol in Lansing. Legislature's not in. Everybody's home. But today it is jam-packed. Now, as you were talking about, when they did this rally, they were saying that they wanted people to stay in their cars. Social distance, honk your horn, bring your truck, but stay in the truck. Well, as you can see behind me here, that has not happened here. A lot of people decided to come on foot. Now, there are a number of differing groups that have decided to go along with this protest, and that's what we've discovered. Because the original group that wanted people to stay in their cars, for the most part, people did stay in their cars, but in this particular instance, other groups joined in as well. Lots of signs, a lot of people feeling like their liberty has been infringed upon. One of the guys walked up to me and said, look, you can smoke pot, you can smoke grass in the state of Michigan, but you can't mow it. And that's the problem, is that there are a lot of inconsistencies that people see in the governor's order.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want asked. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
German Chancellor Angela Merkel has extended her country's social distancing rules till at least May 3rd. She says the national lockdown brought fragile intermediate success in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. So far, over 132,000 German people have tested positive for the virus. More than 3,500 have died, according to Johns Hopkins University. Sky News correspondent Carl Nasman has more on how Germany is handling the crisis.
I wanted to show you what life is like under lockdown here in Germany. And one of the best ways to do that is by bike. Let's go. Nearly all non-essential shops are closed. The schools are shut. That means there's a lot less traffic on the streets. And one way the city's adapting is by giving bikes more space. These right here are pop-up bike lanes. They are twice as wide as normal bike lanes. The idea is not only are they safer, but they allow cyclists to maintain their social distance even while they're out on their bikes and while they're passing each other. The feeling here in Germany is that the country's handled this crisis very well. The curve here is starting to flatten. The infection rate is also starting to drop. We know that Germany has a very high number of cases, but also a very low death rate. In fact, one of the lowest death rates in the world. When you speak with experts about that, they mention a lot of factors, but one of the most important, they tell me, is testing.
If you look at the age distribution and our positive tested population, it's not these are not only elderly people, not only high-risk people or hospitalized people, but we also tested many younger people. We were able to identify many cases and transmission chains, and were able to quarantine patients and to lower the actual infection rates. And this is one very important point. And actually, we're up to 100,000 tests per day, and I think it's quite well. It's not perfect, but it allows us to identify infected people very, very early.
In general, the lockdown measures in place in Germany are not nearly as strict as many of its European neighbors or other countries around the world. I'm at a busy outdoor market. There's people selling their vegetables. It's crowded. There's a lot of people. You might notice there are some safety measures in place. There's these barriers that are meant to have people keep their distance, 1.5 meters. But you might also notice very few people here are wearing face masks. I have one on. It's a homemade mask I generally wear if I'm out in public or if I'm riding the subway. Now this afternoon, German Chancellor Angela Merkel issuing new guidance, now advising everyone to wear protective face masks while in public, if they're shopping or if they're riding public transit. That comes after she met with the leaders of Germany's 16 states. They also announced that schools in Germany will begin to reopen on May 4th.
President Trump taking a lot of heat for his announcement that the U.S. will cut funding to the World Health Organization. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel looks at how the world is reacting.
Hello. I hope people are feeling well on this Wednesday. If you've been following these video updates for the last couple of weeks, you may have noticed that I tend not to focus on President Trump. I want to give the other headlines, the international COVID-19 headlines, because frankly, President Trump takes up a lot of media space, and there's many other people talking about the ups and downs and eccentricities of his political style. But this time, President Trump is the international headline. Particularly people around the world were baffled by his decision, shocked by it in some cases, to cut off funding to the World Health Organization in the midst of a pandemic. The Guardian newspaper here in the UK had this headline: Trump turns against the WHO to mask his own stark failings on COVID-19 crisis. And that expressed a lot of the global headlines. The Lancet, a respected medical journal, the editor of the journal told the BBC that it was a crime against humanity to cut off the funding. And many experts point out that the WHO doesn't just provide information for a lot of poorer countries that don't have robust health services. It provides some of those emergency response capabilities. And those experts say without funding, with a diminished ability to operate, that the WHO could fail in its ability to provide some of those needed services to poorer countries if other countries don't step up and fill in the funding gap. But there have been criticisms from world leaders as well, not just in health experts in the media. The Secretary General of the UN said this is not the time to be pointing blame. So did the Foreign Minister of Germany, and the UN chief also said something interesting. He said that this is now globally an international epidemic of misinformation, and if you look online and you follow all the social media, or at least follow social media, you'll notice there are many conspiracy theories out there that the coronavirus was created in a laboratory in Wuhan, that it was either weaponized and broke out accidentally, or it was deliberately planted, or that it was some sort of plot to gain world domination. Well, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the most senior U.S. military official, said that partly because of all of this talk, and because it would obviously be something of tremendous significance if it were true, that U.S. intelligence agencies did look into it, and that the overall weight of the evidence that they found suggested that it was not created in a lab, but that it was transmitted naturally. And so scientists have pointed to a wet market as a potential place of origin, that in this wildlife market in Wuhan, there was some sort of transmission from bat to potentially through a secondary animal to humans. But the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that even though the weight of the evidence suggests this was not created in a lab, he said we still don't know for certain.
Stocks giving back most of yesterday's gains. Today, the Dow dropped over 400 points on what would typically be tax day, but we know those returns are now not due until July 15th. MSNBC host David Gura joins me now. And David, I see you are here, but your bookcase is not. Apparently, now that it's been in vogue, it's too good for us?
Indeed. On the Vogue website, at least, but the bookshelf is in demand, at least by my kids whose toys are situated nearby. So the bookshelf sends its regards, and it will be back. It'll be back soon, Alice.
Hey, we miss it greatly. And let me tell you, I've never even made it into Vogue's website. So that is an achievement. David, we got more first quarter bank earnings today from some big names. Bank of America, Goldman, Citigroup. How is the coronavirus affecting them?
We are seeing the coronavirus affecting these banks in a big way, and that was certainly borne out in the data that we saw today. When you look at the profits for those three big banks that you mentioned, Goldman profits in the first quarter down 45%. We saw Citi's profits down 46%. They're all trying to adjust to accommodate what's happening here, building up what's called their loan loss reserves. They are worried that what they've lent out, what they're going to lend out, might not be repaid by consumers who face job losses, face a whole lot of economic difficulty. So we saw that borne out today. One interesting tidbit I want to note, though, is that Goldman is not as much of a consumer-facing bank as the other two you mentioned. It does a lot of business with Wall Street. So it actually beat what analysts had estimated and had an okay day, I guess you could say. But again, those profits down pretty sizably there in the first quarter, Allison.
David, we also got some troubling economic data today. Let's start with retail sales for the month of March. What did we learn there?
Yeah, this was, to be expected in a lot of ways. But that measure of retail sales, this is a series that goes back to 1992, breaking a record. It was the lowest in March that it has been since the government began recording retail sales. And again, not a whole lot surprising here in light of what we've all been experiencing, but down pretty much across the board, except for online sales. We saw something of a lift there when you look at online sales and grocery sales, pharmacy sales as well. People trying to adjust their own behaviors here as this epidemic spread. But no surprise, as so many of us have been restricted, not going to work, living in our homes, not going out and buying things, that we'd see the kind of dip that we did. But yet another metric, another data point here to add to that picture that we have of this U.S. economy in recession, not doing very well, Allison.
David, we also got the Empire State Manufacturing Index for April. That shows what manufacturing activity is like in and around New York. Not a pretty picture there either.
No, and another record broken as well when we look at those data. Analysts had expected it to be down about 35, 36 points. It was down more than 70 points, so a pretty sizable drop. And, a lot of people wondering about when this economy is going to open up again. This is a favorite thing for the president to talk about, indicating yesterday in his comments at the White House that he'd like to see the economy opened up by May the 1st. There was some optimism that because so many factories have been shuttered nationally, maybe we'd start to see an uptick here in auto manufacturing, for instance. But this measure by the Federal Reserve Bank here in New York of, as you say, manufacturing in New York State, showing that manufacturing is in pretty woeful shape. And again, just part of this picture that we have of an economy really in terrible shape here as the public health story continues, as the search continues for a vaccine to combat this virus and for there to be more testing that would give business owners, managers, leadership more comfort in having people come back to work, Allison.
David, you've been keeping an eye on oil prices for us. U.S. crude hit an 18-year low today. What's going on there?
Still a lot of confusion about what kind of deal was brokered between OPEC and a few other nations, including the United States, to keep production low. That deal that the president had a hand in trying to get together was one that, really tackled the supply side, but didn't tackle the demand side. And that's where the problem is, where the problem has been exacerbated by the coronavirus crisis, because now fewer people are out driving and using gasoline, using oil products. But we're seeing confusion about what the contours of that deal. The Energy Secretary was on with our colleagues at CNBC today talking about the cut that was agreed to, about 10 million barrels a day. That's a sizable cut. I don't want to diminish that. It is something, but it doesn't bring the market into balance, which is what needs to happen here. Again, there is so much supply, far exceeding what demand is. And the Energy Secretary making the point in his comments on CNBC today that that's worth something, and the conversation continues. The president's still going to use diplomacy, going to still try to bring the cuts down even more. But investors reacting to that and all the economic data that we've been talking about as well. And again, just the perpetuity of this crisis, not seeing any indication here that the demand side of the equation is going to get much better here in the coming months.
David, tomorrow morning we get weekly jobless claims. Those numbers have been abysmal at best. What are economists expecting in tomorrow's round?
Yeah, these have been jaw-dropping numbers week after week after week. We've looked at them discreetly. I mean, from 3 weeks back, we saw the numbers shoot up, and then it's continued to do so week after week after week. So we're getting somewhat of a series here, and a lot of the economists who've written on this ahead of tomorrow's numbers anticipate that we're going to see greater job losses still, maybe not of the magnitude that we've seen over these last 3 weeks, but the surge that so many of them predicted in jobless claims seems to be continuing here. We're going to get those numbers again tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern time. And, as we get more and more data, it's just giving us a broader sense of how deep the hurt is in the labor market in this country. But again, it's a funny thing as we talk about all of these data points, they're really bringing out what we're hearing about anecdotally, what we're seeing. So many friends and family out of work. And so many states just trying to keep up with the quantity of people applying for jobless benefits for the first time. That's what these numbers indicate, people who are going to apply for unemployment insurance for the first time. A lot of economists, Allison, expecting that tomorrow, Thursday morning, we're going to see another bad day of claims.
Yeah, David, we say so much Wall Street isn't Main Street, but you are seeing some very similar problems in both places as we try to deal with this crisis. Thank you so much, David, for being with us. Our regards to the bookcase.
Given. I'll see you soon, Allison. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Happy Wednesday to everybody. A little bit of news from our home. I'm wearing real pants today. Pants with a button and a zipper. In the interest of full disclosure, they are still jeans and they are not skinny jeans. And I'm regretting the decision already, but that was a big development here. Can't remember the last time that happened in this house. All right, let's get you some of the real headlines, though, besides that one. Let's head over to NBC News Now correspondent Alexa Lioto. She is following the very latest coronavirus headlines for us from NBCnews.com. Alexa, what's the latest there?
Hey, Allison. So let's start by taking a look at the numbers first. So another milestone today as the number of confirmed coronavirus cases worldwide surpassed 2 million. That's according to a count by Johns Hopkins University. And that's just about double the total number of cases that we saw less than 2 weeks ago. Now some news on the 2020 presidential election. Senator Elizabeth Warren announced her endorsement of former Vice President Joe Biden today. That's from Ali Vitale and Ben Camazar. Senator Warren is the latest high-profile Democrat to voice her support for Biden. Senator Bernie Sanders announced his endorsement yesterday. Here's Senator Warren.
We can't afford to let Donald Trump continue to endanger the lives and livelihoods of every American. And that's why I'm proud to endorse Joe Biden as President of the United States.
Now, pile up involving nearly 60 cars unfolded this morning on a major expressway in Chicago. As snow and icy conditions caused multiple collisions. That's from our affiliate there. The Chicago Fire Department said 14 people were taken to hospital for non-life-threatening injuries as the snow wreaked havoc on people's morning commute. And New York Governor Andrew Cuomo this morning gave his daily press briefing and added new restrictions on New Yorkers hoping to venture out in public.
Don't infect me. You don't have a right to infect me. If you are going to be in a situation in public where you may come into contact with other people in a situation that is not socially distanced, you must have a mask or a cloth covering nose and mouth. That is by executive order.
Now, New York has the most amount of confirmed cases and fatalities of any state in the country, but there are signs the curve is starting to flatten. And New York is giving 100 ventilators to Michigan and 50 to Maryland. That also came out of the press briefing this morning. And from NBC's Jason Aberzi, some practical information for folks. The Internal Revenue Service has now launched a website that not only allows people to track their stimulus checks, but also expedite the process by providing bank details. The Treasury Department said earlier this week that about 80 million people can expect to get their payments this week, while the large majority of eligible Americans will receive their payments within the next 2 weeks. And in an unprecedented move, the president's name will appear on printed checks of coronavirus relief payments. And those are the latest headlines. Allison will be back a little later with some more updates.
All right, looking forward to it, Alexa. Thank you so much. And you can, of course, visit our live blog. That's nbcnews.com/coronavirus. You can find the very latest updates there anytime. Joe Biden has picked up one Washington A-list endorsement after another this week. First Bernie Sanders, then President Obama, and now Elizabeth Warren. But with a country under lockdown and the general election likely down to just a few key states, how much will these endorsements really move the needle come November? Who better to ask than NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, who is joining me now. Thank you so much, Chuck. Senator Warren, Senator Sanders, both former presidential candidates representing northeastern parts of the country. What kind of weight will their endorsements carry here?
I think it would have carried more weight had they not endorsed, right? You were asking how important are endorsements in general. It's when you don't have the support of a key figure on your side of the aisle that it makes it more problematic. I mean, I will say this. It's a bit of a head scratcher to me that Sanders and Obama ended up technically endorsing Biden before Warren could ever get that done. I'm guessing that Team Elizabeth Warren wishes that they could have gotten out there before President Obama, because it does feel like once President Obama endorsed, you're like, well, who's left, right? The entire Democratic Party. But I will say this. I think both Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, if Joe Biden's campaign figures out how to marshal the resources that they have and the credibility they have with progressives for whatever weak links are in the Democratic coalition. And then that's where both of those endorsements can matter a lot, depending on how hard these two people decide to work for Joe Biden. You know, I think we're going to learn, one question I have on Elizabeth Warren is what does she want to do next? Does she want to be the lion of the Senate? Does she want to be the next Ted Kennedy? Or does she want a job? Does she want a job in a Biden administration? Or does she want to be the Treasury Secretary? Does she want to do something like that? I'll be curious. We'll know by how hard she works for Joe Biden.
Let me ask you this, Chuck, because you mentioned the timing there, and I think so many people have been wondering, was there a strategy here, Sanders Monday, Obama Tuesday, Warren Wednesday, or do you think that they just got their, endorsements in and she said, oh, wait, me too?
Look, I want to do some reporting on this. I think the order is a bit odd. I have no doubt it might be important to Bernie Sanders to be with Biden before Warren did. I think that might have mattered to Sanders. And if you're Biden and you're whenever you can get Bernie on board, you wanted to get it, right? Because that ended the primary campaign. Right. But it is a bit of a head scratcher on Warren. But my guess is Obama was raring to go. They had this and at that point, I think Sanders-Obama was a pretty powerful 1-2 punch if you're Joe Biden.
Yeah, for sure. There is arguably no one who can as effectively advocate for Joe Biden as President Obama. But do you think his endorsement will be as important, or that backing will be as important, if Obama can't get out on the trail with Biden and interact with voters?
Look, I do think Biden does need Obama's presence in a big way. Look, we're in this pandemic situation, so I think in the fall, however you can campaign, I think it is incumbent on Biden to make Obama prominent for this one reason. I think this election, it's a simple election now. This is going to be a choice for the American voters to decide, who do you want handling the recovery from this pandemic? Team Trump or Team Biden? And what does Biden want? He wants a Team Obama Biden, right? That's what he wants, Team Biden Obama. And what Biden's going to say is, hey, Obama and Biden, we inherited a downturn in 2009. Who better to handle an economic reckoning than the crew that handled this just 12 years ago? So that's going to be the case he makes. So in order to make that case as relevant as possible, I think you're right. Obama's got to be pretty high profile out there. But in some ways, whatever that looks like, is it physically campaigning? He already showed he's a lot better at this visual campaigning than most polls that we've seen.
Yeah. Chuck, President Trump has repeatedly called the coronavirus pandemic an invisible enemy and saying that our country is at war. Is that part re-election strategy?
Well, look, I think some have gotten that into the president's head. Embrace this idea that you're a wartime president. This is a once-in-a-generation thing that we have to tackle as a country. So I think it's become a political strategy. I don't think it initially they set it out that way. But here's the thing: when you're running for re-election and you cannot run on that very basic question to voters is, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? When you're Donald Trump and you know in November that the answer to that question is no for most people now because of this pandemic, then you need a different calculation. And if it's, I'm dealing with a war with an invisible enemy, don't change horses in midstream, that has obviously been a successful strategy in the past for some so-called wartime presidents. If the public thinks that and is nervous about changing horses, I think that can be an advantage for Trump. But this is where Biden being his opponent, I think is a bit problematic for that messaging to Trump, because Biden isn't a new person to voters. They think, oh, he's done this before too.
This pandemic, as we know, could impact the way we vote. It could impact how many people actually turn out to vote. Is there something specific you say Biden needs to do this to win the White House in this climate, besides the Obama connection and reminding people that he isn't someone new?
Look, I think this is one of those things. I think we're going to have our people that have always pined for the European way of politics, meaning a shortened campaign season. I think we're going to have that feeling of a shortened campaign season. So I would say this. I do think that the Biden folks and the Democrats need to not be so nervous about breaking through in the spring and summer. I think America's focused on surviving from day to day. What's their life going to be like next week? What's it going to be like next month? They don't have time to think about politics. So I think the biggest mistake Biden and the Democrats could make is this idea that they have to insert themselves right now. I wouldn't be doing that. I would be patient and realize once the conventions happen, we are in a sprint, and that's all that's necessary. And when you're Joe Biden, maybe that is the best strategy for a Joe Biden. He's a known quantity. The idea of Joe Biden is a comfortable idea for many people. Don't upset that by forcing yourself in the public's face too much.
Chuck Todd, thanks so much for being with us. Great to have your insights and your analysis, and I hope you're staying safe.
Stay safe. I hope you are too. Stay safe and healthy.
President Trump walking back comments he made earlier this week, claiming that he had total authority to open the country. Yesterday, Trump said he'll let the governors determine when to reopen their individual states. Senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece is with me now. And Shannon, the president said he'd be laying out guidelines for reopening and would be speaking to the 50 governors shortly. Do we know what inspired this more conciliatory approach?
Well, one is he really didn't have any authority or any leg to stand on when it comes to forcing the governors to do anything. He can't make a state put back on certain services. He can't force them to open schools. He can't force a business to start opening up again or a restaurant to start serving customers. So as anxious as he gets sometimes to want to get things moving again, he really had no authority to that. And even though he said that in the press conference, it was quickly, widely fact-checked, not only by the media or by Democrats like members of Congress, but also Republicans. And there's a big wing of the Republican Party who believes in states' rights and wants to have governors with some authority and independence. So that didn't go over very well there. But we're also now seeing the governor's getting out ahead of him when it comes to a plan to reopen the economy. The president has been talking about this for several weeks now. I mean, he was talking about at one point opening the economy back up by April. Now there's this push towards May 1st, but we still haven't seen a plan from the White House. Yet at the same time, we've seen a number of governors in the past couple of days come out with their own plans. Of course, these are sort of rough plans. There's a lot that can change. But we saw Governor Cuomo today and Governor Gavin Newsom yesterday coming out with some of their own plans. Well, the White House still really doesn't have anything as far as a plan that they want governors to follow. So I think in some sense, by default, it is going to come to the governors because they're the ones who have been putting plans forward.
Shannon, President Trump also said that he would halt funding to the World Health Organization. He is getting a ton of criticism for this move, but he says his administration wants to investigate the way the WHO handled the virus. A lot of people today are thinking, where is this coming from? Do we know what's behind this?
Well, the president has raised a few issues with the WHO. One, that the WHO criticized his limiting travel from China to the U.S., that they had initially criticized that. The president's also complained that the U.S. pays more than its fair share to the WHO. The U.S. pays about 15% of the WHO's budget, though they're about 5% of the world population. So that's a complaint that he's raised. But also he's complained that accused the WHO of pushing China's talking points that the virus wasn't transmissible to human, from human to human, echoing what China was saying when they were downplaying in January, late December, the risk of this virus becoming a pandemic. So that's a criticism we've heard from the president. The decision to halt funding did catch a lot of people in the administration off guard, I will say, last week when the president first raised it, and now this week saying that last week he said he was considering it, and this week say he is actually going to do it. It did catch a lot of people by guard, and he's got widespread criticism for this because now is not necessarily the time to be cutting off funding to the one global organization that could help countries, particularly in developed nations, respond to this pandemic. So there's been criticism from the business community, from Bill Gates, from numerous world leaders, and of course from people inside the United States too. And we saw a little bit of Kellyanne Conway trying to change the narrative on that some today, saying that it's a pause while they continue to investigate or further figure out what went on back in January with the WHO, and were there warning signs missed? Were there things the WHO could have done differently? So framing it as a pause, not a final decision.
Shannon, part of what he said is that if the WHO had done more to call out China's lack of transparency, it would have saved lives and economic damage. And some people are thinking that, the way he's saying this at pressers is kind of part re-election strategy. Could that be part of the case here?
Well, it does fit a bigger pattern of trying to shift the blame for why the U.S. is in this situation they're in now, blaming China. Was the initial source of blame that the president, where he targeted his blame. The WHO in recent weeks has now been a place he's tried to target the blame. Various governors have had blame targeted at them. The Obama administration has blame sent to them. So we have seen the president trying to spread the blame around for the enormous number of cases that are in the United States. Because, of course, the criticism has been, well, maybe the WHO didn't do enough, but over the past week or so, we've seen more and more accounts and reporting showing things that the administration didn't do. Time that was lost in February when they could have been preparing for the pandemic. So certainly part of the president's strategy is to defend his response, which we saw him do very clearly in a press conference earlier today, where he, it sort of turned into campaign, propaganda that was being shown in the briefing room, defending his response with a video that he had put together, and not only to defend, but to also put blame on others, to say it's not just me. Look at all these other people who missed the warning signs as well.
A lot of people watching this one to see what happens here. A lot of people wondering about that halt in funding. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks for filling us in on some of the background there, and I hope you're staying safe.
Thank you. You too.
Emory University Hospital working on a coronavirus antibody test. That blood test shows whether a person has been exposed to the virus, even if they didn't get sick. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now to tell us more. And Tom, what prompted Emory to start developing this antibody test in the first place?
Well, this is a really cool story. As you know, Emory University is one of the nation's premier research medical universities. They are literally next door to the CDC. They have the Ebola lab, the place where they ushered in people with Ebola, what was that, 10 years ago or so, 5 years ago, and they are among the best in the world at these types of infectious diseases. So very quickly, they wanted to find an antibody test to not only test their own patients, but also their own staff. Here's where it gets really interesting. They stumbled across an 80-year-old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Clyde and Renee. They had been on the Diamond Princess cruise ship, which you may recall had all those people, hundreds of people, who were sick from COVID-19. Well, Clyde and Renee were with their grandkids, a big trip over to Asia, and they were quarantined. They never got sick, but they did test positive for the virus. So when they came back home to Atlanta, they happened to be out for a walk. They ran across a neighbor who used to work at Emory, and the neighbor said, you know, Emory could use your antibodies. They signed up, went to Emory, say, would you like to test our antibodies? They did test the antibodies. Sure enough, they had COVID-19 antibodies. And so they were able to fast track, using those antibodies, fast track now the molecular test to determine whether somebody else might have the antibodies for this disease. And why in the world would this 80-year-old couple not have any symptoms, not get sick at all? Okay, now it gets interesting again. The associate medical director, the lady who is essentially the chief doctor at Emory University, her name is Dr. Colleen Kraft. She's a molecular biologist as well. She decided yesterday, okay, sign me up. I'll get the antibody test. Let me see how it is on me. I don't think I have COVID-19. I've got no symptoms, but let me check and see how I'm doing. So they ran the antibody test on Dr. Kraft. You won't believe it. She was positive for the antibodies. Somehow, Dr. Kraft, never having been sick, Dr. Kraft has the antibodies. Now, did she contract the antibodies because at some point she had contact with a patient? Maybe, but she makes the point. Listen, she follows the Ebola protocols at Emory University because this is the place that wrote the definition of how you deal with PPE and a contagious and infectious disease. She followed those to the letter. She helped write those protocols. So she said, I really don't think that I would have gotten it from dealing with a patient. So could it have been somebody else? Could it have been one of her children that maybe came into contact with her? And if so, does that suggest this virus is far more widespread than just the last few months? So you can see how now this becomes just a detective novel that's fascinating. Why does it matter to you and to me? Because now we have Emory University this week, in fact, yesterday, started testing its own medical staff for the antibodies. And they will now ramp that up, hundreds of tests over the coming days, so they know who on their staff may have some immunity to COVID-19. And once that's in place, they can come up with a better picture of who's at risk, who's not at risk, and then start testing the general public. At the same time, Allison, Abbott Labs just announced that they are rolling out 4 million tests, antibody tests, nationwide in the coming weeks. So this is now one of the most critical areas of testing. Not just do you have it now, that's a separate test, but did you have it and therefore had the antibodies and hopefully some immunity? And now if you did have it, and if you were sick, by the way, they need to do the contact tracing to figure out who did you have contact with, who might else have had contact, who else might have antibodies. So you can see now this three-pronged approach is very, very complicated, and it's going to take all. all of those approaches to eventually open up the economy.
Tom, this story from beginning to end is just unbelievable. All of the twists and turns are so fascinating. I think a lot of people watching this might be thinking, okay, wait a second. If Clyde and Renee, this 80-year-old couple, had it, but they didn't get sick, if this doctor had it, but they didn't get sick, am I sitting at home and I had it and I don't even know it? When can I possibly get tested? When will this be more readily available? Do we have a sense yet of when it may become more commonplace for the average American to go get this kind of a test?
Bingo. As always, you've nailed it. That's exactly the issue. How quickly can they roll out these tests? Now, listen, it's not going to happen overnight, right? We've only tested 3 million people to see if they currently have the virus. To figure out who has had the virus, past tense, that's going to take time. We have 320 million people in this country. So there is no timeline yet on how quickly this can roll out, but they do. Dr. Fauci at the NIH has said they want to start rolling these tests out in force coming in May, but it's not going to be an overnight. It's not going to end up at your Walgreens suddenly overnight. So this is going to take some time, but you're right. And here's what's even more interesting about the Smiths, the older couple, 80-year-old Clyde and Renee, just as cute as could be. Yeah. They both have underlying health issues. And yet they did not get the full-blown disease.
You're kidding.
No. Is this amazing or what? So why would these two 80-year-olds, who in theory should be the exact most vulnerable people, why would they not have gotten sick when everybody around them is getting sick? They have the antibodies. And so I actually asked Dr. Kraft, is it possible, now I'm taking up time, but it's the internet, so we have a minute, right? Is it possible that you have developed...
We'll make a minute for this. This is too good.
It's interesting. Is it possible that you have developed antibodies because of your exposure to another form of the coronavirus? Because as you know, the coronavirus is in various forms out in society. We've all been exposed to it. This is a novel, a new coronavirus. But is it possible that antibodies from another form of coronavirus could protect you from this one? And she said, aha, bingo. That is one of the questions that they want answered, and they don't know that right now. That's why this is the beginning of unraveling this medical mystery.
It is, Tom, this is one of the most interesting stories we have seen throughout this whole thing. And it is so refreshing, too, though, because we have seen this virus act in such strange ways. And usually it is not a good thing. We've heard of, children who unexpectedly get sicker than they should, or people who have no underlying conditions who are just hit so hard. So incredible to hear that an 80-year-old couple with underlying conditions did okay. So curious about their findings. This is just fascinating.
I wish I had answers for you, but I think this is why this is a medical mystery. And, to add even more questions to it, why does somebody like Chris Cuomo, I don't know Chris's medical history, of course, his personal medical history, but he looks like a strong, robust, beefy kind of guy. How in the world but he will tell you this has been kicking his rear for the last 2.5 weeks. He's been feverish for 2 weeks. He says he's been sicker than a dog and having hallucinations. So why would an 80-year-old couple have no symptoms and Chris Cuomo, who's is he in his early 50s, late 40s, be really sick? It's really baffling.
You bring up that example. I keep thinking of George Stephanopoulos and his wife, Allie Wentworth. He is sick but doesn't have strong symptoms. She said she was sick as a dog. It is totally wild, Tom. I know we don't have all the answers right now, but I know you will be back when we have more. And thank you so much. This is just really an incredible situation here at Emory. It's fascinating. Thank you.
You bet. Take care.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas, Manchester, from Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
What is it like to have coronavirus and recover? Journalist David Latt went through it. He spent 6 days on a ventilator and was treated with hydroxychloroquine. This was his experience.
So I started to get symptoms in early March, but they were not that bad. It was much like a conventional flu, aches, fever, chills. But about a week into the illness, I started getting a lot of chest congestion and severe difficulty breathing. So I went to the hospital, my nearest emergency room at NYU Langone. The first time I went, I wasn't able to get a test. It's very hard to get a test. I saw your segment just earlier about the saliva testing, but this was back in early March where it was very difficult to get a test. And I hadn't traveled anywhere or interacted with any known carrier of the disease. But I wound up in the back of the emergency room the next day because I couldn't breathe. And at that point, they admitted me to the hospital and they gave me the test for COVID-19 and it was positive. I didn't know the statistics we now know, which show that perhaps 80% of ventilator patients in New York don't survive. But I knew there were tough odds because my dad, who's a physician, had told me a few days earlier, "Oh, you better not get put on a ventilator. Not everyone comes back from that." So I knew that it was a potentially dangerous option, but at the same time, a potentially life-saving one. I actually received a couple of medications. Before I got the hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, I got an antiviral called Kaletra. And then after, when I was on the ventilator, I got a drug called clazakizumab for lung function. So they tried a couple of things on me, and they really couldn't figure out what exactly helped me. So I'm sort of agnostic on that debate over hydrochloroquine. It has its boosters, it has its critics. For what it's worth, my mother, who's a doctor, is a big, thought it really helped me, but I don't know how you would prove that. I have another friend who's a doctor who works with COVID-19 patients who's very skeptical of it as a treatment. It may be better in terms of preventing spread.
NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins me now. And Dr. John, we just heard from David Latt, who was on a ventilator for 6 days. Why do the odds of survival here decrease the longer you're on a ventilator?
Well, good afternoon, Allison. And that's the big question we're trying to figure out right now, because that 80% of people who go on ventilators and don't come off of them, that's here in New York City. Yesterday, I did an interview with Dr. Peter Hotez. He's the big vaccine expert around the world out of Baylor. And what he told me is the rest of the nation is around 10% don't come off the ventilators. They eventually die while they're on the ventilators. Now, part of that could be the age group we're looking at here, but David was very young. The other part could be what we call viral load. In other words, the more virus you get up front, the sicker you're going to get. The sicker you get once you're placed on the ventilator, that means your lungs have more damage to them and it's harder for them to recover, and you might not come off of it at that point. So it could be the fact that New York City is such a hot spot and there's so many people here that are sick. The people that are getting sick have such that influx of virus right away that it's causing their immune system to overload. They go into this thing called cytokine storm. Their lungs get damaged because of that, and they just can't come off the ventilator, whereas other parts of the country might not be the same thing. And so that could be one of the things that's going on there. Again, we're learning so much about this virus. We'll know more as time goes on why exactly that's happening. But if people need to be put on the ventilator, they definitely need to be put on the ventilator. But doctors now are trying to avoid that as much as they can.
Dr. John, David also said he was treated with hydroxychloroquine. The president's really been pushing this as a possible treatment. Can you explain what the situation with this drug? It seems like the science really isn't quite there yet.
And Allison, you're correct. The science isn't exactly quite there yet. And there's some small studies out of China and out of France that are saying, hey, it looks like it worked really well, but it worked well in a subset of patients, particularly patients who got it early on versus patients who were already on a ventilator and very, very sick. So we're not exactly sure at what stage this would work, if it would work for preventive type things as well. The big concern a lot of doctors have is that we do know it has some side effects, particularly heart arrhythmias, heart palpitations. And so for people to take it without ever having symptoms, or just because they're scared about getting coronavirus, they want to eliminate it, that could cause other health issues. And the fact that, again, once they're sick, it doesn't seem to work quite as well, especially if they're in critical condition. So trying to find the timing, trying to find the right dose, that's going to take a little bit of time to do. But I know for some people, that time, they don't have the luxury of that. So it's basically what he was talking about is what's happening is they're trying different things on people who are very sick, very critical, to see what works. And then once I find out what works, they'll kind of start doing clinical trials on them. They're doing it at the same time, which is different than we normally do, but we're in different circumstances right now, too.
Mm-hmm. Dr. John, we are still behind on testing, but there's some hope for antibody tests. Here's what Dr. Fauci said on the Today Show this morning.
We don't have all the answers with the antibody, because the things that we don't know is that in general, with viruses that we deal with all the time, when you develop an antibody after infection, it almost invariably means you're protected. We don't absolutely know that for sure yet. I think it is going to be the case. I can say I think it will be. The other thing that we don't know is the durability of protection. So are you protected for a month or 2 or 3, a half a year or a year? We need to get experience to know that.
Can you explain what he means when he says there's a lot of uncertainty around these tests? Seems like there's still a lot of questions here.
There are a lot of questions around the test, and we use antibody tests for a lot of things. If you've ever gone in to get, especially if you're a healthcare worker, you've ever gone in to get a hepatitis B titer, that's looking at antibodies for that hepatitis B. So anytime you get that test, that's what we're talking about. That's an antibody test. Same thing goes on here. And Tom Costello earlier was talking about Chris Cuomo and how he's sicker than the average person, even though he looks healthy. Well, he admits he has something called an IgM deficiency. That's one of the antibodies. He has a low level of that antibody to begin with. And so going into something like coronavirus, it's going to be harder for him to recover from it. But there basically are 2 different antibodies. IgM, which is very short, that's the one when you first get sick, that's the one that starts fighting it off. And then after a few weeks, you develop one called IgG, which is the long-term one. That's the one they're looking for, because that's the one that's going to give you more immunity over time, months or years, like Dr. Fauci was talking about. The problem is it's hard to detect that early on because you need to wait a few weeks to detect it. And it's hard to come up with a test that you can just poke somebody's finger, get some blood, and look at it to see if it's positive. Even though it's positive, it's hard to understand what number needs to be, how high that number needs to be in order to give them that immunity, because the harder the disease is, the more virulent the virus is, the higher that number needs to be. And so they're trying to work all that out. But without the antibody testing, along with the other testing they have, which is to determine who's sick, and contact tracing, which is making sure that we understand who was in contact with somebody who's sick and we quarantine them, it's going to be difficult to open up society again. So they're working on essentially that three-legged stool to make sure that they can open up society safely, because we know once people start getting in contact, the numbers are going to go up again. We need to make sure those numbers don't go very high.
Absolutely. Dr. John, you always have great advice and information for us. Thank you so much for being here today.
You bet.
More than 80 million Americans should have their stimulus money today, according to Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. But tens of millions could end up waiting weeks longer or even months. So what can you do if you haven't gotten any money yet? NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle joins me now to help you figure out where your money might be. And Steph, who's likely in that group of 80 million who already got that money, and who is likely still waiting?
So first, we're talking about people getting the stimulus check. If you have direct deposit, meaning if you filed your taxes in 2018 or 19 and did do it the old-fashioned paper way, if you did it direct deposit, you should be getting that money in your account by the end of this week. If you haven't done that yet, you can go to irs.gov and type your bank information in there, and that way it'll go directly to you. If you go the old-fashioned way, it could take a bit longer, probably several weeks.
Some people have been coming at us with a lot of questions. We've been seeing a lot of questions online. Among them, do you need to sign up? Do you need to go online and check in with the IRS to get that stimulus money?
Absolutely not. And I'm going to go one better. In the next few days, they're setting up a portal on the IRS's website where you can track my payment, where you can put your information in, and it will update you on where you are in the queue in getting that money. An important thing to remind people, though, it's just $1,200. Not that that's not a lot of money, but we don't yet know if there will be any stimulus checks behind it. So when you get it, please spend it wisely. Spend it on things you urgently need, like food, gas in the car. This is not a bonus. It's not a treat. You know, a lot of times people think of things like this, like they do their tax refund, but you shouldn't look at your tax refund that way either. Really think of it in a way that you can just be most responsible. Actually, I'm reading right now that portal I talked about on the IRS's website has gone live. So you can put your information in and it'll give you an update of when you should be getting that money.
Steph, another question about that money. Some people are still confused. One of the top Google questions right now is the stimulus check a loan?
It is not a loan. This is considered income replacement. The government has said this is like a natural disaster. You did not expect this. And many people are struggling, starting to try to file for unemployment. They're in different situations. So for anyone who makes $75,000 or less, you're eligible to receive $1,200. You get some money between $75,000 and $99,000, but above that, you don't get anything. And for any child that you have under the age of 17, $500 a child.
Steph, those stimulus checks will have the president's name printed on them. This is a move that the Washington Post is saying could back them up for days. I know NBC News reached out to the Treasury Department for comment. Have they responded?
I'm going to tell you, there's zero chance I reached out to the Treasury because I think it's a ridiculous discussion. There are people in this country that desperately need the money. It is nonsense to worry about if the president has signed his name to it or not. The majority of people are getting direct deposit. So let's remind everyone, direct deposit, there is no check. I think this is something that the media obsesses over. But the thing that we should obsess over is the people who need that money and focusing on what they need and what's going on in their lives. This is a sideshow that the president has created for us. Let's not take the bait.
Yesterday, the president announced the Great American Economy Revival Industry Groups. It's his second White House task force, and it focuses on the economy. Now, the White House listed nearly 200 names in that group, but you've confirmed at least half a dozen CEOs didn't even know they were on that list. Here's what General Motors CEO Mary Barra told you just before she was listed as a member of that group.
You have had different sort of advisory roles, positions connected to this administration over the last few years. Can we expect you to be on the Economic Council?
I haven't been asked to do anything, but this is a time when, when you're asked to participate and support your country, you do what you should do. And that's what I would do. I am a member of the Business Roundtable, and there's a lot of activity going on with BRT, as well as I'm already on a advisory group in the state of Michigan. So when asked to serve, I'm going to be there.
So what's going on here, and what else are you hearing from CEOs?
Okay, so I've been speaking to CEOs for the last 24 hours, and let's separate a few things. This is not a task force. Many of them were flat-footed. They did not know that the president was going to say their name today. He did do a number of calls. A few of the bank CEOs that I dealt with, Jamie Dimon, Brian Moynihan, David Solomon, these are bank CEOs that deal with Steve Mnuchin and the Treasury Department on a regular basis. Many didn't participate in the calls, but here's what's interesting. One thing that they are doing is very regularly saying, Jamie Dimon said it just yesterday, it'll be more like June, July, and August when we can open. And it'll be the federal government working with cities, working with the CDC. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today said, we need to do major things to get people feeling safe and secure. We should expect the worst and hope for the best. And one other point to make, these business leaders are science reliant and dependent. Mary Barra of GM is currently making ventilators. At Ventec, they know all the social distancing guidelines they need to adhere to. So when she decides to go back to full production at GM, she's going to continue those guidelines. And she said to me the same thing we've heard from the NBA. They are going to focus on what they need to do for their customers, for their employees, but relying on medical experts across the board. You want to talk about what these business leaders do in their free time? They sit on hospital boards. Mark Benioff from Salesforce has his own children's hospital in San Francisco. In New York, you've got guys like David Solomon and Larry Fink and Jamie Dimon. They all sit on hospital boards. Morgan Stanley has their own children's hospital in New York. You're darn right. These people are absolutely pressuring the president to focus on mass testing. And while the president says, he's going to go with his gut, these are people who put their money and their business into risk management. They know a decent about how important it is to rely on medical experts, and that's what they're doing. And they're pressuring the White House to do the same.
Steph Ruhle, thanks so much for being with us. We've got your special report tonight on NBC News Now. We're really looking forward to it. Thank you. And tune in to News Now tonight for a special report hosted by Steph Ruhle, Small Business in Crisis. Your questions answered. Some people in Michigan are protesting against extended stay-at-home orders. The demonstration, organized by a conservative group, aimed to create a traffic jam as protesters surrounded the Capitol building. WDIV reporter Rod Maloney's in Lansing, Michigan, with more.
Well, Governor Gretchen Whitmer had an order in place early on, and then last Thursday she extended that order, but she doubled down on the things that she could and couldn't do. And that is really what has brought all of this on. You can see traffic going blocks down the street. Now, yesterday, this street was empty because it's the street here, Congress Street, right in front of the Capitol in Lansing. Legislature's not in. Everybody's home. But today it is jam-packed. Now, as you were talking about, when they did this rally, they were saying that they wanted people to stay in their cars. Social distance, honk your horn, bring your truck, but stay in the truck. Well, as you can see behind me here, that has not happened here. A lot of people decided to come on foot. Now, there are a number of differing groups that have decided to go along with this protest, and that's what we've discovered. Because the original group that wanted people to stay in their cars, for the most part, people did stay in their cars, but in this particular instance, other groups joined in as well. Lots of signs, a lot of people feeling like their liberty has been infringed upon. One of the guys walked up to me and said, look, you can smoke pot, you can smoke grass in the state of Michigan, but you can't mow it. And that's the problem, is that there are a lot of inconsistencies that people see in the governor's order.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want asked. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
President Trump taking a lot of heat for his announcement that the U.S. will cut funding to the World Health Organization. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel looks at how the world is reacting.
Hello. I hope people are feeling well on this Wednesday. If you've been following these video updates for the last couple of weeks, you may have noticed that I tend not to focus on President Trump. I want to give the other headlines, the international COVID-19 headlines, because frankly, President Trump takes up a lot of media space, and there's many, many other people talking about the ups and downs and eccentricities of his political style. But this time, President Trump is the international headline. Particularly people around the world were baffled by his decision, shocked by it in some cases, to cut off funding to the World Health Organization in the midst of a pandemic. The Guardian newspaper here in the UK had this headline: Trump turns against the WHO to mask his own stark failings on COVID-19 crisis. And that expressed a lot of the global headlines. The Lancet, a respected medical journal, the editor of the journal told the BBC that it was a crime against humanity to cut off the funding. And many experts point out that the WHO doesn't just provide information for a lot of poorer countries that don't have robust health services. It provides some of those emergency response capabilities. And those experts say without funding, with a diminished ability to operate, that the WHO could fail in its ability to provide some of those needed services to poorer countries if other countries don't step up and fill in the funding gap. But there have been criticisms from world leaders as well, not just in health experts in the media. The Secretary General of the UN said this is not the time to be pointing blame. So did the Foreign Minister of Germany. And the UN chief also said something interesting. He said that this is now globally an international epidemic of misinformation. And if you look online and you follow all the social media, or at least follow social media, you'll notice there are many conspiracy theories out there that the coronavirus was created in a laboratory in Wuhan, that it was either weaponized and broke out accidentally, or it was deliberately planted, or that it was some sort of plot to gain world domination. Well, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the most senior U.S. military official, said that partly because of all of this talk, and because it would obviously be something of tremendous significance if it were true, that U.S. intelligence agencies did look into it, and that the overall weight of the evidence that they found suggested that it was not created in a lab, but that it was transmitted naturally. And so scientists have pointed to a wet market as a potential place of origin, that in this wildlife market in Wuhan, there was some sort of transmission from bat to potentially through a secondary animal to humans. But the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that even though the weight of the evidence suggests this was not created in the lab, he said we still don't know for certain.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Let's go to NBC News Now correspondent Alexa Lioto. She's been following the top stories and the latest coronavirus headlines for us from NBCnews.com. Alexa, give us an update.
Hey, Allison. First, Senator Elizabeth Warren announcing her endorsement of former Vice President Joe Biden today. Senator Warren is the latest high-profile Democrat to voice her support for Biden. Senator Bernie Sanders announced his endorsement yesterday. Take a quick listen to what Senator Warren had to say.
We can't afford to let Donald Trump continue to endanger the lives and livelihoods of every American. And that's why I'm proud to endorse Joe Biden as President of the United States.
There are now more than 2 million coronavirus cases worldwide. That's according to Johns Hopkins University. New Jersey is the first state in the nation to open a saliva testing site for coronavirus. This could be a game changer for testing capacity across the country. The test was developed by researchers at Rutgers University, and they received emergency approval by the FDA earlier this week. And President Trump is facing sharp criticism over his decision to cut U.S. funding to the World Health Organization, not just from global leaders, but from notable leaders and former leaders here at home. Former President Jimmy Carter addressed the move today, saying he was, quote, distressed by the decision, and adding that the World Health Organization is the only organization capable of leading the effort to control the virus. That's in his words. And an incredible story of love reaching new heights by NBC's Matthew Mulligan. A man in Massachusetts was lifted by a bucket truck to see his 85-year-old wife, who was in the third story of a nursing home. They've been apart for 4 weeks because of the coronavirus pandemic and celebrated their 61st wedding anniversary this February. And Allison, those are the headlines. Back to you.
All right, Alexa, thank you so much. And you can visit our live blog at nbcnews.com/coronavirus. We have the latest updates there all the time. The coronavirus outbreak appears to be leveling off in New York, but the numbers are still pretty grim. Governor Cuomo says some 2,000 people are testing positive in the state each day. The governor also announcing a new executive order to help combat the outbreak. NBC News investigations correspondent Tom Winter joins me now. And Tom, the governor issuing an executive order saying that all New Yorkers will be required to wear masks in public. When does that start, and what are the specifics here?
So the good news, Allison, is we have 3 days to be able to get this, get yourself and your mask supply in order, so to speak, 3 days before this order takes effect. Basically, if you're in a position where you can't safely social distance, so we're talking about what? Grocery stores. We're talking about other essential services type stores, perhaps the post office, perhaps government buildings. You really need to be wearing a mask there, is what the governor is saying. If you're standing in the middle of 6th Avenue like this reporter might be able to do these days because there's no traffic and there's nobody around and nobody's around you, well, yeah, you don't necessarily need to wear a mask. But if you're in a working environment, you need to be. Look, this is just an extension of what people in New York City have already been dealing with and working with. You know, if you go into a deli, if you go into a takeout restaurant and there's workers there behind the counter, they're already wearing those masks. That's something we've been asked to do. This now just expands it, Allison, to the entire New York State.
Yeah, Tom, you've been seeing a whole lot of folks wearing those masks already. Won't be a big change for some people. You've been talking to us a lot about 911 calls. We know they are finally starting to drop, but the FDNY is still dealing with a spike in cardiac arrest calls. What's the latest there?
That's right, Allison. So basically what we're dealing with in the last couple of weeks is medical calls to 911, averaging about 6,500 or over 6,000, which is at least 50% more than average on a busy day. So that was a lot of volume that those EMS workers were dealing with, the EMTs and paramedics. We've started to see that come back down to more normal levels, around 4,000 plus or minus a couple hundred calls a day. So that's much more normal. And of course, they're being helped out by those additional ambulances that came to the city from FEMA. So that's good news. That's better news. The calls that you're referring to, those cardiac calls, those are for the patients that are in the most serious of condition and shape. Typically, on an average day, about this time last year, we were seeing about 69 of those calls citywide, and about 39% of those calls ending up in fatalities, meaning that there was nothing that the EMS workers could do. That person was unfortunately deceased. Yesterday, the call volume was at 205, and then we saw 70% of those calls end up in death. That's obviously a big change. So you're talking about almost 3 times as many calls. The little bit of silver lining here, Allison, is that's down from over 300 cardiac type calls that we were getting about a week ago, and from over 200 deaths. So it's a bit of an improvement. It's a bit of a good sign, but obviously still indicates, according to officials that we talked to in the fire department, one, the level of sickness is still high in New York City, and that the severity of those calls and the severity of the conditions that those patients are in are still really high, Allison.
Tom, you've been talking with first responders and paramedics, the folks who are dealing with these calls firsthand. What have they been telling you?
So a couple of things. One, I think that there is, and it's been a bit of a tricky issue with the PPE equipment, because some of the lack of PPE that some of the first responders have been talking about have actually been as a result of regulations being forced upon the FDNY, NYPD, other city agencies, including the healthcare workers. So it's been a little bit difficult to kind of explain and understand how that's all been. There is now at least a decent supply, at least for the next couple of weeks, for both of those agencies. So I think there's a little bit more of a comfortability there that if those masks are needed, that they're going to get to them or eventually get to them. Perhaps much quicker than they were before. So that's a little bit of a good sign. Secondly, there's more testing that's been announced, and that's a really good thing, Allison. So the FDNY, if you're out sick, you're now going to be able to get an appointment to get a test for coronavirus to find out if you have it. For the NYPD, the governor announced today, and the New York City police unions speaking about this, they're going to start with an antibody test for those who have been out sick but haven't been able to get the coronavirus test. So the testing is something that the first responders were really asking for. They wanted to know, hey, are we sick with this? Are we going to pass it along to our families? We're going to pass it along to people that we interact with out on the street or on medical calls, even if it has nothing to do with coronavirus. So these are a couple of at least decent step forwards. They still have their concerns. They want to know more about the immunity of this virus and how long that lasts, Allison. So, again, not everything perfect, but at least things getting somewhat better.
Great to hear that there's progress. I know a big question, Tom, from a lot of New Yorkers. When might we ever get back to normal? The governor talked today about working toward a new normal. Here's what he said.
Hope we find a medical treatment between now and 18 months. In the meantime, testing, tracing, trying to get that up to scale, which is going to be the equivalent of trying to get Apollo 13 back to Earth, 220,000 miles, 50 years ago. It is a very difficult task. In the meantime, a phased reopening of the economy as educated by testing, tracing.
Has the governor outlined at all his plan to gradually reopen the economy?
So we don't have specific dates at the moment, Allison, and I know that's what people are most interested in. That's what we're all interested in.
Yeah.
We don't know yet when that's going to occur, because to his point about testing and tracing, we don't yet know how prevalent truly is coronavirus in New York State, in the suburbs around New York City, in New York City itself. We don't know how many people have actually had it. We've seen some smaller studies that have been done. I was looking at one just the other day about pregnant women that have gone in to give birth in a New York City hospital, and there was 23 or 28 of them that tested positive for coronavirus. They had no symptoms. They had no idea that they even had it. So how many of those people are walking around around what percentage of the population is that. And then from there, they can kind of make, in the governor's word, kind of the best guesses, the best estimates as far as, okay, here's how many people have had it. Here's how many people have it currently. What is the percentage of the population? What makes sense as far as people getting back on trains, buses? I saw buses coming up and down the city avenues today. There was nobody in them. When can people go back? People can go into them now. When do people feel comfortable getting back on mass transit? When do people feel comfortable getting back into crowded office spaces? And when do people feel comfortable about sending their kids to school? And when do the teachers feel comfortable about being in those schools? Lots of questions need to be answered. Really what governments are looking for and what Cuomo is looking for and New York City is looking for is how big of a problem did we have? How big of a problem do we have now? And how does that look when we start to open things up, Allison?
Yeah, still a lot of questions to answer, as you said, Tom. Thanks so much for bringing us that New York update. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
7 crew members on the USNS Mercy Hospital ship in California have tested positive for the coronavirus as the state's governor unveils his plan to lift stay-at-home restrictions. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins me now from San Pedro, California. That's where the USNS Mercy is docked. Gadi, what can you tell us about those 7 crew members? How are they doing?
Well, at this point, it seems like those crew members are stable. They have been taken off the ship and taken to a nearby base, as well as 100 other crew members of the Mercy here. And the reason why is because those 100 or so crew members were also exposed to those 7 crew members that did test positive for COVID-19. At this point, it's just a precaution that they were taken off the ship and isolated at a nearby military base. But they want to make sure that they are erring on the side of caution. The 100 or so have taken tests preliminarily. Those test results show that they do not have COVID-19, but a little bit of a mystery as to how COVID-19 got on board this ship. This ship came up from San Diego, and when all of the service members got on board, they were screened, the Navy says, for COVID-19. And so they're unclear how COVID-19 got on board because this ship is not here to treat COVID-19 patients. It's here to help alleviate some of the strain and burden on Los Angeles hospitals as they deal with COVID-19. Allison?
Gadi, we've been talking so much about contact tracing. Do we have any sense of what other people, who else they may have been in contact with, those 7 crew members?
That's what the Navy's doing. It's relatively easy to do on board this ship. There's still about 1,000 or so service members that are on the Mercy here, but they were able to track and trace down to the people that did come into contact with those 7 service members that did test positive for COVID-19. That tracking and tracing happened on the ship, and they took them off the ship and put them into isolation. But as far as where it came from, who was patient 0 really, who brought it onto the ship, at this point, that is still unclear. Allison?
You mentioned that ship docked in late March to relieve the pressure on local hospitals by treating non-coronavirus patients. Are those plans still on track?
Yeah, those plans are still on track. However, the silver lining out here is that this ship hasn't been needed quite as much as they wanted, or quite as much as they anticipated. Some of those projections had the hospital systems here in Los Angeles possibly being overwhelmed. At this point, it is still manageable. We are seeing the highest number of deaths and the highest number of cases reported so far, but the peak really seems to have flattened. So far, the Mercy has seen a bunch of different low-level traumas. There was a stabbing. There were a couple of surgeries that they did, but nothing like the surge that they were expecting. So far, things have been able to stabilize out here. But in the next week or so, we're expected to see the peak, and everybody here is hoping that those numbers just don't spike. Allison?
Yeah, Gadi, I want to ask you about the death toll there. We know LA just recorded its highest daily death toll from COVID-19. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, LA reported its highest number. The state of California also reported its highest number. The highest number so far is right about 70. It's probably going to get a little bit higher than that, but based on the projections, not much beyond 70 deaths per day, which is still tragic. But so far, since the beginning of this, the entire state of California, a cumulative, from a totality standpoint, seen about 700 to 800 deaths. However, in New York, where you are, you've seen 700 to 800 deaths. That's what you're seeing on a daily basis. So far, California is still drastically lower than New York right now. Allison?
Gotti, we know Governor Newsom laid out what he's looking for or what he wants to see before he'll lift the state's stay-at-home mandate. What are the indicators he's using?
Well, the biggest one, and the one that we keep hearing stressed first and foremost, is going to be testing, tracing, and isolation. So testing the people that are sick, testing the people that have symptoms. And we've now seen that Los Angeles, at least here in the county, if you have symptoms, everybody can go get the test. However, it's going to be much more than just the people that are showing symptoms. As you just heard Tom talk about, those women that were pregnant that had no idea. It's all about testing asymptomatic carriers as well. So Los Angeles and California as a whole, they're making progress in that direction with the antibody tests, but nowhere near the level that we need so that anybody, whether they're showing symptoms or not, can go get tested. So that's number one, testing, tracing, and isolation. Number two is really about shoring up the medical community and making sure that the healthcare sector has what it needs to deal with any type of potential surge. As you can tell from what we just talked about, they're making progress in that direction. Number three is really about imagining or reimagining what society is going to look like when they reopen. So that means that they want to have things in place where they can scale back the amount of people that are in restaurants or scale back the amount of people that are visiting establishments. Another thing is the possibility that in a couple months from now, if you want to go to a restaurant, you're going to have your temperature taken before you're allowed inside to dine. So that's just possibly going to be the new normal that we see down the road. And lastly, it's really about making sure that there is some sort of therapeutic potential for something like a vaccine or something that can bring California to that herd immunity to make sure that more people aren't getting sick. Allison?
Gotti, thanks so much for the California update. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
By the end of this week, the Department of Health and Human Services will have delivered $30 billion to U.S. hospitals. That is a fraction of the $100 billion earmarked on the federal coronavirus package. President Trump explained how the rest of that money will be distributed during a meeting with healthcare execs.
Soon, HHS will distribute additional funds from the remaining $70 billion provided in the CARES Act, a big deal to get that passed. A significant amount of this money will go to the hospitals and hotspots, while a portion of it will reimburse hospitals for the cost of treating uninsured patients and for the coronavirus.
But an NBC analysis found that so far, hospitals in some major hotspots are being shortchanged. NBC News political reporter Josh Letterman is behind that investigation, and he's here with me now. Josh, what did you find?
Well, you would think, Allison, this money would have been doled out to the states that need it most. We've been hearing about New York, New Jersey, California, the states with all of these cases. But here's what happened. The government wanted to get some of this money out the door as soon as humanly possible to hospitals and doctors that need it. And so they used the best source of information they already had on hand, which turned out to be Medicare spending rates from last year. So this first $30 billion tranche went out based on how much each hospital or doctor got in Medicare billings last year, unrelated to COVID. And so as a result, we're seeing major discrepancies, such as West Virginia, with just 702 cases, hasn't been particularly hard hit so far by coronavirus. They got what amounts to $351,000 for every case they have in the state. Now, just across the Potomac River in Maryland, they have 10,000 cases, a much larger number. And as a result, if you look at how much they got per patient, it turns out to be only about $74,000. We're seeing this play out really in all parts of the country, such as Louisiana, another state we've been talking about, that hot spot in New Orleans and other places in Louisiana. They've got almost 22,000 cases in Louisiana, got about $21,600 if you take how much Louisiana got and you divide it by how many cases they have. Just over the state border in Arkansas, they've only got 1,500 cases. They got $209,000 for each one of those cases. And we've really been seeing some concerns expressed by officials, especially in New York and New Jersey, some of the hardest hit states in this pandemic so far. New York, for example, with its 203,000 plus cases, only got about $9,000 for each one of those cases they're dealing with, while just over the state border in New Jersey, where they've got 71,000 cases, they got just under $13,000 for each one of those positive coronavirus cases in the state.
Josh, I know you also found that some hospitals got next to nothing. Who's being left out here?
Well, if you think about it, Allison, who gets Medicare money and who typically bills to Medicare, there are certain groups that just don't, such as children's hospitals, because there are almost no children in the U.S., obviously, who are on Medicare in the United States. Also, obstetricians who don't have a ton of clients who are of Medicare age also got left out of this. And then rural areas and those that have more people on Medicaid, which is for low-income Americans, they've got less people on Medicare. So proportionally, they got far less than states that have larger numbers of Medicare recipients.
Josh, you mentioned, the New York and New Jersey not getting what they need. A group of 36 bipartisan lawmakers in those two hardest hit states wrote a letter to Congress. What are they asking for, and what are they saying that needs to happen here?
Well, really, they're interested in two things, Allison. First of all, they want the rest of this money as it's being doled out, the $70 billion that's left. They want that to be apportioned more according to where there is the coronavirus need. And we've heard that echoed by Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who wants the same for Maryland and other places. But specifically in the New York, New Jersey area, they also want a separate $45 billion fund that Congress should create, in their view, in order to deal with the real onslaught of cases and all the expenses that come with it that are being incurred right now by New York and New Jersey as they try to make their way through this pandemic.
Josh, unbelievable numbers there. I know a lot of hospitals could use much more help than they're getting. Thanks so much for running us through what you found.
Thanks, Allison.
With state unemployment websites and call centers jammed with people trying to get help, a new free service from the app Do Not Pay is trying to help people file their claims quickly. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward shows us how they're doing it.
Allison, back in January, we profiled a company called Do Not Pay that was built to fight parking tickets and red tape and small claims court. So when unemployment numbers began to rise, the founder, Joshua Browder, realized we can help with this. And he and his team of 7 basically spent the last month working day and night to automate the process of applying for unemployment benefits in all 50 states. And he's offering that now for free. I asked him, well, wait a minute, call centers, state websites, they are overwhelmed by the deluge of people applying for benefits right now. How are you going to get through? He said, well, these systems were built in the 1960s. We can go back to that time as well. What they do is they have you fill out your information in a chat bot experience, basically like texting back and forth with Do Not Pay. They then take that information and put it into a paper application, which they mail to your local office. You know, it sounds ridiculous, but he says that that is, in fact, a faster way of getting your benefits than going through a call center or going through the site. Now, a couple of states do require you to call, New York, New Jersey, others, but Do Not Pay will place the call for you and then call you back when someone picks up. I think that's pretty good. Plus, Browder says that he thinks that as much as 60% of Americans may be qualified for some sort of unemployment benefit that they do not know about. That's a huge number. And at a time when we're all having trouble figuring out what are we going to do, how are we going to get through the bureaucracy, having something like this on your side, well, it's good news, Allison.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening from Las Vegas, Manchester, from Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
Today, a team from the CDC is heading to a South Dakota pork processing plant where hundreds of workers tested positive for COVID-19. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins me now. And Steve, this plant is owned by Virginia-based Smithfield Foods. What is going on there, and how is Smithfield responding to the outbreak?
Well, it's important to start with this, Allison. It is an absolute crisis in South Dakota. That plant itself is now responsible, if you account for just the workers inside there, more than 500 cases of confirmed COVID all by itself. Then if you add in the hundreds, about 100 people have come in contact with those workers and gotten sick and tested positive, that number spikes to over 600. So it is by far the biggest hotspot now in the United States. Smithfield is a massive company. It accounts for a lot of the meat production and the food supply across the country. That plant itself accounts for about 5% of the overall pork production in the entire country. So what have they done is they've indefinitely shut down the plant. Now, that may not sound like a big deal when you factor in everything that's going on across the country, but when you look at the essential need of that plant and as much as they supply across the country, it's absolutely a big step. The criticism comes in when you talk to people like the union representatives. I spoke to one yesterday who represents some of the workers inside that plant. He says that they've been pushing for conditions to be better inside the plant as the crisis has gone on. These are essential workers. They have to work. They account for a big part of the food supply chain, as has been said. But they said there were things like temperature checks weren't being done, proper social distancing was not implemented. So that had been something that had been asked for maybe about 6 weeks before finally pressure from the state, pressure from local government forced the plant to close down indefinitely. They're not going to reopen for at least the next 2 weeks, and they're going to keep account of what's happening to find out when it is safe to reopen. But those cases in South Dakota now are spiking, Allison.
Steve, we know there are some broader issues in South Dakota as well. That CDC team going to the plant at the South Dakota governor's request, but the governor also being criticized for not issuing a statewide stay-at-home order. How is she responding?
The governor has said over and over again, and she's had multiple requests, not least of which comes from the mayor of Sioux Falls, where the plant is, where the biggest hotspot is, where the biggest population in South Dakota is clustered, to please issue an order to keep people inside their homes. She said over and over again that she wants to leave that at the local level, but that's come with its own set of criticisms and problems. And it's also been put on her that maybe the situation in the plant could have been avoided had people been sheltering in place, or at least, in some sort of situation that keeps the spread from progressing as quickly as it has. She responded to that criticism by saying the business is essential and it would have stayed open anyway. Here's her response from earlier this week. Listen to this.
This plant would have been up and running because it is exempted as an essential business that is a part of our critical infrastructure plan.
So again, she has left the power to local municipalities to make their own decision. I think part of that has to do with the nature of South Dakota. She's said before that it's not New York City, which is obvious. It's very spread out. Population centers aren't what they are in some of the other hotspots across the country. But if you look at what's happening there, you can probably understand some of the criticism. However, she continues to say that based on what they're doing at the local level, and I have spoke to the mayor of Sioux Falls, who is working with her to try to mitigate some of this, that this will be solved. However, the numbers continue to spike there, Allison.
You mentioned, of course, the mayor of Sioux Falls. Is there any expectation that he'll issue his own local order of any sort, whether it's a stay-at-home or just some sort of protective order for the folks there?
Yeah, I spoke to him about that. The problem when you deal with something at the local level is that you have to go through city council. So he's proposed a local stay-at-home order for the people of Sioux Falls, about 80 square miles. But it has to be approved by a council of his peers. So there's a meeting on Wednesday night to implement something. The other problem is, even if they do, that has to be just a first reading. So even if they do approve a stay-at-home order just for that local municipality, it won't go into place until well into next week, until April 24th. Every day that passes, as we know, with the coronavirus, you can have unmitigated spread. So he's concerned at how long it will take that order to take effect and to really cause the action that it would need to slow the spread of the virus. And so this is why he's, been so fervent about asking and demanding that the governor do something at the state level, but it looks like they're going to have to take care of things there in Sioux Falls themselves, Allison.
What a challenging situation there in Sioux Falls and in South Dakota. Steve Patterson, thank you.
Yep.
Treating coronavirus patients is especially challenging for pregnant healthcare workers. We spoke with 5 expectant mothers, each of them frontline doctors, about how the pandemic has impacted their professional and personal lives.
One of the scariest parts of this epidemic is the unknown.
There is not a lot of good information right now.
So little is still known about the real risk to pregnant women.
I just try to forget that I'm pregnant while I'm at work, honestly.
I kind of honestly feel like if I haven't already had it, I'm going to get it. It's kind of just a matter of time.
I put up that photo of myself and my colleague, Annie, and I posted it because as this coronavirus pandemic was starting to unroll before us, there just seemed to be a moral dilemma emerging between the obligations you have as a mother and as a pregnant person versus your obligations you have as a physician. I really was just grappling with the thought of how do you balance these competing obligations.
There was really an exponential rise here in New York in terms of the number of cases. And my last few weeks of work correlated or corresponded with the very beginning of that rise and that uptick. You know, as an emergency physician, we are used to being on the front lines and interacting very intimately with the public. And so I think as a part of my job, I have probably a higher threshold for risk and presume that I will be exposed to many things. But this kind of brought a whole new level of uncertainty and fear.
I think that's a concern that never quite leaves. Whether I was pregnant or not, and especially now that I am pregnant, absolutely magnified. Comfortable as I am, and with all the experience that I do have clinically, this is still an evolving virus, and we are still, as physicians, learning how to best treat our patients and protect ourselves as well. And certainly now added to that would be a pregnancy.
Labor and delivery is frontline, but it has some unique intricacies that make us different than the emergency room. Our patients have a high incentive to present healthy, so to present without symptoms and without fever. And there's a lot of fear for patients about losing their support person during labor or having recommendations that they're separated from their baby. So that creates a lot of incentive to maybe hide those symptoms. So what makes me feel safe would be an N95 mask for every delivery. And that's just not something that we've been provided yet. I know we're in short supply. And a big part that makes us unique is when we do deliveries, I'm just within a couple of feet of a mother who's forcefully breathing, trying to push out new life. And I'm putting at risk both her and her baby, and she's putting me and my baby at risk.
A lot of our physician employed by a company outside of the hospital that contracts with the hospital. So I'm not technically a hospital employee, so I don't, that I know of, we don't get any paid maternity leave. So we have to, take time off. So it's definitely made me feel like I need to work longer because I don't want to, for one, I don't want to be gone too long and have my coworkers be, stressed with having to cover more shifts for me not being there. That along with, the fact that it's unpaid, so that's definitely a factor that goes through my head.
So what brings me to work every day is thinking about my patients. As a pregnant healthcare worker, I know there's an added layer of fear right now and unknown. And so I just love walking in the door and seeing the relief of them having someone they recognize in such a scary, unknown time.
This has been my life's work. This has been what we have been trained for. We have trained our entire lives to be in this moment. And it is my duty, my obligation, and my honor and privilege to be able to help those who are suffering. And if I can offer that, then I will have done what I've set out to do.
It's been nearly a month since the federal government issued national social distancing guidelines to try to contain the coronavirus outbreak here in the U.S., and there is still a lot we don't know about this disease. Dr. Joseph Finetz joins me now to help answer some of your questions. He's an infectious disease specialist at Yale Medicine and a former epidemic intelligence service officer at the CDC. Doc, thanks so much for being with us. I'm always thrilled to have a fellow Yale grad here on NBC News Now, so thank you so much.
It's nice to be here. It's nice to see you again.
A new report out today says that China did not warn the public about the pandemic for 6 days back in January. How crucial are 6 days in a situation like the one we're dealing with?
I think it's important, but not critical. We just have to remember this virus replicates exponentially. And if one person infects 2 or 3 or 4 other people, and every 5 days we have another power of 2 or power of 4 increase in patients, you can imagine that you have an enormous amplification of cases very fast, which is exactly what we saw. It's hard to look backwards, but I'd say a 6-day delay, it wasn't a critical thing. I'd say it's important.
Dr. Fauci was on the Today Show this morning. Here's what he said about getting back to some type of normal.
The minimum thing is that you've got to be able to identify, isolate, get out of circulation, and do adequate and appropriate contact tracing as new cases arise. If you start pulling back on mitigation, physical separations, there will be infections.
This is a question so many people have. When will we get back to some sort of normal? What do you think it will take?
Well, Dr. Fauci is my hero, just so you know. And what he says is absolutely true. But the real question is we're not. How can we scale up testing to say, okay, you can come back? Or how often do we test people? Are we going to test people twice a week or every day or every month? Say you can go back to work, it's safe. I don't think we know how to do that. And I'm not sure we have the capacity to do that. But identifying and isolating people who are actively infecting other people, that's done through contact tracing. That's something that requires testing and scaling up, and that's very important.
There is a Harvard study out this week that says we might have to social distance until 2022. Do you agree?
No. That's just simply impossible. And what that kind of a recommendation assumes is that we have a 100% priority on eliminating all these cases, and there's going to be some leak through and there's going to be continued transmission. Remember, only human beings have this virus. And if we had good social distancing and lockdown, then the virus can go away in a matter of months. It's when we have a leakage or we don't keep our foot on the accelerator, as Dr. Fauci says, that's when we'll have multiple waves of infection. I don't think there's going to be a second wave. I think we're going to have rolling waves for months to come, and that's something we have to balance against reopening parts of the economy. And that balance I'll leave to the politicians and public health specialists. But if we relax the stay-at-home orders, we can just expect that we will have continued cases until we have either a drug or a vaccine that we can use to intervene and prevent that.
When you describe these sort of rolling waves, I mean, we have heard people talk about a potential second wave or that this could even become seasonal like the flu is. Is that more of what you mean, for example, by rolling waves?
Well, I see no reason to conclude that this is going to be seasonal. It's not acting like influenza. If you with the flu or cold viruses, if you look in South America, they're going into autumn as we're going into spring and summer. And during their summer, they saw cases increasing. So why would we think this is seasonal? I don't understand why that might be.
Yeah, we've heard the same thing here in the U.S. where they're having trouble in Louisiana and they're saying it's already warm there. And they had hoped maybe warmer weather would help this to go away. And it just doesn't seem to be the case.
That's because people transmit it from one person to another, most often in clusters where people are together in groups. Many people may be not symptomatic, asymptomatic, and either coughing or expelling the virus somehow, and other people get it. And that is why we're going to have continued rolling waves, as it were, of transmission, unless, and that's balanced against opening up parts of the economy. We can't borrow $2 trillion every couple of months. That will all starve.
Dr. Venetz, it's a really tough situation and one we're all trying to wrap our head around. Thank you so much for explaining so much of this to us. Great to see you again. We hope to have you back soon.
I hope so. Nice to see you again, Allison. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Photographer and videographer Jeff Rode works at Holy Name Medical Center. That's in Teaneck, New Jersey. He's been documenting his colleagues as they work tirelessly on the front lines of this pandemic. Here's his story.
boss instructed us, if at all possible, to work from home. And then I think he was a little surprised when I came in because I wanted to document everything that was going on here. I wanted to tell the story of our employees. I wanted to show people in the public what they were going through and how they're all pulling together to try and get through this. I think that my role in this is to document it for the hospital, to share with the employees, to document for the public. I don't know of another hospital around here that has a photographer inside. I don't think this is something that people are going to see a lot of. I know that I am documenting history, but I don't really feel it at this point because it's just not history. It's just the daily grind at this right now. I only live about 15 minutes from here, so I'm usually in by 7 to 7:30 every day. And these days, it just kind of goes until I have to just pull the plug and say, this is it for today. Because the work is never going to be done these days. It's just going to continue. So I just have to know when I've had enough and go home.
So today we have 17 patients. We have 16 vents.
Our hospital supports a hospital in Haiti. So I've been there over a dozen times. And I always thought that was tough because I had to make a disconnect when I came home because we're a very different place than Haiti. Having it happen here, though, is just, I can't understand how this is still going on. Inside the hospital, at first, I thought it would just be chaos 100% of the time. From my perspective in the ICU, when I first started going up after the COVID patients were entering up there on ventilation, the floor slowly became divided and segregated by these plastic walls. So it started out as a couple rooms, and then it was 5 rooms, and then it was half the floor, and then I'd go up the next morning and the whole floor would be just plastic sheeting around. And as a result, it's actually calmer than I thought it would be. Because there's no visitors allowed in the hospital, it is much quieter from that perspective, but these people are all professional and they're all handling their job with grace. I've had an overwhelming response from people. I've been posting to social media regularly. I've gotten messages from everywhere just in support, or I've gotten messages from a spouse saying, thank you for showing me what's inside. It's helping calm me knowing what's going on instead of just being told. So there's a lot of different reasons why I'm here, and every one of them is good, I think.
How is the coronavirus affecting the U.S. education system? It's a question we're looking at in our new series, Class of 2020. At least 23 states have decided to keep schools closed for the rest of the year, with several others still weighing their options. Michael Casserly joins me now. He is the executive director of the Council of the Great City Schools, which represents 76 of the country's largest urban public school systems. Michael, you have called this a, quote, educational catastrophe. Put that in perspective for us. How bad is the damage here?
Well, it could be an educational catastrophe, but it's not at the moment. It will be if Congress doesn't come up with the money to support schools over the next several months as revenues start to decline both at the local and the state levels. Right now, school systems all across the country have been doing a remarkable job in providing meals, in providing instruction and the like. We haven't seen a catastrophe, but one could arise if the resources aren't there to support our children.
We know that schools have been trying their best to switch to e-learning, but in New York City, for example, the mayor is working with Apple to try to get thousands of devices to students so they can even do the work. Is remote learning really a viable solution?
Well, it's a partial solution. It's not the full solution, and frankly, it never was. Most remote learning, distance learning and the like, was originally designed as a supplemental to the instruction in the classroom. Frankly, there's really no substitute for a student being with their teachers all day long. So there are some compromises that are made with remote learning, but it's one of the things that school districts all over the country are doing as a way of trying to make sure that instruction continues over these months.
Have you had any conversations yet about having kids attend summer school or start earlier to make up for the time lost, if that's possible?
Well, people are thinking about that. There are still lots of decisions to be made. People are thinking about summer school. They're thinking about maybe starting school early. They're thinking about maybe extending the school day once school gets started again. They're thinking about Saturday classes. They're thinking about things in the evening. They're thinking of all kinds of different ways of extending the learning time to make up for any lost instructional time this current spring.
California Governor Gavin Newsom said on Tuesday that when schools reopen, they're going to have to make some changes. Here's what he said.
Can you stagger the times that our students come in so you can appropriate yourself differently within the existing physical environment by reducing physical contact if possible, reducing the congregate meal, addressing issues related to PE and recess.
What do you think? Can schools operate under social distancing guidelines? And is that what they're going to potentially have to do as the new normal?
Well, it's possible. I think all of us are considering the options here.
Big day today at the White House. All of American society is engaged and mobilized in the war against the invisible enemy. While we must remain vigilant, it is clear that our aggressive strategy is working, and very strongly working, I might add. New cases are declining throughout the New York metropolitan area. Cases in the Detroit and Denver metro areas are flat. Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and St. Louis are showing great signs of progress, and new cases in Houston and New Orleans are declining. The battle continues, but the data suggests that nationwide we have passed the peak on new cases. Hopefully that will continue, and we will continue to make great progress. These encouraging developments have put us in a very strong position to finalize guidelines for states on reopening the country, which we'll be announcing. We're going to be talking about that tomorrow. We'll be having a news conference tomorrow sometime during the afternoon. We're going to be announcing guidelines, and we'll be talking about various states, and it's very exciting. It's been a horrible time to see such death and destruction, especially when you come out of what was the greatest economy in the history of the world. The greatest. There's never been an economy like what we had produced, but we'll produce it again. And I think we'll produce it again very fast. The medical and healthcare advances we've made are critical to our continued progress. We've rapidly developed the most expansive and accurate testing system anywhere in the world and have completed more than 3.3 million tests. To date, we have authorized 48 separate coronavirus tests, and the FDA is working with 300 companies and labs to widen our capacity still further. Today, Abbott Labs announced that it has developed an antibody test that will determine if someone has been previously infected with the coronavirus and potentially developed immunity. It's a great test. The company says these tests could be available to screen up to 20 million people in a matter of weeks. My administration is also distributing vast amounts of medical supplies to states across the country through Project Airbridge, which has been an amazing success. We have completed 44 flights, and these are flights of very, very large airplanes, massive cargo planes. 44 flights of critical supplies as of today, and an additional 56 flights scheduled in the near future. We have some very brilliant people working on this. It's logistically incredible what they've done. And we've also been working on this with the military. And these people have been, the genius of all of them together has been incredible to watch. In total, through all channels, the federal government has developed and delivered 39.4 million N95 masks, 431 million gloves, 57 million surgical masks, and 10.2 million gowns. We ordered 500 million masks, and they'll be coming shortly. And we've distributed 100 million masks. Following our use of the Defense Production Act, GM announced that its first ventilator has come off the assembly line in Kokomo, Indiana. Great place. They did it in 11 days from start to finish, a remarkable testament to the ingenuity of the American worker. GM will ship over 600 ventilators this month alone, with thousands more to come, and we have other companies doing something similar. And I think they said that there's a brief clip that we have of General Motors sent to us by General Motors, and I think they might be wanting to play that for your benefit. Please. I know you got a little bit nervous when you saw there was a clip about ready to be played, but that was sent to us by General Motors, and we thought it would be a good one to play. It's amazing. It's, what they've done in a very, very short period of time. They're now making thousands of ventilators, and they're coming out of the factory very rapidly at a clip that nobody can even believe. But we have others also doing it, and these are very high-grade ventilators. So we're helping a lot of people, and at this moment, nobody needs them. We have to remember, during the surge, nobody's needed them for weeks now. But we'll have them for stockpiles, and very importantly, we're going to have them for other countries because nobody's able to do things like we can do, and we're going to be able to help other countries that are having tremendous problems, to put it mildly. My administration is using every available authority to accelerate the development, study, and delivery of therapies. So important, therapies, treatments, and ultimately what we want to come up with is a safe vaccine. But frankly, the therapies to me are the most important because it takes care of people right now. The vaccines have to be tested, so it takes a longer period of time. But we have some great potential therapies already, and we'll see how they're working. We'll be able to report on that, I think, over the next week or two. Tremendous progress has been made. At least 35 clinical trials of promising therapies are now underway. So 35 different genius companies. If you look at AIDS, if you look at Ebola, if you look at so many things, they've come up with the answers to so many things. You wouldn't have believed it, and we're very honored to be working with them. They include antivirals and also, and they have something which is incredible, keeps the virus from multiplying, a mechanism that keeps the virus from multiplying, immune therapies that prevent the immune system from overreaching to the virus, and convalescent plasma treatments that use antibodies from the blood of recovered patients. So we have a lot of patients who recover, and they're so happy to have recovered that the first thing they do is say, we want to give our blood. And they do that. It's incredible. We have thousands of people that are doing that. They recover. They feel they have an obligation because they've gotten such great care. And a lot of them didn't think they were going to make it. As the entire U.S. government works to combat the global pandemic, it is absolutely essential that the key positions at relevant federal agencies are fully staffed, and we're not allowing that to take place through our Congress. They're just not giving it to us. We have many, many positions that are unstaffed because we can't get the approvals. The Democrats are holding us up. We cannot get approval. We've gotten judges because we go through the process. I guess we're up to 448 federal judges. And that we've gotten because we focus on it. We take the maximum time because no matter who the judge is, they take vast numbers of days and hours to approve and leaves no time left for others. Very unfair system. If a judge is going to be approved in 1 hour in one session, it doesn't matter. They'll take the maximum number of hours and days, you're talking about days, to get one judge approved. And we're close to 250 judges, but because of the way they're doing it, there's no time for anybody else. And many of these people have been waiting for 2.5 years. We have a couple that have been waiting for longer than that. There are currently 129 nominees stuck in the Senate because of partisan obstruction. Many are nominated for vacancies that must be filled to assist with the coronavirus crisis and the resulting economic challenges. And I've read over the couple of years, well, I didn't fill positions. I don't fill positions. In some cases, we don't need the position, and I'm all for that. But in many cases, you do, but we can't get them approved by the Democrats. They won't release them. The positions include the Director of National Intelligence, 2 members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the Assistant Secretary of Treasury for Financial Markets of the United States, and the Undersecretary of Agriculture responsible for administering food security programs. And Sonny Perdue, who's going to be speaking today, is saying, please, can I have this man, can I have this particular person approved as soon as possible? He's been telling me that for a long time, and the Democrats won't allow it to happen. Again, every single judge, every nominee we have goes through maximum, or at least they go through a long process. So it takes days and days, and there's no time left, and it's just a concerted effort to make life difficult. An example is Michael Pack. He's my nominee for the CEO of the Broadcasting Board of Governors, and he's been stuck in committee for 2 years, preventing us from managing the Voice of America. Very important. And if you heard what's coming out of the Voice of America, it's disgusting. What things they say are disgusting toward our country. And Michael Pack would get in. He'd do a great job, but he's been waiting now for 2 years. Can't get him approved. The Senate has left Washington until at least May 4th. The Constitution provides a mechanism for the president to fill positions in such circumstances. The recess appointment, it's called. The Senate's practice of gaveling into so-called pro forma sessions where no one is even there has prevented me from using the constitutional authority that we're given under the recess provisions. The Senate should either fulfill its duty and vote on my nominees, or it should formally adjourn so that I can make recess appointments. We have a tremendous number of people that have to come into government, and now more so than ever before because of the virus and the problem. We have to do it, and we have to do whatever we have to do. They've made it very, very difficult to run government. I don't think any administration has done anywhere near what we've done in 3.5 years. But every block, every week, they put up roadblocks. Whether it's Russia, or whether it's impeachment hoax, or whatever it may be, it's always roadblocks and a waste of time. If the House will not agree to that adjournment, I will exercise my constitutional authority to adjourn both chambers of Congress. The current practice of leaving town while conducting phony pro forma sessions is a dereliction of duty that the American people cannot afford during this crisis. It is a scam, what they do. It's a scam, and everybody knows it. And it's been that way for a long time. And perhaps it's never done before. It's never been done before. Nobody's even sure if it has, but we're going to do it. We need these people here. We need people for this crisis, and we don't want to play any more political games. I've been waiting for 2.5 years, 3 years for some of these people. And they're great people. They left law firms. They left jobs. They gave up everything to do it, and they've been waiting for 3 years, 2.5 years, 2 years, 1 year to get approved. It's ridiculous. And everyone knows they're going to be approved. But there's only so many hours in the day when you go through judges and you go through lengthy hearings on judges that they know should be approved immediately, and they could do it in one session, and they could do it in 1 hour. And instead it takes them many days. In order to advance the health and security of our nation and all nations, as we announced yesterday, the U.S. government has put a hold on funding to the WHO, World Health Organization, pending a review of the organization's cover-up and mismanagement of the coronavirus outbreak. Over the objections of the WHO, we took decisive action and early life-saving action to suspend travel from China. They didn't want to do it. They were angry that we did it. It was early on. They were angry that we did it. Took them a long time to realize what was going, but I have a feeling they knew exactly what was going on. Tragically, other nations put their trust in the WHO, and they didn't do any form of ban. And you see what happened to Italy. You see what happened to Spain. You see what happened to France. WHO's guidance had failed to control their borders at a very crucial phase, quickly unleashing the contagion around the world. That was a horrible, tragic mistake, or perhaps they knew. I'm sure they didn't know the gravity of it, but perhaps they knew. Because if they knew the gravity, that would be an even worse offense. To ease the economic pain of millions of American families, we've now processed $300 billion in loans to more than 1 million small businesses through the Paycheck Protection Program. This action has saved millions of American jobs. It's been an incredible success, and they want to replenish it now, but again, the Democrats don't want to do that. This is money that goes to the workers of our country. Phase one was $350 billion, and now phase two, we want to do $250 billion. This goes to workers, and it goes to small businesses, so we can save all the small businesses around our nation. Mike McFarland from Nebraska recently said this historic relief has been a godsend for his small factory and the 136 Americans who work there. Save those jobs. Another small business owner, Tim Miller from Oklahoma, called the program a total lifesaver for his auto repair shop's 4 employees. Stories like these underscore why Congress must replenish the Paycheck Protection Program immediately. The Republicans want to do it. They want to do it immediately. They want to do it now. And the Democrats are stopping it. A short time ago, CDC issued public health guidelines for critical industries. In a few moments, Agricultural Secretary Sonny Perdue will elaborate on how these guidelines apply to our nation's dedicated workers in the food processing profession, because it's a profession. It's incredible what they do. Food processing, and they're keeping our grocery stores full. The shelves are not bare like the shelves that I inherited when we took over the stockpile, the medical stockpile, where the shelves were bare. The cupboard was bare, I say. Tomorrow I'll also be leading a call with elected officials who will consult with my administration as we work to restore our economy to full speed. And we really think with all of the stimulus and all of the pent-up demand, we're going to have an economy that really comes back quickly, and would like to see it more than match what we had before. What we had before was a miracle, and we think this is going to be even more than a miracle. We're going to do it because we have the greatest people in the world. We'll also be speaking to America's governors tomorrow, and then we'll be announcing exactly what's happening. You already know we'll be opening up states, some states much sooner than others. And we think some of the states can actually open up before the deadline of May 1st. And I think that that will be a very exciting time indeed. Governors are looking forward. They're chomping at the bit to get going. Again, not all states are the same. They're very different. Some are having very little problem. Some have done such a good job that they have very little problem, and they're ready to go. So Vice President Pence and I will be speaking with the governors tomorrow. We'll be discussing procedures. Today I spoke with the leaders of many of our nation's most renowned companies and organizations on how to achieve the full resurgence of the American economy. My discussions included top leaders in health and health care, transportation, technology, financial services, food, beverages, hospitality, real estate, retail, agriculture, construction, energy, labor, manufacturing, and sports industries. We want to get our country open again. We want to have our sports leagues open. You want to watch sports. It's important. We miss sports. We miss everything. We want to get back. These experts and innovators provided extremely productive feedback on how to safely reboot our economy. They gave us a lot of great ideas. We spoke to a lot of very, very smart people. The highest of the high tech. The level of IQ on some of those calls was about the highest you've ever seen on a phone call, that I can tell you. But we have a lot of great thought went into those calls, and a lot of questions came out, and also statements, very strong statements as to what they recommend. I think it was a great day. We did a lot of calling with a lot of very prominent people, but more importantly, very smart people and people that love our country. They talked about the vital importance of our wide array of relief measures to address the present crisis, and they provided valuable insights on how to move forward, including on the role of protective gear, where we have tremendous amounts of protective gear coming in, robust testing, and the future use of therapies and treatments. They also underscored the crucial importance of strong supply chains and communications infrastructure. We're talking about infrastructure for the middle of our country. We're talking about broadband and things that they frankly don't have and haven't had for a long time because a lot of politicians forgot about them. Can't forget about them. They're really the heart and soul. Can't forget about them. And we're talking about the telemedical. It's a new thing, and it's incredible what they've been able to do. This is an industry that's just growing, but it's grown by leaps and bounds over the last 5 weeks. People are learning so much. Without the ability to see a doctor, they're learning so much, and a lot of good things are happening. That's something that's really going forward, I think, going to be very important for our country. As we've seen throughout our proud history, America is never greater than when our people are working in unison toward a common goal. That's what's happening right now. We'll go ahead, we'll forge an even brighter future today than we had, and we'll be, along with other nations, hopefully, we're working with other nations, we'll be the comeback kids, all of us, all of us. It's incredible what's going on. I'm very proud of the people of this country. I'm very proud of the people I spoke to today. These are truly great, brilliant people, and we've gained tremendous insight. So tomorrow's going to be a very big day. We're going to be speaking with the governors. We'll have some information on some openings. And again, we'll have some openings that will exceed our expectations, and they'll be safe, they'll be strong, but we want to get our country back. We want to get our country back, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it soon. With that, I'd like to ask Dr. Birx to come up and say a few words, and then Secretary Sonny Perdue, and then Vice President Pence. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for summarizing the states and what we're seeing. So over the last 5 to 6 days, we've seen declines in cases across the country, and this has been very reassuring for us. At the same time, we know that mortality and the fatalities that we're facing across the United States continue. We know the number of people who are still in the hospitals, in the ICUs, and we want to continue to recognize the healthcare workers who are on the front lines and really recognize how low the United States case fatality rates are compared to other countries. And this is really due not only to our technology, but how that technology is utilized to save lives. At the same time, I'm inspired by the American people who continue social distancing. These cases continue to decline because of the strong work of the American people. Also wanted to let you know that we do have 9 states that have less than 1,000 cases and less than 30 new cases per day. So we're looking at states and metro areas as individual areas. We talked before how each of these curves are different. Each of the cases' experiences are different. We have some states like California and Washington State, Oregon, that never really had a peak because of so much work that their populations did to decrease and keep the new cases down. So each of these individual states and individual metros are being studied very specifically. I do want to highlight, and we are remaining concerned, and we've been having discussions with Rhode Island. Rhode Island and Providence are in a unique situation. First, they had increasing cases from the New York City area, and now they have new increasing cases from the Boston area. They're caught between two incredible hotspots in the country. They're doing an extraordinary job. They're caring for the individuals in the front lines, but Providence continues to have new cases. And we do continue to work with specific states that have specific outbreaks related to individual occurrences. I will just remind the American people again, this is a highly contagious virus. Social gatherings coming together, is there always a chance that an asymptomatic person can spread the virus unknowingly? No one is intending to spread the virus. We know if you are sick, you will stay home. But to all of you that are out there that would like to join together and just have that dinner party for 20, don't do it yet. Continue to follow the presidential guidelines. We really appreciate the work of the American people. We see as a country we're improving. We see as metro areas we're improving. We see as communities, as counties, and as states we're improving. But that also still requires everyone to continue to social distance. And in the end, we do have states that have very few cases and very few new cases. And so these are the ones the president is referring to that have been silent, relatively silent throughout this epidemic and pandemic that many of us have faced. And so these are the groups we're working with very specifically. And each of these governors and each of these mayors will have to make decisions after generalized guidelines are put out so that they can do what's best for their communities. They are at the front line. And I wanted to conclude by really thanking my PEPFAR teams around the world who have been working tirelessly throughout the world to ensure that Africa and Asia doesn't experience this level of infections that we have seen here. They've turned over their capacities from their embassies. Our U.S. hires throughout the world, our ambassadors, are still on the front line with our local staff, working with ministries of health to confront this virus around the globe. And I assure you that they are continuing to invest in the health structures, the laboratory, and the frontline care to ensure that all of the work that we have done against TB, HIV, and malaria continues, but that we use our capacity, our laboratories, our clinics, our hospitals that have been built by the American people and the generosity of the American people to really combat this COVID-19 around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Sonny, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to be here with you today. And I want you to know it's an honor to represent you in leading the Department of Agriculture and represent the constituency who are crucial in maintaining our nation's food security, enabling us to keep food on the table of our American families, not only just food, but wholesome and safe food as well. I'd like to start my remarks today by echoing what my colleagues at the CDC have been saying regarding the health and safety of our essential employees across the United States. CDC's provided strategies there that aimed at helping our most critical workers, both in healthcare and in food processing, to quickly and safely to return to work after potential exposure to COVID-19, provided those workers are symptom-free. And this guidance will help these critical industries in the food sector protect the health and safety of essential workers while keeping critical functions working throughout the COVID-19 response. As we know, any employee who develops symptoms while on the job should go home immediately, and the interim guidance is in line with CDC's recommendations for healthcare workers caring for those sick with COVID-19. So we appreciate the dedication and commitment of all the brave men and women working to keep their communities fed and we will continue to work with the CDC to keep those individuals as safe as possible during these challenging times. In that vein, there's been a lot happening this week as COVID-19 is impacting food processing facilities, as you know. For Americans who may be worried about access to good food because of this, I want to assure you the American food supply is strong, resilient, and safe. And in fact, our food supply chain has shown tremendous agility in shifting production and logistics so suddenly from restaurant and institutional settings to retail settings. To all the employers out there in this sector, it's critical that you follow CDC guidelines and guidance and best practices to keep all of your employees and people safe and healthy. To employees and local public health officials advising them, the CDC has issued guidelines on how to mitigate a situation if you have a positive case in one of your facilities. We need our local health authorities and our state health authorities to do everything they can to balance the demand of keeping our facilities operational and our critical industries going, while at the same time keeping the health and safety of employees as a top priority, as well as our communities. So I want to also take this time to thank all of our critical, essential food supply chain workers. The entire country is counting on these patriotic individuals by doing the work in our food supply chain. These dedicated workers include, obviously, farmers and producers, but also processors, truckers, and grocery store workers, as you know. America's depending on what you have, the food we need to feed our families, and you're the ones who are making that happen. Thank you. As an entire nation, we're truly thankful for the work you're doing, and we recognize that you are the true patriotic heroes during this national emergency, along with our healthcare workers. So before I sign off here, Mr. President, I want to remind you and all of us of one more thing. In the United States, we have plenty of food for all of our citizens. I want to be clear. The bare store shelves that you may see in some cities in the country are a demand issue, not a supply issue. The way food is prepared and packaged to be sold in a restaurant or a school is significantly different than the way it's packaged for you to buy in the grocery store. Our supply chain is sophisticated, efficient, integrated, and synchronized, and it's taken us a few days to relocate the misalignment between institutional settings and grocery settings. But that does not mean that we don't have enough food in this country to feed the American people. You might think of it as an interstate when it's flowing along well and you have a crash at one place, it backs up, and that's what's happened in the food supply chain, but we're working through that. Yet through all this, our food supply chain has proven to be very resilient, just like the American people. To the extent we have challenges, we have and continue to need to work through it all together. And we can and we will get through this with a whole of American approach, Mr. President, the critical partnership between state and local health officials, management of companies, and the employees, and we will meet any challenges we face by working together. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And before the Vice President comes up, I just wanted to say, speaking of Sonny, China has paid us billions of dollars, many, many billions of dollars in tariffs, which we've distributed some to the farmers because they were targeted. We have many billions of dollars being held by Sonny, and I've told him to distribute much of that money to the farmers. Our farmers were targeted, and now they're benefiting by the amount that they were targeted. And we are very honored to do that. And Sonny, you're going to start that process very soon. You'll let the farmers know. Nobody can take advantage of our farmers. So we have a lot of money that we've taken in from China. We're going to be distributing that money from Sonny to the farmers. And there's tremendous money over and above that. That money was paid directly into the Treasury of the United States. This has never happened to China before. They never gave us 10 cents. Now they're paying us billions of dollars, and we appreciate it. So thank you very much, Sonny. Great job. Please. Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met today. It was reported to us that we've conducted and completed 3,324,000 tests across the nation. More than 619,000 Americans have tested positive. But as you reflected yesterday when we welcomed coronavirus survivors here to the White House from across the country, some more than 45,000 Americans have fully recovered. Sadly, we mourn the loss of more than 27,000 of our countrymen. Our hearts are with their families and with the families of all of those that continue to struggle with the serious consequences of this illness. But as Dr. Birx just reflected, despite the heartbreaking losses, we're getting there, America. Because of the efforts of people all across this country to put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines, because of their adherence to the direction of state and local authorities. As Dr. Birx just reflected, we see great signs of progress from the West Coast to the East Coast. President Trump has directed our team to develop new guidelines that will be presented tomorrow to our nation's governors and released to the American people thereafter. The American people will be encouraged to know that as we stand here today, 24% of the counties of this country have no reported coronavirus cases. In fact, half of the states in America have less than 2,500 cases per state. This is a great tribute to the efforts by the people of those communities. But as the President suggested, when we unveil the guidelines that the team has been working to present tomorrow to our nation's governors, we're going to reflect on the fact that, as the President said, there will be areas of the country that will require continued mitigation and strong efforts, and there will be other areas of the country that will be given guidance for greater flexibility. And the President has so directed our team. When we think of more than 619,000 Americans having tested positive, more than 45,000 having recovered, we wanted to announce today that the FDA recently announced efforts to facilitate the development and access to convalescent plasma. Mr. President, you've spoken about this. People who have recovered from the coronavirus have antibodies in your bloodstream that can attack the virus. The Mayo Clinic today is working with the Red Cross to make sure that coronavirus patients have access to the convalescent plasma treatments, and over 1,000 institutions across America have already joined this program. And we want to urge every American who has recovered from the coronavirus for at least 2 and preferably 4 weeks to contact your local blood or plasma donation center and arrange to donate. It's one more way that the American people can do their part and step forward, and thousands have already done so, and we know that tens of thousands will join them. On the subject of supplies, Mr. President, I'll be very brief because you detailed a great amount. As the President mentioned, the air bridge has completed 44 flights, 56 more are scheduled. But on the subject of facial masks, which are so important for the protection of critical infrastructure, I'm pleased to report that the average daily delivery through the commercial network through our air bridge is 22 million facial masks coming into the marketplace. The average inventory in the network over a 7-day period is 80 million masks. And FEMA is actually working as we speak to move facial masks to priority infrastructure, food supply, first responders. There'll be 6.5 million masks that go out before the end of this week, an additional 20 million before April the 20th, and then we'll be adding 6.5 million each and every week. At the President's direction, we're going to ensure that all of those that work in food supply, all of those first responders, have access to masks, and we're increasing those every day. Finally, I know I speak for the President when I say how proud we are of all of our healthcare workers across the country, and how proud we are of the men and women in uniform, our medical professionals who have been deployed across the nation, literally by the thousands. In fact, as we stand here today, 576 doctors, nurses, and other military medical professionals have been deployed to 13 hospitals across the nation, 10 in New York, and 1 in Connecticut, Texas, and Louisiana each. And as the President reflected a few days ago, because we happily did not have the demand on the Javits Center and on the comfort in New York City. At the President's direction, we have deployed doctors and nurses from those 2 facilities to hospitals. In fact, the President and I were just speaking to Mayor de Blasio just before we came out, and he expressed his great admiration and appreciation for the relief that these medical military personnel have provided to incredibly dedicated people in our hospitals. 258 medical personnel just yesterday were deployed off the ship and out of the Javits Center into New York. With that, Mr. President, I'll step aside, but it's remarkable to think of all that we've accomplished over the last month since you first issued the presidential guidelines for America. The truth is, because of what the American people have done over the last 30 days, we are slowing the spread. We are ensuring that every American family would have access to the health care that we'd want any member of our family to have, with the greatest health care professionals in the world. We're saving lives, and we're healing our land. And so we want to thank the American people for all you have done. And tomorrow we'll be presenting a new guidance to the governors of this country about how we build on our progress and reopen America in a safe and responsible way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
On the recess appointments, Mr. President, if I could.
Mr. President. Steve, please.
You've mentioned the possibility of adjourning both chambers of Congress. Could you explain what you meant by this?
Very simple. If they don't act on getting these people approved that we need, because of we need them anyway, but we especially need now because of the pandemic, we are going to do something that will be something I'd prefer not doing, but which I should do, and I will do if I have to. Caitlin, go ahead.
For you. One, on a call with business leaders today, they said testing has got to be ramped up significantly before they feel comfortable reopening their stores, their restaurants, and whatnot. Isn't that what health officials and state governors have been?
It's what I want to. We have great tests, and we want the states to administer these tests for the most part, but we're standing behind them. We have great tests. We've done more testing now than any country, as you know, in the world by far. We have the best tests of any country in the world. Nobody has the quality of tests. If you look at Abbott, what they've come up with in a short period of time, they've been incredible. Roche has been incredible. We have the best tests in the world, and we will be working very much with the governors of the states. We want them to do it. We're not going to be running a parking lot in Arkansas. We're not going to be running a parking lot where you have a Walmart, which has been great, by the way. Walmart has done a fantastic job, but where you have a testing center and running that from Washington, D.C. The states are much better equipped to do it. But we'll be working with the states. We're standing behind the states. We're going to work very closely with the governors in terms of that, getting additional equipment. It used to be 3-4 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, could we get more ventilators? More ventilators, right? And we got them ventilators, and you don't hear that anymore. It's been pretty amazing what we've been able to do. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Walmart, a lot of those testing centers are still for first responders, healthcare workers who have symptoms only. When is it going to be widespread enough to where these companies can feel comfortable being open? Will that?
Well, I think the companies will determine that, and the governors will determine that, and the federal government will do. And if we're not happy, we'll take very strong action against a state or a governor. If we're not happy with the job a governor's doing, we'll let them know about it. And as you know, we have very strong action we can take, including a close down. But we don't want to do that. We're working with the governors, and we're working closely with the governors. The relationship has been very good. Vice President has had a lot of conversations over the last 2 weeks with either 50 or almost 50 governors on every conversation, and they've been really positive conversations. We have the right to do whatever we want, but we wouldn't do that. But no, we would have the right to close down what they're doing if we want to do that. But we don't want to do that, and I don't think there'll be any reason to do that, but we have the right to do that. Steve, go ahead. Go ahead.
You got me already.
Mr. President, why did you have your name added to these coronavirus relief checks?
Well, I don't know too much about it, but I understand my name is there. I don't know where they're going, how they're going. I do understand it's not delaying anything, and I'm satisfied with that. I don't imagine it's a big deal. I'm sure people will be very happy to get a big, fat, beautiful check, and my name is on it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
Presidents never
Please.
did this. Why are
please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Birx just said that Rhode Island is seeing an increase in cases from people that are coming from Boston and New York. You just said you'd like to reopen some states before May 1.
how will you stop a second spike in cases if people are traveling between states? How will you control the flow of people?
Well, the governors can control that flow, as an example. In fact, I just saw a little while ago it was reported that certain borders are being controlled already by states. They're starting to take control of their borders, which is good. So they'll be controlling. They may do testing for people wanting to come in. I'd read that about Rhode Island, so they have to watch it. They have to be very careful. Yeah, please, in the back.
Thank you, Mr. President, about reopening the country again. You said, along with other nations, what form would it take? Are you considering also relaxing the border between Canada and the U.S.?
So our relationship with Canada is very good. We'll talk about that. It will be one of the early borders to be released. Canada's doing well. We're doing well. We'll see. But at some point, we'll be doing that. In the meantime, nations that are heavily infected, we have a lot of nations that are heavily infected. Some are getting better. Some are still on the way up, unfortunately. We're keeping very strong borders with those nations. But with Canada, we are talking about different things. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said the evidence suggests that nationwide we have passed the peak on new cases. What's your evidence for that? What are the numbers saying?
Well, all we're doing is looking at the numbers. We're looking at our graphs. We're looking at our models. We're getting a great response from Deborah and from Tony and from many of the professionals that are working. We have great professionals working with us. And I think based on that, we're doing very well. Based on that, it looks like we're headed absolutely in the right direction. But some states are looking at other states and they're saying, I can't imagine what they're going through because they're not in that position. They're in very good shape. I would say that we have 20 states at least, but you really have 29 that are in extremely good shape. You have others that are getting much better. And I think with almost few exceptions, you have every state that is either doing better or on the way to doing better. Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On your threat to adjourn Congress, clearly you have the power, Article 2, Section 3, but that'd be quite radical to do. Earlier last month, you were in the Oval Office, talked about now is not the time for partisanship. How will that act lower the partisanship in this town, and could it potentially hinder your ability to get something done on coronavirus?
Well, it is. Look, it's been a very partisan government for a long period of time, not just this administration. You can go back into the last two administrations. You've seen a lot of partisanship. And even now, you would think that we wouldn't have, as an example, with the paycheck plan. That's going so well. It's so smooth, so beautiful, almost without a hitch. All of that money is being distributed to small businesses. They're giving it to their employees. It's keeping them ready, viable, so when we open. And now it's been so good that it's almost depleted, and we want to replenish it, and we can't get the Democrats to approve it. And that's a program that they and everybody else admit that are great. So you do have partisanship. We have been trying for years to get people approved for positions. People have left. One man left a law firm. One man left a big chain. He was a very successful executive. He left. It was 2 years ago. We have people that have been waiting for 3 years, and we can't get them approved by the Democrats in the Senate because they're taking so long to approve our judges. Now, I have to tell you that I'm totally in favor of what Mitch is doing with judges because that always seems to be a priority, and it's a very important priority. I think it's one of the great trademarks of this administration. We've approved record numbers of federal judges and appellate judges and 2 Supreme Court judges. But rather than approving somebody who's highly qualified, somebody that everybody knows is going to be approved, rather than going quickly, they take the maximum amount of time, whatever that time may be. And what they're doing by doing that is taking days to approve somebody that could be approved in a quick vote. People that get phenomenal reviews in committee are going maximum number of hours. And what they do is there's only so many hours in a day. Now, we could have said, let's stay. I would have been in favor of that. They didn't choose to do it. But I have a very strong power. I'd rather not use that power. But we have way over 100 people that we very badly need in this administration that should have been approved a long time ago. And one of them is the head of Voice of America. If you look at what they're doing and what they're saying about our country, it's a disgrace, the people that are running that. We have somebody that's really good, really talented, and that loves our country. And I want to get these people approved. That's one of many. We have professionals. Sonny, you've been waiting for, how long have you been waiting for the man that we're talking about coming in? 2.5 years. So Sonny Perdue just happens to be here talking about something else. So you've been waiting for one of the most important positions as Secretary of Agriculture is the position. It's distribution. We need it now. We're talking about shelves. We're talking about cupboards. He needs it. He's been waiting. He didn't know he was going to get this question. You've been waiting 2.5 years. The person is exceptional. That person left a very good job. And it's embarrassing to me. He'll say, do you think you'll get that man approved? He's been saying that to me for a long time. It's because of the Democrats. And what we're doing is, and I think anybody here would do it, judges are a priority. A federal judge who's going to sit for 50 years, potentially, a young judge going to be sitting for, that's always going to have to be a priority. But because they're taking so much time and approving they're trying to put us through the mill. That's when you talk about partisanship, and it's never, ever happened before. You can look at every administration in the history of this country. Nobody has ever had hundreds of people not approved after 3.5 years. Go ahead, please.
What's the timeline for that, though? If Congress doesn't act by when,
soon.
do you have a date?
They know. They've been warned, and they're being warned right now. If they don't approve it, then we're going to go this route. And we'll probably be challenged in court, and we'll see who wins. But when the court hears that we aren't getting people approved, as Sonny would say, for 2.5 years for an important position that we need because of this crisis. We needed these people before, but now we really need these people.
When you talk about, back to the numbers for a second, when you talk about the numbers, the jobless claims are going to come out tomorrow. It's likely around 5 million more Americans putting their names in for unemployment benefits, but yet there are still a couple thousand people as well dying a day because of coronavirus. When you talk about opening up the American economy, or at least in parts now, how do you balance that decision out given both of those figures?
Well, there has to be a balance. You know, there's also death involved in keeping it close. And I've gone over this with you, and I believe this so strongly. When you look at mental health, when you look at suicides, suicide hotlines which are exploding, people losing their jobs. When you look at drugs and people that didn't take drugs and now they're becoming drug addicted because they're going through a problem, they have no job, they have no money coming in, other than the money we're getting them. We've opened up the coffers to a large extent. We're helping people. This is why I wish the Democrats would help us a little bit with it, because they should. It's purely partisan what they're doing, and it's bad for our country. But you know, there is death by having this strongly closed country. We have to get back to work. With all of that, start with states and with governors that have done a great job, and they're going to open it up as they see fit, and we're going to be right behind them, and we're going to be working. We're going to be supplying them with things if they don't have them. We want them to have them. We're going to be helping them with ventilators after this is over so that they can't say, oh, the federal government. We want them to have, they've had a lot of options. Many of the governors have had a lot of options over the years to buy ventilators. They didn't choose to do it. So we're going to be helping them to fill up their stockpiles. We're going to have plenty. And as I said, I'm very proud to do it. We're going to be helping other nations. We're going to be helping Italy, Spain, France, other nations. And we're going to be helping them strongly. I think Russia is going to need ventilators. They're having a hard time in Moscow. We're going to help them. We're going to help other countries that need ventilators. We're going to have a lot. You see it with General Motors. You see it with other companies that are producing. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of ventilators, and it's a great thing to have. Yes, in the back, please. Is anybody freezing? You know, it's very cold out here, so we can leave early, right? Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Why do we have 20% of the world's deaths from the coronavirus when we're only 4% of the world's population?
Well, you don't know what you have. Do you think you're getting honest numbers from some of these countries? Do you really believe those numbers in this vast country called China, and that they have a certain number of cases and a certain number of deaths? Does anybody really believe that? Here's the story. We report everything. We're reporting the cases, and our reporting is good. We're reporting every death. In fact, I see this morning where New York added 3,000 deaths because they died, and they're now saying, rather than it was a heart attack, they're saying it was a heart attack caused by this, so they're adding. If you look at it, that's it. And everything we have is documented, reported. And what they are doing is, just in case, they're calling it this, and that's okay. That's okay. But we have more cases because we do more reporting. We have more cases because everything is down. But does anybody really believe the numbers of some of these countries that you've been watching and you've been reporting on? And then it's like they didn't have the big thing. There have been some really, really bad, heavily in really some countries that are in big, big trouble. And they're not reporting the facts. And that's up to them. All I know is we report the facts, and we're a country that's getting better. John, go ahead.
Mr. President, multiple sources are telling Fox News today that the United States government now has high confidence that while the coronavirus is a naturally occurring virus, it emanated from a virology lab in Wuhan, that because of lax safety protocols, an intern was infected, who later infected her boyfriend, and then went to the wet market in Wuhan, where it began to spread. Does that correspond with what you have heard from officials?
Well, I don't want to say that, John, but I will tell you more and more we're hearing the story, and we'll see. When you say multiple sources, now there's a case where you can use the word sources, but we are doing a very thorough examination of this horrible situation that happened. Go ahead, please.
In your many conversations with President Xi, Mr. President, did you ever discuss with him State Department concerns about lax safety protocols that had been reported to the State Department from the embassy in Beijing about that laboratory?
I don't want to discuss what I talked to him about the laboratory. I just don't want to discuss it. It's inappropriate right now. Please go ahead in the back.
Tim Arvia from Channel 9 Australia. There have been calls in our country for Prime Minister Scott Morrison to make funding for WHO conditional on reforms to the organisation. Wanted to get your thoughts on that and if you had any advice for Mr. Morrison.
Look, I feel very badly about the World Health Organization, but it's been a tool of China. It's been, as I say, totally China-centric. You take a look at everything that's happened, they've been wrong. I was all for it at the beginning. What do I know? I walked in, I said, World Health Organization, isn't that wonderful? And then you start to see all the mistakes. They didn't want us to close our borders to China, to Wuhan. Specifically, they didn't want our borders closed. You take a look, Mike was there, we're all there, and they're criticizing me for closing the border. I did that very early. By the way, I did that very early while Nancy Pelosi was trying to have in San Francisco parties in Chinatown because she thought it would be great. She wanted to show that this thing doesn't exist. These are people, I'll tell you, we have some politicians on the other side that don't know what they're doing. If you look at timelines, you got to look at some timelines. But the World Health Organization, just like the World Trade Organization, I'm telling you, I call them, they have been treating the United States for decades so badly, and they've been so in favor of China. China took off when it joined the World Trade Organization because of what's happened. Think of it. They're considered a developing nation, and because they're and we're not. Well, we're a developing nation too in my book, okay? We're developing too. But the fact is, we have been treated so badly by these organizations, and believe me, I'm looking at that one too. We're winning a lot of lawsuits right now that we never won before in the past. We're winning a lot of money that we never won in the past. That's with the World Trade. But with the World Health Organization, what's happened there is a disgrace. Here's the other thing. We pay $400 to $500 million a year. China's paying $38, $39, and $40 million a year. And it's like they control this group. I could do that too if I want to devote full time to it or have some very capable people dealing with Dr. Tedros, okay? I could do it too. I could do very well with that. But there's something going on. There's something going on that's very bad. Now, the $500 million that we save, we're going to make a determination over a little period of time. But they're going to either have to make massive changes. I don't even know if they're going to be able to do that. Or we're going to give money to people. We want to help people. You know what we do in Africa with AIDS? People have no idea what we do. And the money we spent. We were talking about it the other day, Doctor. We are spending billions of dollars to help people. In the case of one that Dr. Birx is very much involved in, AIDS, billions of dollars. And you know what? It's a great thing. Nobody talks about it. Nobody gives us credit. We do that, and we do it very directly. But we're spending billions of dollars to help people live, and all over the world. But we're spending $500 million to the World Health Organization and there's something very bad going on. And you know what? I've gotten very much involved. It's been going on for a long period of time, and we don't want to be the suckers anymore. So it's cold out. We will talk to you tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Very big day. Thank you.
President, if Dr. Tedros is removed, would you change your mind?
That's a good question.
All right, guys, let's go. I saw twice. Every time. Yes, grab your remote. Go ahead. Go ahead and make your way out.
We're grabbing our remotes, so thank you.
I saw that.
We're not doing any live hits. We're leaving.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Let's go to NBC News Now correspondent Alexa Lioto. She's been following the top stories and the latest coronavirus headlines for us from NBCnews.com. Alexa, give us an update.
Hey, Allison. First, Senator Elizabeth Warren announcing her endorsement of former Vice President Joe Biden today. Senator Warren is the latest high-profile Democrat to voice her support for Biden. Senator Bernie Sanders announced his endorsement yesterday. Take a quick listen to what Senator Warren had to say.
We can't afford to let Donald Trump continue to endanger the lives and livelihoods of every American. And that's why I'm proud to endorse Joe Biden as President of the United States.
There are now more than 2 million coronavirus cases worldwide. That's according to Johns Hopkins University. New Jersey is the first state in the nation to open a saliva testing site for coronavirus. This could be a game changer for testing capacity across the country. The test was developed by researchers at Rutgers University, and they received emergency approval by the FDA earlier this week. And President Trump is facing sharp criticism over his decision to cut U.S. funding to the World Health Organization, not just from global leaders, but from notable leaders and former leaders here at home. Former President Jimmy Carter addressed the move today, saying he was, quote, distressed by the decision, and adding that the World Health Organization is the only organization capable of leading the effort to control the virus. That's in his words. And an incredible story of love reaching new heights by NBC's Matthew Mulligan. A man in Massachusetts was lifted by a bucket truck to see his 85-year-old wife, who was in the third story of a nursing home. They'd been apart for 4 weeks because of the coronavirus pandemic and celebrated their 61st wedding anniversary this February. And Allison, those are the headlines. Back to you.
All right, Alexa, thank you so much. And you can visit our live blog at nbcnews.com/coronavirus. We have the latest updates there all the time. The coronavirus outbreak appears to be leveling off in New York, but the numbers are still pretty grim. Governor Cuomo says some 2,000 people are testing positive in the state each day. The governor also announcing a new executive order to help combat the outbreak. NBC News investigations correspondent Tom Winter joins me now. And Tom, the governor issuing an executive order saying that all New Yorkers will be required to wear masks in public. When does that start, and what are the specifics here?
So the good news, Allison, is we have 3 days to be able to get this, get yourself and your mask supply in order, so to speak, 3 days before this order takes effect. Basically, if you're in a position where you can't safely social distance, so we're talking about what? Grocery stores. We're talking about other essential services type stores, perhaps the post office, perhaps government buildings. You really need to be wearing a mask there, is what the governor is saying. If you're standing in the middle of 6th Avenue like this reporter might be able to do these days because there's no traffic and there's nobody around and nobody's around you, well, yeah, you don't necessarily need to wear a mask. But if you're in a working environment, you need to be. Look, this is just an extension of what people in New York City have already been dealing with and working with. You know, if you go into a deli, if you go into a takeout restaurant and there's workers there behind the counter, they're already wearing those masks. That's something we've been asked to do. This now just expands it, Allison, to the entire New York State.
Yeah, Tom, you've been seeing a whole lot of folks wearing those masks already. Won't be a big change for some people. You've been talking to us a lot about 911 calls. We know they are finally starting to drop, but the FDNY is still dealing with a spike in cardiac arrest calls. What's the latest there?
That's right, Allison. So basically what we're dealing with in the last couple of weeks is medical calls to 911, averaging about 6,500 or over 6,000, which is at least 50% more than average on a busy day. So that was a lot of volume that those EMS workers were dealing with, the EMTs and paramedics. We've started to see that come back down to more normal levels, around 4,000 plus or minus a couple hundred calls a day. So that's much more normal. And of course, they're being helped out by those additional ambulances that came to the city from FEMA. So that's good news. That's better news. The calls that you're referring to, those cardiac calls, those are for the patients that are in the most serious of condition and shape. Typically, on an average day, about this time last year, we were seeing about 69 of those calls citywide, and about 39% of those calls ending up in fatalities, meaning that there was nothing that the EMS workers could do. That person was unfortunately deceased. Yesterday, the call volume was at 205, and then we saw 70% of those calls end up in death. That's obviously a big change. So you're talking about almost 3 times as many calls. The little bit of silver lining here, Allison, is that's down from over 300 cardiac type calls that we were getting about a week ago, and from over 200 deaths. So it's a bit of an improvement. It's a bit of a good sign, but obviously still indicates, according to officials that we talked to in the fire department, one, the level of sickness is still high in New York City, and that the severity of those calls and the severity of the conditions that those patients are in are still really high, Allison.
Tom, you've been talking with first responders and paramedics, the folks who are dealing with these calls firsthand. What have they been telling you?
So a couple of things. One, I think that there is, and it's been a bit of a tricky issue with the PPE equipment, because some of the lack of PPE that some of the first responders have been talking about have actually been as a result of regulations being forced upon the FDNY, NYPD, other city agencies, including the healthcare workers. So it's been a little bit difficult to kind of explain and understand how that's all been. There is now at least a decent supply, at least for the next couple of weeks, for both of those agencies. So I think there's a little bit more of a comfortability there that if those masks are needed, that they're going to get to them, or eventually get to them, perhaps much quicker than they were before. So that's a little bit of a good sign. Secondly, there's more testing that's been announced, and that's a really good thing, Allison. So the FDNY, if you're out sick, you're now going to be able to get an appointment to get a test for coronavirus to find out if you have it. For the NYPD, the governor announced today, and the New York City police unions speaking about this, they're going to start with an antibody test for those who have been out sick but haven't been able to get the coronavirus test. So the testing is something that the first responders were really asking for. They wanted to know, hey, are we sick with this? Are we going to pass it along to our families? We're going to pass it along to people that we interact with out on the street or on medical calls, even if it has nothing to do with coronavirus. So these are a couple of at least decent step forwards. They still have their concerns. They want to know more about the immunity of this virus and how long that lasts, Allison. So, again, not everything perfect, but at least things getting somewhat better.
Great to hear that there's progress. I know a big question, Tom, from a lot of New Yorkers: when might we ever get back to normal? The governor talked today about working toward a new normal. Here's what he said.
Hope we find a medical treatment between now and 18 months. In the meantime, testing, tracing, trying to get that up to scale, which is going to be the equivalent of trying to get Apollo 13 back to Earth, 220,000 miles, 50 years ago. It is a very difficult task. In the meantime, a phased reopening of the economy as educated by testing, tracing.
Has the governor outlined at all his plan to gradually reopen the economy?
So we don't have specific dates at the moment, Allison, and I know that's what people are most interested in. That's what we're all interested in.
Yeah.
We don't know yet when that's going to occur, because to his point about testing and tracing, we don't yet know how prevalent truly is coronavirus in New York State, in the suburbs around New York City, in New York City itself. We don't know how many people have actually had it. We've seen some smaller studies that have been done. I was looking at one just the other day about pregnant women that have gone in to give birth in a New York City hospital, and there was 23 or 28 of them that tested positive for coronavirus. They had no symptoms. They had no idea that they even had it. So how many of those people are walking around? What percentage of the population is that? And then from there, they can kind of make, in the governor's word, kind of the best guesses, the best estimates as far as, okay, here's how many people have had it. Here's how many people have it currently. What is the percentage of the population? What makes sense as far as people getting back on trains, buses? I saw buses coming up and down the city avenues today. There was nobody in them. When can people go back? People can go into them now. When do people feel comfortable getting back on mass transit? When do people feel comfortable getting back into crowded office spaces? And when do people feel comfortable about sending their kids to school? And when do the teachers feel comfortable about being in those schools? Lots of questions need to be answered. Really what governments are looking for and what Cuomo is looking for and New York City is looking for is how big of a problem did we have? How big of a problem do we have now? And how does that look when we start to open things up, Allison?
Yeah, still a lot of questions to answer, as you said. Tom, thanks so much for bringing us that New York update. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
7 crew members on the USNS Mercy Hospital ship in California have tested positive for the coronavirus as the state's governor unveils his plan to lift stay-at-home restrictions. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins me now from San Pedro, California. That's where the USNS Mercy is docked. Gadi, what can you tell us about those 7 crew members? How are they doing?
Well, at this point, it seems like those crew members are stable. They have been taken off the ship and taken to a nearby base, as well as 100 other crew members of the Mercy here. And the reason why is because those 100 or so crew members were also exposed to those 7 crew members that did test positive for COVID-19. At this point, it's just a precaution that they were taken off the ship and isolated at a nearby military base. But they want to make sure that they are erring on the side of caution. The 100 or so have taken tests preliminarily. Those test results show that they do not have COVID-19, but a little bit of a mystery as to how COVID-19 got on board this ship. This ship came up from San Diego, and when all of the service members got on board, they were screened, the Navy says, for COVID-19. And so they're unclear how COVID-19 got on board because this ship is not here to treat COVID-19 patients. It's here to help alleviate some of the strain and burden on Los Angeles hospitals as they deal with COVID-19. Allison?
Gadi, we've been talking so much about contact tracing. Do we have any sense of what other people, who else they may have been in contact with, those 7 crew members?
That's what the Navy's doing. It's relatively easy to do on board this ship. There's still about 1,000 or so service members that are on the Mercy here, but they were able to track and trace down to the people that did come into contact with those 7 service members that did test positive for COVID-19. That tracking and tracing happened on the ship, and they took them off the ship and put them into isolation. But as far as where it came from, who was patient 0 really, who brought it onto the ship, at this point, that is still unclear. Allison?
You mentioned that ship docked in late March to relieve the pressure on local hospitals by treating non-coronavirus patients. Are those plans still on track?
Yeah, those plans are still on track. However, the silver lining out here is that this ship hasn't been needed quite as much as they wanted, or quite as much as they anticipated. Some of those projections had the hospital systems here in Los Angeles possibly being overwhelmed. At this point, it is still manageable. We are seeing the highest number of deaths and the highest number of cases reported so far, but the peak really seems to have flattened. So far, the Mercy has seen a bunch of different low-level traumas. There was a stabbing. There were a couple of surgeries that they did, but nothing like the surge that they were expecting. So far, things have been able to stabilize out here. But in the next week or so, we're expected to see the peak, and everybody here is hoping that those numbers just don't spike. Allison?
Yeah, Gadi, I want to ask you about the death toll there. We know LA just recorded its highest daily death toll from COVID-19. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, LA reported its highest number. The state of California also reported its highest number. The highest number so far is right about 70. It's probably going to get a little bit higher than that, but based on the projections, not much beyond 70 deaths per day, which is still tragic. But so far, since the beginning of this, the entire state of California, a cumulative, from a totality standpoint, seen about 700 to 800 deaths. However, in New York, where you are, you've seen 700 to 800 deaths. That's what you're seeing on a daily basis. So far, California is still drastically lower than New York right now. Allison?
Gotti, we know Governor Newsom laid out what he's looking for or what he wants to see before he'll lift the state's stay-at-home mandate. What are the indicators he's using?
Well, the biggest one, and the one that we keep hearing stressed first and foremost, is going to be testing, tracing, and isolation. So testing the people that are sick, testing the people that have symptoms. And we've now seen that Los Angeles, at least here in the county, if you have symptoms, everybody can go get the test. However, it's going to be much more than just the people that are showing symptoms. As you just heard Tom talk about, those women that were pregnant that had no idea. It's all about testing asymptomatic carriers as well. So Los Angeles and California as a whole, they're making progress in that direction with the antibody tests, but nowhere near the level that we need so that anybody, whether they're showing symptoms or not, can go get tested. So that's number one, testing, tracing, and isolation. Number two is really about shoring up the medical community and making sure that the healthcare sector has what it needs to deal with any type of potential surge. As you can tell from what we just talked about, they're making progress in that direction. Number three is really about imagining or reimagining what society is going to look like when they reopen. So that means that they want to have things in place where they can scale back the amount of people that are in restaurants or scale back the amount of people that are visiting establishments. Another thing is the possibility that in a couple months from now, if you want to go to a restaurant, you're going to have your temperature taken before you're allowed inside to dine. So that's just possibly going to be the new normal that we see down the road. And lastly, it's really about making sure that there is some sort of therapeutic potential for something like a vaccine or something that can bring California to that herd immunity to make sure that more people aren't getting sick. Allison?
Gotti, thanks so much for the California update. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
By the end of this week, the Department of Health and Human Services will have delivered $30 billion to U.S. hospitals. That is a fraction of the $100 billion earmarked on the federal coronavirus package. President Trump explained how the rest of that money will be distributed during a meeting with healthcare execs.
Soon, HHS will distribute additional funds from the remaining $70 billion provided in the CARES Act, a big deal to get that passed. A significant amount of this money will go to the hospitals and hotspots, while a portion of it will reimburse hospitals for the cost of treating uninsured patients and for the coronavirus.
But an NBC analysis found that so far, hospitals in some major hotspots are being shortchanged. NBC News political reporter Josh Letterman is behind that investigation, and he's here with me now. Josh, what did you find?
Well, you would think, Allison, that this money would have been doled out to the states that need it most. We've been hearing about New York, New Jersey, California, the states with all of these cases. But here's what happened. The government wanted to get some of this money out the door as soon as humanly possible to hospitals and doctors that need it. And so they used the best source of information they already had on hand, which turned out to be Medicare spending rates from last year. So this first $30 billion tranche went out based on how much each hospital or doctor got in Medicare billings last year, unrelated to COVID. And so as a result, we're seeing major discrepancies, such as West Virginia, with just 702 cases, hasn't been particularly hard hit so far by coronavirus. They got what amounts to $351,000 for every case they have in the state. Now, just across the Potomac River in Maryland, they have 10,000 cases, a much larger number. And as a result, if you look at how much they got per patient, it turns out to be only about $74,000. We're seeing this play out really in all parts of the country, such as Louisiana, another state we've been talking about, that hot spot in New Orleans and other places in Louisiana. They've got almost 22,000 cases in Louisiana, got about $21,600. If you take how much Louisiana got and you divide it by how many cases they have, just over the state border in Arkansas, they've only got 1,500 cases. They got $209,000 for each one of those cases. And we've really been seeing some concerns expressed by officials, especially in New York and New Jersey, some of the hardest hit states in this pandemic so far. New York, for example, with its 203,000 plus cases, only got about $9,000 for each one of those cases they're dealing with, while just over the state border in New Jersey, where they've got 71,000 cases, they got just under $13,000 for each one of those positive coronavirus cases in the state.
Josh, I know you also found that some hospitals got next to nothing. Who's being left out here?
Well, if you think about it, Allison, who gets Medicare money and who typically bills to Medicare, there are certain groups that just don't, such as children's hospitals, because there are almost no children in the U.S., obviously, who are on Medicare in the United States. Also, obstetricians who don't have a ton of clients who are of Medicare age also got left out of this. And then rural areas and those that have more people on Medicaid, which is for low-income Americans, they've got less people on Medicare. So proportionally, they got far less than states that have larger numbers of Medicare recipients.
Josh, you mentioned, the New York and New Jersey not getting what they need. A group of 36 bipartisan lawmakers in those two hardest hit states wrote a letter to Congress. What are they asking for, and what are they saying that needs to happen here?
Well, really, they're interested in two things, Allison. First of all, they want the rest of this money as it's being doled out, the $70 billion that's left. They want that to be apportioned more according to where there is the coronavirus need. And we've heard that echoed by Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who wants the same for Maryland and other places. But specifically in the New York, New Jersey area, they also want a separate $45 billion fund that Congress should create, in their view, in order to deal with the real onslaught of cases and all the expenses that come with it that are being incurred right now by New York and New Jersey as they try to make their way through this pandemic.
Josh, unbelievable numbers there. I know a lot of hospitals could use much more help than they're getting. Thanks so much for running us through what you found.
Thanks, Allison.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
We're here for them. We are the community.
It's definitely good to hear. You always want to hear that the wages are going up.
We work hard, we bleed, we sweat, we cry when it comes to these cars.
Without this pill, we die.
He's doing the best he can for the country, and they're getting in the way.
We're gonna build the wall. We have no choice.
This is an emergency. There are 0 hours left to take action.
Because we're incarcerated doesn't mean that we should lose our right to vote.
This is the perfect time to graduate.
There's like a lot of shooting happening.
These are thoughtful voters who, more than anything, want these candidates to cut to the chase.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America. Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Live from Las Vegas, Manchester, from Washington. Why should your judgment be valued?
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is party unity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
Well, it's both. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want to ask. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
Treating coronavirus patients is especially challenging for pregnant healthcare workers. We spoke with 5 expectant mothers, each of them frontline doctors, about how the pandemic has impacted their professional and personal lives.
One of the scariest parts of this epidemic is the unknown.
There is not a lot of good information right now.
So little is still known about the real risk to pregnant women.
I just try to forget that I'm pregnant while I'm at work, honestly.
I kind of honestly feel like if I haven't already had it, I'm going to get it. It's kind of just a matter of time.
I put up that photo of myself and my colleague Annie, and I posted it because as this coronavirus pandemic was starting to unroll before us, there just seemed to be a moral dilemma emerging between the obligations you have as a mother and as a pregnant person versus your obligations you have as a physician. I really was just grappling with the thought of how do you balance these competing obligations?
There was really an exponential rise here in New York in terms of the number of cases. And my last few weeks of work correlated or corresponded with the very beginning of that rise and that uptick. You know, as an emergency physician, we are used to being on the front lines and interacting very intimately with the public. And so I think as a part of my job, I have probably a higher threshold for risk and presume that I will be exposed to many things. But this kind of brought a whole new level of uncertainty and fear.
I think that's a concern that never quite leaves. Whether I was pregnant or not, and especially now that I am pregnant, absolutely magnified. Comfortable as I am, and with all the experience that I do have clinically, this is still an evolving virus, and we are still, as physicians, learning how to best treat our patients and protect ourselves as well. And certainly now added to that would be a pregnancy.
Labor and delivery is frontline, but it has some unique intricacies that make us different than the emergency room. Our patients have a high incentive to present healthy, so to present without symptoms and without fever. And there's a lot of fear for patients about losing their support person during labor or having recommendations that they're separated from their baby. So that creates a lot of incentive to maybe hide those symptoms. So what makes me feel safe would be an N95 mask for every delivery. And that's just not something that we've been provided yet. I know we're in short supply. And a big part that makes us unique is when we do deliveries, I'm just within a couple of feet of a mother who's forcefully breathing, trying to push out new life. And I'm putting at risk both her and her baby, and she's putting me and my baby at risk.
A lot of our physicians employed by a company outside of the hospital that contracts with the hospital. So I'm not technically a hospital employee, so I don't, that I know of, we don't get any paid maternity leave. So we have to, take time off. So it's definitely made me feel like I need to work longer because I don't want to, for one, I don't want to be gone too long and have my coworkers be, stressed with having to cover more shifts for me not being there. That along with, the fact that it's unpaid, So that's definitely a factor that goes through my head.
So what brings me to work every day is thinking about my patients. As a pregnant healthcare worker, I know there's an added layer of fear right now and unknown. And so I just love walking in the door and seeing the relief of them having someone they recognize in such a scary, unknown time.
This has been my life's work. This has been what we have been trained for. We have trained our entire lives to be in this moment. And it is my duty, my obligation, and my honor and privilege to be able to help those who are suffering. And if I can offer that, then I will have done what I've set out to do.
It's been nearly a month since the federal government issued national social distancing guidelines to try to contain the coronavirus outbreak here in the U.S., and there is still a lot we don't know about this disease. Dr. Joseph Finetz joins me now to help answer some of your questions. He's an infectious disease specialist at Yale Medicine and a former epidemic intelligence service officer at the CDC. Doc, thanks so much for being with us. You know, I'm always thrilled to have a fellow Yale grad here on NBC News Now, so thank you so much.
It's nice to be here. It's nice to see you again.
A new report out today says that China did not warn the public about the pandemic for 6 days back in January. How crucial are 6 days in a situation like the one we're dealing with?
I think it's important, but not critical. We just have to remember this virus replicates exponentially. And if one person infects 2 or 3 or 4 other people, and every 5 days we have another power of 2 or power of 4 increase in patients, you can imagine that you have an enormous amplification of cases very fast, which is exactly what we saw. It's hard to look backwards, but I'd say a 6-day delay, it wasn't a critical thing. I'd say it's important.
Dr. Fauci was on the Today Show this morning. Here's what he said about getting back to some type of normal.
The minimum thing is that you've got to be able to identify, isolate, get out of circulation, and do adequate and appropriate contact tracing as new cases arise. If you start pulling back on mitigation, physical separations, there will be infections.
This is a question so many people have. When will we get back to some sort of normal? What do you think it will take?
Well, Dr. Fauci is my hero, just so you know. And what he says is absolutely true. But the real question is how can we scale up testing to say, okay, you can come back? Or how often do we test people? Are we going to test people twice a week or every day or every month? Say you can go back to work, it's safe. I don't think we know how to do that. And I'm not sure we have the capacity to do that. But identifying and isolating people who are actively infecting other people, that's done through contact tracing. That's something that requires testing and scaling up, and that's very important.
There is a Harvard study out this week that says we might have to social distance until 2022. Do you agree?
No. That's just simply impossible. And what that kind of a recommendation assumes is that we have a 100% priority on eliminating all these cases, and there's going to be some leak through and there's going to be continued transmission. Remember, only human beings have this virus. And if we had good social distancing and lockdown, then the virus can go away in a matter of months. It's when we have a leakage or we don't keep our foot on the accelerator, as Dr. Fauci says, that's when we'll have multiple waves of infection. I don't think there's going to be a second wave. I think we're going to have rolling waves for months to come. And that's something we have to balance against reopening parts of the economy. And that balance I'll leave to the politicians and public health specialists. But if we relax the stay-at-home orders, we can just expect that we will have continued cases until we have either a drug or a vaccine that we can use to intervene and prevent that.
When you describe these sort of rolling waves, I mean, we have heard people talk about a potential second wave, or that this could even become seasonal like the flu is. Is that more of what you mean, for example, by rolling waves?
Well, I see no reason to conclude that this is going to be seasonal. It's not acting like influenza. Mm-hmm. If you, with the flu or cold viruses, if you look in South America, they're going into autumn as we're going into spring and summer. And during their summer, they saw cases increasing. So why would we think this is seasonal? I don't understand why that might be.
Yeah, we've heard the same thing here in the U.S. where they're having trouble in Louisiana, and they're saying it's already warm there, and they had hoped maybe warmer weather would help this to go away, and it just doesn't seem to be the case.
That's because people transmit it from one person to another, most often in clusters where people are together in groups. Mm-hmm. Many people may be not symptomatic, asymptomatic, and either coughing or expelling the virus somehow, and other people get it. And that is why we're going to have continued rolling waves, as it were, of transmission, unless, and that's balanced against opening up parts of the economy. We can't borrow $2 trillion every couple of months. That will all starve.
Dr. Venetz, it's a really tough situation and one we're all trying to wrap our head around. Thank you so much for explaining so much of this to us. Great to see you again. We hope to have you back soon.
I hope so. Nice to see you again, Allison. Bye-bye.
How is the coronavirus affecting the U.S. education system? It's a question we're looking at in our new series, Class of 2020. At least 23 states have decided to keep schools closed for the rest of the year, with several others still weighing their options. Michael Casserly joins me now. He is the executive director of the Council of the Great City Schools, which represents 76 of the country's largest urban public school systems. Michael, you have called this a, quote, educational catastrophe. Put that in perspective for us. How bad is the damage here?
Well, it could be an educational catastrophe, but it's not at the moment. It will be if Congress doesn't come up with the money to support schools over the next several months as revenues start to decline both at the local and the state levels. Right now, school systems all across the country have been doing a remarkable job in providing meals, in providing instruction and the like. We haven't seen a catastrophe, but one could arise if the resources aren't there to support our children.
We know that schools have been trying their best to switch to e-learning, but in New York City, for example, the mayor is working with Apple to try to get thousands of devices to students so they can even do the work. Is remote learning really a viable solution?
Well, it's a partial solution. It's not the full solution, and frankly, it never was. Most remote learning, distance learning and the like, was originally designed as a supplemental to the instruction in the classroom. Frankly, there's really no substitute for a student being with their teachers all day long. So there are some compromises that are made with remote learning, but it's one of the things that school districts all over the country are doing as a way of trying to make sure that instruction continues over these months.
Have you had any conversations yet about having kids attend summer school or start earlier to make up for the time lost, if that's possible?
Well, people are thinking about that. There are still lots of decisions to be made. People are thinking about summer school. They're thinking about maybe starting school early. They're thinking about maybe extending the school day once school gets started again. They're thinking about Saturday classes. They're thinking about things in the evening. They're thinking of all kinds of different ways of extending the learning time to make up for any lost instructional time this current spring.
California Governor Gavin Newsom said on Tuesday that when schools reopen, they're going to have to make some changes. Here's what he said.
Can you stagger the times that our students come in so you can appropriate yourself differently within the existing physical environment by reducing physical contact if possible, reducing the congregate meal, addressing issues related to PE and recess.
What do you think? Can schools operate under social distancing guidelines? And is that what they're going to potentially have to do as the new normal?
Well, it's possible. I think all of us are considering the options here, and nobody wants to go back to school when it's not safe. So the well-being of the children is the thing that is paramount in our minds, along with the health and well-being of teachers and the staff. So we're going to look at all kinds of things to see what's viable here and to make sure that our students have the instruction that they need to be successful in life.
Speaking of the well-being of the students, we know a lot of kids rely on free school lunches and that some districts have tried to keep up with that by providing food through deliveries. But with millions of people filing for unemployment, how is that need increasing, and can the schools keep up with it?
Well, it's a good question because the demand here is really quite high. We have only been out of session now for the better part of a month. And I suspect if we counted all the meals that we served in the 76 major big city school districts that we work with, that we would have served well over 1 million meals just in the course of that month. And the demand keeps growing. And the thing that we are grappling with at the moment is how to keep those meals provided. At the same time, we make sure that the staff that are delivering the meals don't get sick.
Michael, it is a tough and a challenging time for our nation's school districts. Thanks for being with us to talk about it.
Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
If it's digging in on the issues.
Let's talk about money and politics.
If it's asking the questions you want asked. How do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this?
Just watch me.
If it's navigating the winding road to the White House. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Who brought more to the caucuses?
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, covering coronavirus with facts over fear.
How do we know who belongs in isolation? What should we be conscious of? What's being worked on today?
At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
German Chancellor Angela Merkel announced today that national social distancing guidelines will stay in effect in Germany until at least May 3rd, and that major events could be canceled until the end of the summer. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley shows us how Europe could begin loosening its lockdown rules in the weeks to come.
Yeah, Allison, German Chancellor Angela Merkel made an important announcement today. You know, Angela Merkel has had her own near run-ins with the coronavirus. She's tested negative, but she's taken a few tests and has been under suspicion of maybe having it. But like I said, she's tested negative. But she made an important announcement today regarding the virus and its impact on the German population. She said that they don't have a lot of places to maneuver there in Germany. The cases have actually gone up, despite it looking initially like they had avoided the worst of it. But she did say that, like other places in Europe, Germany was going to be able to wind down its response a little bit. She said that social distancing rules would still be in place until May 3rd, mostly around early May. And of course, all of this is going to be subject to change. She said that around May 4th, that's when students would probably be able to start to go to school. But get this, she said that all major events would probably remain canceled until August 31st. And bars, restaurants, all of that would be remaining closed until further notice. So clearly, Germany, despite all of this talk that it had avoided the worst, is still going to have to be very cautious. But, you know, there are signs of loosening in other places in Europe. In Spain, factory workers, construction workers are going back to work. And Denmark, very young students are going back to school. And in other places, like here in Italy, which was really, so far at least, the most afflicted country of anywhere in Europe, we've started to see some very, very small signs of loosening this nationwide lockdown. There are signs specifically in certain sectors of the economy. That's in bookstores, stationery stores, children's clothing stores. These are interesting categories. And also in forestry or logging activities. All of those people will be allowed to go to work. We've spoken to some of them, and, you know, a lot of people we were speaking to said that these categories were chosen, and it is an unusual list, because maybe they aren't places that would be flooded with people once they were allowed to reopen. And also because in the case of these children's stores, you know, some children are actually going to be growing out of their clothes during the course of this lockdown and will need new clothing. But, you know, all of this news, even with signs of the loosening of these lockdowns in these countries, they're coming as new signs of economic distress start to emerge. The IMF is saying that the whole global economy is going to be in about a 3% recession. And here in Italy, that number could be as much as a 9% contraction of the entire economy by the end of the year. That's going to be devastating because Italy, more than really most other countries in Western Europe, already was a very leveraged economy. It was already experiencing relatively high unemployment. So for Italians, even those who weren't affected by the virus itself, the economic impact is going to be really severe.
The head of the World Health Organization reacting today after President Trump halted funding for the organization yesterday. Trump says the organization is too close to Beijing and has been covering up for their mistakes. Here's what the Director General of the WHO had to say.
We regret the decision of the President of the United States to order a hold in funding to the World Health Organization. With support from the people and government of the United States, WHO works to improve the health of many of the world's poorest and most vulnerable people.
NBC News correspondent Willem Marks joins us now. And Willem, pulling funding from the WHO not only affects the coronavirus response, but also other disease programs. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, Alison. So every year, the US gives around $450 million to the WHO. It's actually split into two yearly funding cycles. About a quarter of that is an obligation due to the fact that the US is a member of the United Nations, and it's just what's assessed as their dues. And then a huge amount, around $620 million over that two-year cycle, is actually voluntary contributions. And those contributions are directed at specific programs to eradicate diseases like polio, like measles, efforts around the world the WHO oversees, strategizes on and leads. And that's the area where we could see some really drastic changes to the way that the WHO is able to run those programs. I had a chance to catch up with Hamid Jafri. He's in charge of the polio eradication efforts at the WHO for the Eastern Mediterranean region, countries like Pakistan and Afghanistan falling under his remit, where you still have cases of the wild polio virus. I asked him about the impact that this funding shortfall could have on the efforts of his organization.
American government and US citizens have been the most ardent supporters of polio eradication because they still remember the devastation of polio in their own country. People have had relatives, uncles, grandparents who were affected by polio. And so US has been one of the greatest champions of polio eradication. That's why the congressional funding for polio has really consistently increased over the years, bipartisan support.
You know, Alison, it's only 40 years ago that we saw the last case of polio inside the United States. Go back to the early 50s, 1952, for instance, you had more than 3,000 deaths a year, 58,000 Americans pretty seriously disabled or paralyzed by this particular virus. But it was American ingenuity, American science, and collaboration internationally that found a vaccine by the 1950s that rolled out across the world. And it was the US with international partners at the World Health Organization that in 1988 decided they would try to eradicate this particular disease for good. That's what he's talking about there, the idea the Americans have a memory about how important it is to work against some of these diseases with global partners.
Willem, the WHO shifted a chunk of its workforce toward the COVID-19 crisis. Can you tell us about that move?
Yeah, so these efforts to eradicate things like polio rely on thousands of vaccination workers in often very, very impoverished parts of the world, countries like Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia. And those workers are now being repurposed to try and help with the COVID pandemic. And what that means right now is that they're in communities trying to figure out which people need isolation and quarantining in order to protect those communities. But going forward, if there is a vaccine developed in countries like that, it will be these WHO workers that in theory will be able to distribute the vaccine. They have the ability, they have the infrastructure to do that, often in parts of the world where the government does not.
How closely are the WHO and the CDC working together?
Well, when you talk about things like polio, they're very, very closely linked. You've got epidemiologists from the CDC working in countries around the world alongside WHO. The two of them are part of a 6-organization group called the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. They've worked very, very closely since the early days of the WHO and indeed the early days of the CDC. And that is something that the people I've been speaking to over the course of the day say they really don't want to see end. They're really worried about the loss of data transfers when it comes to epidemiology if indeed the Trump administration pushes ahead with this defunding of the WHO.
Willem Marx, thanks so much for being with us. 1 year ago today, a fire tore through Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, and now repairs there are delayed because of the coronavirus lockdown. Today, the cathedral bell rang out to honor French medics and remember this solemn anniversary. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiella has more.
That fire at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris broke out a year ago to the day. And what a contrast from a year ago today in Paris. The streets are deserted. Nobody is out looking at Notre Dame Cathedral, never mind working on it because of the lockdown due to COVID-19. A year ago, it seemed as though all of Paris was out watching as their beloved cathedral was on fire. The entire world watching really as that famous spire came tumbling down. The fire burning for 9 hours, taking out part of the roof and causing so much damage, not just to the wooden structure of the cathedral, but also to the stonework, that for months experts were worried that the structure itself might collapse, that the walls were in danger of crumbling and tumbling down. There has been a lot of progress made, according to the people we've spoken to, over the past several months. They believe that they've stabilized the structure quite a bit, and there's no longer that fear that they're going to lose large chunks of the cathedral at this point. But they were on the verge of starting a very important project, sort of the last stage in this initial safety phase where they've been clearing out debris and trying to stabilize. That last stage was removing the huge, massive melted scaffolding on top of the cathedral. That is now on hold. It was due to start mid-March. Everything has been stopped. Electricity has been turned off at the site. Nobody is going in because of the lockdown. Work will continue once the lockdown is lifted. President Emmanuel Macron has suggested that that could begin to happen in France May 11th, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not that is extended because of this COVID crisis. The other issue is that France is spending an incredible amount of money, more than $100 billion, trying to shore up the economy during this lockdown, and is possibly facing recession once the lockdown is over. So the question becomes, will France really have the money to put toward a lengthy and very expensive reconstruction that could run in the hundreds of millions of dollars once work is resuming, once the country does lift that lockdown? Allison?
More than 80 million Americans should have their stimulus money today, according to Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. But tens of millions could end up waiting weeks longer or even months. So what can you do if you haven't gotten any money yet? NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle joins me now to help you figure out where your money might be. And Steph, who's likely in that group of 80 million who already got that money, and who is likely still waiting?
So first, we're talking about people getting the stimulus check. If you have direct deposit, meaning if you filed your taxes in 2018 or 19 and did do it the old-fashioned paper way, if you did it direct deposit, you should be getting that money in your account by the end of this week. If you haven't done that yet, you can go to irs.gov and type your bank information in there, and that way it'll go directly to you. If you go the old-fashioned way, it could take a bit longer, probably several weeks.
Some people have been coming at us with a lot of questions. We've been seeing a lot of questions online. Among them, do you need to sign up? Do you need to go online and check in with the IRS to get that stimulus money?
Absolutely not. And I'm going to go one better. In the next few days, they're setting up a portal on the IRS's website where you can track my payment, where you can put your information in, and it will update you on where you are in the queue in getting that money. An important thing to remind people, though, it's just $1,200. Not that that's not a lot of money, but we don't yet know if there will be any stimulus checks behind it. So when you get it, please spend it wisely. Spend it on things you urgently need, like food, gas in the car. This is not a bonus. It's not a treat. You know, a lot of times people think of things like this, like they do their tax refund, but you shouldn't look at your tax refund that way either. Really think of it in a way that you can just be most responsible. Actually, I'm reading right now that portal I talked about on the IRS's website has gone live. So you can put your information in and it'll give you an update of when you should be getting that money.
Steph, another question about that money. Some people are still confused. One of the top Google questions right now is the stimulus check a loan?
It is not a loan. This is considered income replacement. The government has said this is like a natural disaster. You did not expect this. And many people are struggling, starting to try to file for unemployment. They're in different situations. So for anyone who makes $75,000 or less, you're eligible to receive $1,200. You get some money between $75,000 and $99,000, but above that, you don't get anything. And for any child that you have under the age of 17, $500 a child.
Steph, those stimulus checks will have the president's name printed on them. This is a move that the Washington Post is saying could back them up for days. I know NBC News reached out to the Treasury Department for comment. Have they responded?
I'm going to tell you, there's zero chance I reached out to the Treasury because I think it's a ridiculous discussion. There are people in this country that desperately need the money. It is nonsense to worry about if the president has signed his name to it or not. The majority of people are getting direct deposit. So let's remind everyone, direct deposit, there is no check. I think this is something that the media obsesses over. But the thing that we should obsess over is the people who need that money and focusing on what they need and what's going on in their lives. This is a sideshow that the president has created for us. Let's not take the bait.
Yesterday, the president announced the Great American Economy Revival Industry Groups. It's his second White House task force, and it focuses on the economy. Now, the White House listed nearly 200 names in that group, but you've confirmed at least half a dozen CEOs didn't even know they were on that list. Here's what General Motors CEO Mary Barra told you just before she was listed as a member of that group.
You have had different sort of advisory roles, positions connected to this administration over the last few years. Can we expect you to be on the Economic Council?
I haven't been asked to do anything, but this is a time when, when you're asked to participate and support your country, you do what you should do. And that's what I would do. I am a member of the Business Roundtable, and there's a lot of activity going on with BRT, as well as I'm already on a advisory group in the state of Michigan. So when asked to serve, I'm going to be there.
So what's going on here, and what else are you hearing from CEOs?
Okay, so I've been speaking to CEOs for the last 24 hours, and let's separate a few things. This is not a task force. Many of them were flat-footed. They did not know that the president was going to say their name today. He did do a number of calls. A few of the bank CEOs that I dealt with, Jamie Dimon, Brian Moynihan, David Solomon, these are bank CEOs that deal with Steve Mnuchin and the Treasury Department on a regular basis. Many didn't participate in the calls, but here's what's interesting. One thing that they are doing is very regularly saying, Jamie Dimon said it just yesterday, it'll be more like June, July, and August when we can open. And it'll be the federal government working with cities, working with the CDC. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today said, we need to do major things to get people feeling safe and secure. We should expect the worst and hope for the best. And one other point to make, these business leaders are science reliant and dependent. Mary Barra of GM is currently making ventilators. At Ventec, they know all the social distancing guidelines they need to adhere to. So when she decides to go back to full production at GM, she's going to continue those guidelines. And she said to me the same thing we've heard from the NBA. They are going to focus on what they need to do for their customers, for their employees, but relying on medical experts across the board. You want to talk about what these business leaders do in their free time? They sit on hospital boards. Mark Benioff from Salesforce has his own children's hospital in San Francisco. In New York, you've got guys like David Solomon and Larry Fink and Jamie Dimon. They all sit on hospital boards. Morgan Stanley has their own children's hospital in New York. You're darn right. These people are absolutely pressuring the president to focus on mass testing. And while the president says, he's going to go with his gut, these are people who put their money and their business into risk management. They know a decent amount about how important it is to rely on medical experts, and that's what they're doing. And they're pressuring the White House to do the same.
Steph Ruhle, thanks so much for being with us. We've got your special report tonight on NBC News Now. We're really looking forward to it. Thank you. And tune in to News Now tonight for a special report hosted by Steph Ruhle, Small Business in Crisis. Your questions answered.
I think the best analogy here is to look at the shortage we've had with toilet paper. There was no shortage of toilet paper, but there was sort of consumer panic that cleared it from the shelves. And now the fear is, as we've seen the plant in South Dakota, Smithfield, with 430 plus workers with coronavirus shutting down, and that means less meat hitting the market, as well as the plants across the country like Tyson, Cargill, JBS. So as we go airborne and look over the fields here, you can see there's still plenty of cattle, plenty of livestock in this country. But the inability to get that food processed, that meat processed, means that places like, well, for instance, we go to this butcher shop here. This is a restaurant in South Florida that's closed, so they turned themselves from a steakhouse established in 1949 into a butcher shop. If they can't get the meat they need from the food processors, well, that means that they won't have the meat to then sell to the public.
The employees in the processing plants
that's going to slow the supply down. I think there's plenty of cattle, and the farmers want to get it to market. But if the factories or the processing plants have to close down, that's going to be the issue.
So when might we actually see some sort of indication that meat supplies are running short in grocery stores? The food experts say that could be 2 to 3 weeks away. But again, that variable of consumer panic buying is one that nobody can accurately calculate.
Some people in Michigan are protesting against extended stay-at-home orders. The demonstration, organized by a conservative group, aimed to create a traffic jam as protesters surrounded the Capitol building. WDIV reporter Rod Maloney's in Lansing, Michigan, with more.
Well, you know, Governor Gretchen Whitmer had an order in place early on, and then last Thursday she extended that order, but she doubled down on the things that you could and couldn't do. And that is really what has brought all of this on. You can see traffic going blocks down the street. Now, yesterday, this street was empty because it's the street here, Congress Street, right in front of the Capitol in Lansing. Legislature's not in. Everybody's home. But today it is jam-packed. Now, as you were talking about, when they did this rally, they were saying that they wanted people to stay in their cars. Social distance, honk your horn, bring your truck, but stay in the truck. Well, as you can see behind me here, that has not happened here. A lot of people decided to come on foot. Now, there are a number of differing groups that have decided to go along with this protest, and that's what we've discovered. Because the original group that wanted people to stay in their cars, for the most part, people did stay in their cars, but in this particular instance, other groups joined in as well. Lots of signs, a lot of people feeling like their liberty has been infringed upon. One of the guys walked up to me and said, look, you can smoke pot, you can smoke grass in the state of Michigan, but you can't mow it. And that's the problem, is that there are a lot of inconsistencies that people see in the governor's order.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Expect to see more cases across the United States.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern. German Chancellor Angela Merkel has extended her country's social distancing rules till at least May 3rd. She says the national lockdown brought fragile intermediate success in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. So far, over 132,000 German people have tested positive for the virus. More than 3,500 have died, according to Johns Hopkins University. Sky News correspondent Carl Nasman has more on how Germany is handling the crisis.
I wanted to show you what life is like under lockdown here in Germany. And one of the best ways to do that is by bike. Let's go. Nearly all non-essential shops are closed. The schools are shut. That means there's a lot less traffic on the streets. And one way the city's adapting is by giving bikes more space. These right here are pop-up bike lanes. They are twice as wide as normal bike lanes. The idea is not only are they safer, but they allow cyclists to maintain their social distance even while they're out on their bikes and while they're passing each other. The feeling here in Germany is that the country's handled this crisis very well. The curve here is starting to flatten. The infection rate is also starting to drop. We know that Germany has a very high number of cases, but also a very low death rate. In fact, one of the lowest death rates in the world. When you speak with experts about that, they mention a lot of factors, but one of the most important, they tell me, is testing.
If you look at the age distribution and our positive tested population, it's not these are not only elderly people, not only high-risk people or hospitalized people, but we also tested many younger people. We were able to identify many cases and transmission chains, and were able to quarantine patients and to lower the actual infection rates. And this is one very important point. And actually, we're up to 100,000 tests per day, and I think it's quite well. It's not perfect, but it allows us to identify infected people very, very early.
In general, the lockdown measures in place in Germany are not nearly as strict as many of its European neighbors or other countries around the world. I'm at a busy outdoor market market. There's people selling their vegetables. It's crowded. There's a lot of people. You might notice there are some safety measures in place. There's these barriers that are meant to have people keep their distance, 1.5 meters. But you might also notice very few people here are wearing face masks. I have one on. It's a homemade mask I generally wear if I'm out in public or if I'm riding the subway.
Now this afternoon, German Chancellor Angela Merkel issuing new guidance, now advising everyone to wear protective face masks while in public, if they're shopping or if they're riding public transit. That comes after she met with the leaders of Germany's 16 states. They also announced that schools in Germany will begin to reopen on May 4th.
President Trump taking a lot of heat for his announcement that the U.S. will cut funding to the World Health Organization. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel looks at how the world is reacting.
Hello. I hope people are feeling well on this Wednesday. If you've been following these video updates for the last couple of weeks, you may have noticed that I tend not to focus on President Trump. I want to give the other headlines, the international COVID-19 headlines, because frankly, President Trump takes up a lot of media space, and there's many, many other people talking about the ups and downs and eccentricities of his political style. But this time, President Trump is the international headline. Particularly people around the world were baffled by his decision, shocked by it in some cases, to cut off funding to the World Health Organization in the midst of a pandemic. The Guardian newspaper here in the UK had this headline: Trump turns against the WHO to mask his own stark failings on COVID-19 crisis. And that expressed a lot of the global headlines. The Lancet, a respected medical journal, the editor of the journal told the BBC that it was a crime against humanity to cut off the funding. And many experts point out that the WHO doesn't just provide information for a lot of poorer countries that don't have robust health services. It provides some of those emergency response capabilities. And those experts say without funding, with a diminished ability to operate, that the WHO could fail in its ability to provide some of those needed services to poorer countries if other countries don't step up and fill in the funding gap. But there have been criticisms from world leaders as well, not just in health experts in the media. The Secretary General of the UN said this is not the time to be pointing blame. So did the Foreign Minister of Germany. And the UN chief also said something interesting. He said that this is now globally an international epidemic of misinformation. And if you look online and you follow all the social media, or at least follow social media, you'll notice there are many, many conspiracy theories out there that the coronavirus was created in a laboratory in Wuhan, that it was either weaponized and broke out accidentally, or it was deliberately planted, or that it was some sort of plot to gain world domination. Well, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the most senior U.S. military official, said that partly because of all of this talk, and because it would obviously be something of tremendous significance if it were true, that U.S. intelligence agencies did look into it, and that the overall weight of the evidence that they found suggested that it was not created in a lab, but that it was transmitted naturally. And so scientists have pointed to a wet market as a potential place of origin, that in this wildlife market in Wuhan, there was some sort of transmission from bat to potentially through a secondary animal to humans. But the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that even though the weight of the evidence suggests this was not created in the lab, he said we still don't know for certain.
This is not an ordinary situation, and so it requires extraordinary measures.
Members of the public are reminded to keep a safe distance of 6 feet from others.
87% of small businesses say they are hurting. 35% believe they can survive less than 3 months.
Because what will really devastate the economy more than what has happened is when small businesses open up and then shut down again.
And I rise for everyday families, small business owners and laborers who are losing their jobs and not sure what the future holds.
Hi there, I'm Stephanie Rule. Welcome to this special report. Small business in crisis, your questions answered. Small business is the cornerstone of the U.S. economy, employing 47% of all American workers, or nearly 60 million people across the nation. But in just 3 weeks, 17 million people have found themselves out of work, filing for unemployment benefits for the first time because of coronavirus. Tonight, we're going to answer your questions with some of the biggest names in business. But first, NBC News senior correspondent Tom Brokaw has a look at just how big of a challenge we face and the potential ripple effect for years to come.
It's often been said that Great Britain is a nation of shopkeepers. In America, the business of this country is business. It's the economy. And it was roaring along until this virus came along and absolutely wiped out all the gains of recent years and left us with a very uncertain future. At the same time, I think we all have to be prepared for this to go on for a long time. We may call an end to the worst of it, but this economy has been badly, badly damaged. There will be a complete reworking of what our expectations are and what we want from our economy. So America is responding, but it cannot do it in a kind of, if you will, Titanic wave way. There are just too many open wounds in this society, too many open wounds in our political system and in our economy for this to be swept away with just an announcement, it's now over. We are profoundly changed and will be for some time. It will be one of the greatest tests in this republic's history. A test not just for our system, but for each of us.
The Treasury Department is spearheading a massive rescue effort for small businesses, offering billions of dollars in forgivable bank loans as long as those businesses hold on to their workers. But entrepreneur and owner of the Dallas Mavericks, Mark Cuban, says people in charge aren't moving fast enough.
This is the point right now where banks and Treasury have to get their act together, and the Treasury has to say to banks, loan money first, ask questions later, deal with fraud later. This is that inflection point. It's right now, as we're speaking, that we are at an inflection point where money has to get into the system so small and medium and even large companies retain their employees. And that is the goal. If that doesn't happen, you know what hits the fan even worse than it already has.
Right now, I am joined by one of the most influential business leaders in hospitality, Tillman Fertitta, CEO of Landry's, which operates restaurants, hotels, casinos, and entertainment venues across the globe. He's a New York Times bestselling author and the owner of the Houston Rockets. Tillman, you heard what Mark Cuban had to say. What is your take on the government's approach to helping small business? Is it the right idea, the right execution?
It's definitely the right execution, but what I'm hearing from a lot of small business owners right now is the fact that they haven't gotten the money yet. And I totally agree with Mark, and I talked to people about this in the beginning. Even we're not set up to do unemployment, the masses of millions of people that we have right now. I've always said, get the money to the companies, let us get it to the employees, and then come back and audit us later and make it a federal crime if you do something you shouldn't do. But the name of the game right now, whether it be through payroll or you do it through this program, is let's get the money to the businesses and let's get the money to the individuals. They are not getting their money yet, and that's what we have got to do. That should be the only goal out there right now, is let's please get the money to all these millions of people out there that are unemployed.
Then how bad is it for small business right now, given that we are in an economic shutdown? What's it like?
Well, I can tell you this, Stephanie, and I'm a guy that has restaurants all over the world, casinos from coast to coast, amusement parks, and a basketball team, and nothing is open. But yet the poor little nail salon isn't open, the little retail store isn't open, the little smoothie shop isn't open. These people are going out of business. And we've got to help the small business, because if we don't help the business, there's not going to be a job for the people when they come back. So we really have to attack on two fronts right now. We've got to find a way to get money in the people's hands so there isn't anarchy in the street. But at the same time, we've got to make sure that we save the jobs by keeping the companies afloat right now. America's made up of so many small businesses, millions upon millions. We really want to save all these small businesses.
You recently let go 45,000 of your employees. You did it when the crisis began. You said you did it as a favor to them. How did you make that call?
You know, sometimes you don't use the most perfect words, but I've been through these crises before, and I know what happens with unemployment, because I was around for 87, and I was around for 2001, and I was around for the 2000